Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We trust all is well with you wherever you are around the world, even as we proceed further with our discussion tonight. And we are looking at William Ruto and his team exposed today as they were caught pants down, ferrying people into their prayer rallies. What is happening? Why is it a big deal now that Kenya Kwanza claims to have won this election fair and square? Where are the people that voted for this particular regime? And if they are there, indeed, where would they be? Why is it that they cannot show up to these particular rallies that they so much claim to be the ones on the gear to see to it that they determine the call of duty in this great nation? It is becoming clearer with every passing day that the king of masses is one Raila Odinga. He enjoys organic following countrywide. And how come that he cannot amass enough votes to become president? A very thorny matter to raise at this point in time, but I trust you are set even as we start the conversation. It is important that we all rise up and be counted at this point in time. Mambo yanabadilika na lazima kitaeleweka. Either Kenya Kwanza produces for us who are their voters, or they accept and move on in the pretext that they need to show us who is in their support. Their prayer rally was an issue today that I would want us to start the conversation on the same. Karibu sana katika studio wote. Tumia hiyo link, ingia katika studio tukajadili mambo haya kwa kina. Naamini kwamba unayo nafasi nzuri tu ya kushirikishwa katika mjadala wa leo na kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mahala popote unaachwa nyuma kwa mengi mazuri ambayo yanaendelea katika siasa zetu na katika kujadili mambo haya kwa kina. So as I get ready that video, who is that? The first person in the studio to break for us the ice as we get set to play the video exposing one William Ruto and his prayer rally in Nakuru that had yellow buses from all over the country ferrying people into the tent. When Raila Odinga is filling up fields and wherever playgrounds, these guys cannot fill up a tent without ferrying people from far and near. Karibu sana John D. You're welcome. Kuna Ken Daniels, karibu kwa show. Brian Richard, karibu kwa show. Albert Nyangoya, hi to you. Diana Giana, karibu kwa show. Enoch Rono, karibu. Eliza Kigeni, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Katanio Namasua, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Kuna Solomon Kiambi, you're welcome to the show. Kunasema kuna Jumka, of course kuna Karoz Kilach, alafu nani huyu? Mula Uda Akoth, Kageni Stanley, Langat Hillary, kuna Belinda Ogweno, alafu nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Pamela Kageni. Hi to you, thank you so much. Luzi Mburu, Igesa George, kuna Kitonga, Hi to you. Thank you so much. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Fabian Kemboi, karibu sana. Anasema propaganda, continue lying to lose. Nani aliwaambia Wajaluo ndio wako na shida na urais wa William Ruto? Urais wa William Ruto umetiliwa shaka na kabila zote dunia hii, haswa wale watu ambao wamekubali kutumia akili yao ipasavyo. Wengine wote aidha wamedanganywa ama wagonjwa, na sisi hatutaingilia wagonjwa, tutawatafutia tu daktari. Okay, kuna Raslav Pato, kuna Mark Meki, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Shinza Ogamba, alafu nani mwingine? Pamela David, Linezel, nakwambia Dahir Abdi Kipkorir, Hilary Kimtai, karibu sana. Elizabeth Anyango ndio huyo. Kuna Hakim, kuna mzee PJ, karibu sana. Kuna Victor Kipla, alafu Fabiano Andriano, alafu nani huyu mwingine? Tuko wengi sana, karibuni kila mmoja. Makinika tafadhali, karibisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike na kipindi tunapoangazia masuala haya. Where are the numbers for William Ruto and team? Where have they vanished to? Why is there a struggle to fill a common tent when Baba is not struggling filling a stadium or so? Ni kipi ambacho kimebadilika? Ni kipi ambacho hakieleweki? Karibu kila mmoja, kinike pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya. Thank you everybody. Let's get moving even as we continue with this particular conversation. Okay, let me try to get that viral video. In the meantime, all right. One moment. Let's listen to this and then we get set to run the other video.
Voice must be respected. The people spoke through the ballot. The people voted correctly. The whistleblower has actually come out and correctly exposed how the people voted. Whistleblower Papanda ametoboa ya kwamba Bwana William Samoei Ruto alipata kura 5,900,000, 5.9 million votes. Baba na mama walipata kura 8,100,000. Fungue saba kama unataka. Fungue saba. Kwa Mwanachebukati mpaka toka ofisi hakuchapa matokeo ya uchaguzi ya urais. Maana yake sheria inasema ati uchaguzi wa rais inafanywa katika
onyeshwa hapa. Waziri wa usalama Profesa Kindiki hayuko hapa kwa sababu ako pale kwa hiyo sehemu. Leo alikuwa Baringo, jana alikuwa Turkana. Nimemwambia atoke ofisi Nairobi aende ishi kule Northridge mpaka hiyo mambo ya wananchi kupoteza maisha yao iishe. Na tumeweka mpango kamili na ile uwezo wote wa serikali. Tutahakikisha wale watu wajeuri wachache wako pale wanajaribu kutuonyesha kiburi, sisi tutapimana na wao na tutahakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anapoteza maisha yake, na tutahakikisha kwamba wakijaribu kuharibu usalama wa taifa letu Kenya, na sisi tutapambana na wao livyo.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Hapo mikakati imewekwa ya kuhakikisha usalama kulingana na William Ruto. Anasema Kindiki ahame Nairobi, akae North Rift mpaka mambo yarekebike. Sijui itakuwa ndio ngoma ama ndio itakuwa vipi? Nani huyo? Kuingia studio, tumia hii link, njoo tukasemezane. Mambo ni kama hayo, lazima kieleweke. Raila Odinga insists the whistleblower results reveal that he won the elections, and no response so far from IEBC and no response so far from Kenya Kwanza that is credible enough to challenge the whistleblowers' results. So what is happening with this particular discourse? Let's get talking and move forward even as we converse. Yes, Mr. Joash, how are you? Hey, Bwana Joash, sema. You are mute. Unmute.
Bernard, sorry, maybe I am on a poor network. Let me look for a network so that I can keep in
No, we
touch
can
with
get you
you.
now. You can go ahead. We can get you now. Go ahead then, unless. Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Thank you so much as you join us. We are looking at William Ruto exposed for ferrying crowds to a common prayer rally that has been drummed up for the long time now. And we are now asking, where are the numbers that made William Ruto president if in every county he goes, he has to ferry people from all over to make a crowd to address? What's happening? Are Kenyans becoming fed up too early, or are they over expectant? Let's get talking. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. Tumsikilize Boma alafu Robert. How are you, Boma?
Bernard, huko?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani?
Mi niko sawa. I am a bit jet lagged here. Nilitumiwa tiketi ya ndege. I attended the rally and I'm back in Canada safe and sound. Na nikapewa hiyo 1500 yangu.
Yeye inatosha ndege kweli wamza.
That was on top of the ticket. Wako na pesa bwana. They are charging people taxes and all that. They have enough money, so why not? But anyways, yeah, it's looking more and more that they are desperate. I guess they've decided now they have to go back to the campaign mode because they've realized that they have nothing. And so all they have left is to go and keep on hoodwinking people so that I think in their mind of minds, they think that the general population hawaja realize what's going on. Or maybe they've just realized that people actually are finding out ya kwamba wao ni bure kabisa, hakuna kitu wanaleta, so all they are left with is to make noise, which they've been doing for the last 8 years. And so they are desperate. But ile kitu nimefurahi, Bernard, I think a couple of days here I was talking about our former president, Uhuru, and I was iffy about him. And I think he has a little bit, calmed me down when he came out and he said he's on the side of Baba. And I think I wanted to hear that because many Kenyans, I was not the only one, they were wondering why are things going on like this and we don't see. It's good to be in the background, lakini kama mzee, as a father of the nation, because he was a father of the nation for 10 years, and we need to hear him. And for as long as we are concerned, I think we haven't replaced him yet. We are yet to replace him. And the only person we see replacing him is the person who actually won the election. So we want him to keep coming out and keep roaring, keep saying he does not believe in this government, because there are a lot of people who want to hear that voice. Kama mzee, you can't just be sitting in the background and people are wondering what is going on. Ni kama wale disciples, when they were with Jesus, they were saying, tunazama in the ocean, tunazama, and you don't care, you are just sleeping. We are like that as human beings. We want to be assured. We want to see. That's why Jesus tells Thomas, come, touch my body, touch my hands, touch my side, so you can actually believe. So seeing Uhuru there na Baba, man, that brings out a whole different fire in people, because now it's being cemented ya kwamba kumbe hata kama Uhuru anaamini huyu jamaa kweli aliiba hii kura, then we need to go out there and take it back. So it's good to see that. It's good to see that things are going on well. And like I said before, we still need that fire from the ground up, from the bottom up. We need those people. Akina Jalasi hawa na watu wengine ambao wanasaliti wananchi, they don't deserve to be there. And if we have more of those, nilifurahia na Wajakoya, Wajakoya anasema I will smoke them out, and I think that's what Baba needs. He needs people who are there to champion that cause and speak the truth as it is needed, because we can't allow them to sit pretty there with their boardroom meetings. We can't allow them to keep, hoodwinking Baba. Wanacheza huku na yeye during the day, usiku wanakimbia kwenda kupokea zao. They are not for the mwananchi. So if we have people in there who are bold enough to say, to hell with these people, to hell with their boardroom meetings, to hell with all their plans, then I think the mwananchi can have a belief that this thing is for real, and we can keep fighting. Asante Bernard, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Vuma, tunashukuru kwa na ni muhimu kukianza kuharibika katika nchi, tunahitaji wazee waongee. Na mzee ambaye alisema amestaafu lakini hajachoka ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Aache kujificha, ajitokeze, aambie taifa mambo yako hivi kwa sababu ya hiki na kile, alafu ni hiki ndio tunapaswa kukifanya. Ukweli uliopo ufuatwe, tuache kuambiana uongo na kudanganyana. Asante kwa kila mmoja unapojiunga nasi katika kipindi hiki. Tunakuomba tu just sorry, there's a video I was working on. It will soon be here for us to view and judge for ourselves. But it is important that we, as Kenyan people, we need to believe in the truth, follow the truth, insist on the truth until we get to the bottom of what transpired in the August 22 elections, where we voted one way and the results came out the other way. Is that a democracy? And if that remains to be our democracy, how far will we go with the same? Bwana Robert, habari ya leo? Hey, Bwana Robert, are you unmute? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Okay, it seems when Anani has a challenge. Can Osolo take it in the meantime?
I wonder if they can hear you, Bernard.
If you can hear me, everybody should hear me. All the same, thank you. I think they're having technical challenge. There's somebody on the comment section, anaitwa John D, anasema they also bought Natembea. Natembea is a PC. Now, how do you expect him to be otherwise? Uh, Where was Natembea when we were pushing for the new constitution? Where was Natembea when we were pushing for multi-party democracy? Do you please, when you want to argue something, bring up something that is reasonable. Natembea is a PC. He has been a PC all along, so he has to play ball according to the orders. The difference between Natembea and Kashagwa is that Natembea is a little bit educated, higher than okay, I will use the word exposed. He's a bit exposed and more diplomatic than Gashagwa, but they have been in that field together. I will not be surprised if Natembea was a student of Gashagwa in terms of provincial administration, so you can't expect any difference. But also, if you listen to Natembea today very well, you notice that he was biting and blowing at the same time. Okay, as he was talking about the issue of insecurity. See, there is no difference whether Kindiki moves to Rift Valley or not. As long as the situation remains the way it was when I was there is no way there will be a difference. You see, the police are paid the same amount, no motivation. Secondly, the people planning on how to counter the cattle rustlers are part and parcel of the sponsors of the cattle rustling. They are the beneficiary of the cattle rustling. So on the same table. So he was kind of painting the true picture of the struggle that is on right now in terms of the push to get to arrest the situation. And according to him, there is no way that situation can be arrested in that particular scenario. Let's get this in the conversation. Please, if you are able to get us, make sure that you are inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to follow the broadcast from wherever you are. We are live on Mtembei official Facebook page, Mtembei profile page on Facebook, as well as YouTube channel of Mtembei TV. And we still have a feed of the same program on Sound Candid Talk. So whichever serves you well, please make sure that you follow through and be part and parcel of the change that we so much need in this great country. Karibu sana.
Manjo. Angalia ndio hizo mabasi. Ona ni huko maombi hakuna mendo. Jamaa ifika mwisho. Hii hakuna amechapa huyu. Kila saa. Ni baba tu aseme haya. Hii nini hii? Uongo sasa imefika mwisho watu wameamka gembe. Hii ni Meru, si ndio? Meru. Twende angalia zunguka hivi. Angalia. Ui, haya sasa angalia. Kuna mali kunaitwa Kanyama. Nichukulie hivi. Oneni. Olumurani huko kama unaitwa nini? Angalia Eldoret. Ndio Eldoret. Maombi hakuna email. Hakuna. Kila saa. Hakuna. Upeleke maombi Baragoi. Basi. Na watu wanahangaika kustrukana majaa nini? Peleka huko. Woi. Ati maombi. Hizi maombi zenye zina amen bwana. Kuisha hii. Kuisha wana. Kuisha. Wewe kusema tu Nakuru au kwenda au kuna washughulike na kitu. Angalia. Hata inanishinda kuchukua. Hizi ni basi dabodabu. Dabodabu hizo. Huko nyuma. Angalieni huko. Angalieni huko mabasi huko. Kuna mali kunaitwa Poroko. Kipichalangat. Woi. Alafu sasa kwa TV tunaonyesha vile watu wamejaa kwa tent huko. Na ni watu wa kubebwa. Ni baba akiitisha mkutano hakuna ati watu na bebo. Ni tunajile watu wajiletanga kivyake. Ndio hapo unajua ndio imetembea. Si unajua? Nasikia nalipo 1500. Kukuja tu mkutano? Yako maombi yenyewe na amen. Haina amen. Hii ni bure kabisa. Chekae. Supeleke maombi Baragoi. Bwana kwenye kuna shida. Kafichezea karata Bakareni. Unakuwekea wapi ndugu yangu?
Haya mambo ni kama hayo. The buses that ferried people to the prayer rally. Why is Kenya Kwanza struggling to gather a crowd to an extent of hiring buses to ferry people? If they are legitimately in office and they have a wide range of support countrywide, how come they don't have people who believe in them even when they camouflage their political meetings in the pretext calling them prayer rally? They still can't get a crowd to address. How can a new government become so unpopular in 6 months? Has it been a lie all through, or somebody has been playing games on the minds of Kenyans? Karibuni kila moja tukachangie masuala haya. Thank you. I've heard about the video by Natembea. I will get it ready and we will play it. There is another one complaining that Ntembei TV has always been anti-Ruto. Who has said anything against Ruto here? We are simply saying the buses, okay, the buses are speaking volumes. You can't ferry over 100 buses to fill a tent when you are the popular newest president in town, except the masses did not vote for you. Even if they didn't vote for you, they would be excited to come just meet you. Kenyans are very hospitable people. They are very social people. What is it with William Ruto and his team that repels crowds that now he has to ferry people to a common interdenominational prayer meeting, camouflaged, okay, a political rally camouflaged as a prayer meeting? All the same, inaonekana hata mabishop nao wamefanya nini? Wameachwa. Okay, because hii mikutano ilikuwa walete mabishop ndio mabishop wakuje na congregation. Sasa inaonekana even the congregation has given up on their bishops because of Zakayo. Sijui mnasemaje huko nje, lakini inaonekana huku kumewaka moto. Karibuni kila mmoja, karibisha wawili watatu tuchangie pamoja. Robert, has your network behaved? Roba, unanipata kweli? Osolo, are you able to get me? Okay, you can come in, then we hear from Mr. Guru.
Jambo popote mlipo, mimi niko Nakuru, narudi Jeremani.
Pia ulitumiwa fare. Mbona mimi sijaona fare?
Kuna wakamoto.
Hakuna mtu
Niliplan
alikula
tenda,
fare, kila mtu alijitokeza.
niliplan naenda Busia, kumbe nilienda. Najua ile kitu naumiza Bernard. Hizi basi ni za watoto wa shule. Watoto wako nyumbani, school fees hakuna. Na nipata ndugu yangu. Hii kitu nauma. Watoto hawana school fees. Hizo basi ni nyingi sana. Kesho asubuhi kuna wale wanabebwa na hizi basi kupelekwa shule. So which means kesho hakuna watoto wengine wataenda shule kwa sababu basi bado zinekwama. Uliona ingine inatolewa tire. Wanatengeneza tire kwa barabara. Sasa hizi service za hizi basi pale zinatoka Meru, Nginyang, Kapedo huko Turkana. Really? Wacha niseme asanteni sana watu ambao mko studio. Naona Guru, naona Roba. Hamjambo popote mlipo. Nashukuru Bwana Bernard kwa fungulia wa Kenya macho. Kwa sababu huwa nafikiria Mtembei TV haifiki mbali. Tuko na watu wako huko nje, tuko na CADs kutoka all over. Mkutano ya baba kwetu nyumbani Busia ilikuwa kuna mtu aneletwa, wanajileta wenyewe. Mkutano sababu watu ujipeleka natural. Ni kama vile kutongoza msichana, akitaka wewe anakutaka wewe. Hata mwingine akiwa na pesa ina gani anasema hapana, huyu tu ni Bernard. Ndio baba. Sasa wale wanakula fare yetu. Hii group ya Ruto yote ni ni fare people. Wanakula fare. A government of fare, man. Hii ni kali. Alafu Mtambai anabomoa kila kitu. Hata sijui aliingia huko ndo abomoe, anetumwa. Anemchimba kabisa. Really? Watu ni baba anaingia. Yani tuseme Ruto must go. That's the only thing. Kama wanaweza kuchezea maisha ya watoto, really, hii ni mbaya. Na kanisa. Bernard, wewe ni unatuhubiria. Dada yetu hata leo, pole sana sikumuona, aneomba hapa, tunamuona akiomba. Kuna ule Lelo ambaye aliomba watu, mlikuwa wawili kwenye studio. Mimi nilikuwa nawaangalia tu, only two of you. He was praying and praying and praying and praying and praying. And this is what is coming out. Katika kitabu Romans chapter 8 verse 31 to 39 inazungumza exactly what Ruto has been doing to Kenyans. Unaokota tu ukifikiria, unaofanya maovu ukifikiria, Mungu atampiga kiboko hata amini. Huwezi kuchezea binadamu, huwezi kuchezea nyumba ya Mungu. Alafu unasema unabeba Biblia. Siku za kwanza alikuwa anabeba Biblia upside down. Anahubiri. Na watu wajaelewa. Hao watu ni 1500. Bernard, unatoka Meru kwenda Nakuru. Imagine lunch, unetoka maybe jana, unelala nande ya basi, na hiyo basi ukikosa time ile unaambiwa kuchukua, unabaki Nakuru. Really, that is the thing. Na alafu ile kitu nilikuwa nauliza watu, marafiki zangu kule nyumbani, hizi basi walimu, principals ama ndio headmaster kule nyumbani, wanalazimishwa toeni basi mpeleke mahali fulani kuchukua watu fulani. Lakini wajui basi inaenda wapi. Petroli ni ya shule, driver ni wa shule, alafu wanasema watoto wana chakula shuleni. Mnaambiwa sisi wazazi tutoe pesa za watoto lunch, nini. Alafu hiyo gari haribikie huko. Sasa Huyu Ruto hapana, atoke tu, hata tusimalize muda mrefu. Hizi ndo vitu zinatokea. Si unaona ile mambo ya jamaa anetokea anasema kura za baba zilikuwa kitu, hizi ndo ukweli wa mambo. Sasa hii mabasi zinatokea na watu wanesoma bwana, watu wasituchezea akili. Ruto sijui, hapana. Wacha niwachie wenzangu waongee, kwa sababu hii nilikuwa najaribu kufungua mtandao, inaonekana siingii ndani, narudi lakini tunawasikiza Bernard, hata tukiwa hatuko kwenye studio tunaangalia 24/7 reports, hata kama ni mbaya tunatuma hata kama ni upande wao mwingine tunatuma, at least tunawapatia informations, na hiyo lazima tufanye sote na tusife moyo. Have a good
Asante.
time.
Thank you, Mr. Solo. We appreciate that, and we continue in this. This is our responsibility. It's our civic duty, and we believe it's a divine calling to see to it that we correct what is wrong with this great country. We can't leave this country in the hands of wrong people. Uh, what is becoming very interesting is even the bishops have now lost congregations, because if bishops call for prayer rally and nobody turns up, they have to solicit people around the country. Then Zakayo has entered church and destroyed church in the pretext of using it for political gain. Nawakaribisha kila mmoja, kama huja subscribe kwa Mtembei TV YouTube channel, please do so. You can also follow us on Facebook. There is Mtembei official Facebook page and Mtembei TV profile. We are all live on the same, and the same feed is carried on Sound Candy Talk. We also encourage you to subscribe to Sound Candy Talk and be able to benefit from some of this raw information that helps Kenyans make sense of their politics and ease pressure to the masses. Karibu sana Mr. Guru. Are you set? Ama tucheze video alafu utaingia moja kwa moja. Tumsikilize huyu, bado anatafuta ile anatembea. Tumsikilize ya ma-DVD. Mwoga wa Western.
Your Excellency, you saw Kenya Kwanza manifesto. I want to tell Kenyans, the president did not win by selling revenge. The president did not win by selling revenge. He sold an agenda to transform this country. And in the Kenya Kwanza agenda, revenge does not exist. We want to unite the country under the leadership of William Samoei Ruto. We want to be a law-abiding nation under William Samoei Ruto. And we want to have a nation of fairness and justice. The evil things that were visited on Ruto do not define his agenda. He has gone above that. He's now focused on growing this country. So those of us who are his lieutenants, I would like us to urge our Kenyans, whether you are in a county assembly, whether you are in parliament, whether you are in government, let us work together with the president to bring everybody together, because 5 years is a short time. And we want to make sure that 2027 shall be a walkover.
Oh, Mr. Guru can come through. Thank you.
Nawasalimia. You are doing fine. I hope so.
Yes, yes, doing great after seeing yellow. Kumbe, the yellowness of the bus had also political inclination.
It's called yellow fever. So I have seen my DVD and just thought how naive this man is. If you look at, I even doubt whether he knows the person he is dealing with. If you want to know what is in the mind of Ruto, listen to somebody called Cheruyot and Chergay. They will tell you what is the mindset in the government. And that's a fact. So I am surprised that somebody who has had so many years in politics can be this naive. Hiyo maneno nimesikia akiongea hapo inaonyesha kwamba yeye hajaelewa ni kina nani alienda alienda na wao. I'm thinking he's an outsider in many things, lakini ni mzuri tuacha anjindanganye. He also told us that 2027 will be a walkover because now they have a system. In other words, confirming that they stole the elections and they will steal again. Okay, so today you have seen two contrasts: the Kenyans who are ferried and those ambao wanajituma. That is a very heavy political statement, kwa sababu when you are facilitated, when you are ferried in vehicles, you can never be very sure about the commitment. But when you voluntarily attend, using your own resources, sacrificing your time, it only means that you are emotionally attached to whatever is happening. This thing looked like a joke, but I think the manner in which these matters are catching up, it's going to scare quite a number of people. It's not a joke. I think by the third or fourth rally from now, the environment will have changed drastically in the country. I don't know whether they have an answer to this, but if you hear the kind of talk by Baba and Mother, and even Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, it's hard talk. And slowly and progressively, the momentum is catching up. I think the youth are feeling a bit frustrated, and I don't know how the government will be able to contain this, because you cannot administer a country where over half of the population is restless and jittery. Getting one or two MPs to go and take tea in the State House does not mean you have moved with the people. In fact, I'm surprised that Kanini Kega and Sabina Chege are now gravitating towards Ruto, because I understand they actually went ahead. You know, their understanding was that Uhuru was going to retire in March so that he can earn his benefits. So they jabbed the gun. I'm sure where they are right now, they don't know which way, because if it is true what I read in the media, Uhuru said that is quoted to have said that they have assisted in Norway in building that party, and therefore they can as well move and go where they want. So which then means they are likely to be left somewhere in mid-air, and then things will start working so hard on them. So this is something that we are experiencing again, just like it happened between 2003 and 2007. The momentum is gathering up, and this time the same people, the so-called hustlers, are the same people who are going to be the most problematic for this government. They are just waiting for that time when they will be given a direction, and then from there we do not know where we will go. Wacha niachie hapo, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Guru. We know where we'll go. Change must take place, and that change to take place, we must all take full responsibility. One thing that I would every Kenyan to appreciate, that it's important that we insist on the right order of getting into power. The lies of having a president who lost the election become the leader is come to an end, and that is what is being exhibited all over. The Kenyan people have woken up and they are sick and tired of going to vote a certain way and the results come out the other way. And for that only, this is going to be a very turbulent regime if they don't take good care of the situation. William Ruto had an opportunity to salvage himself by endearing himself to the Kenyan people. But I think he's suffering from the Jeroboam syndrome, following the advice of the youth instead of the elders. If he took the first 100 days in office to endear himself to the Kenyans and made life easy for the Kenyans, he will be sitting pretty right now. But because he chose to to inflict pain in the hearts and in the minds of Kenyans, itakuwa ngori. Okay, I would want to play Natembea's video before we listen to Robert. I don't know why you are not moving. Are you able to get the conversation? Robert Ododa, or you forgot your name? Bwana Robert, are you there? Ama wewe ndio spy umekuja? Tushakuona, hakuna shida. Oh my God. Okay, let's listen to Mr. Natembea and then maybe we go to Simba. Inaonekana spy tumefukuza yeye.
Hii mambo ya usalama ya hapa Rift Valley. Mimi nilikuwa RC hapa. Na nilipambana na mambo ya usalama hapa kabisa. kuna mambo rais ambayo hutawahi kuambiwa. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba wakati mimi nilikuwa RC for 3 years na nimeona PS Raymond yako hapa, hakuna hata ndururu, and I mean 1 cent ambayo nilipewa kupambana na uhalifu, not 1 shilling. Jambo la pili, au maafisa wetu ambao naona wanapigwa marisasi na kukufa, hakuna hata mmoja anapewa allowance. Ile mshahara ambayo officer anapata kwa kule Kabedo, yule mshahara ambayo askari amesimama Bangata kwa traffic anapata. There's no incentive whatsoever. Number 3, hata chakula kule inafika mahali askari wanafanya unholy alliance na majangili, wapeane risasi ili wapewe mbuzi wa kule. Tumejiaibisha kabisa, na hawa watu wamekuwa emboldened. Mheshimiwa Rais, nimesikia watu wakisema kwamba jeshi ikuje pale. Sisi tuliomba jeshi na rais ambaye aliondoka alitupatia jeshi for 10 days. Yale mambo ambayo alifanyia kule na Laikipia Conservancy ndiyo alifanya mimi nikasema hii kazi mimi nitawacha, kwa sababu mnaambia jamaa coordinates ndio hizi, majangili wako pande hiyo, au wanakuja wanapiga bomu pande hii. Maana wenye ng'ombe, wenye mifugo, wenye nani ni wale watu ambao wanakaa nao kwa meza mjipanga mikakati ya kumaliza majangili. Hiyo walifi itakwisha namna gani? And then jamaa wanaamuka siku moja wanakuja wanatangaza, wanasema kwamba operation imekwisha, wananchi warudi. Your Excellency, kama kuna kitu utakumbuka tu pekee namalizia hapa, usikubali kukuwa shielded from your people. Usikubali kukuwa shielded from the truth. Maana kama kiongozi kuna uwezekano watu wakuonyeshe tu kile kitu ambayo unataka kuona peke yake. Ukikuja hapa unakuwekea carpet, unakuja hapa unakaa hapa, unatoka umeka gari pale unapanda, na kumbe hapa nyuma watu wameuawa. Uwezi kuona hiyo.
Haya, misumari moto tena inapigwa wazi wazi. Tusonge mbele. I am Simba, how are you? Unmute, yes.
Okay, sawa. I am fine, thank you, Bernard. Long time.
Karibu, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm always behind the curtain though. I've been just around. Lakini leo nimesema niingie. Habari zenyu wote. So, yangu ni machache tu. It's only that I was yani leo I was amazed with whatever happened in Mulembe nini kule. Baba leo alikuwa umati ilikoko I thought yani si ati itakuwa mambo tu ya kawaida, but the crowd has already yani hii safari imeanza. Na and then if you observe Ruto today huko kanisani kwenye alikuwa, he was like even folding his hand like this. He was so disturbed, like kuna kitu ilikuwa inamsumbua, which is not a good sign for KK people. If the top is like that, you can imagine the rest. Na yeye ndio pastor wa kila kitu, yeye ndio anajua kila kitu, yeye ndio yuko karibu na Mungu, yeye ndio yuko karibu na kila kitu yani. So I don't know which message or which sign is sending to the people, watu wa chini. Sababu just the other day so watu wa nyumba adwa nyumba wakisema unga imepanda, sukari ndio hii, with the prices in front of the media. So let's wait and see, but it's getting hot. It's getting hot and it's going to be hotter than, because mwananchi ndo ataamua. Na ikifika mahali mwananchi anaanza kusema kila kitu imemshinda. So Bernard, wacha nikwambie, the phone calls which sometimes I receive
from just neighbors and oh, please nitumie 2,000 3,000, mtoto haja nini school fees nini na nini. It's very very sad ukisikia story, na huko chini watu wanaumia. Sasa una imagine kuna mtu ana credit ya kupiga na kuna mtu hata na hiyo simu haizi fikia mtu. The situation is not that good. So leo nimeamua kwa join hapa na I'm around, niko
Okay,
asanteni
asante.
sana.
Thank you so much. We are all in this, and we must see to it that the right thing gets done in this country once and for all. Let the Kenyan people free themselves. For long, we've been telling them this is the way, this is the way. That now they are seeing for themselves, they are feeling for themselves. And looking and tracing the steps that Baba is taking. Yesterday, he was in Luanda, then Kisumu, and then today is Busia, tomorrow is Kisi. The message is the same. When are we marching to State House? So there are people who are willing to walk on foot and join the triumphant entry to State House from all over the country. So I don't know what Kenya Kwanza is thinking, but in my opinion, they had an opportunity to salvage themselves. They lost it. And right now, Nikubaya. Nikubaya in the sense that even if Baba calls off the pressure to go to State House, he cannot. I think we have reached that fever stage where we were in March of 2018, when we said utakula Biblia lini, and we began walking around with Bibles anywhere. The shocking thing was that even Muslims were carrying Bibles anywhere. Baba can be gotten apewe Biblia akule. So we have reached that stage already, and so right now hata Baba akiseme nimechoka, sitaki kwenda State House, tutapeleka kwa mkokoteni ama kwa vyovyote vile. It is too late. And we have reached where we are because of irresponsible behavior of Kenya Kwanza. The irresponsible behavior of Kenya Kwanza. Kama umemkosea mtu, unashuka chini, unaomba msamaha mapema, unakubali yaishi. Lakini wewe unaendelea kuinsist. Sasa umeinsist ukasema ni Mungu, ni Mungu, ni Mungu. Mpaka saa hii sasa Mungu ametoroka mkutanoni. Watu wa Mungu wametoroka mkutanoni. Umebaki na maskofu na nguo zao. Kutawaka moto huku. Thank you everybody, please. Ukitupata karibisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike wote pamoja. Tuko live kwa Mtembei Official on Mtembei Official Facebook page, Mtembei TV Facebook profile, and then Mtembei TV YouTube channel, as well as Sound Candid Talk. Whichever fits you well, please do so. And we encourage you to subscribe in all of those channels in order for you not to miss out anything. There are programs that run on Mtembei TV that don't run on Sound Candid Talk, and there are those who run on Sound Candid Talk that don't run on Mtembei TV. So you just need to make yourself available for all the feeds in order for you to remain on the cutting edge. So kama uja subscribe in any of those avenues, please do. We encourage you to do so. It is important and you will be glad you did. Naomba tumsikilize Roda mbio mbio tukisonga mbele. Karibu.
Hi, good
Dada yetu.
evening. Hi, Guru. Hi, Jisha. Hi. You know, something with funny with my laptop is coming the name of this country I'm living, even the language. I don't know why it's so now I'm reading York R Siba. I'm a Siba. That's language for here. It means York. Well, today it was a day the Lord has made. I'll just rejoice. Today Sunday. I'm always rejoice because the Bible says we must rejoice. So for me, one thing, I'm so happy to see Busia. I've never seen Busia. It's a very beautiful city. Wow, very beautiful county. Very beautiful. Oh my God, I really love. It's more beautiful than my county, Kiambu County. Actually, I really like it, and I really like people from Busia. They're just amazing. Walijitoa wakaenda mkutano wetu wa Azimio la Umoja. Na watu walikuanga wengi sana, many people, and you remember those are vote. Many people wamejitoa huko Busia County. Wow. Na it was very much emotional, that meeting. I could see that picture is the same when Martin Luther King was in Washington, D.C. It was the same. People, they were gathered the same with the trees. And the speech they were speaking, it was very strong. People like Kalonzo Musyoka, everybody, Azimio, our people. Me, I call my people, my Azimio, my Azimio people, my opposition leaders, my governors, all of those people, Azimio, they are my people. MCA, member of parliament, they are there for me because they are fighting for me. So I was very happy to see. I was, the message we were speaking, it was very strong, especially Kalonzo Musyoka. And of course, Mother Karua, he speaking very strong. Everybody was speaking very messages strong. I hope Ruto, he will listen those messages, what Azimio la Umoja they were telling him. And something I see, people are not happy. People are sad because they wake up in the morning to vote and then we didn't get to the result we are expecting to get. Of course, people are not happy. Who are not happy? Of course not. Can you imagine your vote and then somebody is taking your vote? So people, they were sad. People, they're not happy. But I saw people in Busia, they love Azimio la Umoja. They are real Azimio la Umoja. And they are real people. They in Western Kenya, they are real Azimio, and they continue going to every county. And the way they are going, because that means they are going to see how people they act. And yeah, I could see there is Azimio la Umoja is burning there. And then this case of Sabina Chege, I'm not excited with her, what they have done with the Kanina Chega. Even Kion, he said that he didn't get happy what happened with them. I mean, who I may treat. No, I don't want to be involved there for my president because he's a retired, but I have to be involved because he's our party leader. So I don't know what this guy they are doing, Sabina Chege and Kanini Kega, because those are people I thought they will fight for us, but now they went to that side. Me, I don't trust Ruto. I'll never trust Ruto. I don't trust him, and I'll never trust him. Even if people they come here, they try to hide them. Me, I don't trust Ruto. I do what my heart is telling me. If my heart doesn't feel you, So me, I like this platform because I can say how I feel and how I think. So I don't trust Ruto for real. And then today, I think they had a prayer meeting in Nakuru. I think it's Rare. And that rally, it's only siasa. Ruto anaongea just siasa. Anaongea ni siasa tu, wakaongea about Rift Valley, na huko wanasema kulikuwaga na ng'ombe, ati ng'ombe jagiri. Si ni huko Turkana haiko nini Eldoret. Si Turkana iko county yenyewe. So I don't understand. So they need to let the governor of county of Turkana he speak himself that kumekuwa na wajagiri huko. Eldoret is a city, it's a big city, and it's Kalenjin community, and Turkana and Kalenjin community, they don't speak the same language. So that is really get me confusion. We need to be very open up our eye when we see this guy, they are speaking Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, I call Kenya Kwisha. We need to be very, very open-minded because we the same we are doing. Those guys, they are very tricky. Me, I don't trust anybody for Kenya Kwanza. It doesn't matter, it's my tribe. I don't trust anybody, to be honest. I trust only God and my mother. Those are people I trust in this world, and my daughter. So, and then what I want to say, something about Kenya, things are not going, I mean, they're just talking
Sister Rhoda, Sister Rhoda, you mind time, huh?
Okay.
Just finish your sentence, but then hand over to...
like Sonko, he was just speaking about who attacked our former president, atanasema watu ati wanawekwa jera. you know, they need to be cleaned if they want not to punish other people. We have to see clean, you know, like me, I'm a Christian and I know what is a forgiveness. If they will have to show us if they want to forgive Kenya Kwisha, if they want to forgive Azimio Moja and other people they didn't agree with them, they have to meet and they have an agreement. Everything is agreement and deal. And then we see, because Sonko was still attacking. If they say they're not a mission of Ruto is not a mission of revenge. If he's not revenge, he have to tell us. He have to meet like Baba somewhere. I'm not saying shake hand. I will not accept shake hand. I mean, they need. You know, we are all Kenyans. I'm always say we are Kenya. They mean Kenya. They need to speak. If you know, like to like those men of God, they were there. I don't know, they call men of God like Pius Moiro. I don't know who they are. I don't know. People like Pius Moiro, people I don't trust. You know, so you know me, I'm a little bit realistic. I don't accept everything because I'm a very open person. I'm very open-minded. So they need to meet like churches and then they discuss those things. Like churches, they meet leaders, all the leaders, all the Azimio Moja, they meet together. If they forgive each other, they forgive each other. If Ruto did mistake or they forgive each other, then we see agreement. But they are still like the way Sonko was speaking. I don't know, siasa. I don't know. So yeah, I'll continue talking. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Rhoda. We appreciate that and the outlook about the whole scenario. Sonko is angry because Uhuru Kenyatta got him off office. You remember when he signed off the services of Nairobi County to the to General Badi's team, ilikuwa inaitwa NMS, and then he claimed he was drunk, and that day he did not know what he was signing out, and before he knew it he was impeached, and so he's still bitter about the whole thing, and he hopes that his bitterness may contribute into him finding limelight into back to politics. Of course, he's hoping that he wanted to run as governor of Mombasa, and his impeachment stood in the way of that particular uh, venture. And so right now he's angry. He's hoping that that will be lifted like that of Waititu, and probably afanywe chairman wa parastato moja akulie hapo. Cha muhimu hapa ni kila Mkenya awajibike. Mimi ningependa sana mtu yeyote akuwe kiongozi wa Kenya, bora tu aingie kwa uongozi kwa njia inayofaa. Kama ni Wakenya wamechagua mtu, aingie kwa kiti, lakini stori ya mtu kujichagua alafu anadai kwamba ni Wakenya wamemchagua, waanikwe wote. Every person who is in office wrongly waanikwe, tujue mbivu na mbichi, na wahame ofisi. Hakuna haja wewe kukwamia kiti ambacho sio chako, kukwamia ofisi ambayo hujui kile unachofanya. We need to move forward as a country, but we can't do that when we are planting lies here and there. We lie everywhere, lie with the church, lie with the masses, lie with the traditional leaders. It is enough. It's enough. We have lived a lie long enough. We need to correct what is wrong. Thank you, everybody. And as you continue watching, please make sure you invite somebody to join. Reach out to your crowd, and also make sure that you are a subscriber. Subscribe to Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Subscribe to Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel. Also follow us on Facebook. We are called Mtembei Official. That's our Facebook page. And you can also follow us on Mtembei TV profile page, which is profile wherever page on Facebook. Then you will not miss out on any of the things that will be airing, and of course ensuring that you gain more. I would want everybody to know that we do more than this. This is just one show on Mtembei TV. There are several other programs that run concurrently. And so if you're a subscriber, you stand a better ground to enjoy more of the programming than when you just stumble into the show, and you can't do that forever. Thank you so much. Tumsikilize Mr. Wangira, alafu yes, Mr. Osolo, unasemaje?
Bernard, ndo nipatie wengine nafasi nisijaze studio. Wacha tuseme tu kwa sauti moja, Ruto must go. Hakuna hapa mambo ya kuomba msamaha. Tukisema kuomba msamaha atabaki hapo for the next 29 years. Kwaherini. Tuko nyuma ya
Ruto
skato.
must go. He has to
Yeah.
go. Huwezi kuingia kwa uongozi kwa mlango wa nyuma alafu natarajia kuachiwa tu. Ng'ombe yetu tunakujia na tuachi mpembe wala kwatu. Tunataka mzima mzima. No handshake, no government of national unity, no transitional government. We have a clear winner, we have a clear loser. Kuna story ya hapa katikati watu wakubali yale iliyoangukia alafu tumalize mambo. Hakuna kitu cha kusukumana hapa, and the international community should have taken over this case wamalize mara moja. Hii story ya kusumbuana hapa, it will not go anywhere. Hata hiyo story wanapanga atu sijui army sijui police are going to surround State House. When the Kenyan people are coming, the police will be joining that particular crusade. This is not a joke. So let everybody understand that when the Kenyan people are fed up, they are indeed fed up. Just the deceived few will be the one thinking that they will use power to stop the power of the people. The sovereign power of this great country rests with the people. And when the people have decided, they have decided. My sister Westcon amesema our slogan or our logo should be Ruto must go. Sakayo must go, sorry. He said Sakayo must go. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Well, thank you very much, Bernard. Good evening. Good evening to you, Rhoda, Simba, and the other gentleman. I cannot get the name very clearly. Bernard, today what were you preaching about? That's just by the way. Anyway, Bernard, they say that, that old habit, they say that somebody is speaking?
Okay, go ahead. It's taken care of. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, Bernard, they say that, old habits die hard, Bernard. And because old habits die hard, Bernard, we remember during the campaigns prior to the 9th of August 2022 general election, Bernard, the Kenya Kwanza team, were famous for ferrying around people from one particular meeting to another meeting. So, they are moved with that old habit, to what is supposed to be a church congregation where they believe that they can ferry people from Mogotio, ferry people from Nandi, ferry people from Kitale to come and attend a church meeting in Nakuru. And Bernard, again, even before I thought that it was a church meeting in Nakuru, but at the end of the day, I discovered that anyway, it was not a church meeting. It was just another political rally, the ones that they are used to, Bernard. And that's the reason why they went around, ferrying people in buses to Nakuru today. Today, I listened to Sonko. One thing that we must agree on is that, Sonko was impeached. He can cry around the way he wants to cry around, but so long as Chapter 6 of the Kenya 2010 Constitution still exists, Sonko cannot be even a messenger in a public office in the Republic of Kenya. That's the truth. He cannot be even a messenger, not even a T-girl in a public office in the Republic of Kenya. So today I heard him attack Uhuru Kenyatta. I even heard him attack Mama Ngina Kenyatta. So, you listen to this gentleman, attacking an old lady of 90 years plus, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Then he's attacking Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And in the presence of Sonko is the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, alongside a number of clergies, including the famous Mark Karaoke, Mark Karaoke was seated there. As you know, Mike Songo was defiling what was supposed to be a holy ground for purposes of prayer. You know, that just shows you how people can mock God, because you cannot go to a God sanctuary and you do what Sonko was doing there. He even told William Samoei Ruto that he should revenge. I remember he was telling him that he should even revenge. Eh? That is Sonko on a pulpit, on a holy ground, a place that's supposed to have been reserved for prayers. If that's not mocking God, then I don't know what it is. Then he went further and he said that immediately Matiang'i will be arrested. He'll ensure that he also commits another offense so that he can go and meet with Matiang'i in cells or in prison. So what does he want to do with Matiang'i in the cells? That's what I wanted just to because Bernard, if I say that the day I'll hear that you have been arrested, I'll make sure that I also commit an offense so that I can meet you in cells. What will I want to do with you in cells, Bernard? What will I want to do with you in cells? You are a man like me. What do I want to do with you in cells, Bernard? Eh? Then, Bernard, to make matters worse, they had the whole day today to pray to God so that God can give this country rain, Bernard. So today they go politicking, they spend the whole day politicking, and they are now telling us that we meet at Nyayo National Stadium on the Valentine Day so that we can pray to God, so that God can release rain to the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. If that is not mocking God, I don't know what it is, Bernard. Sorry for William Samoei Ruto. 14th of February this year, I will be marking my 19th marriage wedding anniversary, Bernard. So I will only be eating chocolate and receiving flowers. So I can assure William Samoei Ruto that I will not be going to Nyayo National Stadium for any prayer. That day is reserved for chocolate and flowers for me, Bernard. If he did not have an opportunity to pray today in Nakuru, when he told us that they were going to Nakuru to pray, if they did not have that opportunity to pray today, then they should not tell us to congregate at Nyayo National Stadium on Tuesday, because we will not. I would rather go to Carnival to attend the men's conference under the great man Leto than attend William Samoei Ruto's prayers at Nyayo National Stadium on Tuesday, Bernard. So, it's so sad, Bernard, that, we are in such a confused atmosphere, eh? Such a confused atmosphere that we leave it to God. God should see Kenya, and God should see us through what we are going through as a country. Because if you see respected church elders like Bishop Mark Karaoke Bernard seated, and Sonko is speaking the way he's speaking, then what do you want us to say? Because Mark Karaoke is a respected church elder, he's a bishop, he's the overseer of the Deliverance Church, and he's just there seated, and Sonko is speaking the way he's speaking in what is supposed to be a holy altar, Bernard. It's so saddening, Bernard. I don't know what age we are living in, Bernard. I understand that there used to be a time that there used to be a time, I think in the Old Testament, that if you could have spoken the way Sonko spoke today, God could have struck you immediately. You get stricken immediately. Perhaps we need to have that God who will be striking people immediately they misbehave, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Wangira. A very, a very serious observation and prayer request that we should have that Old Testament God. He is the same. He's the same. Only that this time round he's patient. Okay, he's patient. But as he said, let's not take God's patience to mean looking the other way when the law is being broken or when people are mistreating others. When he finally arrives, nobody will like it. Uh, William Ruto is, I have said here before, I'll keep saying it again, he's one, incompetent, two, he's irresponsible, and three, he's a liar. Okay? He lies in public. Right now he's cornered. Remember, he has applied fertilizer. Subsidy was fertilizer, and that fertilizer was meant to reduce the cost of living, and now God has held the reins. So let's see how fertilizer will generate maize, and maize will be sufficient for Kenyans to eat. There is a God in heaven. Oh. Don't joke around with the God of heaven. He knows how to corner people. William Ruto must reach a place where Nebuchadnezzar arrived and said, I have now accepted that there is a God in heaven who sets one up and puts the other one down, and nobody can box that God. It is alleged one member of parliament said that those who don't support William Ruto's presidency don't believe in God. I don't know whether William Ruto is God or William Ruto is the carrier of God. I don't understand. But if that is how people get so much deceived to an extent where they think William Ruto and God can be used interchangeably, then we are in a very sad state of affairs. We are not just spiritually deceived, we are spiritually blind, and blinded by the Kenya Kwanza push of trying to drag God even in what God did not do. And so they think that the presidency of William Ruto is God given. The presidency of William Ruto is William Ruto generated, William Ruto sponsored, William Ruto derived, and William Ruto achieved. All of it on the premise of lies. It is now becoming clear he's the one who had abducted Chebukati. He's the one who gave Chebukati the result. He's the one who threatened the life of Chebukati and told him to go and announce what he announced. This is messy. And right now, they are looking for something from Matiang'i's house. I will not tell you which one, but I'm happy they did not get it. And they will keep looking for it as we prepare ourselves to go to State House. Let them prepare for us our red carpet. Kama wamekojolea wasafishe mapema, waweke vacuum cleaner, wenye nyumba wanarudi. Wajiandae tu mapema, sisi hatutawadanganya. Let's see, tumsikilize nani kabla ya Rose. Tumsikilize huyu anaitwa nani? Huyu gavana wenu impeached governor. Okay, no, before that, let's just listen to this mwananchi. Alafu tutasikiliza huyo governor deceived.
Na 10 supermarket. Hii uga saa hii inatoka 210 supermarket. Hizi duka za kawaida za huko mashinani ni 250. Na tuliwaambiwa sasa Biblia ikiwekwa chini maisha itarudi chini. Tuko na sukari iko hapa. Kilo moja ni 150. Na tuliwaambiwa itarudi chini. Tuko na mafuta iko hapa. Hata chakula hatupiki ni 200 1. Hii ni nusu. 500 ml. 202. Na tuliambiwa Biblia ikiwekwa chini maisha itarudi chini. Niongelee mambo ya Leader Mama. Tuliambiwa tutaondolewa Leader Mama. Tunaondolewa Leader Mama, sisi wa mama tuende wapi? Tunawaambiwa tuzaane. Sasa chakula hakuna. Unazaaje na bila una chakula? Hospitali ndio hiyo. Leader Mama ilikuwa inatusimamia mambo ya hospitali. Sasa watu wanazalia kwa nyumba. Juu Leader Mama tumeambiwa tutaondolewa. Niongelee mambo ya watoto wako nyumbani. Hakuna pesa ya school fees. Wazazi ni kulia tu. Ni kulia tu. Watoto wako nyumbani. Hakuna school fees. Watoto tutapeleka aje? Kuna unga? Hatuna. Leader Mama? Hatuna. Chakula ndio hiyo. Na tunasema tuna serikali. Ni serikali gani? Walisema wamekuja kufanya kazi wenye walikuwa hawakuwa wamefanya kazi. Sasa ni kazi gani wanatufanyia? Everything up. Everything up. Kutoka wachukue hii serikali tumelia ya kutosha. Enough is enough.
Haya, Wakenya ndio hao wanatoa sauti yao na vilio vyao kwa serikali iliyoko. Tumsikilize Sister Rose yes, Rose Rachel. Karibu. Or Raquel. Rose, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Una click on that crossed mic, ifunguke kwanza ndio ukiongea tunasikia. Hey, okay. I don't think I can assist you from my end. Sorry. Click kwa hiyo. There you go.
Hello everyone.
Hello to you. Karibu.
Yeah, I think I had a problem with my network or something of the sort. So, first of all, to which rally? Was it a rally or was it a prayer? I don't know. But my question is, those buses were fueled by whose money? Daddy Winjire. I'm sorry, Bernard. I'm being helped here. So my first statement is when Ruto ferried people to the prayer or I don't know rally, I don't know which one. So those buses, I believed they were fueled by whose money? By whose money? Then I also hear they were given 1,500. From whose money? Those are our money. Then this man keeps on buying, maybe he's G senator or whatever. By whose money? Our money. Right now we are buying things at a price, an exaggerated price. Like if you go to the supermarket with 1,000 right now, you will only buy sugar and maybe bread and milk, and you left the shop with maybe a balance of 1 bob, if I'm not wrong. Then somebody is busy buying people, ferrying people to God knows where. I mean, this man is crazy. I don't understand this man. Who does that? Why do you even have to ferry people from all over to attend your rally to start with? Okay, if this man is like, okay, let's say ashaogopa, because even today I was listening to Raila rally. I didn't see any car, I didn't see anything like anybody like being ferried. Everybody was going there. Some people were just running by the cars and going to the rally. So if Ruto cannot, if he cannot do that, then please, Bernard, help us tell Ruto to leave our money alone. We are suffering. Right now, things have gone at a higher price. We are suffering. Then on the Linda Mama issue, is it true that he's going to remove the Linda Mama? Because if he's going to do that, then I don't think if women will wish to have kids, because life has gone high, so the cost of the hospital will be high. Nani anataka kukua kwa shida? But we also need population. I think that one also should be looked into. I don't know. But for now, I think that man needs to know Kenya, we have woken up. He lied to us. Everything he said he's not doing. He's not even sure anymore if whatever he said is what is happening. I don't know. I don't know whether he's sure with what he said. Somebody should remind him of what he said. He lied to everybody, including stealing the votes. Still lying. Now imagine us living that life for the next 5 years, of which if at all he goes the next 5 years, then we are dead. Atolewe tu. Me, I just atolewe tu by any means possible. Aki atolewe tu. We just need our peace. We just need our freedom. We just need us back. Tumechoka. tumechoka na hizo masiku amemaliza. Ni hayo tu niko nayo.
Okay. Asante sana Rose, we appreciate that. Ujumbe umefika na naamini kwamba kila Mkenya anaelewa kile kinachoendelea. Serikali jukumu lake la kwanza ni kulinda wananchi. Kulinda wananchi kutokana na kiwango ama gharama ya maisha. Serikali isiyojali gharama ya maisha haifai kuitwa serikali na haifai kukaa katika madaraka kwa vyovyote vile. Kama masomo hayawezekani, matibabu hayawezekani, maisha hayawezekani, so mbona tuendelee kutoa ushuru tukisaidia serikali kutunyanyasa na kutufinya? Hiyo haitawezekana. Asante, karibu kila mmoja. Tafadhali ukitupata karibisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike pamoja. Tuko live Mtembei TV YouTube channel, Mtembei official Facebook page and Mtembei TV profile page on Facebook. Make sure that you're following all those pages, and we have the feed too on Sound Candid Talk, where we're encouraging you to subscribe. Thank you so much. We have crossed over 1,500 subscribers. We are still building up. Make sure that we get to that 2,000 before this week runs out. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mohamed kwanza, ndio kuna hapa kuna kuswapa. Tutasikiliza Mohamed alafu turudi tuende kwa na mtu ana jina karibu ya Chebukati lakini Chebutala. Tulia hapo Chebutala, tunarudi kwako. Mohamed, karibu.
Karibu tusimamishe Roma. Habari ya kwetu. Habari zenu nyote.
Tuko poa dadi, karibu.
Haya, habari ya kila mtu hapa. Kwanza namuona tunaona kila siku, naona mwingine leo anaitwa Simba Amos Chebukati ama Chebula. Okay, Henry Sale. Habari zenu nyote. Sasa tunashukuru kwa maoni yenu yote, na yani tuko kwa hii safari ya kusukuma hiyo gurudumu ya kumua huyo mwizi, kumua kutoka State House na kumweka ule mwenye angefaa kwa pale. Hiyo safari kidogo, si safari ya kulegea, safari ya kila saa tunatakana tuwe tumejikaza. Sasa kuna watu hapa wanakuja kwa hii studio na tunawajua kabisa mawazo yao na fikra yao na roho yao iko pande hiyo nyingine. Hata tukiwahubiria Biblia pamoja na Qurani hawatakubali maneno. Sasa watu tunaona ni maoni yangu, tusiwalete kabisa ndani maneno. Ndio mzee anaitwa mzalendo, unakuja kujua ni mtu akona msimamo kali sana. Wale tunaita akona itikadi, yani akona imani ya itikadi akona itikadi ya Ruto, itikadi kali. Sasa watu tusiwaite tena hapa bana. Tafadhali hao watu hawafai kabisa, pamoja na mwingine anaitwa Mrs. Binani hiyo. Ndio watu wote tafadhali, wewe ukijua tu mtu kipande hiyo ondoe kabisa. Hizi safari ya hatuombi wafuasi wengine wapya watuongezeke. Sisi tunajitosha, hatuwataki hao watu kabisa. Sisi kama Ruto tunanunua watu, hatutaki kuwanunua na tutaki pia kuwaleta kwetu. Wakae huko mali wako, watakuja kujipata wamechelewa baadaye. Naona hiyo ndio maoni yangu ya hii maneno tunasikia. Mtu kama Sonko ni mtu tushamjua ni mtu gani huyo, hata hana sifa ya uongozi. Ni mtu tu basi, yani akili hana, mwili kwa pale, pesa kwa nayo, lakini ni kama mavi imejaa kwa akili. Hata maneno anaongea mtu ambaye ako na akili na hekima hawezi ongea. Unajua kiongozi anaonekana awe anaongea maneno kwa hekima. Maneno hata si analenga direct. Yeye na Gachagua hawatofautiani. Wanapenda kuongea maneno za wanatoa maneno ya uchi. Yaani maneno mengine hufai kusema direct, lakini hao wanasema tu. Hawajui kuangalia maneno na hawajui kupima maneno. Na ni mzuri vile wanaongea kwa sababu wanaharibia hata ule wanaharibia mtu yake tu. Haribia na Raila takitu. Wala haribia Azimio takitu. Wala haribii Uhuru. Bila kuongea ubaya Uhuru pale mpaka anamwambia Ruto weka Uhuru ndani. Hiyo ni maneno kidogo. Ya Dora ni mchezo. Sasa hiyo ni mzuri, hiyo inafanya hata wengine wakasirike. Wala wapande wengine hata wanaweza kasirika vibaya sana, wanaweza shangaa. Unaona? Ni mzuri tu hata pike hivyo. Sasa mimi ningependa sana waendelee kuongea ongea tu wanaharibu. Waendelee kuharibiana. Na pia vile baba anaendelea, tunaona anaendelea vizuri, tena anaendelea kutembea kwa watu. Mimi nimefurahia hivyo, ni mzuri mpaka siku ya mwisho. By the time yeye hata aseme tuende, watu watakuwa tayari wameenda. Watu watakuwa tayari wametoka, hata hakuna mtu atangojea firimbi. Unaona? Lakini sasa hii maneno inaendelea ikiongelewa. Alafu kuna watu wanajaribu kukataa hii maneno kusema ati alishinda kura. Nasema marai hajaibiwa, ati ameshindwa vizuri. Unaona? Kwa nini saa hii ndo wanatoa baada ya siku mwezi ngapi ndo wanatoa hii nini yake whistleblower imetoka mara. Unaona kwa nini hakuleta kwa Supreme Court? Kuna watu wanaamini huyu jamaa ameshinda tu kihalali. Lakini mimi hata Yesu ateremke leo aseme Ruto alishinda, mimi siamini. Unaona? Mimi najua tu baba alishinda. Baba alishinda na alishinda kikweli. Na hakuna siku Ruto anaweza shinda baba. Alafu watu wafuasi wa Ruto, hiyo wafuasi wa yani UDA ni kama wamerogwa. Sijui kia Mungu bila shida. Watu baada ya election mpaka saa hii hawajaona matunda yoyote. Hawajaona faida yote, mabadiliko yote hata kwao. Na shida kubwa saa hii ni ya wananchi ndio wanahangaika nayo. Shida mingi iko kwa wananchi. Hao watu wafanyenye hawana shida. Mtu kama Raila saa hii hata akisema mimi sitaki kitu ama tumzuie tuseme wewe hata umeshindwa kaa. Yana shida. Na wote hawana shida. Hao viongozi wote mali wako kwa mzuri, lakini shida ni kwa nchiku. Ni kwetu. Sisi ndio tunaendelea kuhangaika na maisha. Vile tunalea watoto sisi tunajua leo hali ile ngumu. Pesa vile namna ya kupata pesa vile ngumu tunajua. Na ahadi tunafaa kuwa yani kwa uangalifu kwa wenye wanataka hii uongozi. Kama kweli watatimiza ahadi yao. Kama hawatimizi tunafaa kuwatimua. Hata tuwapatie nafasi. Kwa sababu serikali ni yetu, nchi ni yetu, na sisi ndio tumeweka hapo. Wasipotumizia vile sisi tunataka, tunafaa kuwatoa. Hakuna mambo ya zamani ile ya kudanganya watu, kampeni ya uongo ili mtu apate ile kitu, akipata basi saulike hivyo, mara waanze sema serikali iko hivi, nini hivi. Hiyo maneno sasa inafaa kuisha kabisa. Mara hii hatuchezi. Mwenye yote anakuja na atimizia ahadi zetu. Sisi ndio tunashinda, sisi ndio tunahangaika. Kama hatupati yani yale tunataka kutoka serikali, hiyo serikali tunapatia yani short time period, yani period short kama mwezi 6 hivi. Kama hakuna kitu wanaleta baada hiyo serikali inafaa kuangushwa na hiyo serikali nyingine. Hatuwabembelezi. Kwa hivyo imagine kama ingekuwa leo ni baba alikuwa kwa hiyo kiti. Baba alikuwa amechukua hadi ya kwamba shule itakuwa free, madawa hospitali free. Haya wale watakuwa wana kazi na wako na familia watakuwa wanapata 6,000. Imagine hawa watu kama hawa wako pande nyingine ya UK, pamoja na hiyo ahadi wanaona na wanapinga bana, sio watu wamerogwa maneno. Alafu hawa wengine pande yao hakuna ahadi kama hiyo walipewa, hata shule free hatujasikia. Walikuwa wanapewa tu bottom up, sijui asla, sijui pesa mfukoni. Sasa hizo vitu hakuna, unaona hizo vitu hakuna. Sasa saa hii na bado tena wanang'ang'ania hapo tu ati yendo ati ameshinda yendo sijui. Sasa ushindi wake ina maana gani kama wewe haupati kitu kutoka kwao? Kama hii serikali haikujali, haikutimizia ahadi yao, haikufanyi kitu chochote, ina maana gani? Haina maana. Kwa hivyo inafaa kwa hii kwa mafunzo kwa kila viongozi ambao watakuja baadaye. Hata Raila tunajua hawezi fanya hivyo, lakini hata kama ni yeye na kwa hapo, kwa hiyo akisema ametoa ahadi na afanyi, tunatoka nje. Unaona, tunasema hatutaki, hii nchi ni yetu, sisi ndio tunatoa hiyo pesa ya taxes. Kwa hivyo lazima tupiganie na tukatae uongozi mbaya, tukatae kabisa. Kutoka leo iwe ni mafunzo, na hao watu UDA wangefikiria tu hiyo tu peke yake, wangetoka kwa hii serikali haraka mara moja, kwa sababu hakuna kitu wanapata saa hii. Hiyo ahadi za baba zilikuwa ahadi straight sana, lakini wao hawakuwa na ahadi ya hakika. Hawakusema tutasomesha watoto free, hakuna. Hawakusema tutawapatia nini hospitali free, hakuna. Haya, pesa ya nini ya familia hakuna. Sasa imagine wewe unaambiwa utafanyia vitu yote na unakataa, unapinga pande. Sasa nani mjinga bana? Nani mtu wa shida basi? Nani? Kwa hivyo hii shida yetu ni ukabila. Ndio maana unakuta mtu yake kwa pande hiyo, basi anafikia hapo na hapati kitu. Wenye wanapata viongozi, yeye na familia yake ndio wanapata yani wanatoka kwa shida. Wao ndio wanafaidika na hiyo serikali na hiyo pesa. Wewe unafaidika nini wewe mwananchi huko chini? Mimi sasa bunge yangu, ule bunge MP mali yangu mali nimetoka, hajui shida zangu, hata nitambui, hata sasa nikipiga simu hizi shika simu. Sasa hao watu wanafaida gani? Kwa hivyo sisi hatufai kuwapigia wabunge na viongozi ili tuwafate tena tutuambie mimi nifanyie. Hapana, nitakana mimi niwe nimepata kitu nataka mali niko, hiyo kitu nikuje bila wao, kwa sababu ni haki yangu na ni sheria. Kwa hivyo hivi watu watakana wajue. Mungu ni hayo, sitaki kuongea mingi, ni wakatazi. Naona leo tuko wengi kwa ajili ya, asanteni sana.
Okay, asante sana, asante Daddy, we appreciate that. Tunashukuru kwamba una maoni yako na unachangia katika mwelekeo ambao Kenya lazima ishike ili tukomboe hii nchi. Mzee Mohamed ako Moyale kwa boda kabisa, so unajua ujumbe wa baba umetoka Northeastern, umeteremka mpaka Coast, ndio umeshika mpaka Western, ndio inaenda Eastern, tunaenda Central. Tukitoka Central ni Nairobi tutakuja familia zote tuone nani ni nani. Ruto alete wale watu wake 5.9, sisi tukuje 8.1, tuhesabiwe head on. Nakumbuka ile enzi ya ghost workers wa Kanjo vile ilishindikana, mishahara mingi, wafanyikazi wachache. Asema hapana, kila mtu aline up City Stadium, tuhesabu kwa kichwa. So kama kuhesabu kura ya karatasi imekataa, kila mtu analeta kichwa, tunahesabu. Unasema Azimio, unapita tujue nani ni nani. Hii story ya kudanganywa na Chebukati ati nimeenda nimelala nikaoteshwa nikapewa majibu nimewaletea, haiwezekani. Lazima ukweli ujulikane. Asante kila mmoja, tumakinike pamoja. Naomba video moja tu, alafu tumlete nani, tunamleta Stanley na alafu Chebukati amebadilisha jina tena. Okay, utakuja kwako, usijali. I'm just joking. Thank you. Let's get one video and then we go to Leopard. Okay, let's listen to the Iron Lady.
Ujiulize wewe, ujiulize kama wewe Mkenya mnyonge mwenye kunyanyazwa utaendelea kuvumilia serikali ya majambazi ya kukunyanyasa kila wakati. Mmesema mko njaa, na ndio nikauliza kama DJ yako na ile wimbo ya Juliani inasema niko njaa hata siwezi karanga, hoe hae shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya sitawala. Sasa halo, sasa nawauliza, muko tayari kulipa gharama? Mutangojea maovu ya tawale Kenya? Mko tayari? Na ndio baba akamkumbusha, Busia msilale, Busia msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Hii ni safari ya kutafuta haki ya mwananchi, haki ya mnyonge.
Okay, thank you. That's the Iron Lady. Serikali ya majambazi, system ya majambazi ndio inaongoza nchi, na hiyo ni makosa makubwa sana. Kumbuka mada akisema mataifa mengine yako na mafia. Shida ya Kenya kubwa ni kwamba mafia ndio wako na nchi. Nchi zingine zikicontain mafia, hii yetu imechukuliwa na mafia. So lazima kila mmoja ajitahidi tukomboe nchi moja kwa moja. Asante. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Henry Stanley, tukisonga hivyo tulinde muda dakika mbili tatu. Unaona studio imejaa. Naomba sasa tusonge mbio. Thank you sir.
Jambo Bernard na wenzangu.
Atujambo, karibu.
Ya kitu ambacho ningesema anyway. Waswahili wanasema mwenye macho ambii kutazama. I don't know kama Ruto anajua wenye maombi ya kusikika wako kwa mlima, because mimi naona mabasi yote ya shule, na tena walikuwa wamesema mabasi ya shule before akiwa kwa campaign, si ya kufanya campaign. Sasa watu wote you are wasting time in state kutafutia watoto wako pesa, ndio ya shule imeenda juu, hauna chakula na patiwa 1500 kusurura, unasurura tu uchui chenye unafanya. I don't think, sijui hao watu wa mlima wanafikiria namna gani. Na ni wachache, sio wote. Ni wachache tu wanaenda wanachagua watu maybe wale hawana kazi. Kupatiwa 1500, mafuta hapo mama mwingine ameonyesha hapo. Lita moja ni sijui ni ngapi. Nimeona clip nyingine mmeweka hapo, jamaa mwingine anasema simiti is cheaper than unga. Enyewe which is true, kutoka na hiyo hesabu amepiga hapo. Kilo 2 ya simiti ya unga ni 200 na kilo moja ni 100. Kilo 50 ya simiti ni 700 na kilo 50 ya unga ni 1500. By the way, watu wanafikiria aje? Unajua ni vizuri to say the truth. Ruto kama anajiamini, watu ambaye anawakilisha ni Kenya mzima, sio mlima peke yake. Kwani anaenda kutoa watu mlima wakuje Nakuru? Kwa hivyo hakuna watu Nakuru. Ni kumaanisha kwamba watu wa Nakuru hamtaki. Na hata nimeona clip nyingine ameweka ati ameshangaa kupatikana ikuru ya Nakuru. Ikuru ya Nakuru, ya Nairobi, ya Kisumu, popote ni Kenya. But there is no need. Nimeona former deputy huyo msiku Maangi wa Kisii ati sisi tumechoka na maandamano achukue Ujaruoni. Raila sio kiongozi wa Ujaruo. na yeye ni kiongozi wa watu wote. Kama Ruto ako na wafuasi wake Nakuru, ako na wafuasi Kisii, ako na wafuasi North Eastern, na Raila naye anakuja kuona wafuasi wake. Ruto akikuja Kisii hakuna shida, lakini asisema hatutaki kukuona Raila. Raila amefanya nini? Anakuja kuona wafuasi wake wenye walimpatia kura, na Ruto akuje apatiwe. Kama ni kweli alipata kura Nakuru, wale walimpatia, mbona anaenda kutoa Central wakuje hapo? Bakuje Nakuru wani hao ndio maombi yao yatakuja kusikika, ama wao ndio watakuja kumwambia maombi yake ifike mbinguni. Tusianze kudanganyana. Hata hata kweli kama rais wetu huyo mwenye yako sasa, wacha nimuite rais wetu sababu yeye yako njia yoyote ni kama ukiana mchezo wa soka mwenye atafunga huyo ndio mshindi. Njia yoyote hata akikufunja mguu bora tu ameingiza bao ndiye anaita mshindi. But by the way, wanajua kama wanajiamini wameshinda, mbona hawezi kufungua safa? Ni kama mtoto afanye mtihani, umwekee karatasi hapo kwa gazeti, yeye ametangulia ndio number 1, lakini ukimwambia certificate iko wapi, hakuna, umpatie certificate. Kwa hivyo amefanya mtihani. Sasa Ruto anasema ameshinda. Kwa nini hawezi kusimama aseme huyu mzee amenisumbua sana, nilimshinda, hebu angalia matokeo. Sasa hiyo kitu kusema tu ni kama all the time, hata ndio maana nimesema huyu jamaa amesema simiti ni rais, ameanza sasa kuzungumzia juu ya kuchenga manyumba sababu simiti is cheaper. Unga ni ngali, he can't talk about the unga. Hawezi kuzungumzia juu ya karo. Na hii pesa inatoka, wanasema hakuna pesa kwa government. Hii ya kukweli watu ya kupatia watu inatoka wapi? So wasianze. Hata nimeona speech nyingine hiyo au kwa Ligati amesimama tutakupatia tutakupanga. Anyway, serikali ni ya college. Sai all appointments ni ya college. Hiyo ni wazi. Na the other time last year nilisema college starts where we have trouble crashes. Hakuna sehemu mwingine Kenya tumeshawahi kuwa na vita vya ukabila. College ni huko Rift Valley peke yake. So that's why mnaweza kusema maybe Ruto had that intention. Achukue kila kitu aweke kwa Rift Valley. Hata Nairobi wacha alete Rift Valley. Hata wale watu wafuasi wake wote, hata wa MP, hata wao wawezi kuipika au MP wanaingia kwa sababu amepatiwa pesa. So mimi mtu kama Charango, kama ningekuwa na uwezo angeingia huko, hata kwa rally asiingie huko. Huyo ni chameleon, asiingie huko. Sababu hakuna haja unapatiwa pesa. Tulikuchagua uende kutetea wananchi. Instead unaenda kufinya site. It's not bottom up. It's top bottom. Sababu maisha ilikuwa hapa. Na ile pesa yote ilikuwa ya hata hiyo mlinda mama. Watu mama wana contribute pesa zao. Hata sio za serikali. Why are you scrapping it off? Kwa nini unatoa? Sababu watu walikuwa na NHF. Watu na contribute. You just go there. Unataka kuongeza. Sasa hiyo pesa is like unaingia biashara ya mtu, unataka kucontrol vile anapata faida na vile anapata hasara. So tuseme ukweli, sisi si eti hatutaki Ruto, hatutaki vitu vyenye anafanya. The only thing hatutaki what they are doing. But sisi ni Wakenya wote, sisi hatuendi mahali. Kama ukinyanyasa namna hiyo, sasa utabaki nani atakupigia kura? By the way, mimi sitaki kuongea sana. Mungu nilisema umesema kitu kizuri tena penalty. Wameleta mbolea, Mungu amekataa mvua. Na I remember I told you the other time, tuweka magoti chini, Mungu atajibu. Sio lazima Mungu ajibu kwa viboko. Kuna njia nyingi Mungu anaweza kujibu. Asante.
Hey, okay, thank you Henry, we appreciate that. Unajua watu wakisha patikana wanasema, Waswahili wanasema mbaazi zikikosa kuzaa uzingizi ya jua. When it is their turn to get something done, they keep blaming. Mimi nauliza tu swali moja kabla Amos yakuje. Swali lilikuwa wewe ulishinda uchaguzi, okay? Maswala yakatokea kwamba matokeo ambayo yalitoka hayakuwa ya haki. Whistleblower akatoa matokeo yake. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja wa Kenya Kwanza amekuja kutuambia yale majibu ya whistleblower si ya kweli. Okay? Hakuna mtu wa IBC amekuja akasema ile majibu ya whistleblower sio ya kweli. wamenaruka tu mara maandamano, mara msikuje huku maandamano, tumechoka maandamano. Subu tuambie, mimi kama niko na certificate ya kuwa tuseme mwalimu wa sheria, okay, na unatilia shaka kwamba certificate yangu si ya kwe, tuna tuita tu tufanye mtihani upya, tufanye mtihani upya, ama ukague makaratasi yangu kama ni fake ya River Road ama ni original kutoka kwa Kenya Law, School of Law. Mbona tuna shida hapa? Kama William Ruto ana ubabe, ana umaarufu, ana uwezo wa kushinda urais katika nchi hii, mbona anaogopa kura? Mbona atembee tena miaka ingine 5 akiwa fake president? Atangaze kama hii kitu iko hivi, tuna maswali mengi, wacha turudi kwa kiwanja tuamue hii kitu mara moja. Let it be so. Ama tulete maballot boxes zote tuhesabu afresh, ama tufanye retallying. Fungua server iko na documents zote. Why should you be a president who is running around being questioned when the matter is simple? Fungua server, tuangalie ndani nini iko ndani. Kama ni mzee alishinda, apewe kiti. Kama ni mzee alishindwa, arudi Bondo, vile mmezoea kumwambia aende Bondo. Lakini wewe unahepa kujibu swali. Mara unatuambia server ishafunguka. Haya, fungua tena tuone. Unasema server haiwezi funguliwa. Kivipi? Haya, naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wa leo. Tafadhali kama huja subscribe, make sure you are a subscriber of Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Follow us on Facebook, Mtembei Official and Mtembei TV profile page, as well as subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, a new channel that we are building up. We really want us to cross over to the 2,000 subscribers. We crossed over last night to 1,500 subscribers. Nataka tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Lakini server ifunguke ama mtu ahame tu State House kabla tukuje. Tuko ready. Asante. Emos vipi? Bwana Emos, you unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. Unafungua hiyo nini imejifunga, alafu utaongea tukikusikia. Let me see if I can help you from this end. Imekataa, lazima ujifungulie. Hey, Bwana Amos, what is it? Okay, inaonekana Amos ana shida kiasi. The broadcast is allergic to silence. We will move to the next person. Please jisort. Itabidi utoke, ufungue simu yako fresh, ikakue configured vizuri. Naomba tumsikilize msimamo. Vipi lakini dadi?
Halo Bernard, mnanipata sasa kaka?
Basi hapo umefika. Vipi lakini huko?
Tunashukuru Mungu. Na wewe nawe hali yako?
Salama. Naomba gorosho. Inaitwa korosho ama nini? Hizo njugu zenu za huko.
Korosho. Korosho. Wala hutoshi. Ndugu yangu hapo Nyabaya, apokee salamu zangu. Haya, Msimba Roda, kama kawaida, dada yetu wa nguvu ambaye hakika nampenda zaidi, huwa habanduki hapa kama msimamo. Harry Stanley, Anderson Moses Mohamed na Secretary General na wale wote ambao wako katika comment section mimi Bernard leo sina mengi, ni kwamba ni moyo mpya ambao tumeuona. Hakika leo imedhihirika wazi, maana Waswahili wao wanasema kibaya hujitembeza na kizuri hujiuza. Sasa nimejaribu kuchanganua mikutano hii miwili, kupima haswa nguvu haswa, nikautazama huu wa ndugu zetu hao wa Kenya Kwisha, kisha nikaangalia ule wa baba kule, picha ikaja kabisa kwamba mambo ya shaiva, kwa sababu kibaya huwa kinajitembeza. Ni maana kwamba unakusanya watu kwa malori. Kwa nini? Kanisa linajaa ili mradi uonekane na wewe umo. Haya ndio utakaofanyia Mkenya kazi kweli? Haya, lakini ni haki yake. Lakini sauti imenenwa, viongozi wamezungumza, vijana wamezungumza, na zaidi ya yote wananchi wamejitokeza kwa fujo. Sikuwa naamini lile kwamba wale ndugu zetu kule Busia waweza katoka namna ile, but kwa kweli wametoka, na watu hakika inaonyesha wazi, picha wazi kwamba watu wamechoka, wamechoka. Kwa hiyo sina mengi mimi leo Bernard, langu tu ni kuwarai ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tuungane mkono, tumsikize baba. Anayo sababu ya kuweza kuzunguka sehemu ambazo ameweza kuzitaja. Kwa tusiweone kuchelewa, tubaki na msimamo tu. Hata kuje tamu gani, kuje asali gani utakaorambishwa, jua nyuma yake kuna shubiri. Tusijisahau Wakenya, tusijisahau kabisa. Kwa hivyo leo mimi kwangu ni furaha, kwa maana nyuso na semi za wananchi, mapokezi yaliokuwa Busia ilikuwa over Jacaranda na mikutano mingine. Moyo wa wale ndugu zetu wako kule, Mungu awazidishie zaidi, wasitetereke, maana hii ndio halisi sasa, sura halisi ya kuwa Mkenya, kwa kutokana na gharama ya maisha, kutokana na kwamba kura yake haizungumzi debeni kila mwaka. Watu lazima tuambie kwamba tukubali na tusonge mbele. Hiyo njama sasa inaenda kushuka, hiyo mipango inaenda kufifia, kwa sababu mwananchi ana demand haki yake, haki yake ya kupiga kura na kuchagua viongozi ambao ni sahihi. Mwananchi amechoka na yuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba anamaliza wale ambao wanaamini kwamba pesa ndio kila kitu kuliko utu. Hivyo ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tuje pamoja, tushikane mkono, tusibabaishwe na hivi vijisadu vya kina Sonko. Hawa wafamaji, hawa hawana cha kusema. Hawa ni wale walikuwa wanajua basi Ruto kaingia, nikipiga dili zangu, nikifanya hivi basi nitajinunulia mjisheni ya dhahabu, nitajinunulia mijisaa mizuri na viatu vya kuja kuwapa kina Raivani. Kwa hivyo haya ya Sonko haya isiwatishe, ni wale tunawaelewa tu, but cha kufocus zaidi ni kuungana wale ndugu zetu wa Busia. Kenya nzima tuwe sample ile, na tudimandi haki yetu, ili tuweze kuepukana na hili donda na hili janga lenye tuko nalo la gharama ya maisha na mambo mengi tu ambayo yanafungamana hapo. Kwa hivyo ni kudimandi haki yetu na kuhakikisha kwamba kiongozi tulimchagua Agosti 9 ndiye ambaye amesimama katika mamlaka, ndiye ambaye anatusomea kama Kenya, na si mwingine bali ni baba Raila Odinga. Kwa hivyo ujasiri wa mama Martha alivyokuwa anazungumza, wale vijana walikuwa wanazungumza, na kila mtu aliweza kufika katika ule mkutano. Hakika mimi nimefarijika Bernard, na natamani wetu wote wa Kenya tuungane vile, tuonyeshe kabisa, maana hapo ndo tunawapa usingizi, tunawakosesha usingizi akina Gachagua na hawa jamaa wengine. Kwa hivyo mimi sitakuwa mrefu kaka, na wapa ndugu zangu nafasi wale wengine wachangie ili nisikize kutoka kwa wao, lakini tusijisahau na tuhakikishe msimamo wetu kama Wakenya ni kuhakikisha kwamba hii serikali imeenda, na nisimame pale kwa ndugu zangu waliotangulia kusema kwamba Ruto must go, na Ruto must go to demand haki yetu kama wapiga kura. Asante.
Okay, thank you msimamo, tunashukuru sana. Ndio hivyo, kila Mkenya aidha ujinasue ama ujiingize kwa mtego. Serikali isiyofaa ni ile serikali haijali masomo ya watoto wetu, haijali matibabu ya wagonjwa wetu, haijali gharama ya maisha. Hiyo ni serikali ambayo inapeana sababu tosha ya kutimuliwa, na hakuna kitu kinyume cha sheria na kutimua serikali mbaya. Kulingana na katiba, Wakenya walio wengi hao ndio wenye mamlaka yote. Wana mamlaka kuzidi ofisi ya rais, wana mamlaka kuzidi ofisi ya parliament, wana mamlaka kuzidi mamlaka ya judiciary. The president, the parliament, the senate and the judiciary have what is called delegated authority. But the really delegator of that authority is the Kenyan people. So when the Kenyan people can either exercise the authority through their elected leaders or directly by themselves. So hii njia ambayo tumeshika na baba, vile tulipiga kura na kura zikakataa kutuamulia rais vizuri kwa sababu ya Chebukati na timu yake, basi tumechukua ya mamlaka tulikuwa tumepeana kwa Chebukati, tulikuwa tumepeana kwa wabunge, tulikuwa tumepeana kwa maseneta, tulikuwa tumepeana kwa judiciary, sasa tumerudisha ili tuende kuamua mambo yetu kivyetu kama Wakenya. So ni muhimu tujue hivyo. Sio lazima mtu akae kwa ofisi miaka 5. Sheria haisemi hivyo. Wewe ukiajiri mfanyikazi wa kuchunga ng'ombe, wiki ya kwanza ng'ombe moja inakufa, siku inafuata mbuzi, siku ingine ndama. Utasema tu kwa sababu nilisign contract ya kwamba huyu atanichungia ng'ombe for 5 years, aendelee tu kuchunga ng'ombe wakati ng'ombe zinaanza kupotea? Si utamfurusha? Bas, Wakenya tuna sababu ya kufurusha serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kwa sababu hawajatimiza ahadi, hawajafuata sheria. Kwanza hiyo ya kutofuata sheria ndio kitu ambacho lazima kila Mkenya akasirike nacho, kutofuata sheria. Ati rais anaenda kununua wabunge, hiyo inaitwa corruption, yani ufisadi. Wewe unanunua wabunge bila wewe kusababisha by election waende kujitoza katika kiwanja waone kama UDA itapata kiti. So kama serikali ifuati sheria, hiyo serikali itimuliwe. Na hapo ndio tunasema Ruto must go, let the rightful winner get the seat. If he thinks he can win an election free and fair, we are ready for a new election, but we are not ready to succumb to a bad leadership for 5 years. It is not going to work. Let's rise and be counted. My brother Anderson Neitza, habari ya leo?
Bena.
Namna gani bro?
Niko poa.
Inaonekana simu yangu ilikataa namba yako. Simu yangu ilikataa namba yako ama wewe ndio ulikataa kunipigia?
Ulisema nikuachie namba hapo na nikaacha namba.
Na nikaiandika. Kwenda kuitafuta siku ipata tena. Sasa sijui ni Chebukati ama ni Chiloba. Najua watu wote ni mandugu lakini wako kwa communication.
Ni Kamago.
Ni Kamago. Hebu niwekee hapa sasa niandikiwe na Secretary General na niandikiwe na leo ili ikipotea kwangu niwapate. Thank you.
Ndaiwacha. Sasa Bena, kwanza leo sitakuwa na mengi, niko na machache sana. Kwanza nashukuru mkutano ambao ulikuwa Busia. Baba ameongea. Unajua kitu nilikuwa nangojea kwa baba Leo amesema tunaendea ng'ombe yetu, unaona? Hizi mikutano zingine alikuwa anauliza tu ng'ombe yetu tutaiendea, lakini leo amesema lazima tuendee ng'ombe yetu. Unaona? Ile ng'ombe iliibiwa, sio ati ilipotea. Wewe Bena unajua nilikuibia, unajua. Sasa si ukujie ng'ombe yako. So sisi watu wa Azimio tuendee ng'ombe yetu. Ruto, huyu Chebukati wakina Kamago, walika hiyo ni kwanza, hiyo si serikali Bena. Hii ni kikundi ya wahuni, wezi, watoza ushuru, wamejiweka huko State House. Hata usijaribu kuita serikali. Serikali ni ile ilichukua kihalali. Hiyo ndio utaita serikali. Lakini watu waliipa kura, utaitaje serikali? Mimi hata sitambui kama kuna serikali Kenya. Kama Raila hayuko kwa serikali, hakuna serikali hapa Kenya. Hii ni vikundi ya wakora tu. Unaona hata ameshindwa hata hawezi simamisha watu 2,000. Lazima sijui anunue watu kwa malori, sijui nini. Atabeba hadi contractor. Ngoja siku zinakuja. Na tunamwendea, unajua si tuko ready. Kwanza mimi kivyangu niko ready. Baba akisema ni leo, kesho, tunaenda. So huyu mtu hatufai tubemelezane naye. Na watu wa Azimio haifai tuanze kusema ati yeye sijui haja perform. Aje. Sisi hatu kumpigia kura. Sisi tulijua hawezi perform. So haifai tumkosoe. Tunamkosoa kiaje. Huyu mtu ni atoke kwa ofisi, sio tumkosoe. Wale watu wa udaku ndio inafaa wamkosoe, manake aliwa promise vitu mingi. Kitu ya kwanza ni wakora wote, walidanganya watu wa UDA. Sijui watawafanyia nini. Kwanza Gachagua alidanganya watu wa Central vibaya sana. Sijui atawapatia mchele na nyama. Hizo vitu zote hajai wapikia. Watu wa Central inafaa wa demand vitu zao, mchele, wapikiwe mchele na nyama, sijui na kauji na kapombe. Si watu wa Azimio. Watu wa Central na poleni sana, lakini vitu zenu muendee, mpewe kama mchele. So sisi Bena inafaa ile kitu tunaongelele hapo moja ni Ruto must go. Hakuna kitu ingine ati perform sijui afanye nini. Kufuata sheria kuingia kwa hiyo ofisi. So ile kitu tutafanya ni tungojee baba akisema tu ni twende. Watu tunaenda. So hao watu wang'ang'ane. Tutoe huyu mtu kwa hiyo ofisi. Unajua Zakayo, hata Zakayo wa Biblia, mtoza ushuru. Ilifika wakati alitaka kuonana na Yesu, alirudishia watu mali yao. Sasa huyu Zakayo wa Kenya hata hawezi rudisha tu uongozi wa Raila. Huyu Zakayo wa Kenya huyu. Yeye kazi anafanya ile mzuri ni kutoza ushuru tu, lakini hataki kurudisha. Zakayo mzuri ni ule alirudisha mali, tena mara 4. Huyu Zakayo wa Kenya ameniudhi sana. So Bena, sisi huyu mtu tumuondoe hapo. Hakuna story na kusema sijua perform nini. Si tulijua hawezi perform, watu wa Azimio tulijua. Na watu wa Azimio unajua by the way, kama wewe ni mtu wa Azimio die hard, huwezi sema unaumia. Unaumia aje? Si tulijua hawezi fanya kitu. So hii maisha tulijua yatakuwa hivi. Kama ni huyu Ruto, tulijua yatakuwa hivi. Watu wenye wanaumia ni watu wa udaku. Sasa unaona hata watabeba unga watuonyesha venye wanalia imepanda. Si tuko sawa tu. Watatuonyesha sana. Alafu kwa wale watu wa Central, mama wa Central wenye naamini sana hii Kenya ni wawili. Wenye hawezi acha baba. Ni Roda na Karua. Hao peke yao ndio naamini. Wengine mtu asikudanganye. Mjana ni baba, usiku wanaenda kwa Ruto. Ni wawili tu, Roda na Martha Karua. Uliona mwingine wakamsifia sijui beautiful, sijui mrembo. Huyu Sabina Chege ako wapi? Hao ndio walikuwa wanakuja kukudanganya baba. Sasa wako wapi? Sasa wamejionyesha. Kwa hivyo Bena, kama unataka kuamini watu wa Central, wanawake amini wawili, Roda na Martha Karua. Wengine wachana nao, watakudanganya tu. Na watabeba sana unga. Watatuonyesha sana. Mimi nimefanya utafiti mimi nakwambia. Hey.
Wewe,
バナ
wacha kuwa
ナ kudanganya.
whistleblower. Wewe wacha whistleblower. Tuko wengi tu.
バナ kudanganya. 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 バ Oh, hizi ni message watakuwekea tu message na maneno, lakini ni wawi, nimekuambia na imeisha hivyo. Asanteni sana.
Asante bwana Anderson, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tafadhali kwa private chat niachie namba yako. Alafu tunashukuru, ni muhimu tusimame vizuri kwa sababu Jeremiah Kioni leo amesema tuna mikutano inaendelea Central. Watu wakikutana 10 wanaulizana nani alipigia huyu mtu kura. Kila mtu anasema sio mimi, sio mimi. So hizo kura za Central za UDA zilikuwa za uongo, na ndiposa lazima tuchambue masuala na tusimame vizuri. Na mimi nikijua vile kura huwa zinapigwa katika nchi hii, hakuna mtu mwenye umri wa miaka 40 kwenda juu mwenye akili timamu, okay, anaweza kupigia kura ya Wanugu na Washosho. Haiwezekani. Wakenya wanajua. The main reason was tujaribu huyu mzee for 5 years tuone. Hata kama huyu kijana amepiga kelele sana, tujaribu huyu mzee for 5 years. So the majority of the voters, now according to the whistleblower, baba aliongoza Kiambu, aliongoza Murang'a, Nyeri na Kirinyaga na Laikipia. So ukiongoza katika those counties, I mean, hii ya UDA ilitoka wapi? Kama baba aliongoza Uasin Gishu nyumbani kwa William Ruto, William Ruto alimshinda kivipi? Mtu amekushinda mpaka nyumbani. Chebukati, sitaki kulaani watoto wake, lakini Chebukati na kipara yake kwetu huwa tuna nini, kwetu unajua, sitaki kusema sana, lakini kwetu huwa hatuchezi na nini, ndio kunaogopwa sana ikifika masuala ya uchawi. Okay, sisemi mimi ni mchawi lakini kwetu ukiambiwa in the other Luya dialect, wa Maragoli, wa Toto, wa Bukusu, nini, mtu akikwambia atakuendea Bunyala, you are willing to pay them anything so that they don't go because if they go many things happen. One of it is that they can make kipara yako yaanza kutoa zile termites unaona zile zinatokanga kwa mlima zinaanza kutoka kwa ubongo wako. So, one of these fine days itajulikana ukweli. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tafadhali kama huja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, please do so. I'll be sharing the link shortly. Kifupi tafadhali, tuokoe muda, tumsikilize Moses ndio turudi kwa Secretary General, alafu tuende kwa Agnes. In that order. Thank you very much. Moses, hali vipi?
Salama bwana Spika. Dada yetu Roda na mandugu zangu Islamu, Muhammad, Jeno and Simba. Jambo. For me, I will start with what I always say. Hii serikali ya majambazi, serikali ya bandia must go. And we have to keep that. It has to go. What worries Bernard? If you see these so-called religious leaders who are supposed to stand with crying people and suffering people, to at least stand for them, speak for them, and good enough they have got a chance of being with this government each and every day. They would have used that time to communicate to them that for sure we should stop pretending people are suffering, people are crying, people are dying. But they have turned themselves into corrupt people who are compromised, people who are people who have become so selfish to the extent that these Zakayo, they are collecting money, tax from poor people, and they are eating together with religious leaders, so-called religious leaders. It's a shame to them, honestly, because which image are you giving outside there? And people should start questioning, putting question mark on these people, even doubting them. Because Bernard, you preach, I happen to see you morning, sometimes every Sunday. But even in a church, if you go there, there is time for everything. Time for prayer, but after praying, you have to go out and hustle. Not just being in prayers full time, you sleep in prayers, the whole 24/7 in prayer. God doesn't live and God doesn't give you through that. You have to ask and go and hustle for that. Then God will bless your hard work. But the way we see, you see, all the time they preach about we are going to work with everyone. What are they doing? Is it by words, work action with what, or we need practical? You know, we don't refuse them to work, but let us at least experience what are they doing, what are they putting in action. But all the time is only they work with mouth. You know, if you see today what they were in so-called the prayers and what, you can't even you figure out to see anything like aiming or showing that indeed these people are in prayer. It's all about attacking others. It's all about threatening others. It's all about, you don't hear anything. And I don't know which God are they praying to, because all the time I'm seeing our watu wale wa jamaa. So is God has turned into this wale watu hawa wa jamaa, you see. And indeed, no wonder when they were swearing in themselves in after election, this Bwana Gachagua said freedom is here, but I never knew which freedom was coming, but it was freedom for criminals. Because if you look around there, people surrounding people, most of them, 97%, they are criminals. And when the government of criminals can never deliver anything. They are there to protect what they have rooted from people. They are there to protect themselves. That's why you hear. Because God can punish, and indeed He is punishing these people. He has locked their knowledge and their understanding. They can't see whatever is happening. They are just blind. Because if I were them, instead of wasting time of buying people from all corners of Kenya, transporting them, you make them like your luggage, wherever you go, they have to be there. You would have turned your work into your effort into service delivery, and that's what people are asking for. People are crying of the cost of living, but you don't see what you are supposed to do. And indeed, God has, He will, the way they are going, very soon God will answer their prayers. Very sure. Because these are pretenders. You pretend all the time you're in church, you are praying and doing all this kind of things. But when you act, when you open your mouth, you speak things that are dividing, things that are harming people. You don't see people who are suffering. You see. On top of that, Bernard, in Kenya, I don't believe that we have only Christians. Where are the other religions? I believe in Kenya there is Muslims. Are they also attending churches? Because if you have left all, they don't matter. Then that's another question. They should not pretend as if Kenya belongs to only Christians. We have mixed religions in Kenya. Where are others? So, to me, instead of wasting this money, a president to call people that they should go and pray for rain and Wabumbolea and Mbegu, You have money. This man of transporting, buying MPs, buying what? Renting support, people to follow to gather around you. Turn this money into irrigation. Put at least he would have said that now we are finalizing, we are going to start the irrigation system somewhere, and we plan this with as we progress. But a president who can't even manage to put irrigation system is planning on rain. If it doesn't rain, then everyone should care about himself. That can't work, Bernard. And also, if you look the way the way they address their so-called church meetings, it's like we should even give them it's a true name. It's just church rallies, not even prayers, you know. But I repeat this again, Bernard. You saw what happened when Baba came in the certain in the burial where attending ceremony for burial ceremony for the late Minister for Education. You saw his arrival. You know when he was arriving, I saw people were even not those ones who were communicate. Everyone was quiet. You see people closing their eyes and using teeth to see who is coming. You see how this guy is being loved free of charge. He doesn't rent anyone. He doesn't buy anyone. But they love the work and effort that he has put in this country called Kenya. But see, these people here dishing money every corner, everywhere. But when they are bypassing somewhere, you may think maybe thieves are the one passing around. They don't even they have no confidence in people, speaking to people. You know, they know what they are doing, the evil they are doing behind curtain. You know, wearing the image that they are not, different image, but yet they are on the other image, confusing the nation, planting all kinds of blackmails and trying to make people look stupid as if people doesn't reason. And where it is heading, Bernard, they are buying these MPs and they are going to use it. Don't think that he's just buying them for granted. No, he's going to use them to go and start changing the laws, constitution, and what such that they can start biting people, stopping people's these barazas. They will stop them immediately unless Baba should also try at least to put a speed such that Kenyans can reach their destiny. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Okay, asante sana Moses for that. It's important. We all look at this clearly and forge through. Penye wazee abaribiki neno, Waswahili wanasema, na penye nia pana njia. Hiyo ndio misemo yetu. So hapa tunapozungumzia sio masuala ya kujaribu kuona. Ukweli wa mambo utajidhihirisha wakati tunaendelea na kuangalia. Serikali ya ufisadi, serikali ya udanganyifu, serikali isiyojali maslahi ya Wakenya haifai kuitwa serikali. Haifai kuwa madarakani na haifai kushabikiwa na mtu yeyote mwenye akili timamu. Wale ambao wamepotoka tu, wale ambao wameamua kututumia akili yao, ndio watadanganyika kushabikia na kusapoti serikali mbaya ambayo inahujumu haki ya Wakenya. Wahusika wote kuanzia kwa Chebukati na Supreme Court iliyotusababishia haya matatizo yote, huo mzigo hawatawahi kuosha. Hata ukienda kuogelea kwa Indian Ocean, sioni kama watachafisha kutoka kwa huo mzigo. It was irresponsible for the Supreme Court to behave the way they behaved, and Chebukati for accepting to be bought to sell the will and the direction of this great country. So I'll play one video and then we bring in Secretary General just to keep us abreast and keep our our discussion in its proper perspective. Mbona serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ina matatizo na kupata watu kuhudhuria mkutano wao? Ule mkutano wa Jamhuri Day ilisemekana Arizona University. Okay? Sijasikia mtu yeyote ambaye amepata hiyo scholarship, mtu yeyote ambaye saa hii ako katikati ya masomo ya Arizona, hatujamsikia hata mmoja. Na tuko na hii show kila siku hapa. Kama wewe ni mwanafunzi wa Arizona kutokana na mkutano wa Jamhuri Day, tunaomba tafadhali jitokeze, simama, uhesabike. Sasa saa hii tena nimeambiwa Valentine Day, siku ya wapenda nao, hao wamesema waende Nyayo Stadium kulilia Mungu atume mvua. Yaani mimi sijaona uongozi kama huu. Watu wa Arizona University ndio nauliza, my sister Westcon, yes. Wajitokeze watuambie masomo inaendeleaje na scholarship inaendeleaje, wanasaidiwaje na ofisi ya rais wakati wanajifunza katika hiyo Arizona University. Kama ni online, serikali inawapatia bundles ama desk ama laptops. Tungependa tu kujua, kwa sababu uongo umezidi na tuwezi kuwa na kiongozi anayedanganya wa Kenya. Hiyo haifai kabisa, haifai kabisa. Kwa nini? Ofisi ya rais ndio ofisi kubwa katika nchi hii, ndio ofisi ambayo ni ya heshima na inastahili kuheshimiwa. Kuwa rais wa nchi ama kukaa katika hiyo ofisi si tofauti na kuwa kuhani mkuu. Okay? Kama kuhani ndiye anadanganya, sasa washirika nao. Okay? Yaani wewe ndio kiongozi mkubwa, lakini unaongoza katika kuhadaa, kudanganya na kuchanganya mambo. Saa hii tena sasa story ya Chebukati imekeuka. Ilikuwa nderama, saa hii imeshindikana. Watu waambie walikuwa wanatafuta nini kwa nyumba ya Chebukati. Chebukati alitoka kwa ofisi kitambo. Ni nini hicho walikuwa wanafuata kwa nyumba ya Chebukati? Waache kusema ati sympathy. Sisi hatuhitaji sympathy. We know the sympathy addicts of this country. We know the people who will do anything to get attention, including hiring buses. Okay? And no. Wycliffe, you are wrong. Tuoma did not skip the rally. All the governors were in Nakuru for the National Council of Governors. He didn't make back in good time to be part of the meeting, but he sent his apologies. ODM is the strongest party in Busia. You go against ODM in Busia, umeisha kabisa, hata wahitaji kutangaza mazishi yako. Okay, let's get this video for us to remind ourselves, and then Secretary General give his sense to what we are saying. And now I don't know which one to start with. Okay, let me begin with this, and then I will give a short one to the practitioners.
Your Ladyship, members of the court, before my learned friend takes the position, it is still with regard to what we consider the non-compliance with order number 2 regarding access to the servers. I wish to report, as of this morning, nothing has changed. IEBC continue to refuse to provide the forensic image of all 8 servers. Your Ladyship, my lords, the 8, we've been using the word servers in plural, but I would like to refer to the affidavit of Mr. George Njoroge at page 11, which gives the name or identity of the 8 servers. Page 11 of the forensic report by George Njoroge, which gives the particulars of all 8 servers. Of those 8 servers, IBC are providing only limited access to server number 5. I have mentioned with every passing second, an opportunity for the court and ourselves is being lost. With the limited access provided yesterday to server number 5, our team were able to observe a large number of deletions. So we suspect and we are concerned that the delay on the part of IBC is to delete vital data, and when finally time runs out, not to provide the information that we require or provide logs that have no use to anybody. So we are requesting that the court direct further that access, forensic access, be provided to all 8 servers, together with copies of logs for all 8 servers. I am further advised that the question of the forensic imaging is the one that takes time. It takes hours. It takes hours. So that needs to be given, that direction or that order needs to be given right away. In the alternative, perhaps this is the moment when the court considers extending time so that IBC do not do what they are good at doing, not providing or providing when it is too late. So that is all I wish to mention at this stage, and I would like that the court addresses it before we start the day. Thank you.
Thank Mr. Gumbo.
A question?
Good morning, my lords and my ladies. My name is Eric Gumbo, once again. Let me start from saying that I think I'm quite perturbed by remarks from my learned senior counsel when he says that IBC is not complying with the court order. That certainly is an inaccurate reporting. I think the most important thing would be to get an accurate and objective position in relation to this matter. It cannot be, because we've seen tweets, we've seen a lot of social media, which is not accurate. I think whatever was happening was that report was meant to be for this court. It wasn't meant to be discussed in social media. I think there was already guidance on that. So even this narrative that is being propagated certainly is not for this court. And I think we take exception to that. But back to the critical issue, yesterday we did give an indication that whereas the order of the court was that the IBC was to give a supervised access to the servers, that was then interpreted by the applicants to mean that they would get a copy of the whole server. We then expressed concerns with what that would mean, and we asked that the court then gives guidance so that as we proceed, there's clarity. That is really what we had hoped that we'd get this morning to enable us resolve the matter. Certainly, it is not to take away the server from IBC. I'm most obliged.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the court, may I say this? That issue was discussed by the full court this morning. We received a full report from our technical team that was leading the exercise at IEBC, and we have been informed that the process of compliance was completed last night. In fact, when we were here and Mr. Paul Mwangi was saying that the process had stalled, we received a message soon thereafter from the team to say the process is heading to completion. So that as far as our team is concerned, the process at the IBC is finished. The process at Forodha House is coming to an end, and so the court has then asked me to express, in anticipation of this question, that should there be any issues left unattended to or any concerns that parties have, let those issues be addressed when you receive the report later this morning. You can address the question of what you're calling non-compliance. You can address the question of what servers you think were not accessed. You can address the question of the information received, your agents were there, And you, IEBC, can respond to say, what are your answers to the complaints by the petitioners' advocates? And then the court will ultimately determine what is the import of all the things you're saying. That report was meant for the court to make a decision on the issues you raised. So as far as we are concerned, that matter is spent. Please address us tomorrow substantively on each of the questions once you see the report, which is actually being prepared right now. That's all I have been informed to tell you by the court. I thank you, CD. I thank you, Council.
Justice and the honorable.
Sorry, Senior Counsel. I think.
From first to third year, then we went to the School of Law. Then he started a law firm in Mombasa. Then I think he became a judge just before the new constitution, came into effect around 2009 to 10 somewhere there. But I know Said Chitembe, and I know I've been in the justice sector now for almost 30 years. And Said Chitembe is like, there are worse judges than him, that, nobody's touching. There are guys who makes Chitembe looks like a saint, because they do all kind of things. There's no accountability in the judiciary, in terms of holding judges and magistrates accountable. The system is broken. It doesn't work. It's only when, something very big like Chitembe, because Chitembe, there was a lot of videos, I think, made by Sonko. It's only when the public is outraged that the Judicial Service Commission takes action. But the justice system doesn't work. It's broken down. The JSC doesn't work. It's broken down. Complaints are not processed in time. They are not taken seriously. So Said Chitembe is an outlier. It's one case, that...
You're saying he's among the clean ones?
Relatively clean. You can imagine how dirty the system is.
You've been quite vocal about that. You say it all the time.
I say it all the time.
A mess.
Nobody takes me seriously, unfortunately. But I told you, I practiced law for 30 years. I have never seen a corrupt judiciary of today than any other time in my career. Really? I practiced it in the 90s when Moi was, supreme, when he used to control courts. But those times, the courts were political, and they were, corruption was there, but now it's the norm. And I tell guys, actually, young lawyers, I say, we develop, we have developed such a thick skin that you can argue a case knowing that the judge is bribed, and you still argue it so forcefully. You need to be trained.
Okay, yes, Sister Wescon, I purposely played that so that we get the true picture. And if you followed, you notice the way that judge responded. He was speaking on behalf of IEBC. The demand for the opening of the server was before the court. And so the result was supposed to be tabled before the court, not privately at the judge's house or at the board. So it's very interesting. And now when Grand Mullah comes with these allegations, this is too much. Secretary General, chama yetu vipi?
Chama iko sambamba 2027 na kupatia cheti free of charge, lakini hao wengine wote tunalipisha 50,000 shillings. MP, MCA out for grab. Anyway,
sawa.
Unajua when you played that clip, it these people think, unajua, they think that there will be another 5 years and then they will be having another Mulungula. What they do not know is that this is the end, this is the beginning of the end. Unajua watu wanachukulia hii maneno ya revolution kama mchezo. Na sahi baba amesema, hata ametaja jina revolution na akasema we are launching maandamano. I think people think because Kibaki we were unable to remove him, or Uhuru Kenyatta ati Ruto sasa hatutaweza. You know, they think that things will be the same. But I'm telling you, what is going to happen in the next few weeks will trouble the whole world of Africa and the world. Because vile nimeona mambo, hata nimesikia Martha Karua akisema kama tunaweza lipa, ameimba ile wimbo ya huu kijana yetu alinyakua bibi ya huu governor ambaye was underperforming in many things. Nasikia bibi alikuwa na complain kila saa. Nakwambia Juliana alisema tusimame kama tutalipa gharama. Kwa sababu Wakenya tunajiuliza sasa hivi. Ni nani katika Kenya ambaye ananisikia na anajua ya kwamba hatuwezi pika chakula, si kwa sababu pia ya kukosa chakula, pia ya kukosa gas. Ati saa hii gas ile ndogo unapata na shilingi 1500 and 1800. Umesikia Gorogoro, for the first time Gorogoro imefika shilingi 150 Busia, mahali ambapo mahindi ni kama ukirusha mawe unagonga gara ya mahindi. You know, where did we kwa hivyo lazima tujue kwamba mambo inabadilika. Mimi naambia Wakenya saa hii ni wakati ya kujipanga kuishi Karen. Si hao watu wamepewa bilioni ya pesa wanaishi Karen. Mimi nitakuwa naishi nyumba ile ya I think ya Joki Ndongo. Kwa sababu mimi hauwezi ishi maisha ati tutateseka milele na nyinyi mnachukua pesa, mnachukua mabilioni ndio mwe mnaenda huko Bahamas. Mnaenda Bahamas kuswim na kuota jua. Mmelipwa vizuri na taxpayer money na mnafikiria kwamba it is business as usual. It will not be business as usual. There will be no petition overseen by these 7 judges again. Believe you me, I'm a prophet. Hawa watu watagojea mulungula ingine after 5 years. Hayo tunaongeanga watu hapa wanaona kama sisi ni wenda wazimu. We are not mad people. We will not allow corruption to reign in this country. Kwa hivyo kama wewe unakaa Korogosho, jiandae. Unakumbuka Al-Bashir. Al-Bashir alikuwa amepiga marufuku watu wa Sudan wasikunywe pombe. Na akapiga marufuku vitu mingi sana, lakini wakati revolution iliingia kwa mstuko wa roho, wana Sudanese walipata Hennessy huko zimejiandaa. Wakapata vitu za maajabu. Kwa hivyo we are marching forward. Na wacha nikuambie, unless this government can kill millions of people, tunataka hii maandamano isiwe tu watu wa Nairobi. Tunataka 1 week of pilgrimage. Tunataka watu wapewe 1 week of pilgrimage. Watu watoke Mandela, wapatie ruhusa wakuje wafike Nairobi. Watu watoke Mombasa, watu watoke Malindi, watu watoke Central Mount Kenya, watu watoke mpaka huko Kitui, so that tukongamane Nairobi, tuende kutembelea huyu rais wa Kamago. Kwa sababu lazima tufanye mambo sasa. Hakuna uchaguzi itafanyika tena hii Kenya with the same system. Hakuna mtu atafanya petition tena hii Kenya. Na Chebukati, wakati tunasema Ruto must go, yeye anatakiwa kuwa alienda kitambo. Kwa sababu huyo tutatafuta na umbwa za kusniff. We'll look for you with the sniffer dogs. Tutaonesha tu umbwa harufu ya Chebukati ile aliacha huko IBC, na tutafuata yeye kila kona because tunatafuta yeye. Kwa hivyo as Ruto goes, Chebukati should be very far from this country. This country is ready to boil. Na wale wanaona kama sisi ni watu tunacheza mchezo, hii si mchezo anymore. Biblia inasema faith without action is dead. Sio ni kitabu ya James? Kama mimi nasomanga Biblia tofauti. Hawa watu wanatuambia hapo ati wanalia machozi, naona ati first lady na second lady wanalia machozi ya Mungu vile Mungu amewabariki. Kwanza waambie mabwana zao, rudisheni mashamba ya wizi. Faith without action is dead. Rudisha shamba ya bill criticals, rudisha hizi mashamba za wizi, na utuambie nani aliua hawa watu walikufa wakati wa witness wa ICC. Hiyo ndio action, because if you sin in public you should also confess in public. Hapa hakuna mchezo, wasituandae na mambo ya Pastor Mwiru huko anapiga kelele mpaka unasikia sauti iko karibu kutoboka, na ni uongo, ni kulipwa, wamelipwa. Wameambiwa kila mpasta anaenda na bahasha ya shilingi milioni 3 taxpayer money, wanakula unono. Ndio sababu unaona hao mapasta hata sijui kama they pray and fast, wamenona kiasi cha haja. At least Bernard, mi naona wewe unaombaga na una fast, kwa sababu shingo haijanona. Lakini ukiangalia Pastor Pius Mwiru after milioni 1 ya leo, kesho ni chapati, manyama, nini, alafu akuja tuambia ati vile Mungu amemtuma. Hii si serikali ya Mungu, hii ni serikali ya shetani, na nakuambia signs of the devil, kwa sababu Biblia inasema he is not an author of confusion. Na the confusion we are seeing this government, ati wanatuombea tupate mvua after kupea watu fertilizer subsidy, alafu mbegu zikakauka. Ni Mungu gani huyu anaserve ambaye hawezi waonesha kwamba mvua inanyesha? Kwa hivyo Wakenya msiwe na wasiwasi, sisi na Bernard ndio tunaongelelea mambo ya Mungu hapa, na Mungu ametuambia tuambie rais atubu, akuwa na huyo Gachagua ambaye anavaa oversized dresses, ni dress ama ni nini, anafunga mishipi kwa tumbo, ni deputy aina gani hii? Kwa hivyo watu kama hawa tumeambiwa tuambie watubu, na kutubu si kusema na mdomo ati God forgive me. Ni yale maovu yote umefanya unarudisha. Kama ni shamba unarudisha, kama hiyo Weston unaifanya, unasema unaita mkutano hapo ya kanisa, unaita press conference, Nation TV, NTV, KTN, unaambia ndugu zanguni, saa hii nimegeuka, kama vile Zakayo aligeuka akarudisha pesa maradufu. Hii Weston Hotel ilikuwa yangu, nilikuwa nimeiba kwa wananchi wa Kenya, nataka kuirudisha kwa watu wa Kenya ili ikaweze kusaidia maskini na wale ambao wa Kenya Airways walikuwa wanataka kutumia airport watumie kama ofisi. Hiyo ndio kuokoka, si kuiba Bible ama kukura Bible. That is what salvation is all about, na tusidanganyane. Anyway, kwa hawa machache wa Kenya mjiandae, niliambia watu hii si mchezo. Tunataka watu wakae na wanunue track suits na rubber shoes, kwa sababu unaweza choka sana. Usikuje na moccasin alafu mununue stove, kwa sababu uko Nairobi siku ya revolution tutakuwa tunatumia gas. Ni asubuhi ukiamuka, as we continue agitating, unakisha stove, unapika kachai kako. It is no joke. Kenya must change. It is now or never. Kwa hivyo hawa watu wanafikiri watakaa huko Karen gated community forever. Time has come. Let us be ready.
Okay, thank you very much Secretary General, very clear, precise and to the point. Kazi ndio hiyo. Wakenya mjitahidi, inji lazima ikombolewe kutokana na mikono ya uongozi mbaya. Usikubali kuvumilia uongozi mbaya. Kama wewe ndio unalipa mshahara wa hao viongozi, mtu kama ajui kazi atimuliwe, tupee kazi vile mtu anajua kazi. Alafu hawa maaskofu wa kupeana maombi ya uongo, mimi nimeuliza, William Ruto ameharibu kanisa. Sisi tulikuwa tunafuata askofu kwenda maombi, Akisema tunaenda maombi ya furaha, tunaenda. Akisema tunaenda maombi Uhuru Park, tunaenda. Sasa leo ni maaskofu wamekuja peke yao. Washirika have given up on their bishops because of William Ruto. And now William Ruto has to get his school children, snatch them their buses, pay people to get in the bus in order to attend the prayer meeting of his bishops. This is very bad. He has interfered with evangelism, interfered with church management. He has interfered with our spirituality. This is a bad omen that needs to be gotten rid of. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's do the needful. Let's do the needful. Tusikubali kudanganywa, tusikubali kuhadaliwa. Haya, naomba tusonge mbele. Nashukuru Stony PK amekuja. Watu walikuwa wamesalia wangapi? Watatu kupeana maoni yao. And then I am Simba has a YouTube channel that he wants you to subscribe. Anasema kona bombshell ambaye ataachilia hapo kesho. So kama uja subscribe, hebu subscribe kwa hiyo channel. Utapata uhondo hapo. Kuna kitu ataachilia hapo hiyo kesho. So make sure that you subscribe na turn on the notification bell ili utegee hiyo bombshell inapokuja. Cha muhimu ni wewe kumakinika, na kumakinika kwako kunatokana na wewe kujifunza na kuangalia mambo kwa mitazamo tofauti. Okay? Mitazamo tofauti. Usiangalie kitu from only one angle and one perspective. There is a reason why Kenya Kwanza is running away from 2022 to 2027. Tumekataa 2027 mpaka 2022 imalizwe. So wana fight kutupeleka 2027, tumekataa mpaka 2022 isafishwe. Okay? Tena hawajapeana jibu hata moja tangu ya whistleblower atoe matokeo. Hawajakataa matokeo, hawajakubali matokeo, hawajasema yafai, hawajasema yanafaa. Yaani wamenyamaza. Ni kuzunguka tu, mara wanataka kushika Matiang'i, mara wanataka kushika Mama Ngina, mara wanataka kushika Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta sio sava. Mama Ngina amekosea nini? Fungueni sava, mambo yaishe. Okay? Hii story haiendi kokote. Ni kama vile wakati nyumba yako inanuka kwa sababu ni chafu. Okay? Na wewe umezurura, unasafisha varanda huko nje, unakata nyasi huko kwa uwanja kama inaitwa nini? Uvundo. Okay? Uko chini ya carpet. Toa carpet. Safisha nyumba. Kusafisha huku nje na kublame sijui panya zinapitanga huku, wacha nikate hii fence nini? Sio fence problem iko chini ya carpet. Toa carpet, safisha nyumba, uvundo utaisha. Kenya Kwanza waache kutuchezea. Wanajua matokeo ya urais, wanajua nani alishinda. Tunataka kuelewanwa kama Wakenya ili tutawaliwe ama tuongozwe na uongozi ambao tumechagua, sio uongozi ambao tumechaguliwa. Nashukuru sana. Tuendelee kusubscribe. So when I say subscribe here, please click on that link, go to the place, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, tusonge mbele. Na hizo channel zote tunaamini kwamba ziko na habari nzuri ambayo inafaa katika wewe kufahamu na kumakinika jinsi maisha inavyoendelea. So this the link I've just shared. Let me share it again. Walenisi anauliza. Okay, ndio hiyo hapo. Subscribe here too. You click on the link, go to the place and subscribe. I am Simba is the name of the channel. Agnes. Habari ya mami vipi lakini?
Sana. Habari.
Karibu.
Simba, Londa. Kenyan democracy. King Jobs nani? Moses, sasa King Jobs na wewe umeingilia Wakikuyu sana. Kuna wengine hapa hata watakagi kusikia hiyo maneno ya jina Ruto. Unaona tu kila mtu unaona tu ni wa hiyo team. Hao wachana nao akina Sabina Chege na akina Kanini Kega. Kanini Kega ni mtu hawezi akakaa bahari ya ongei. Ulisikia tu gavana wa Nyeri akisema Sasa Kanini Kega tu anatafuta mahali ya kuongea. Na devolution haikujagi kwa hawa MP. Ujue hivyo. Wananchi ndio wanataka hii devolution. Sio hao ma MP. Hao ni watu wanakula mshahara. Wenye hatuna hiyo mshahara ya serikali. Unafikiri tutakaa hapa tukiwa support kweli? Si hata hiyo demo iende huko Nyeri na kwingine Central Province uone vile watu watatokelezea. Uache kusema ati watu hapa ati Roda tu. Roda hata amekuja kwa Mtebei juzi. Si tumekaa hapa na akina Scott BK mpaka wakati wa nini tulikuwa hapa na kina Kip na Mama Selina hapa Siego. Vile tu tulikuwa tunakaa tu huku kwa comment section. Vile tu hatujawahi kuja hapa, hatukujaji hapa sana. Kama leo hata kila siku natakaga kuja napata huyu mjinga anaitwa Mseredo, sijui Maseredo nini. Ananizuia kukuja hapa. Mimi sitakagi mjinga wa huyo msemo, naona hana akili. Leo nimepata hayuko, ndio kwa maana nimeingia hapa. Na Bernard huyu mtu hata sijui anakujaga hapa kufanya nini. Anaturudishaga nyuma kama tunasoka, anaturudisha nyuma na hii mjinga. Najua leo hawezi akakuja sababu aliona mkutano watu walikuwa wanaletwa na mabasi na akaona vile Busia kulikuwa kumejaa. Leo ndio unaona Mseredo hawezi akakuja hapa. Hataki kujibu maswali yoyote. Lakini wacha nikwambie watu wanangojea hii devolution. Kuna rafiki yangu nilipigia jana. Hata sikuwa najua kama yeye alikuwa wa Azimio, nikamwambia unaona hii serikali mlichagua vile inatupeleka. Akaniambia nani? Na nimekaa hata nilienda kanisa last week. Hata niwasema kanisa walinikujia kwa nyumba, nilikuwa nimechoka na hii chachi kabisa. Mimi hata niko na barret hii ya red ya jeshi ya baba. Sasa huyu naye anasema hapa ati wa Kikuyu. Na ni Mkikuyu tu. Usione ati kuna mtu anataka huyu mwisi wanogo na wachocho hawa watu wawili. Hadi anaweza kataka watu kama hawa. Nafikiri tunawataka wakitupeleka wapi? Najua vile shida iko na watu lakini hawa wajinga wa UDA. Hata mtu aonagi mbele. Nasemaga wacha tugoje. Mambo itakuwa sawa. Itakuwa sawa lini? Watu wametupeleka wanataka kurudisha enzi za Moi. Ruto angekuwa anajua ati alishinda hii kiti. Angenunua ma MP. Lakini unajua ma MP usifikirie mambo ya MP akikuja ati akina Sabina Chege na akina Kanini Kega sababu wamesema ati wanaenda kwa Ruto. Hawa ni watu tu wa kupeleka tumbo sao. Hii uchaguzi ikirudiwa ndio utajua wewe ujui. Wataaguka asubuhi na mapema lakini haitarudiwa. Sisi tutademonstrate mpaka hii serikali tuone imeondoka. Kwanza nilifurahia sana vile Uhuru alisema jana. Yeye tuna support Raila. Hiyo kwanza ndio kitu nilikuwa nangojea. Hawa wajinga wawili hawa kwanza Sabina Chege na huyu na huyu anaitwa nani huyu? Kanini Koru. Na mimi nimuite hivyo kama huyu mwingine Dede Nyodo huyu. Anaitwa kwa naruhusi hapa. Watu walinunuliwa kitambo sana. Hata Kanini Kega nafikiri ile kitu nilifanya tu akakuwa kwa Jubilee. Ni vile tu alikuwa mkubwa wa hii. Inaitwaje? Hii ya pesa. Angeenda kitambo hakukuwa anaweka vitu ya Raila na kukaleta shida sana akasemekana havalishi vitu za Azimio. Alikuwa tu anaweka Jubilee. Mambo mengine mnafaa mnasoma mapema. Si ati mtu saa ile anakuja hapa anasema hako wapi. Chunguza tangu mwanzo alikuwa wapi. Hata mtu alinifanya nikachagaa ni Sabina Chege. Sababu nilikuwa tu naona yeye kama tutaenda na yeye. Lakini Kanini Kega nilikuwa najua all the way. Huyu mtu hakuna vile ati tutasonga na yeye. Sababu hakukuwa anafaa nguo za Azimio tangu mwanzo. Na watu wakakasirika sana mpaka huko Central. Na akakuja akasemewa hata mpaka hapa kwa TV. Havai nguo za Azimio, alikuwa anaweka za Jubilee. Kwa hivyo sasa hiyo ni kitu tu tungesoma kutoka mwanzo. Hawa sio watu wa kukusubua. Kwani hao watu dhate compared na 2 something wale watulipigia Raila kura. Tulikuwa tunaenda na wasee wengine wajinga sana. Watu wanajifanyanga wanajua kanisa na ni upusi tu. Kama mtu anakuambia hawezi akachagua mbona Yesu alikuja juu ya nani? Alikuja kwa sababu ya Jews na Gentile. Hii upusi watu wanajiweka. Tunasemekana sisi wote tunafanana na Mungu. Na Mungu aliumba mtu na mfano yake. Kwa hivyo ukiona mtu anaanza kusema huyu hata hajui Mungu ni nani. Ni kuongea tu, ananena tu. Hajui Mungu. Mtu mwenye anajua Mungu anajua. All of us, Mungu alituumba kama yeye. Alisema, mimi naumba Mungu, mtu anafanana na mimi. Kwa hivyo saa ile unachukia huyo mtu mwingine, ujue wewe hata ujui Mungu hata kidogo. Hawa watu kwanza, hawa wajiga wa Azimio wanaenda huko Nakuru kupeleka watu kule. Mbona wanapeleka watu kule badala ya watu wajipeleke? Wanatumia buses kupeleka watu. Si hiyo ni kitu inakuonesha hawa watu hawana wafuasi, na hii serikali hakuna mtu alichagua. Ndio mashugu iko mingi sana kwa watu. Unafikiri watu uchugu ichawaisha? Uchugu haichangi sababu watu hawakuchagua hii serikali. Na wewe hata wewe kijana wewe, sirudi kukuja hapa kijuzi watu wa Kikuyu uamini nini? Amini watu walichagua Raila. Sio watu wote walichagua Ruto. Hata hii Central watu hawakuchagua Ruto. Ni wengi sana mimi najua. Wengine wewe hujui. Unafikiri kuna mtu ako na akili hajachagua hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza? Tumepelekwa kwa mashida na Moi, hatukuwa tunapata kitu ene. Watu wa over 50 wengi sana walikuwa wanachagua nini? Raila. Watu wa 50 kwenda chini ndio wachache walikuwa wanachagua hii serikali ya nini? Ya huyu mwisi wa Nungu na Wachuchu. Kwanza mimi na soea kuwaita hivyo Wachuchu na Wanugu. Si unajua hawa Wachuchu na Wanugu walikuwa waisi sugu, walisugua watu sana Central. Sasa mimi naonanga tu Ruto na Rigathi waisi. Hata wale watu hawafikiriaji ndio walichagua hii serikali. Sababu huyu Rigathi mnajua vile aliiba pesa za county government. Aliiba ya huko Bugoma, Nyeri akaleta mashine ambayo si kufanya kazi wakati ndugu yake alikuwa mgonjwa. Aliiba pesa ya Nyeri county. Na hiyo ndio ilimfanya hata akakuwa MP. Ni vile tu naye rais hapo alifuga macho. Juu hii mambo ya Ruto alianza mwaka wa 2017. Akatutolea vigogo wote. Akatuwekea tugege tukawekwa. Na ndio walikuwa Ruto akikohoa sababu ni yeye aliwaigiza kama hivyo tu mnasema kuhusu Jarango. Mimi hii maneno niliona kitambo sana. Sababu 2017 alitoa watu wengi sana. Wale wa Central walikuwa na nguvu. Akatumia hiyo ujanja mingi sana. Naye president sijui kwa nini alikuwa amemwachilia akawa yeye ndio anafanya hiyo nomination. Akwani hamjui Central nomination zilisimamishwa wakati wa 2017? Hapo muangalie kutoka hapo. Na Ruto akaonekana Nyeri wakati Central Province 2017 nini zilisimamishwa. Kwa hivyo huyu mtu alianza kujipanga kitambo sana. Na sasa naye kanisa. Hao watu ndio wanafanya hata mvua inakosa kunyesha. Wasipoenda kwa makoti tutakuwa na shida kubwa sana. Sababu hao ndio wametuweka mpaka tukakuwa hapa. Kuna wakati nilikwambia Bernard muende muangalie vile na ni Muheria alisema. Alisema kama Waislamu hawajakubali dini yao itumike kama platform ya kufanya hii dini yao wanafanya. Mbona Mkristo wanakubali? Nikakwambia utafute hiyo nini utaiona. Alikuwa anaongea kwa Citizen TV. Mimi ni vile tu niko tu kidogo sijaelewana sana na hii mambo ya kompyuta. Nilijaribu kutuma hapa. Ikashindikana, sisi hatujafanya kompyuta, sisi ni wasee. Wale tumeng'ang'ana na machida kwanza hii serikali inasikiaga hata kuamka kwenda kufanya kazi. Nifanyie kazi Ruto na Rigathi. Wanikule pesa yangu. Na shida yangu hata saa zingine na kuamka kufanya kazi. Watu wamechoka na hii serikali, wacha nikwambie. Na tuombe Mungu tu atusaidie. Tuone ile njia tutatumia ndio huyu mtu atoke. Sababu hiyo kutoka ndio sasa kama ameshikilia. Isipokuwa watu tuombe. Hata sisi tusilale hata kwa maombi. Wacha hawa wanajifanyanga ati ni kuomba anaomba na ni uongo tu wako nayo. Hapa hakuna mtu anaombaga. Unaombaga nini wakati unaiba? Unaombaga nini wakati unapeleka mambo yako kwa kanisa? Kufanya watu wanakosana na Mungu yao. Hawa mapasta nao kama huyu Mati Kariuki. Sijai mpenda hata siku moja. Hata sionagi TV. Huyu mtu sijai mpenda hata huyo Pius Moiro, hawa watu wote. Ule mtu nilikuwa napenda kidogo na roho yangu imetoka ni wa elimu, huyu wa Karen, na siku hizi hata mimi simuonangi hata huyo. Sasa pasta mwenye naangaliaga tu kwa TV tu huyu Ng'ang'a, lakini sio Ng'ang'a wa neno, mzee mwingine wa CFF ndio huyu atakuongelesha neno usikie huyu mzee ako na Mungu kweli. Wengine walishikwa, sijui tutasema nini, sijui ni tumbo siko na shida, wanakula washibi. Unajua hata kuna wakati Musa aliulizwa, hata wakiomba hawa tu ni makelele wanafanyia Mungu. Na ukumbuke kuna wakati kwa hema Mungu aliuliza, hiyo makelele nasikia kwa hema ni ya nini? Naye Musa akambia, watu wanasema uwezi ukawapea nyama uwezi ukawalisha nyama. Na ukumbuke Bernard, wewe ni mcha Mungu, wale walikuwa na tumbo kubwa sana walikufa 23,000 kwa siku moja. Walipewa nyama zikatoka na mapua na zingine zikatoka na mdomo. Hata hawa unaona hizi tumbo mbele hata tu kuenda kwa hiyo njia. Usione ati mtu ameweka tumbo mbele ufikiri kuna mahali yanaenda. Hakuna mahali yanaenda. Kitu ya maana ni sisi tuombe Mungu, sababu atatusikia. Hii serikali Mungu afanye vile atafanya naye, hata kama hata Mungu anasaidiaga mwenye anajisaidia. Tukiomba na tufuatie kwa kufuata, tuone hii serikali yaje inaweza ikatoka. Sababu kwanza mimi sitakangi kuiona. Na kujaga hapa sitting, msichana akija anataka kuona Ruto. Mimi naweka off, nasonga kwa bedroom. Naweka TV hiyo, nataka kuona kama niyo mkutano. Sababu nao hawa watu walichikwa, sijui kama ni kurogwa, lakini nasikianga huko Naivasha walifanya ratios. Msionage hata wale watu wako kwa UDA kama wanakuanga tu hivyo. Mnahurumia, na ndio nawaambia tuombe. Kuna ratios zilifanyika huko Naivasha. Na hii pesa mnaona ilikuwa inapeanwa Central. Mtu hata usisikia akisema fulani ni mchai. Hawa ndio wachawi sana. Hizo ratios walifanya na pesa wakatoa huko wakaleta Central. Ndio zimefanya watu hata wengine wakakuwa wajiga sana. Sijui kama Bernard unajua hivyo. Kuna ratios zilifanywa huko Naivasha. Na hizi ndio zilileta shida sana. Ndio hata watu walifanya ratios, wakienda kwa kanisa wakipeleka hiyo pesa, watu hata wenye wanajua Mungu wanakaa kama hata sijui, hata nakosangwa kuelewa. Ni mimi sielewi neno ama ni hawa watu. Unajua hawa watu hata ukingojea wakupeleke biguni, hakuna biguni utaenda. Sababu wamekuwa wako watu wa tamaa, ni kama hao nimekuambia. Unajua tu hiyo neno kutoka kwa Biblia. Watu walikuwa tu wanafanya makelele. Mungu wewe ukatupatia nyama, wakaletewa nyama, wakakula zikatoka kwa mapua na kwa mdomo, wakakufa. Hata hawa wasiporudi kwa Mungu na waombe, watakufa kama hao walikufa kwa hema. Usione ati kuko sawa. Na ukitaka kujua hivyo, sile nini sote, sile makanisa sote kwenye Ruto alienda, ujue hawa wachungaji wengi kama nyinyi hamjui, wengi sana walikufa. Akina Megwe wale walikuwa wanatusi president, akina Mase wa Chiama ni wengi sana. Hata kwa deliverance, sikwani kulikufa wachungaji wangapi? Kama wewe Bernard nafikiri unajua. Kuna ule Mluya Beti alikufa. Kuna wengine Matthew Adonu. Deliverance walikufa kama manini 3. Walikufa wengi sana kama hamjui. Na msione kama wachungaji kukufa. Mbona sisi hatukufa na hiyo corona wakakufa wao? Mbona sisi hatukukufa na hiyo corona? Watu wanajua Mungu wakakufa. Kwenye Ruto alikuwa anapita hivi, watu walisemekana ni corona imewaua. Na kama nyinyi mlikuwa mnaona huyu Migwe alikuwa na tusi president kama mtoto, alikufa tu haraka hivyo. Kwenye tu walikuwa anatembea kwa hizo makanisa, wengi sana walikufa. I think hata wengine wakaona, hata kama waongeaji wakanyamaza tu, wakaona hii mambo tunafanya si nzuri. Na usione hii jua, nilimwambia mtu mwingine, hii jua unaona vile imewaka, sisi tulitusi president Central Province, tukamtusi. Na wacha nikwambie, Central tumeenda miaka 3 bila chakula. Huko hakujawahi kuwa hivyo Bernard. 3 years without food in Central Province. Wacha nikwambie Nyeri, na unaona Mount Kenya iko pale. Kuna wakati ni temperatures zilikuwa zimeenda 29 degrees. Na ijai fika hapo. Sasa mimi naona hawa watu ni kufuatana na pesa, akina Maki Kariuki fuatana tu na pesa ya Ruto na ya Ruto. Hata wakubuki wako na watu wanarisha. At least mtu arudi nyumba yake ya ndani aombe Mungu. Amuulize ni wapi tulienda vibaya. Ni wapi kanisa ilitumika vibaya. Kama Muislamu hajakubali kanisa yake itumike kama platform ya siasa, niambie Mkristo amewachwa wapi? Hata hiyo ndio kitu najiulizaga. Hata unachidwa ni useme wewe ni Mkristo, ni useme wewe ni nini? Hii mambo hata imetushida. Imeshida watu wengi. Mwenye anaombaga Mungu kwake. Si ati ni vile kanisa sio hizo nyumba tunaendaga. Kanisa ni roho ya mtu. Si ati ni hiyo nyumba. Hiyo nyumba tunaendaga tu kujifunika jua, mvua nini. Unafaa wewe uweke kanisa kwa roho yako. Ndio ujue mwongozo iko wapi. Mimi hata sio rais aliniambia nichague Raila. Ni mimi mwenyewe nilisikia mwito nikasikia mimi nitachagua huyu mzee. Huyu ndio anafaa. Na kama mtu unaongeaga na Mungu wako, atakuonesha njia. Na watu walioneshwa njia walikuwa wengi sana, tulikuwa tumeoneshwa hiyo njia ya kuchagua mzee, lakini hatujui vile kulienda. Lakini yoyote kwa Mungu hakuna kitu inakuanga. Naomba hii yote mambo itakuja kujulikana. Kama aliiba, hata mimi nasemanga hii service sifunguliwe. Kwa nini sikose kufunguliwa? Hii ni ushuru yetu, wasiseme siko na bei kali. Hata ile pesa inapeangwa ABC ni mingi sana. Ikuje ifunguliwe hii service tuone ukweli. Lakini kama hafungui service, basi chida hapo akisema walioneshana photos. What is a photo? Photo sio the same na service. Na wasiwe wanaona watu kama wajinga sana. Sababu wale anasemaga ilifunguliwa. Nini ilifunguliwa? Ni photo sio service. Na hiyo ndio na wewe ni mtu unajuana na Mungu, uombe Mungu sana, Mungu atuoneshe mwelekeo. Wakikataa, mimi najua kuna njia. God always say there is always a way in the wilderness, and he will give us a way. Because there's pain, God cannot let us go with this pain anymore. With these people doing nothing, ni kuongea tu, tutafanya. Huyu Ruto ni mtu wa kusema, tutafanya nini? Hata huyu mzee Magoha mimi nafikiri alikufa sababu ya kuona ile njia tu alikuwa ametafuta watoto wetu, ni kama hiyo njia imepotea. Unafikiri ukifanya kitu kwa kung'ang'ana, alafu uone ile njia yote ulikuwa umetengeneza, ni kama imekuja ikamwaga maji, imeletwa matiga, imebomoa na ulikuwa umeweka lami, utasikiaje? Hii ndio mtihani ilibua huko Kisii kwa wakale, ikaibiwa, wako na madina whatever. Huyu mzee angekaa namna gani? Na alikuwa tu amejitolea kwa watoto wetu wasome, akaleta CBC wakijua wakiwa na Matiang'i ati Kenya itakuwa imeenda mbele, tutakuwa na wale watoto. Sasa mambo ya kusema ya Matiang'i imeisha, B ya Matiang'i imeisha, C ya Matiang'i sasa ni masomo ya wale tu wanataka kuiba masomo, sijui ni watafute kazi wapi. Si kuna mama alisema sasa mtoto wangu alikuwa anapata D, how comes alipata A? Hata ndio unaona hiyo machogu anakaa tu, anakaa hata uwezi ukaelewa ni mtu gani hata akiongea. Afadhali vile Raila alienda huko akamtoa kwa pulpit, akuonekana akiongea. Kuna mtihani inaweza ikaibuaje kama kuna mtu ako na akili mahali timamu? Watu wakuwe shule mzima ni B minus. Amuoni hii Kenya mahali inaelekea? Hii ni Mungu atakuja kutuokoa Bernard. Na muombe sana.
Amina. Asante mami. Nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tupatie nafasi mwingine. Asante sana. Ujumbe ni wazi, ukweli umetoka. Wakenya wanajua nani waliopigia kura. Chebukati na timu yake watameza uongo wao. Wakati wa toba umefika, kama vile Secretary General amesema. Watu waite press conference, watubu mapema. Kama Sakayo akasema leo nimeona mwangaza. Sioni nikiendelea katika maovu. Kama nichukua hela ya mtu nitarudisha mara 4. Hiyo ndio wokovu. Hii wokovu ya kwenda makanisa, stadium, nini, maombi peke yake bila toba na restitution, hiyo ni fake. Sisi tunataka wale watu wameona mwangaza wa kukubali kwamba mimi niliiba hapa, narudisha. Niliiba urais, narudisha. Niliiba Weston Hotel, narudisha. Niliiba shamba la alikuwa anaitwa Waitiki narudisha. Let us have a clean country. And that clean country will only come from Kenyans refusing to be taken for fools. Kenyans refusing to be taken for fools. So lazima tujisatiti, tusimame katika ukweli. Na Central Kenya did exemplary well. According to the whistleblower, everybody voted the right ticket. Baba na mother. Those were the right ticket that were to bridge us from where we are to where we ought to go. And every right-thinking Kenyan voted in that direction. Only a few twisted people, okay, bought into this wheelbarrow thing. Even nobody was buying into wheelbarrow thing. Kule Chebukati alitokea na Martha Koome, hao watu wawili, hiyo bench mzima, watu 7, haswa au wanaume wa hiyo bench. Yani mimi nashindwa kuelewa kabisa. And then wanatuchukua wajinga. Kama kitu imeitishwa mbele ya koti, haiwezi kurudishiwa nyuma ya mlango ya nyuma ya koti. If something is demanded before the floor of the court, before the judges, the report is deposited in the court during the proceedings. Airudishwangi nyuma ati our own team was in it and has confirmed that it was complete. Huyo Lenaola na hiyo timu yake. Hey, kama kuna kiboko inashukanga kutoka mbinguni, iteremke mapema. Okay, naomba hivi niko na watu wangapi ambao bado nimeshikilia. Of course chairman wetu Stony PK alikuja na hajaongea. Kenya Democracy, karibu. Nani huyu nilikuwa na naona iko kofia nyingine hatari hapa. Okay. Kenyan Democracy, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. For now, give the next person. Let me prepare myself, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mommy. Innocent? How innocent are you?
Please, can I say just one little bit before I go? Because, I've been here a long time. You guys, you have been I used to be here like almost all day. I like to be this forum because I know I want to shine light to the darkness to our country. The truth must sit in the streets, right? That's what I believe. I just want to say, I will continue to pray for my country. Me, I'm a prayer warrior. Everybody have seen me pray. I'm a prayer warrior. And me, I don't pray this. When I pray with real. And I have seen miracles and wonder when I pray. I have been praying all over the world. I've been praying for Syrian. I've been praying for Iran. I've been praying for Russia and President Putin and Ukraine. I used to pray all the country all over the world, what God has put for my heart. So that's really who I am. And I pray for my country too, because I want to see my country shine light to the darkness. I want my country, the democracy to stand, justice for everyone, and constitution and things work normal. That's what I'm burning. And God is in heaven. He is wishing us for the best. So I just want to say that address. So you guys have a nice good night and God bless you. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Let's move on. Innocent.
Hey Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. It's good morning from Nairobi.
Okay, good morning to all of us who are in Kenya, and maybe good afternoon to maybe those people who are abroad. Today I'm a happy guy, at least tumeshika mwezi. Watu wamechoka na maombi. Like things are tough in the ground. Unaweza, like you can see buses ferrying people to go to prayers in Nakuru, actually. And Nakuru is not Nyanza. Nakuru is not Western. Nakuru ni kwa kina Zakayo. The list of it, at least angeenda place ingine, watu wakose kutokea, ingesemekana maybe alienda Nyanza, watu wa Nyanza walikataa kutokea. Maybe alienda Coast people are not there. But now, Nakuru, where he is coming from, people wanakataa kutoka. It was so serious. And this is just to tell him he need to vacate the office. People are tired. Like even I was listening to that the video that people were paid 1,500 to attend. Like seriously. You know, there's a big joke here in Kenya. Somebody is giving you 1,500. When you try to budget for this 1,500, unga peke yake ni 200. Hujanunua mafuta wala sukari hujanunua. Alafu anakupatia 1,500. Yeye anakaa kwa ofisi, anaharibu maisha yako. We need to stand up. And Bernard, mimi nakutuma kwa baba. Tell him that we need those caves. Those are defense forces. We are ready. We must have, this guy must vacate that office bana. We are suffering. Alafu another thing nataka ku talk to anaitwa nani? Mike Sonko. Unajua Mike Sonko is still in pain that alitolewa, alikuwa impeached. He's not living in reality. This guy is just a fool. Sometimes going to school it's good. Sometimes you can understand some things. Because now, how can somebody like Mike Sonko, who have been a governor, standing in front of cameras, telling Zakayo nonsense, that you have to arrest Uhuru, sijui what. You know, sometimes, I don't know what these politicians sometimes eat when they are going somewhere. Sometimes they need to sit down, maybe think and know what they are going to say. Like, am I going to say something that has any value or does it make any sense? Like somebody like Sonko, I was not expecting something to come from him like what he said today. It's so embarrassing and so foolish and childish to him that he can speak things like the way you things that he was saying. Yani things are so bad. To us kama watu wa Coast, what we are just waiting that baba kuja tuambie like this day we are marching to Nairobi. Bernard, this thing is serious that when you see when people fail to attend a rally that so-called the person he was saying that he has numbers. Now is like he had to ferry people so that people can be in that meeting or that prayer. It's so bad. And things are changing in the ground. Very soon atajipata ako peke yake. Na atajipata like na hao bunge wenye wananunuliwa. And it's good that it has been an example now. At least kule watu wa kwao wanajua kuwa this person was never elected. Now and today Baba have challenged Chebukati. Chebukati says that Ruto won the election. And Baba has bring that whistleblower result. Since that whistleblower came out, even Chebukati himself have not come out to say that these results are fake. Imagine, he hasn't come out. So, whom should we believe? Should we believe Chebukati who is... And another thing, Baba said that he hasn't posted the results for constituencies the way the law says. So, you know, sometimes they take us like fools. Chebukati and the Zakayo, they take us like fools. And then they sing to us that elections were over. We need to move on. We move on from where? This time is not going to be easy that way, the way they think. You know, Chebukati bungled the election in 2017. And 2017, Uhuru went and Baba, and then they decided to have a handshake. and then Baba forgiven for the mistake that Chebukati did. So Chebukati was led by the Zakayo man that where you just do whatever that you did in 2017, this man will forget this. But now it has reached a time where people are the people who are demanding now that this thing cannot just go this way, because we are seeing now. As for me, I have ambitions maybe to be even a president one day in this nation, or maybe to be any seat. If things go this way, nobody will have any chance, or nobody will be. You will never have any opportunity to be in any political maybe office, because kama vitu ni Chebukati ndo wako, why shouldn't we vie, or why shouldn't we engage in politics that we have an ending result? So I just need to urge each and every person that who is in pain like me, that we need to stand and fight. Alafu Bernard, look for me a video like Minister of Foreign Affairs is called the governor. Who is the name?
Mutua.
Yeah, Mutua. Mutua today said that Matiang'i alikuwa anaona polisi kwa ndoto. Ati Matiang'i alikuwa anaona polisi kwa ndoto. No, you know, sometimes it's so irritating. Mutua himself, there's a video where he was saying that Ruto alimsalimia tu hivi na akamwangalia kwa macho and he ran to report to the police station. So sasa yeye anaona ya mwenzake aliona kwa ndoto, na yeye kusalimiwa tu na kuangaliwa kwa macho alikimbia kwa police station kwenda kuripoti. Unajua sometimes watu wanatucheza kama watoto, but mimi what I know is that this thing is not going. Lazima tuchukue ng'ombe yetu. Kama mtu ameiba ng'ombe lazima aregeshe Bernard, hatutaiachilia hivi. Mimi nashukuru. Hayo tu ndio maoni yangu.
Thank you Bwana Innocent, we appreciate that. Kofia tutafanya maandalizi, kofia zitatokezea. Hata Alex yako hapa, yeye anakuanga kwa hiyo sekta kwa masuala mengine, so pia tutaona vile tutaziandaa na vile kule zitapatikana. Kule wale wanataka kutumiwa mkiwa ng'ambo, tutafanya hiyo mikakati, lakini siku ya kihama kila mmoja awe na kofia yake. Hakuna mchezo this time round. Thank you so much. Kuna Desai anasema whistleblower was a government operative themselves. I don't think Ruto outsmarted the government. Ruto did not outsmart the government. Ruto kidnapped Chebukati. Okay? The person who told us that Chebukati's life was in danger, he was the one who endangered Chebukati's life. Took Chebukati, gave him results, and said, if you want to leave, announce this. If you don't want to leave, don't announce it. The kidnapper became the whistleblower of kidnap. That is why we are where we are. All in all, hakuna kilicho na mwanzo ambacho hakina mwisho. Mwisho wa haya mambo itakuwa bora kwa nchi hii kuliko mwanzo wake. Tumecheza hii ngoma kwa muda mrefu, imefika mwisho. Ngoma ikilia sana upasuka, wakati kupasuka umefika. So tusijichanganye. Kumbuka mahali tulipo sasa ni kusema kwamba William Ruto hakuingia kwa ofisi kihalali. Asipoingia kwa ofisi kihalali hawezi kuwa rais kihalali, na kama sio rais kihalali hafai kukaa kwa hiyo ofisi. It's simple and pure. He did not get in office the right way. According to the whistleblower, alipata 41%. Hawezi kuwa rais wa nchi hii with 41%. The only person who was president in this country with 35% was Arap Moi. Okay? There was a time he was president with as low as 32%. That was the old constitution, that you won the election with simple majority. But after 2010 constitution, hawezi kuwa rais wa Kenya with 41%. lazima ufikishe 50% plus 1. So kwa hiyo tu peke yake, hapo peke yake, kabla tujaingia rigging na hiyo maswala, on that premise alone, Ruto must go. He is not a legitimate president of this country because he did not get 50 plus 1. He has not disputed those results. Chebukati has not disputed those results. Kenya Kwanza has not disputed those results. So those should be the legitimate results. And if that is anything to go by, then Ruto is in office in the wrong, wrongly, and therefore he should vacate. Na zile pesa amespend hii 6 months zinarudishwa. Ile rent alikalia Karen, hiyo miaka 5 alikuwa amepanda kwa gari, hiyo rent tunakujia. So si eti anatoka tu kwa ofisi, ni malipo. Siku ya malipo imefika. Nashukuru, naomba nani, King Jos, ulikuwa hapa na ukabeba msalaba usiokuwa wako. Lakini nashukuru ukatulia, ukapigwa mawe kama Yesu. Naomba ufufuke sasa, siku ya 3 imefika.
Asante sana. Mwanzo napenda kuwasalimu. Nafikiri nasikika vizuri.
Unapatikana karibu.
Asante. Kwa mara ya kwanza nataka kushukuru tena kwa sababu ya hii nafasi. Kuna vitu ambavyo nimekuwa nikifuatilia mimi binafsi, na napenda sana kusoma Biblia. Kuna mambo ambayo yaliandikwa kwenye Biblia na yaona yakitimia. 1. Lipo kusudi kwa nini iliandikwa hukumu itaanza kwa kanisa. Tena sio kwa kanisa tu, itaanza madhabahuni. Ufulsika wote ambao hawa watu wanaufanya, wanaoitwa viongozi kwa sababu ndio hukaa kwenye madhabahu, na maanisha wa kidini ama wa misingi ya kiroho, wao ndio wanaosababisha. Na hili jambo huzaa uchungu kwa waumini, na wasipochunga watakuja wataligawa kanisa. Kwa sababu wakati unapomkaribisha kiongozi wa kisiasa, umruhusu apige siasa, wakati watu huko nje wamechoshwa na siasa, wamekuja ili wakomboke roho zao, wabadili mienendo, wapate mwenendo ama misingi ya kiroho, unawarudisha kwenye siasa. Huko ni kutuambia kanisa mwanzo linapoteza mwelekeo. Number 2, ni kweli tumekuwa na vilio miaka mingi. Baba amekuwa akilia kwamba ameibiwa. Sasa huu mchezo bado unaurifaa kwenye Bible. Kisa cha Isau, nani alioa Raheli na Lea, hao mabinti. Unachagua huyu, unapewa mwingine. Ndivyo wa Kenya tunavyofanya kila uchao. Yakobo, Sasa ikiwa sisi tutakuwa tunaambiwa upo umuhimu wa kuchagua kiongozi, alafu kama tukihitaji kuchagua yule tunataka tunapewa mwingine, swali ni ipo haja gani basi ya sisi kusema twendeni tukawachague viongozi tunaowapenda? Kwa sababu unajua nikipenda black nitapewa red. Ipo haja gani ya mimi nipoteze wakati wangu niseme naenda nichague chenye nataka na kumbe nitapewa nisichokihitaji? So ile kitu ambayo nasema ni nini? Baada ya Yakobo kuhadaiwa na mjomba wake, alilazimika kwa sababu alipenda, akasema niko tayari kwenda kufanya kazi tena ili mradi nimpate yule ninayemhitaji. Hivi sisi kama wananchi wanyonge, walala hoi, waenda mbio, tunafanya kazi kama tembo, lakini ulaji wetu unakuwa kama mbu. Kwa sababu kile kichache unachokipata bado unafinyiliwa na wale ambao tayari wako nacho. Nafikiri umefika wakati tufanye maamuzi, tuseme kama huyu bwana Yakobo alisema mimi nitaenda nifanye hivi kwa mjomba Laban, na sisi tutalazimika kurudi pale ili tuipate haki yetu ambayo tumehitaji na tumekuwa tukililia kwa muda mrefu. Huwa tunasema kitambo uone bubu akiongea ujue maji wewe yameshazidi unga. Sasa kama tulikuwa tunanyamaza tuseme, lakini umefikia wakati sasa tunasema basi hapa mambo hayako sawa kabisa. Na hawa watu walikaa wakajua weakness mojawapo ya huu mzee ni huruma yake. Tukija tukimwambia hili haliwezekani, tukimwambia umeshindwa, atapiga kelele, mwisho wa siku atarudi, atakubali, ainue mikono, ndio tutaanza kumtukana, tuseme huyu ni mtu wa handshake, ndio tutaanza kumongelea vibaya, tumpake matope ya kila aina kwa sababu ya huruma yake kwa Mkenya. Kwa maana kuna huu msemo unasema eti fahali wawili wakipigana nyasi ndo zinaumia. Baba amekuwa mtu wa huruma sana, hataki mwananchi aumie. Na hili jambo hawa wenzetu ndio wamelichukulia, wakaona hili tutalitumia kama ngao ya kuwachapa hawa, kwa sababu mzee kama akiona tunasukuma anaachilia, basi wacha tuwatandike tu. Lakini swali ambalo tunafaa kujiuliza ni hata kama baba akisema mimi naachilia, mimi na wewe maisha tunayoishi leo ndio tuliyachagua? Je, tuna uwezo wa kwenda na haya maisha kweli? Na kama hakuna, ni wapi tulipokosea? The book of Revelation chapter 3 inasema, hebu kumbuka ni wapi ulipokosea, urudi basi hapo utubu. Na kama hutafanya hivyo, mimi nitakuja upesi na nitalipa kila mtu kulingana na kazi yake aliyoifanya. Ikiwa sisi hatutarudi nyuma kuangalia mahali gani tulikosea, tutakuwa tunasema tu after every 5 years, basi ikiharibika imeharibika, twendeni mbele, tusukume maisha. Itakuwa ina maana gani? Uoga wetu ndio adui yetu namba moja. Na ili tubadilike na tuibadilishe Kenya na vizazi vijavyo mpaka waone umuhimu na demokrasi inakuwa, lazima basi, kuna kauli zilikuwa zinatoka tangu juzi nafuatilia, hata kama sijaingia hapa kuongea, lakini walikuwa wanasema, na nilikuwa nawasikia mkisema, afadhali atakayekufa afe, atakayebaki aishi kwa amani. Si uchochezi, lakini tunaongea ukweli, kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga. Na ikiwa sisi tutaogopa hivi, basi tutaka nani aje kuipigania demokrasi Kenya hii mpaka irudi mahali ambapo inatakikana? Kila mtu akiupenda uzima. Na hili swala nalinukuu kutoka kwa Biblia. Biblia inasema hivi, mbinguni wazee wale 24 walikuwa na ile kazi yao ya kuabudu, wanainama wakiinuka wanasema unastahili. Lakini wakati Mungu aliangalia duniani, akaona mwanadamu anateseka, anafinyiliwa, anakandamizwa, anaisha. Akauliza, ni nani atakayeenda kule duniani ili amkomboe mwanadamu atoke katika ile dhambi? Ujue wazee walijifanya hawasikii, wakainama wanasema unastahili Bwana. Akamwambia si wakati wa kusema sasa nastahili. Nataka mnijibu swali langu mimi. Ni nani atakayeenda ili amkomboe mwanadamu na hii dhambi? Walikuwa wanajua kabisa kwamba hakuna njia ambayo ingemkomboa mwanadamu isipokuwa ni kupitia kifo. Na hawa bwana hawakutaka kufa. So Biblia inasema mbingu ikawa kimya. Na baada ya kuwa kimya, kwa upole maandiko yanasema akainua mkono na sauti ikasikika. Yesu akasema, niko tayari Baba, nitume. Mimi nitakwenda niwakomboe wanadamu watoke katika huu utumwa wa dhambi. Lakini hebu angalia, naja hivi. Baada ya Yesu kuifanya hiyo kazi alipokuja duniani, hakulazimishwa, alitaka mwenyewe. Lakini alivyokuja duniani, dakika za mwisho, Biblia inasema alikuwa na aina moja tu ya ombi. Akasema, Baba, kikombe hiki kiniepuke, kwa sababu ulikuwa ni wakati wa uchungu. Lakini swali ni, wakati alivyoomba akasema hiki kikombe kiniepuke, kilimwepuka? Hasha, haikuwa hivyo. Mungu akakaa kimya, ni kana kwamba hakuwa anasikia. Lakini ukafikia wakati akasema, basi isiwe kwa mapenzi yangu Baba, lakini ya kwako yatendeke. Biblia inasema it's like Mungu alisema, sasa hapo umeomba vyema. Akatuma malaika wakaja wakamtia nguvu. Ni nini nasema hivi? Wakati mwingi tunapokaribia kupata ukombozi, kuna ule udhaifu wa kibinadamu huo unatuingia. Alafu tunaona tu kwamba hapa haiwezekani sisi kufanya hivi. Ukombozi rahisi. Hata inawezekana tukafa na hatutaona matunda ya hii. Mimi nasema hivi binafsi, lakini huwa naona ni vizuri sana, manake fahari ya mwanajeshi ni kufia vitani na si chumbani. Afadhali mimi nikufe, lakini generation yenye itakuja waishi smart, kuliko eti mimi niishi tu nikisema basi hivi naishi kwa sababu nataka haya maisha marefu, lakini yasiyokuwa na maana, ya uchungu mtupu saa zote. Yana maana gani? Si afadhali tu nikufe mara moja na hiyo story ishe. Wenye watakuja nyuma yangu, kama Mungu ataachilia neema, waishi smart. Hilo ndio ombi langu. So yale mambo ambayo tunasema tutaenda, naamini hata hawa wenzetu wanasema, hawa jamaa wanasema, naangalia comments za watu wengi sana hapo, unaweza pata mtu amecomment zaidi ya mara 50 na unashindwa, yeye kila akiongea anaongea matope tu hapo, lakini hatuendi, wanatuona tumekuwa waoga. I think this is the right time, tuseme wacha, kama ni mbaya ikuwe mbaya, sisi tunasonga na hakuna reverse gear. Kila mmoja ambaye anaamua sasa tunang'oa reverse gear, hakuna kurudi nyuma. Ndio kama wanatuua watuue wote, alafu tuone kama akituua wote ataongoza nani. But what I believe, hakuna vile anaweza tuua wote. Hili jambo linanitia uchungu, linaniliza. Nikijiangalia mimi speed yenye nakwenda, speedometer yangu ilitengenezwa na speed ya 80 na pelekwa 160. Hizi zingine zinatoka wapi? So ikiwa mimi nakwenda hivi, mtoto wangu ataishije na mjukuu wangu ataishije? Kwa hivyo I think this is the high time tuseme tuendeni, na kama tunaenda State House tuseme tunang'oa Ruto. Hatuna kazi nyingine, watupige mawe, watakaokufa watuue, watakaobaki, watakaobahatika waishi wakisema at least akina King Jos na wengine walikuwa ndio mashujaa wetu ambao wanatufanya tuna celebrate uhuru wetu sasa, kwa sababu afadhali mbeberu wa wakati huo kuliko huyu. Mimi huwa nasema, kama paka akikuibia kipande cha samaki ulichokikopa, alafu akikitafuna hapa, kina uchungu zaidi ya kile ambacho wameiba akaenda kukulia huko nyuma ya hiyo nyumba. Sijui tunaelewana hapo?
Asante Dadi.
Sawa, asante.
Tamatisha.
Mimi nasema tusimame na tuseme tuende, na hakuna kurudi nyuma. Hii sibaki story na ikaishia hivyo, kwa sababu wataendelea kutuzoea na hakuna mahali tutafika. Wacha tuende State House, tung'oe Ruto na tuseme hatuna haja, tuangalie mambo mengine. Baba kalie kiti, hiyo si mambo ya kwenda na handshake na hizo propaganda zote. Asanteni ndugu zangu.
Okay, thank you King Jos. We appreciate that. Very clear, precise and to the point. And we are ready for whatever that will cost for the freedom of this great country. Kuna mtu aliuliza hapo swali, kwa mbona Chebukati akamwogopa Ruto kuliko kumwogopa Uhuru Kenyatta? Ningependa tu kufafanua kulingana na leakage ambayo ilikuwa imetoka kwa ile IBC. Unajua IBC ilikuwa mara mbili, okay? Kulikuwa wale wakongwe na kuna wale walikuja wageni. So kulikuwa na ile chat group yao ya WhatsApp ya hawa wakongwe, wale vigogo ya waki-exchange. Wanasema tumefanya mipangilio vizuri siku ya kuprint ballot papers. Wanasema tumefanya mipangilio vizuri kuhakikisha kwamba tunamfanya huyu akuwe rais, na akiwa rais atatutetea, atatulinda. So Uhuru was on his way out of office. They needed somebody to protect them who is coming into office. The Raila presidency was not a guarantee of the safeguarding of corrupt people like Chebukati. That's one. Two, the architect of rigging election 2017. Nane alisimamia uchaguzi wa Jubilee wa 2017. From nomination to presidential, it was William Ruto. Okay? So akasema vile hesabu tulifanya 2017. Unajua mzaa anajua. Ukiacha huyu mzaa ingie, wewe ndio utakuwa kwanza kuwa hanged. Okay? So wewe fanya mambo. Sisi tutakulinda. So hii ilikuwa na mambo tu mingi hapo. And then of course William Ruto hakuiba tu Chebukati peke yake, aliiba mpaka na deep state. Na deep state, unajua deep state inafanyanga biashara na serikali. Alafu hizo biashara ndio hizo wanalia sasa hivi, wanasema kuna watu walipangi tax. Wanajua wale watu wanaiba nao pamoja, wale wanafanya tender, wanakuwa paid bila kusupply anything. So all those people came together and they looked for the birds of the same feathers, flock together. So they look for which regime can help us continue with the corruption without any problem. So wakiangalia ticket ya baba, zero tolerance corruption, baba amesimama. Pili, asha appoint Martha Karua ambaye she's also no nonsense. Yeye ndo atakuwa nasimamia nini? Maneno ya justice. So wakaona hapa biashara ya corruption haitafanyika. Tuweke mwizi wetu atatusaidia kuiba. Maswala mengine tushughulikie baadaye. I believe that's why we find ourselves where we are. Very sorry state of affairs. Wale watu ambao wajali vizazi vijavyo, wanajali tumbo lao na mahali walipo. It's very bad. It's evil. It's wicked. It's irresponsible to sell a whole country for yourself and for your family. It doesn't work that way. You rather sacrifice yourself to save the nation than sell the nation to save yourself. That's a Jesus principle. He said, if you lose my life for me, you gain it. But if you keep it, you will lose it. Chebukati and the team, they kept their life. They sold the nation. We are suffering for a while. But after a short while, we'll be settled. We'll be perfected. But they will face the law. Kuna mzee mmoja, mzee Maiko hapa tulikuongea naye kabla nianze kipindi. Akasema tutafute ile mnara ya Haman. Okay? Mnakumbuka story ya Haman na Mordekai? Yes, huyo mnara ya Haman itengenezwe vizuri hapa Uhuru Park. Tukishachukua serikali hivi, watu wafanywe mfano kwa wengineo watakaokuwa chairman wa IEBC wakuwe hanged up, kuelewekwe vizuri kwamba inji ni muhimu kuliko mtu mmoja, na inji isikuwe muhimu kuliko mtu mmoja wakati mnataka kuiba ama mnataka kutoroka na ng'ombe za wenyewe. Inji ikuwe muhimu kuliko mtu mmoja wakati wa kulinda katiba na kufuata sheria. Naomba hivi prayer meeting organized Ruto Tuesday. Prayer meeting gani? Kwani mimi ni mwalimu wa Biblia. Maombi imeombwa na Ruto kama inafanya kazi kweli. Okay? Yalianzia Nyanza. Okay? Ikaenda Mount Kenya. Ikarudi Nyanza. Ikaenda Mount Kenya. Imezunguka makanisa wakiomba. Sasa, is it now on Thursday, siku ya Tuesday? Hiyo ndio itafanya nini? It's just another excuse. They keep themselves busy to think that Kenyans will forget. Kenyans are not forgetting any soon. Kwanza nafikiria baba sijui atengeneze mkutano mwingine hapa Kamkunji. Hiyo siku. Si tuende huko tupelekana out. Siku ya kupendana. Kama these people are jokers and they are joking with God. I think ndio nilikuwa na agree na ile jamaa. Tunataka huyo Mungu Anania na Safira. Huyo Mungu Anania Safira arudi kidogo tu. Tembee hapa Kenya wiki 3 tu. Watu 3, 4, 5 waanguke, wakufe. Watu watarudi in their right mind. Story ya kuinvoke Mungu katika masuala ya wizi haikubaliki. Naomba hivi natamatisha. Asante sana Stony PK for your patience. I want to leave you to make your submission and take charge. Fatan anasema tuende Kasarani, tuende Jacaranda. Yes, sisi tuko na parallel yetu Jacaranda, hawa wakiwa Nyayo Stadium. Tuone maombi gani yatahudhuriwa na waombezi wengi kuliko kwingine. So Stony PK atafanya submission, alafu utamkaribisha Kenyan Democracy. I hope she's ready. But I beg to sign out. I think I've done my 4th hour and that's good enough. I need to preserve my voice for the kingdom of God. And for this country. We must save this country. So, wale mnataka kofia, mtasema mapema, tutafanya mipangilio vile hizo kofia zitawafikia. Wale mko diaspora na wale mko local, there is a system vile tulifanya zile t-shirts za Azimio zilikuwa zinaenda worldwide. So, hata hizo kofia, we can make arrangement for that. And then make sure that all the whatever the facilitation of the meetings that are taking place, be a participant. Elimisha watu huko nyumbani au washosho waeleze vizuri. Naona wanaelewa vizuri. Sasa Agnes ameeleza hapa mambo vizuri sana. Watu wanaelewa nini kilifanyika na nini kinapaswa kufanywa. So tumika katika uwezo wako kuelimisha watu. Sababu ya maandamano ni hii, kwa sababu ya hii na hiki. Kuna wale ambao wamedanganywa kufikiria kwamba sisi ni watu wa maandamano tu. Wengine wamedanganywa hapa tu maandamano ni ya Wajaluo. Na kama ni ya Wajaluo nimeisaidia hii nchi. Hata mimi nataka kuwa Mjaluo kama ni hivyo. Kwa sababu tunataka nchi isonge mbele kwa uzuri. And then of course Stony PK, Mzalendo, Mise na nani watu wa UDA wakitaka kutumia hii platform kufanya siasa ya UDA, haswa hiki kipindi, okay, at least I have some rights on this particular specific show. Walipie, okay, walipie, tutawatengenezea show yao, wakuje kivyao, wasikuje kwa during our own show. Sisi tufanye show yetu vizuri tumalize. Wakitaka show yao special walipie, okay? Wakishalipia tutawahost waongee na watu wa UDA on their own without mixing us up, because tumewaelimisha ya kutosha, tumewaelezea ya kutosha, tumewaonyesha katiba ya kutosha, hawataki kubadilika. Kwa hivyo waandae, wanalipa upfront, okay, $300 wakitaka show moja. Waambie mimi ndio nimesema. Wakikasirika hata mimi si mimi ni mhubiri wa Injili, tutaelewana tu. So ndio hivyo, standard ikuwe hapo. Alafu watu wa kujificha, Charles Sang, hakuna kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Unatoa sura yako, tunakuona. Kama hutaki kuonyesha sura yako, unaharibu video. Kwa hivyo tunakutupa nje mpaka uwe tayari kuweka kamera, kwa sababu we need a quality video, especially for the people who come to watch this show after it is done. So it is that law still abides, but let's keep the quality of the show, keep the quality of the discussion. Usipatie mtu nafasi ya kuuza uongo na propaganda. Wanasemanga mtu asini interrupt nimalize kwanza ndio uniulize swali. No, the moment they begin to deviate, cut them, throw them out, let them come and cry. UDA iko na pesa, UDA iko na ofisi, UDA iko na channel, wanadai hao ndio rais. Sasa wafungue channel yao ya kufundisha uongo, tuone wangapi watahudhuria class zao. Otherwise, thank you so much everyone. Let's keep the conversation going. See you later on in the course of the day as we keep the struggle moving. Keep subscribing, keep following. Let's do it again. Stony PK, go ahead.
Thank you Bernard, for those highlights. Tulikuwa tumesubiri sana, manake lazima kila kitu lazima kiwe na masharti na malengo ambayo yana guide what we need and where we want to go. Kwa hivyo that is very good, na hata watu walikuwa wanauliza itafika lini, manake tulikuwa tunasema tuliacha debate, tulimaliza kitambo. Saa hii tuna sensitize our people na kuelezana kama vile baba amesema, si ati hatutaki kwenda State House jana, but inabidi kila mtu aelewe ndio kiatu kinafinya mtu wapi, ndio tujue. So it's good Bernard, and we should not allow any deviation from our course, you know, and nobody should come here to ask us when, okay? It's ndio tutajua when we take our time, we know when we will be ready, because we know our objective, tunajua. Sasa hapo basi ningekushukuru sana kwa masaa, kwa kazi uliyofanya, na wale wengine wote wako tutaendeleza pamoja. Na pia tukisubiri wengine, manake bado ni mapema. Bernard akienda kupumzika anaachia wengine, kama vile tunafanya the revolution, there will be no stopping. Ikiwa tutachukua siku 3 tutafanya in shifts, wengine wanaenda wengine wanaingia. We maintain that 1 million. Kama litakuwa ni 1,000,000, wengine wanaenda, unaenda haja kidogo unarudi, hivyo, that kind of a thing. And I was urging most people to read the recent revolutions, how they have happened, ndio watu waone kwamba si kitu mpya tunataka kufanya. It is something that has been going on, The improvement on revolutions is that people now get to understand their focus, and unasikia watu, you don't bother about other things. Kama ni kusema ni kwenda Uhuru Park, people go to Uhuru Park. Na kuchunga wale wabaya wa kuinfiltrate, because that is how it has been done before. The people who died during our maandamanos in the past were killed by the police. They were killed by the government, not by the supporters. No. Hakuna mwananchi ameua mwenzake katika hizi maandamano. Never. Wamekuwa wakipigwa marisasi na serikali iliyoko. Kwa hivyo tusianze kuambiwa hapa, oh, tunahitaji amani nini na nini. We are very peaceful. Hakuna siku tumekuwa violent. Ni hile tu tukifanya yale tunafanya, unakuja unachokozwa, unapigwa mijeledi, unapigwa tear gas, unapigwa so you are provoked. That now is the level we have gone beyond that. Those past meetings we've had, mumeona tumekuwa tumechunga kabisa, tunachungana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. We are very organized. Kila timu inajuana, na mtu akiingia na hana nia nzuri wanamuona haraka sana, anaambiwa wewe toka hapa, this is not your right place. So nobody should come here telling us we want to destroy property and we want to do that. Tumepita hiyo. We are in 21st century and what is ours tutaclaim tu vizuri, kama ni vile jiga huwa inangolewa kwa kidole. Tunachimbia hivi, we throw the jiga and burn it. Then tunaacha kidole kikipona, tunakitia dawa na kitapona. Kwa hayo acha nisalimie Bwana Jose. Asante, nice to see you. Simba na muona na Kenyan Democracy. Kabla niite Kenyan Democracy, labda mimi nifanye ka submission kangu, kwa sababu sasa nikianza ku moderate, I don't like talking a lot. I like listening and probably guiding the ship. Mimi kwa hizi siku zote zinasalia, nimeona jambo lile tunalo ni jambo moja tu. We only have one job to do. And the job is to ensure that we claim what is ours. Hiyo kazi ndio tunayo. Kazi moja tu, kuchukua kile kilicho chetu. Namna na hali na vile tutafanya, hiyo ndio inatakiwa sasa tuwe tunatafuta, tunachangia. Itakuwa vipi? Yani sasa tunapanda, tunashika nguvu, tunajiami kwa mawazo, tunajiami kiakili, tunajiami kinguvu, kimotisha. All right? Because njia tunayo. Njia iko ya kwenda kule tunakotaka. If we didn't have the pathway, then that would have been different. Lakini sasa tuna njia, tunaiona, tunalenga wapi. Alafu tunania, we know where we are heading. And then tuna uwezo. Because we are the people. We have the power. We have prayed to our God. We are healthy. And then we have the numbers. Sasa tuna numbers. Okay? Then what else don't we have? We have the reason to do that. Tuna sababu ya kufanya vile tutafanya. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu atatudoubt. You know, we have those four things. We know where we want to go. We have known the path. Si ati tumepotea katika jango ama tuko kule kwenye desert kama vile Waisraeli walipotea miaka 40. Hapana, sisi tunajua tunakwenda wapi. We know. We have our star guiding us to where we are going. Tunajua mahali mtoto amezaliwa. So we know the direction. Hiyo hatutafuti. Alafu tunania. We all have the hope. We want to go there. And then we have a reason why we want to go there. And we have the energy to go there. We have the power to do that. Kwa hivyo mimi naona hii kazi imekwisha. We only need to finish. Hii kazi ipo, we only need to finish the job. Yani to make it real. Yeah. Kwa hivyo watu kuja hapa kuanza kutupatia mambo sijui nini, kusema ni nonsense ama huo ni upuzi. Don't come to listen to nonsense. Please don't. Usije kusikiza kama unaona hapa watu wanazungumza yale. You sleep, don't waste your sleep. Keep to yourself, don't log on to this channel. Because hapa sasa hatubembelezani. And we don't need kukua ati tunakuwa graded. Okay? I'm so happy with one submission ya mama, nafikiri ni mama Njeri. Aliposema hii serikali ya Wanogo na Washosho, those who are young may not know who Wanogo and Washoshos were, but these were two thieves that walikuwa sugu, waliterrorize Central kama kitu ingine. All right, so she's actually fits it. The description is good. Wanogo Washosho, they did not know theirs or not theirs. Mwizi alikuwa ni mwizi, walikuwa wanafagilia yote, kila kitu, mpaka Central ilikuwa inapiga nduru. Walikuwa wanaenda kanisani kuomba wapi? Hivyo unaomba Washosho na Wanogo wanakuvamia, mpaka watu walikuwa wanauliza kwani Mungu amelala aoni Washosho na Wanogo? They were very powerful, very daring. They would come for you anytime during the day, and they never attacked at night. They were that daring, and they would come while you are seeing. Wanakuja wanamaliza ile, wanamaliza na wanaenda, mnabaki mkipiga nduru, and they report, na inawekwa kwa news. Wanogo na Washosho wamekuvamia. Kukakuja akina Madheri and others. Who saved these people? Who saved Central? It was one man called Patrick Shaw. One man alone. Mtu mmoja. Na hata si Mkenya. Mmoja tu, Mscottish. Ndiye alikuwa CID sugu. Alisema I will end the suffering of the people. He put his life in front. Na akawamaliza wote. He cleansed the Central. He cleansed Nairobi. He cleansed Nairobi from those very sugu guys. So inawezekana, and Ruto will go. That is what we believe. Whatever time it takes, he will go. The most important thing is to make sure that people understand why he has to go. Why he has to go is the big thing. The other thing I want to comment is, yeah, the country is having all the suffering. And I like King Job vile umeeleza. Imefika mpaka watu wanaanza kuuliza, jameni, kwani Mungu kwa nini? Kilio sasa kimefika kilele. Watu wanashindwa, maombi mbona hayafiki? Lakini maombi inasemekana kibibilia, ingawa mimi sitaki kusema ni expert wa Biblia ama all that. Manake Kenya hasa kumekuwa na ushindani. Nchi imefika mpaka kuna ushindani, nani ameokoka zaidi ya mwingine. Hiyo ndio indicators za kuambia nchi imesambaratika. Ukianza kusema Stone PK si muombi, si aombi sana, fulani ndiye anaomba, ujue huo ni upumbavu, na ndio ujinga huo imeingia watu mpaka sasa mnasahau yale yaliyojiri. Because it's none of your business whether Stone PK goes to church or not. Why unabother nini? Si wewe uende na roho yako huko ukaombe kule unaomba. Sasa Kenya ilifika, hawa si wa Kristo, hawa hawatoagi zaka and all that. That is the most stupid thing that Kenyan religious Christian has been sucked into. And no wonder today the climax was there. You are being paid to go and pray. Where on earth do you have that kind of stupidity? Unalipwa uende ukahudhurie maombi, ni quotes. Upumbavu gani huo? Ujinga gani huo? Mungu gani atatolerate that nonsense? Who? Which God? Which God really? Kenyans, you need to ask yourself. Unalipwa, unapewa transport, utoke Sugoi kwenda kuomba Nakuru. Kwani Mungu amekuwa yuko Sugoi aje Nakuru? Unatoka Meru unaenda kuomba Nakuru. Ujinga gani huo? Was it a pilgrimage? And hata kama ni pilgrimage, mimi nasikiaga watu wakienda pilgrimage, you pay your fare, you pay everything. Manake it's part of your contribution. You unachanga, unajitafuta, unatafuta uwezo, then you go to make the pilgrimage. If you are supposed to go and make the pilgrimage to God, Ruto, then you should have funded. Sasa ni unalipwa, ati ukiarrive unapewa sijui hela ngapi. All over. That was stupid. Kenyans, you should not tolerate that. And you're going there, you start clapping and listening to the nonsense being spilled over by other thieves, thugs like Sonko and the others. Kenya kwisha, guys. Kenya imekwisha. Kenya tumefika hiyo level, tusijidanganye. The country is gone. It's finished. It is in pieces. It is in tatters. I think we have seen it all. Hakuna worst situation tunangoja beyond this. When you have the so-called pastors, bishops standing and spilling that kind of sewage in front of people in the name of God, what country do you have? as much as some of you think, oh, we are more, why uko saved kuliko huyu uko. It's stupid. It's the most reckless and careless things that I've seen in my life. And there's no country that behaves the way Kenya is. Today, if you can go search, hakuna nchi. Kenya behaves as if, oh, wameokoka. It is the most stupid Christianity nation that you can record on earth. Ridiculing what is real religion. We have ridiculed the Bible. We have ridiculed the gospel. Pretending there. Tunajiita. Who are these? At bishop so and so. You respect bishop. Those are not bishops. Hao ni mashetani. Those are thugs. Those cannot even pray for you to go to heaven. Wakenya kama mnasubiri au mliona lined up watawaombea. You better sit in your small hut and pray your God. Atakusikiza. You don't need them to pray for you. And when I was looking, perusing through the Bible, I saw calamity befalls when there are all those signs. Those are signs of a nation that God wants to punish. And unfortunately, the punishment goes across the board. It goes across the board. That's why Kenyans, people, human beings, you are supposed to stop that kind of nonsense before our generations are affected. But once you go there and you're cheering and in, because my children will suffer out of my action. What we do today, when we tolerate that rubbish, is what our children will go through. What we have seen, what other signs do you need to be shown? Kwamba huu ujinga, shetani ashashuka Kenya. Tunangoja kitu gani ingine? Watu, mmeambiwa ni maombi. Mnaenda kutafutwa kutoka vijijini. Mnalazimishwa. Juzi nilikuwa nasikia imekuwa sasa Ruto akiingia mahali maduka yanafungwa, mashule yanafungwa, ndio watu waweze kutokea mahali yuko. And then look at this nonsense that because Azimio is resisting and they are doing all their doing, Ruto now had to come, or the so-called wing of Christian. Wana support Ruto, they had to come with their other wing competition in terms of prayer meeting. Kenyans, where are we? With us, Azimio, we are not happy. It's not that we are celebrating. We want to remove Ruto, whichever way. We are saying no to the government. Then he comes with the prayers. Let's see. Wacha tuone ni Mungu wa nani aliye strong. And that's why I'm saying Kenya is a country of mediocrity. It is this country which has a kipindi called vitimbi. Kuna nchi ingine ina vitimbi. No wonder kila unaona everything we are doing ni vitimbi too. We have been sucked into that. Vitimbi. And we used to have something called Jua Kalulu, the cartoon. All what we are doing ni ujuha too. We are not serious with people's lives. That's why we are able to call people like Sonko governor. That's why we are able to have people like Sakaja, people who have no papers. Oh, he's smiling. He has dimples. Then, Kenya is a country of mediocrity. And it's only a few Kenyans that will stand up and save. Look at leaders. Wow, I want to know any leader, any political leader who can withstand, apewe milioni mbili, aseme no, asimame na mwananchi. None. I don't think there is any. 2 million peke yake, wacha hiyo mnasema 50. They are finished, they are gone. So mwananchi, you are left, you are on your own. Mwananchi, you have the power. Manake wewe ndio umevaa kile kiatu na unasikia mahali kinakufinya. These MPs, they are garbage to you, to us. Yeye hata unga ikifika 5,000 one packet atanunua, because hawa ndio wale ukula ugali na vijiko na uma. Mtu wa kula ugali na uma na kijiko hahitaji packet nzima, anakula ka ugali kadogo because ana variety of other food to eat. Wewe mwananchi ambao unahitaji hiyo packet ya unga, ndio maisha yako na jamii yako, wewe ndio unatakiwa usimame na useme to hell. Don't call anybody mheshimiwa. Sack them. Throw them into the garbage. Waweke kwenye Rivayala if you can. They are useless. They are only with you when they are coming. Oh, if you don't vote for me, you will do this and that. You are given all threats. And then you are bribed with 50 bob. So ukishamvukisha kwisha. And that is almost all of them. That is who they are. They don't care even an iota for mwananchi. Hakuna. Somebody tells you, my people don't care who the president is. I want to ask for development. Why did we bring in devolution? You can see it in your constitution and your constituency, in your county, sit there in your office, work with the people. The money will come there because it's in the constitution. If it's not working, we dismantle the constitution and we reconstitute again. By reconstituting is getting people who can follow that constitution. As I keep on saying, it's just a book. It's a book we wrote. They are the commandments we put there in quotes. It's a guideline. It's a framework of how we want to be guided. But framework doesn't, haiwezi kusimama iseme ninatawala. It is who you put there. Does he follow that to the letter? Look at chapter 6. It was dumped immediately by Ruto when he got in. He rubbished it. And then we are seated here saying we have to do things as per the constitution. Let me not spill so much. I spare, the night is still long or the day is still long. There is so much we have to say. And enough, I think, has been enough. And I keep on saying we have the way, we have the tuna njia, tuna aim, we have the energy. Ours is to just rally people. Those of us who bado wako waoga. Nani King Job umesema vizuri. Tunawaoga, hao waoga ndio tunajaribu kubuild. Unajua hata kwa family ukiwa na vijana watano ama watoto watano, kuna ule mjasiri, mwingine ni muoga. Akisikia tu thunder imepiga huko jia anaingia chini ya kitanda. So you try to kumuonyesha kwamba tuko watano, tunaenda vitani, tunaweza katoboa sisi wote, ama mmoja anaweza akapotelea wakati tunaenda vitani. But we better win the war so that the 4 or the 3 who will remain will be redeemed and they will live thereafter happily. I want to call the next person. Was it Kenyan Democracy and then followed by Alex Media and Charles Sang. So tuende hivyo, Kenyan Democracy, Alex, and then Charles. Karibuni.
Thank you, Stone PK, King Joe's, Charles Sang, Alex Media. The hunter become the hunted. That is Ruto. He has been hunting, but now he is being hunted. Ruto exposure has come. He has lied. He has committed all crimes. And this is the time that it's going to unfold, because Kenyans have reached the point of no trust with him and even the whole regime. There is this sign of defeat. When you see somebody is ferrying people from corners of the country to come and attend his occasion or celebration, it's a sign of showing that he don't have followers. There are no followers for him. He was not voted in. He didn't have anybody who was voting for him. He didn't have the majority. And that is why he is bribing people. Free transport and money on top. Everybody will go, but they know what they are going for. Only money. When they go home, they'll be smiling and saying, I got 1,500 and I was transported. It's easy. Huyu ni mchezo wa mtoto, mtu ambaye hafikiri, mtu ambaye ako na jasho mbaya sana wakati huu, kwa sababu ameona the road is up to the end. You cannot ferry people and start paying them if really they like you. If they are your real followers. We are not competing with him. We are doing the right thing for the country. But Ruto is trying to compete with a wave that is very strong. He better get out of the way, because he will be swept. He will be swept and taken away. Asijaribu hivyo anafanya, kwa sababu hiyo sio kitu ya kumsaidia hata kidogo. Ruto has played a lot of games in our country. all the games that he has played has reached to the point of end, kwa sababu yeye kile amefanya chote baadaye ndicho anataka kurudia na watu wamejua. So people are used to him. So it is the end. Hakuna mengine mapya ataleta. Amedanganya watu, ameua watu, ameibia watu. So we all know all these things. So for now, about him to repent and get out just for his own life. Because what I'm seeing is very difficult for him to overtake. The wave is very strong. Alisema saa ya campaign ati wajinga waliisha Kenya. I think he was just using it as a parable. He was seeing Kenyans as fools. Na hivyo ndivyo amechezea wa Kenya wakawafanya wajinga for a long time. And that one has really happened, and it has killed so many people morale of even to live in that country, even to live a life. He has cost people life, and that is what is going on now. People have died. It doesn't matter how they died, but if they died because of the cause of the problems that we are going through in Kenya, having been a man-made problems, he has killed. Doesn't matter how they died. But if they died because of what is going on, that's a murder case, and he is responsible for that. Look at the government itself. Pahali ameweka mtu ambaye sio Kalenjin, lazima install Kalenjin supervisor so that he'll be getting all the information kwa sababu he feels insecure, however, how he is living and how he succeeded to go to that chair he is sitting on. So Ruto, stop playing with our minds. We know what we are looking for, and we have the way. Kenyans, it's easy for us. It's easy for us. We know the guy is not a straightforward man. We know the guy stole the election. We have the evidence. And he has punished Kenyans while he is in that chair. He has made that the life of Kenyans that should be hard, more harder than before, so that we can adhere to him, or we can talk about him, or we can respect him, or we can adore him. He is not our God. I said recently that I don't think Ruto believes in God. Ruto is just a pretender. And he could be an atheist. I'm sorry to say so. Mtu ambaye anaamini Mungu, hata vitendo sio hiyo. Unawezaje kwenda kuokota watu walete ati ndio wasikize neno la Mungu? Even where they are coming from, there is a church. They can worship there. You can send them mails to worship your name in those churches all over the country instead of collecting them, bringing them to one place. God is everywhere, and that is what we know as a human being. God is omnipotent. So for him to show us like he is so superior, he has got powers of bringing people together to worship. God did not come when he became a president, a fake president, because that is fake president. God was there even before. And he worshipped the real God, not the one that he is trying to initiate and showing us like we didn't know God before. He has become a fashionable person of God. He has become like he is the most believer than anybody in our country. Even those pastors, it's as if they are just preaching the word so that they can be heard by Ruto. And I don't understand even those pastors. However, how much you love money, honestly, what do you think your people, your churchgoer is seeing you look like? What is good of doing such kind of things in front of many people like that? I don't understand, because those are things that really people who don't believe does. It is really the opposite of a believer. Even pastors, now you have lost the trust between your congregation. You have lost your appearance. You portray like you only know about money. It's not even about God. And it is bad when we are discussing about God. God is there for everybody. But you have come to make us feel like you are the one introducing God in Kenya. People have been worshiping since then, even before you were born, Mr. Ruto. So don't make us look like we are coming to realize that God exists. Many people have got questions. Why are you doing this? Why do you behave like God belongs to you? That you are trying to share him with us? You'll be exposed by God one day. And you will see the wrath of God. If you can manage to do all what you are doing as a pretense, using the name of God and destroying the whole Kenya with the faith that we have never seen, with your followers who are bishops, pastors, who cannot even respect the word of God. I don't know what they have been preaching there before. So they had been looking at us, poor people, and did not believe that we can live like that. Listening to him preaching to poor people. Now they feel classified because they have got president in their hands. That means they are worshiping that fake president instead of God. We'll see how far you go. Bishops, may you repent. Go down to your knees. We are not judging you, but we can see the problem where it is coming. All these problems of people not going to church emanated from you pastors and bishops, because the picture you have shown to our country is ridiculous. I can't believe this is the time we are discussing about church while we will be going to church to pray for our country to be redeemed. But people are running away from church because of the few. It's a pity. When I think that poor people, everybody was going to church because of their faith, and that they go home feeling peaceful in their hearts and feeling that they have fulfilled something in that day. But now it's a matter of people taking over the word of God and preaching it upside down so that people can get some money. We are not selling our God. We are worshiping the living God who created us and put us in this world, and he is taking care of us, with or without. Money means nothing, and I don't know how much is much compared to God's name. It's saddening. Our country is bleeding. And Kenyans, what we have to do, it's not a big deal. Just to tell that guy, get out of the office, because we never elected you. You installed yourself in that office. He's already shaken. He don't know where to go or what to do. We have the voice, we have the strength. Our country is going to be resurrected because of our unity. When we unite, we'll conquer this and we'll be free. We'll be happy. We'll be liberated. And Raila, standing with us, he is architecture of what is going to do, we are going to do, and the way that we are going to follow, God has made already, because we worship the living God. We don't worship money. We want to have our peaceful life, however poor we are. And we thank God for keeping us until today. Thank you, Stone PK. And I tell Kenyans, Ruto must go. Thank you, everybody. And hello, public participation.
Thank you very much, Kenyan Democracy, for your submission. Let's bring in Charles Song, and then after that, public participation. Karibu.
Nawashukuru sana, nawasalamia wote. Leo nimefurahi kwa mkutano wenye ilikuwa kule Busia ya Azimio Barasa. Hii wakati Mungu amekuja kwa Kenya na ameonyesha kwamba hii uongozi haikuwa ya haki. Kama vile Farao aliambiwa awachilie watoto wa Mungu. Tayari maajabu mengi yamefanyika, lakini Ruto atajua kwamba mambo ya uchumi ni kama sasa mafroks kule. Sijui Ruto anangoja nini kabla akiwachilia Wakenya washike uongozi yao yenyewe. Unajua Kenya sasa inaelekea mahali pabaya, kwa sababu Ruto ameshika wale mabadri, mapastors, mabishops ambaye Mungu akirudi leo atawacharasha vipoko kama vile walicharasha wale walikuwa wanafanya biashara ndani ya tembo katika Mathayo 21:12 na kuenda mbele mpaka 17. Wakenya tumefurahi kwa sababu wameshikana. Wenye walishinda sasa wamejulikana. Leo kule Nakuru tuliona vile walikuwa watu wanapebwa kote nchini. Na sio leo peke yake, hata wakati wa ule wakati wa Jamhuri wa Disemba hakukuweko na watu kote nchini. Inaonyesha kwamba Ruto hakuwa na watu, hakushinda. Hakuna ushindi ambaye alipata. Watu wengi wanatuona sisi kutoka kule Rift Valley, hii sasa kama Mkalenjin, wako na watu wengi sana kule, wako silent kwa sababu wanafinywa, wamefinywa, hawataki kuongea. Hiyo ni kwa sababu wajumbe wengi walipotea wenye walikuwa wanaongea wakati ule wakati wa uchaguzi. Sasa tungeomba Wakenya wasiti kuomba, na tunapenda Wakenya tushikane mkono na tuziokope. Hii watu wanalia tu, wanasema tuliteswa wakati wa handshake, lakini ni vita kali wamepigania Kenya. Waliteswa wapi? Kama kuna watu, huyu Ruto alikuwa akisema ako na wachumbe zaidi ya 180 wakati ule. Wale wengine walioshikwa ni chini ya 10, na ni kwa sababu ya kuwa criminals. Wengi wao walikuwa wezi, kama Deputy President Kachakwa alishikwa kwa sababu ya wizi. Wale wengine wote kama Songo alikuwa amemaliza Nairobi na mambo mengine ya matusi. Mbona wale wengine 100 na kitu, nani walishikwa ndio wanasema aliteswa? Kama kuna watu walikuwa wanapikwa wakati ule 2017.
Nani analia? Kuna kelele bwana Sang.
Yes. Kuna kelele?
Kuna mtu analia, ama analia wapi huyo?
Ni basi. Mambo ya masikio hii. Unasikia sasa hivyo kelele hivyo?
Bado tunaisikia.
Watu nasikia?
Iko very loud. Ama mnaisikiaje Kenyan?
Ama imetokea wapi?
Iko sawa, iko sawa.
Endelea. Nimeona.
Yeah, sisikii kitu.
Endelea, nimeiona. Endelea.
Hata sijui nimefika wapi. Nilikuwa naona kwamba Wakenya lazima wasimame imara. Watu walikuwa wanalia kwamba wametezwa, waliteseka, lakini nani anashinda wale watu wa Azimio ama CORD wakati ule, ama watu wenye walikuwa 2017 every Monday walikuwa wanatia tear gas every Monday. Ruto amewahi kusikia tear gas hata moja tu? Au mtu anasema ameteswa? Aliteswa wapi? Hajawahi kuingia jela, hajawahi kushikwa. Hii watu wake wenye wanasema wanashikwa walikuwa na makosa mbalimbali. Kama wangekuwa wanashikwa hata wachumbe 200 ama 100 hivi kama wake, tungesema watu wake wameteswa. Lakini sasa wanajifanya kwamba waliteswa, lakini hakuna watu wenye wameteswa kama wale walikuwa wengine wenye wako sasa pale. Lazima tuungane na baba, tupiganie haki yenye watu walipiga kura mwaka 9 na tukapata ushindi mkubwa. Lazima turudishe huo uongozi. Tusiokope. Mungu ako mahali petu. Kwa sababu saa hii ameonyesha Ruto kwamba hakushinda. Kwa sababu sasa uchumi imerudi chini. Ukiona sasa hata ukame imeingia. Hii ni vitu yenye walipewa barao. Alafu waachilie watu waondoke, watu wa Mungu. Sasa Ruto ataendelea kupata maajabu mingi kabla hajawachilia Wakenya, kabla hajawachilia uongozi yenye ilipewa Wakenya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Sasa sindaongea mengi, na nimefurahi kwamba tutaendelea mbele, na nafikiri siku zijazo mikutano hizi zote ndio inaendelea Kenya mzima, alafu tutaingilia kwa State House kama itawezekana, na itawezekana lazima Ruto ajiuzulu. Asanteni, tuko pamoja.
Asante sana Kongoi Missing Arab Sang for your submission. That was wonderful. It is true. Ni vizuri saingine kupatia watu kahistoria ndio watu waelewe, na hiyo ndio muhimu wa hii channel. Si ati kwamba ati Ruto akiwa anasema anasaidia watu mpaka wale wako kwake wengine wanaumia. Si ati Ruto anaonewa, hamna. Ruto kama angeshinda vizuri tu ni sawa, kila mtu amekubali. Hakuna watu wasielewe Azimio ni kama ati tunamuonea Ruto. Hapana. Hata saa hii ingekuwa alishinda tu vizuri, kura hazikuleta utata wowote, nobody would be having a problem. We are ready to be kutawaliwa na mtu yeyote. Bora ni Mkenya tu, si mtu kutoka nje. Bora awe Mdigo, awe Mjaluo, awe Mkamba, awe Mbere, Muembu, wote ni Wakenya, na wakichaguliwa na Wakenya kwa kura nyingi vile tulisema 50+1, hapo ndio tutakubali. Tunajua hakuna mtu atachaguliwa 100%, but tunataka ile haki. We just want ile haki. Tukichagua mtu mbaya, tuna deal na yeye, tunamvumilia hiyo miaka 5. Na Wakenya sidhani tunaweza kosea. Tupewe tu haki yetu. Kama Raila ni mbaya na ndiye tulichagua, si tutajua na tutaona. Alafu hata tuna ule uwezo wa kumtoa kabla ya miaka 5. Lakini hatutaki kuwekewa mtu ambaye amekuja amejiingiza pale. Naona watu wengine kwa comment section wakisema sijui Ruto aliapishwa, alifanywa. That is nonsense. Hata shetani anaweza apishwa, but utamkubali kweli? Hautamkubali. So public participation, please come in and give us your submission. Asante sana.
Karibu.
Thank you, Son PK. Are you able to get me? Okay. Kenyan Democracy Child Sang. Habari zenu wote. Unajua, acha niongee mambo ya kanisa kwa sababu mi ni Mkristo. Unajua, imefika point sasa, Bwana Son PK, huyu na Zakayo mtoza ushuru kuna kitu inaitangwa narcissist ama narcissist, na kuna kitu inaitwa gaslighting. Sasa gaslighting ni ile uko na mtu mwenye ni narcissist and then unaona kitu, let's say for example, unaona stima zimewashwa, then anakuja anakwambia hapana, hii stima haijawashwa. So unaanza kufikiria kweli stima haijawashwa ama ni mimi kichwa yangu inaruka. That's the kind of narcissistic abuse Kenyans are going through. Sisi tunajua background ya hawa watu, tunajua background ya Zakayo, tunajua background ya Gachagua. Alafu on Sunday ikifika Jumapili wako hapo kwa kanisa, wako mbele, kiti ya mbele, wanalia, wanaomba mpaka wanalia. Sasa unaanza kujiuliza, na mabishops ndio hawa wanakuja wanawasifu, wanawapea vitu za mbele na vitu kama hizo, na wanawaheshimu sana. Sasa hizo ndio unaelewa ile siku yenye Yesu aliingia kwa sinagogi akapata watu wanauza huko ndege na vitu vingine, akashikwa na hasira, akawapiga na akawatoa nje. Kwa sababu unashindwa, mtu ni muaji, mtu ni mwizi, mtu ako involved na corruption, ako na corruption scandals mingi, ameiba pesa ya umma, ameiba kura, alafu ikifika Sunday ako hapo anaomba kabisa mpaka analia. Sasa unashindwa kama Mkenya. Yaani unajua saa ingine mpaka unajiuliza ama Mungu amebadilika. Sababu hii si ule Mungu ni mimi najua. Ati sasa we ni bibi ya Gachagua na we ni pasta, bwana yako ameiba mabilioni ya bilioni ya mapesa, na uwezi mwambia yenye anafanya ama umuombee atubu, lakini uko hapa unatuombea sisi wa Kenya. Uko hapa unaombea mvua. Sasa nikuulize, hata wale wanajua Bible, kuna verse in Second Chronicles inasema, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and turn away from their wicked ways, I will hear and heal their land. Saizi tunapitia kwa kiangazi. Sasa if pastor anaitwa Pastor Dorcas na Pastor Ruto's wife, kama wanataka mvua inyeshe, kwanza tunatakana tutubu, na hiyo toba inatakana ianze kutoka kwa mabwana zao, ile mambo yote maovu wamefanya. Sio kukuja hapa hauna toba, hauna toba, unakuja tu alafu unakuja kwa kanisa unaanza kuombea, unakuja kwa madhabahu unaanza kuombea drought, kiangaza, ati Mungu saidia tukunyeshe. Sasa Mungu atasaidia aje kunyeshe na wewe hujatubu? Hata kama unataka Mungu akuponye, lazima kwanza utubu ndio akuje. Sasa ndio hawa. Sasa unajua Kenyans mpaka sometimes una feel ni kama kichwa inaruka, kwa sababu unashindwa. Hawa ni wale watu wenye unajua mambo yao, wale watu wameiba pesa ya umma, wale watu wenye wameua Musando, wale watu wameua Jacob Juma, wale watu wenye wameiba pesa ya umma na wakarudishiwa, ndio hawa tena kwa kanisa wanaomba mpaka wanalia. Mabibi zao wanakuja hapo mbele wanaomba. Sasa unajiuliza tu na unajiuliza, yani unajua kuna siku nilijiuliza, Mungu anajioneanga mambo mingi sana, kwa sababu Mungu ndio anajua ile vitu yenye hata sisi binadamu hatujui. Anaona kila kitu na kwa kila pahali. So imagine ameona hiyo mauaji yote ishaifanywa, ameona hiyo pesa yenye imeibwa, ameona kura yenye imeibwa, alafu the same ikifika Sunday the same people ndio hawa na mabibi zao. Unashindwa hao mabibi wanakuanga wapi sasa ile hao watu wanafanya maovu? Kwa nini hawaambii warudishe hiyo pesa? Kwa nini hawaambii watubu ile mauaji wamefanya mpaka wamechomea watu kwa kanisa? Kwa nini? Sasa that's why ninasema that Kenyans we are being gaslit because these people we know their character. Lakini now they want to come again. It's like Satan anakuja masquerading as an angel of light. Tunamjua huyu ni shetani, ni muongo, ni muuaji, ni mwizi. Alafu ikifika Sunday anakuja amevaa ile gauni ya padre. Anakuja na ile kola. Sasa unashindwa bwana. How? Alafu sasa imekuwa ni kama kumdhihaki Mungu. Mocking God. That's what it has become. Sasa kuna kwaya ingine hapa sijini ya MP. Kwaya master sijini ni Mushomba. Wanakujaga every Sunday wanafuatana na huyu unawa wa majabasi. Wanaenda nao every county wakiimba tunaimbia president. Hii kwaya ni ya MP inaimbia president. Alafu sasa watu wanaenda kwa madhabahu wanaanza kuuliza, unajua tuko na barabara ingine iko hapa, tunataka barabara iongezwe, ongeza kilomita 3 kama ya leo. Jana nilikuwa nasikia mwingine akisema ati ongezea sisi kilomita 3. Sasa kwani nikuulize, kujenga barabara si ni kazi ya Kenha na kuna MCA, kuna MP, governor, au watu wote wanafanya nini? Kwa nini? Unajua nani anataka kuturudisha nyuma? Ila siku yenye tulikuwa tunaendaga kwa Moi, unaomba Moi mpaka unamuomba karibu umuombe peremende. Moi tunataka hii, Moi tunataka hii, sisi tunalipa ushuru. Kwa hivyo kufanyiwa kazi, hiyo pesa yenye tunalipa ushuru ndio natakana tufanyie kazi. Na kazi na hakuna mtu mwenye halipi hii ushuru. Sio watu tu wa UDA ndio wenye wanalipa hii ushuru. Kila mtu analipa ushuru, hata ule mwenye alikuwa Wajakoya. Wenye walikuwa Ruto Party pia wanalipa ushuru. So sio mambo na kuenda kuomba ile kutaka kuturudisha. Tumetoka hapo na that's why tuliweka devolution. Tuliweka devolution so that hakuna county itasafa. Hakuna county itaachwa nyuma ati kwa ajili hawako kwa chama yenye pali rais ametoka. Tuliweka devolution kwa sababu hiyo. Hata kurudi kwa ile siku ya Moi yenye Nyanza haikukuwa na mabarabara na mahospitali kwa sababu walikuwa hawasupport president Moi. Tunataka ikue kama ni kazi inafanywa ifanywe. Pia kuomba tunaomba nini na ni pesa zetu yetu yenye tunatoa, unaomba nini? So hiyo mindset ya sasa Sunday tukutane hapa ndio tuombe president. Mtukufu rais, tunahitaji barabara, ongezea sisi barabara, hapa hakuna maji, hapa hakuna nini, IDPs ndio hawana pali ya kuenda. Sasa unashindwa. Hata kurudisha nyuma ile siku ya Moi. Unajua Moi hivyo ndo alikuwa akuja hapa, hatuna maji, tuchimbie kisima, sisi hatuna nini. Hiyo mambo yote tulileta devolution na hii ingine na hizi CDF na local authority fund ndio kila mtu afikiwe kwa sababu kila mtu analipa ushuru. Sio watu tu wa UDA ndio wenye analipa ushuru, kila mtu mpaka ule wa Ruto Party na mwenye akupiga kura na hana chama, kila mtu alilipa ushuru. So sio mambo na sasa
participation. Pole to interrupt, uende ukisummarize ndio wengine waingie kama revolutionary hivi. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So mimi nasema hivi. Unajua hawa watu hata wameharibu yani wameharibu kanisa kwa sababu hata Waislamu sasa wanadharau Wakristo because wanaona hii si haki. Kwani msikiti hakunanga politicians wenye wanaenda msikiti? Mbona uone si politicians kuna wenye Waislamu? Mbona huwezi pata politician Muislamu ameenda mbele hapo kwenda kupiga siasa kwa nini kwa mosque? Kwa sababu wanaheshimu dini yao. Sasa yani kwanza hii group ndio sasa imeharibu kabisa. Hii group na mapastors fake wenye wanafuatana nao ndio wameharibu sasa jina ya Ukristo kabisa na ya kanisa. Mpaka watu wame-give up na kanisa. Kwa sababu sasa kama mtu ndio huyu ni mganga, ni mchawi, ni mrogi, ni mwizi, ni mpiga bibi, ni muuaji, alafu sasa nyinyi mko hapo, nyinyi ndio mnakuja sasa kumwabudu na nyinyi ndio mnatakana mkue mapastors na mabishop. Unafikiria mtu anaona aje kanisa? Anyway, wacha niachie hapo, nita contribute baadaye.
Yeah.
Asante public participation. Wacha tumbring. Nani amezungumza kidogo? Nataka kumleta Revolution. Ama kuna ka point kidogo Charles unataka kusema kabla Revolution mind.
Waje tusikie Revolution kwanza.
Okay, Revolution mind, karibu sana bro.
Okay, asante sana. Bwana Stone, can you hear me?
Loud and clear bro, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Na wasalimu wote kwa salamu za Yesu Kristo. Nasalimia Madam Kenyan Democracy, Madam Public Participation, Bwana Charles Sang, na wasalimu wote. Yes, thank you. We have met here again as part of Mind Therapy. You know, Kenya, right now in Kenya, any person who follows Kenya news and what is happening in our nation, we need to stick together. We need to therapize each other so that we can be able to reach somewhere. Maybe in brief, first of all, I want to respond a little bit to public participation. Yeah, thank you because of your presentation, and I have felt your frustration. I wanted to confirm to you that the church and the religion, they are usually the slowest organizations which offer solutions. For your information, in this world, the church and the religion have been one of the institutions which have been very slow, if I use the word, let me say none, but very slow to offer solutions to anything. That is why, like places in America, there was racism and slavery for over 400 years, and the church was still there. At times, the church is usually the part of the problem. Look to this situation, for example. Like today, I'm hearing Bwana Oresapit is very candid on what the Church of England is saying. And a few days ago, he is the same guy who abetted and facilitated the issues of election. He is talking of other sins in another country, yet he can also not monitor himself on some of the things he facilitated or he witnessed in Kenya, because there were people who were supposed to, like, as the people who connect on the same part of the society. He was supposed to advise and say that we cannot come here and be part of something which is not in agreement, because the fact that we were having 4 versus 3 commissioners which were not agreeing, it was a weed smoke which was supposed to inform them that whatever is being done here is not in unison and is not in agreement. So he is looking at somebody's rog, whereas his eye is having a speck. So I want to tell Pastor or Bishop Sapit, when we are talking of morality, when we are talking of a good life, when we are talking of sanity, let's not divide it. Let's talk of sanity in totality. Yes, the Church of England, they are doing their things. Even as you condemn that, ensure that Kenya is having good democracies, because him as a leader of one of the biggest church in Kenya, they have been having a very big stake to do in making morality and innocence in Kenya to decay. So they are the part of the problem in the bigger picture, and they cannot call it around, and they are still helping even the current administration to hide within the church in the name of campaign, in the name of Thanksgiving, and we know that they are trying to do campaigns. For example, what is making this administration to be so worried of people and the perception of people, to the extent that they have to carry people from Mount Kenya region, from Eldoret and other places in buses, school buses, and taking them to Eldoret, and still want to create that perception of filling stadiums? What are they fearing? I thought an administration which has already won an election doesn't work so much to build a perception of acceptance. I thought it should be natural. If they are highly supported by people, if it is a government by the majority, why are they struggling to build that perception that people support them. Why are they still putting us in a campaign mode if it is a government which is on the wheel? Why are they still on a campaign mode? Why are they not functioning? Look, a functioning government has very honest methodologies of working, because you are not struggling. You have already gotten what you wanted. So it's an issue of policy. It's an issue of nominations, if you want. It's an issue of delivery. But why are these people struggling to do the basics to make their government function? So those are the issues, and it boils to one thing. It is because politics is sweet, and in politics you hide. And that is why, if Kenyans are not going to analyze this government well, these people, because they know how to do politics, and that is how they cheated us. These guys were able to campaign for 5 years. They built that momentum, and they still want to put us in that campaign mode. Remember that they were the people who even prevented the other previous administration to do much of the critical things, because they were criticizing everything. They have now put us in a campaign mode so that we can forget. And that is what Kenyans need to understand clearly. Even as you listen on politics, even as these people come to you and telling you that we are bringing prayers to you. Yes, prayers are good. I'm not criticizing prayers, but we cannot pray all the time, everywhere, without working. We have to combine work and prayers. So the government cannot hide in prayers alone. We have to do it. We have to do it harmoniously or in tandem. And those are some of the issues which we are not able to tell our people well. Yes, we need people to be in the church. We need people to pray. But again, the government cannot become the religious wing of the country. The government has many other things they are supposed to do. And the government, it is not the work of the government to push the religious agenda of a country. We have people who can do that. And I don't think that by doing religious style campaign, it will help them much. Yes, we need to pray. Kenya is a religious country by default. We are over 80% Christian and over big percentage Muslim. So what I'm trying to say is that we are blessed. It's a country blessed. We go to pray. And those are the propagandas which these people, they have always been telling us. Ati wengine wanaenda kanisa na wengine wahendi. Those are the propagandas which we have been building in a nation. We know Kenya is a blessed country. We are religious. Sisi wote tunaenda kanisa. In fact, wale watu Kenya waende kanisa ndio wadogo. They are very minute. So this idea whereby Kenyans want to be divided along the region and who believes in God and who doesn't believe in God, it's cheap politics. We are religious. We are highly religious. And it is known. So this idea of wanting to keep a narrative that for us, we are following God, other people is just to go. No, look, even like Azimio, they even go to church before others. We acknowledge God. And even us, some of us, we acknowledge God. So let's not buy this idea of somebody wanting to play a saint when he is meeting you down. This idea of people wanting to pray to be the best is not good. So what us as Kenyans we want productivity, we want results, we want food on the table. The government has no reasons to say why. When you have already been elected in the government, there is nothing like why we didn't do because of this. You have the sword, they have the sword, they can make policies. Whether it is raining or not, that is nothing of our business. The government has machinery, policies, instruments. They can do extra mile. They can synergize. So I am worried. Like, this is the first government I'm hearing people are giving reasons. We are able to do this because of this. You have the sword, man. You have the sword. You have to use the sword. So that's what I'm asking them briefly. Why are people going hungry? Why don't we have jobs? Haven't we finished the election? So this idea of somebody standing in the podium and saying the reason why I cannot function, it is because of the previous government. It's cheap. You now have everything on your disposal. Tulikupea Biblia ukaswear. You have already finished that. So you have a government in place. You have ministers, 21 of them. You have cabinet, the principal secretaries, close to 40 of them. You have even appointed chairmen of commissions. Other government institutions are functional. But why is there no result? Then you have time. We have unity. Even if we disagreed with the input of the Chief Justice in the election, we have given you an environment to function. We have not had chaos in Kenya. People have accepted, although they have disagreed. But why are we having zero results? Because this is the first government which I'm hearing people crying from day one. Hatuna school fees, hatuna chakula, hatuna hii, sijui hii imefanyika. Why? And wanting to tax people to death. There is a problem, and put your house into order. Thank you, Bwana Stone.
Stone, let me add something.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Unajua kuomba si mbaya. Praying is good. It's good to pray for rain, but you see now it cannot be raining all the time. Kuna global warming yenye inaendelea. Tunaona wazungu where they live at least 3 months in a year wako na winter. Sasa ile kitu yenye inafanya hawana shida na hii mambo ya chakula is because of planning ahead. Ni mambo ya planning ahead. Lazima ukuwe na mikakati. You have to have a plan. Not that sasa unangojea saa ile kuna crisis ndio sasa unaanza kuita Mungu, unaanza kuita watu waende waombe na wafunge. Kwa nini? Even wacha nikwambie, even in the Bible, Joseph had a dream. Not Joseph, but the king of the Pharaoh of Egypt had a dream that ng'ombe kulikuwa na ng'ombe nono na kulikuwa na ng'ombe yenye imekonda, and then ile imekonda ikakuja ikameza zile zenye zilikuwa zimenona. Na sasa mfalme akauliza Joseph amuinterpretie hiyo dream, na wakajipanga in such a way that for 7 years kulikuwa na plenty na kulikuwa na ng'ombe mnono. Wakajiplan na hiyo miaka 7. So the next 7 years yenye ilikuja, miaka 7 hiyo yenye kulikuwa na ukame, walikuwa na enough food. Walikuwa wamestore ile siku yenye haikukuwa na kiangazi. So the 7 years of the drought, they not only had enough for themselves, they had enough to even feed others. If you read the story very well, the brothers came from wherever they were and came to Egypt because their place there was no food. So they came this other side to look for food, and there was enough food for Egypt, and there was enough food for even neighbors wakuje kwao. So issue of tuende tukaombe kwa sababu hakuna mvua, that's not a solution. Sawa, tuende tukaombe mvua ikuje, lakini we should not be 6 years kutoka ile siku yenye we got independence. We are still doing the same. Boreholes ndio hizo mnaweza chimba visima, boreholes, dams. Sasa ya Kimwarer na Aror, if it was not misappropriated, saizi tungekuwa na hiyo Kimwarer na Aror ingekuwa na maji. Hatungekuwa na shida mingi penye tuko nayo saa hii. So refusing to do the right thing, unaembezzle pesa yenye inatakikana iweko kwa madam, ijenge dams na mfanye hata vitu yenye sio ya pesa mingi kama drilling boreholes. If you don't take the requisite step, then unangojea ile siku yenye kiangaza inakuja. Now you are there, you are crying all the Sundays. Munaleta mabibi zako hapo waanze kulialia kwa nini ati wanaomba Mungu, wanalia Valentine's Day tutakuwa Nyayo Stadium tukiombea mvua. Sasa hiyo ni nini? Is that a serious administration? Na nani asituambie ati sijui yeye hakukuwa kwa serikali. Amekuwa kwa serikali since 2007. I mean 2008. alikuwa Minister of Agriculture. What did he do hiyo siku yenye alikuwa Minister of Agriculture? Amekuwa for 10 years Vice President. What has he done? Hata kama sio kwingine kwao amejenga dam. Instead yeye ndio ako implicated kwa mambo ya Kimwarer na Aror wakiwa na ule former CS of Treasury. Kumbuki uko sikia ama sio alikuwa anaitwa nani? Sasa surely are we going to be crying all the time kama hakuna mvua? Tuombe Mungu mvua ikuja, and then ikikuja hatufanyi chenye inatakikana ifanywe, hatuweki hizo dam, hatushughuliki kuharvest maji, alafu tunakaa tu raha mstarehe. Ikikuja ingine kiangaza, tuko hapa tuko kwa crisis, tuko kwa panic mode. Wacha tuombe, wacha tufunge. Unajua hata Mungu mwenyewe anaweza choka na nyinyi, kwa sababu ile siku yenye anawapea hiyo mvua, you are not doing anything. Na sasa kama kulikuwa kama watu wa Egypt that time over 2000 years ago walikuwa wanajipanga, na mwenye umeenda Egypt, that is a desert place. The same with Israel wako na chakula ya kutosha kwao and exporting. Sasa sisi shida yetu ni gani kweli, that unaweza ona ati mtu anakufa na njaa in a place like Kenya of all places? So me, what I'm saying is that prayers without action, faith without action is dead. So before mkuja kutuambia venye tunatakana tuombe, hebu tuambie ile mikakati yenye mnaweka so that hii mvua ikikuja, if ikikuja ikinyeshe this year 2024 kukuwe na kiangaza ama 2025, mnafanya nini ku make sure that hatutarudi hapa pali? Kwa sababu saizi imekuwa mbaya. Hata pali kulikuwa na mito leo, jana nilikuwa nimeona mito mbili, pali kulikuwa na mito miwili, yani mpaka ni nyasi imemea kwa riverbed. Nyasi imemea kwa pali maji ilikuwa inapita. So tuko kwa drought mbaya sana, lakini it should be a lesson, sio ati saizi ndio sasa tuanze kuombaomba hapa hivi. Pia Mungu alikupea akili ufikirie that kama kutakuwa na mvua leo, kesho inaweza kosa. Unafanya nini kwa ajili ya hiyo kesho yenye hiyo mvua haitakuwa? Sio, unajua watu wengine sasa wanafanya hata Mungu, yani hata wanaharibia Mungu. Kwa sababu sasa mtashinda mkiomba hapo na mkilia, na ikikataa kukuja mvua, kwa sababu Mungu pia anaweza funga mbingu. Si alikuwa amefunga wakati ya Elijah miaka 3 wakakaa bila mvua? Because unajua hata Mungu mwenyewe anachokanga na watu wa shenzi. Thank you PK.
Asante public participation. Unajua nchi yetu ya Kenya ni nchi ya vitimbi. Hata ukisoma hapa kwa commentary section utaona kweli wa Kenya tumechanganika. Kuna vitimbi, kuna majua kalulu, na kuna watu wana akili, wengine wana akili lakini hazifanyi kazi ama hawazitumii vizuri. Because what we are saying is prayers. Sasa hizi nchi tunaitaga first world. I don't hear them having national prayer day. I don't even hear them saying wanaenda kuombea sijui sinoi isikuje ama calamities na ajali imekuwa mingi. I don't hear them. Yani hawa waamini Mungu ama ni namna gani? Na yet ndio matajiri.
Son PK.
Yes.
Son, kuna mganga mwenye ako kwa comment, hebu block please. Hataki kurogwa.
Mganga gani huyu, anaitwaje?
Anaitwa Shalifu Msofi Kilindo. Mganga wa kutoka Tanzania.
Anasemaje? Anataka kuroga nani?
Anauza pete na nguvu za kiume.
Okay. Wale ambao hawana hizo nguvu watamuona basi. Sasa wacha nimalizia hapa. Nimeuliza swali, hizi nchi ambazo zinanawiri sana na sisikiagi wakisema wana maombi, sijui wanachukua wakati wa Kenya, unapelekwa mchana mzima kwenda mahali ati unaambua ni maombi unaomba, na ndio vile zinanawiri, zinaendelea vizuri. Kwani kuna Mungu mwingine wa pande hiyo? What I'm trying to say is that hakuna upuzi kama kusema kusubstitute maendeleo. Public participation umesema very well. You cannot substitute poor planning with the prayers. Huo ni ushenzi na ni ukau. You can never substitute your lack of planning your greediness, your corruption to prayers. Kenyans forget that. It's nonsense. The Nakuru prayers will not yield even an iota of anything. It's all nonsense, it's garbage. And you don't pay people to come and listen to prayers. Even those bishops who are there, ni nonsense. I can say that. Hata mimi siwezi taka kuombewa na mabishop kama hao. I don't think their prayers are worth it. Na tusiogope ati yo prayer ni nzuri prayer. Prayer you can pray in your house. Let's forget about religion and let's forget about Christianity. Oh, Kenya is a Christian nation. Hiyo tuachane na hiyo. Because Christianity without proper leadership. And nani Revolution Mind ametupatia very good talk. Very good talk. That it is this religion that has suppressed human beings on earth. It is, because it's the opium. It is through religion that the worst things have happened. They are not only slow to do anything, but they don't do anything to salvage humanity. Nothing. They don't do anything. I want somebody to challenge me. Sijawahi kusikia mahali religion imesaidia watu during a revolution. They are as weak as the people, the common man. You cannot rely on religion to be salvaged from a dictator. Idi Amin aliua watu muda gani? Akina Bokassa, they massacred people, and there were churches, there were bishops, there were everybody there. So let's not sit here and say, oh, Ruto anatuombea. Hiyo ni ujinga na ni upuzi, tuachane na hiyo. I'm not saying you stop believing in whoever you believe in. You do your prayers at, in whichever way you want to do it. But let's not be fooled that, oh, the church. Look at Sapit, Ole Sapit. Somebody amesimamia nchi kubwa kabisa, but he's a shame. He's a shame, total shame. Na hiyo mangua amevaa hapo. Nobody can respect him. Unakaa ukiona maovu yakitendeka just because you are a Kalenjin or you are Masai or you think that guy comes to your side. It's wrong. You should stand like akina Bishop Muge. Stand firm. Mwizi hata kama ni kijana yako, ameiba, amekuja, amefukuzwa na polisi, anataka kuuawa. Just say, kama ameiba, face the justice. You don't start saying, kijana wangu hajawahi iba, na unaambiwa ametoka kurepu watu. Kenyans, we have to get out of that. Ati mnaenda Nakuru kuomba, kusali, and you are given money to go, and which God are you praying? So basically it is true. The Kenyans, you are the ones who are being called to go and pray. And yet, nyinyi ndio kiatu kinawafinya. Say no to that prayer. The prayer you need is the energy to remove the wrong leadership. Then you'll be happy. You'll be going to church in the morning. How many Kenyans these days can go around whistling? Arab sang, hebu tembea mahali uniambie utakuta wa Kenya wakiimba na wakipiga binja. Because if you want to know a happy person, unakuta is humming either a Christian song or your cultural song, but you are happy doing your job and you are whistling. That is an indicator of a happy person. Unaingia kwa family, you find family laughing. Si ati mzee amekaa kwa kona kwa sofa pale anawaza kesho hao watoto watakula nini? Wataenda shule vipi? Mzee hata hawezi hata kuangalia mama. Anaangalia mama anaona ni tabu. Mama anaangalia mzee anaona hii ni tabu kwa nyumba. Because kids have not eaten. Kids are not going to school. And they are not going to dress well. You say Kenyans are happy? And somebody is busy organizing rallies. Akidanganya watu ni prayers. Kenyans, wake up. Tuache maneno ya vitimbi hapa. Tuache ujuha kalulu. Kenyans must rise now. It's not the church that will salvage you from this wrath. Shida ya dunia unajiokoa mwenyewe, si Mungu atakuja kukuokoa. Shida ya leadership, it is you to deal with it. It's not the pastor, it's not the father, it's not the pope, it's not whoever. Oh, you are talking about sijui Christian, sijui Anglican in UK is doing XYZ. That's nonsense, man. They have their own problem. Sort out our problem. In fact, at one time, I would feel like the church should even be banned from these kind of things. And mwananchi aache kwanza ajitawale. Then we give them a break. The church comes after 10 or 5 years after we organize ourselves. Because they are lying to us. These Christians, so-called churches, are the ones that have thrown us into this pit. We were told that some people are more Christian than the others. We were told these are not Christian leaders. Sisi ndio tumeokoka. And we were duped. When we were being robbed during daylight, tuliambiwa hapana, msimwage damu, sisi ni Wakristo. Oh, Kenya, hatutaki umwagikaji wa damu. And we were raped mchana at Bomas. Tukaendelea kurepiwa mchana by the Supreme Court. Tulirepiwa broad daylight, thrown into the garbage. And we are being told, mutulize, there should be peace. Oh, justice. And even we were raped, mpaka Raila mwenyewe anaambiwa ati accept the rule of law and disagree. What kind of nonsense is that? We should have split. Hapo ndio tungeakisha kiberiti. And now we would be talking of something different. We'll be talking of who is not performing. Let's have the leader that was chosen. Akifanya makosa kuappoint, then there we are. But this is a thug. The first thing he did was to bring all the thugs around so that akinasa na akiiba, nobody will ask him. Because he's surrounded by thieves. Kenyans, let's wake up. Who when he pronounces himself a leader, unaenda, unafungulia nyang'au zote zikuje. Ndio una-appoint kama commission, ndio una-appoint ndio ma-chairman, una-appoint ndio what do we call them? Ma-cabinet secretaries. And they are all nyang'aus surrounding mwananchi. Kenyans, you are on your own. Look at the leaders you are told they are your leaders, the political leaders. All gone, matumbo leaders. Na unaambiwa hapa, respect your leader. Leaders are provided for by God. Which God provides these kind of leaders? As a stone picker, I doubt that God. And it's my right to doubt that God who gives us this kind of leaders, sincerely speaking. Leaders who are ready for auction. Yani anangoja kulipwa pesa, analipwa, anajipeleka. Malaya leaders. Really? And then we say, oh, let's pray to God. When we were misled, how many of those leaders can withstand temptation of shilingi milioni moja? I keep on asking. Not even 50 million. Those are beggars, ready to go anywhere. And the reason why Baba is so firm is because Baba does not offer you those kind of things. If you don't believe in his leadership, you go. It's up to you. And I love that. Even if at one time Baba never gets this leadership, but he will die a hero. And Kenyans will live ever regretting of a president they never had. And this country will never transform into a first world. Never. I don't see anybody who can transform it. Not Ruto. And Ruto, even if he's there, he's going to be there for some 27 years until he dies on the seat. So where will Kenya be able to catch up with others? It will be another 60 years of mediocrity. So the path is dark. The path is dark. And the path has to be revolutionized. We have to make a revolution in Kenya to be able to go back to the factory setting. Hakuna njia nyingine. Blue, mwanambali karibu. Zamu ni yako. Umeingia na bahati.
Hello?
Yes, endelea Blue.
Okay. Mnanisikia? Can you hear me?
Kabisa. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, asanteni sana to meet you again. Stone PK, Chairman, Kenyan Democracy, Public Participation, Revolutionary Mind, and Charles Sam, and perhaps those who are in the private chat or in the chat. I've been following this channel for quite a while, and normally I'm a man of few words, so I don't have much to talk, but maybe contribute my thoughts with respect to today. Basically, first of all, I'm from Nakuru myself, so and it touched my heart when I was actually following the. First of all, I followed the proceedings, the Busia proceedings, all the way from the start until the end, and my heart was very elated because what I saw is a continuation of what has been happening for the past few days, whether it's in Kisumu, whether it's in Busia and other places. I was really elated because I felt vindicated. I've been following this channel since the beginning of the campaign period. And I remember, so when I saw the church service or the interdenominational service, I met it almost towards the end, and Ruto is the one who was speaking, and immediately my spirit told me, no, this cannot be an interdenominational service. And I know some of those pastors, some of them are even close family friends. And I felt very vindicated because I have been telling some of them that whatever is happening with Ruto is not right. And, you know, we nearly go at loggerheads because there are some projects that we do back in Nakuru, you know, to do good works. And some of these pastors, they don't want to hear anything that I am going with, you know, that I would speak anything about Baba. You know, even family members, for example, I have had loggerheads with family members. I remember during the campaign period, I was talking to people about what I know with respect to Baba, because I went to school in the Rift Valley back in the 90s, and the 92 times I believe I was in secondary school, and during the clashes, I can tell you that whatever trauma that some of us carried during that time, and to know who was partly funding that, and they're the ones that have been elected so far, it made my heart just, you know, leap out. And I have never thought, you see, I am from the house of Mombi, and I like to give this example that there was a mother and her daughter, and this mother and her daughter, they were making a roast, and the mother chopped the roast on the side, and the young daughter, asked her, "Why are you cutting the roast before you put it in the oven?" And the mother said, "Because that's how I was taught how to do things by my mother." So the next time they went to the grandmother's house, and she saw the grandmother do the same thing, and she was cutting the roast on the side before she put it in the oven. And she asked the grandmother, "Why do you do that?" And she said, "Because it cannot fit." But you see, sometimes we have come to acquire the notion that we do some things just because we do them. And coming from the house of Mombi, a lot of people were taught not to like people from the other tribes, like the Luo community, for example. But if you ask them why, they don't know. And for me, my turning point is when I saw the handshake, because that really changed my perspective completely. Now, what is my point? Because I said I'm a man of few words. Today, I felt very vindicated because there were young people I was trying to tell them about the history about, you know, why I should think I actually sponsored some to go vote. You know, I sponsored many young people, but they were telling me ati we uko majuu hawezi jua, sisi tunaenda hasura. And I remember Bernard earlier on in the show, he played one of the videos, I think regarding Uhuru, saying ati kila mtu alikuwa akisema hasura. Now you see, I really sympathize with them, because I told them, vote with your conscience. Don't vote how I think myself I'm going to vote. Vote under your conscience. I'm going to sponsor you. all of you get out and go and vote. And they went and voted with their conscience. I never even asked, but they were keeping insisting that we vote Hasra. Now, I felt very vindicated because afterwards they come and ask me for help. Hey, tutumie ngiri, tutumie nini, or give me this, give me that. And for me, I was like, okay, I thought there was Hasra Fund, you know, ilitoa 500 na mulikataa ngiri 6 ya baba. So, well, one thing I would suggest and I would really advocate for is forgiveness, because you see, a lot of people, the division that this thing has caused, it can cause even families to break up. You know, I remember watching Herman Manyora's show, and he was giving a talk about, you know, because this thing literally tore up families, you know, because some were thinking like this, some were thinking like that, and even some churches, they were torn apart. But today I felt very vindicated because I saw exactly what was happening with those yellow trucks. Who knows why they were yellow, or yellow buses? But for me, I was trying to think, what time did those trucks or those buses arrive, and where are they located? They are located in the slum areas of Nakuru, where there are mama mbogas and boda bodas do their, you know, park their things. But it was Sunday, so most of them were not open. So that just triggered my mind. Why were the buses so parked far away? You know, and perhaps they came very early in the morning walking, or maybe taking boda bodas. But I felt very vindicated. But I hope that this is a turning point of where we are heading to, and I pray so much that it will have a greater ending. You know, with respect to you know, where we want to be, because this is going to call for a change. And I like a lady before who was talking about why Central experiencing hunger for the last 3 years, yeah, which has never happened. And she suggested that likely it's because of the money that was being taken there by the to be given to the pastors, which was, to me, was money laundering, because you cannot question the church where they got this money from. But nonetheless, with my simple and humble submission, today I felt very vindicated, and I've been an ardent follower of this show. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very, very much, Brother Blue. Your submissions are really candid, very, very well placed. It is true. Your example is wonderful. You know, sometimes people just do things without questioning. And I would support that by saying it would be very good if our conscience is actually guided by what is true. Well, when you doubt what is true, just revisit what justice looks like. I think because truth, you may be confused. Utaambiwa hii ndio the truth. But justice, I think everyone knows what is just. Hata mtoto akizaliwa hivi, while you grow, you know what is just. Just is from your basic religion, wherever you are, Muslim, Christian, Hindu. So long as you have that humanitarian tenet, what is human? Ni kumtendea mwenzako vile ungependa kutendewa. Meaning, kile unafikiria ni just. Then that should guide the principle. So just means what? That you respect every person, unamheshimu na unamtendea mema. So you cannot come to say, oh, hawa watu hawawezi kuwa hivi, huyu hawezi kuwa hivi. All right? When you are told that Stone PK one time alienda akamnyanyasa mtu mwingine kijijini, kwa sababu Stone PK lives in Nairobi, na huyu mtu wa kijijini ana uwezo, akamnyang'anya kaplot kake, what are you supposed to? Where are you supposed to place Stone PK? Hata kama ameichukua akairudisha baada ya watu kupiga kelele, you should immediately disqualify me from anything that is humanitarian, because I'm evil. By virtue of me going to nyanyasa mtu kwa sababu hana uwezo, that disqualifies me from anything. And that's why, like the UN, once you are accused of anything like that, if they get to know, you are sent home quickly. Hakuna ati, oh, you know, I did it and then I went to church, I confessed, and then nothing. That initial thinking, that initial thing. Unaenda kuchukua land ya serikali ya shule. When you have so much in Kenya, why don't you go buy land in Turkana and invest? When you are there triggering and paying people to do all sorts of things, when you are involved in every other evil in Kenya, then you start saying people are against you. Surely, why don't they talk about Stone PK? Why don't they talk about Charles? Why don't they talk about public participation? Why is it only you? Kwani wewe? My dear Kenyans, fellow Kenyans, even like now, why would so many people say that Ruto stole elections? Our Kenyan wendazimu kweli? Really? Are we really, like even us who are here in this Mutembei, are we really mad? We don't have anything to do? Sincerely? For those who think that people are just wanaonea Ruto. Why si mwingine? But again, ninasema, it is good sometimes mtoto akililia wembe unampa. Kenyans, we are jokers. Majority of us are jokers. And that is what our so-called leaders have come to know. Unasikia hata wakikunywa huko kwa ile baya huko parliament. You hear them joking about us. Those of us who go there, who have access to that, when you hear them talking, like now when Kenyans are crying about mtu kama Jalazi nini, these guys are laughing about it. Ati wacha tu hiyo itanini itapoa. That's the language they use. Wachana na hii magazeti, watu ya magazeti ndio wanaambia wa Kenya tu, hii ni wiki moja tu itaisha. That is what they say. Including Ruto. Huyu mzee wa kitendawili, wacha azunguke tu, meeting moja mbili tatu atachoka tu. Hiyo ni kawaida yake. That is it. That you have the audacity of thinking that such an action with Kenyans is a joke. When you see them in Kamkunji, you see them in Kibera, and they are in their hundreds and thousands, you think ni ujinga, ni utoto. You even go further to say ni Wajaluo. Hey, wallahi billahi. Kenya tumekwisha. You look at Mavoko, bado ni Wajaluo. Busia sasa pia ilikuwa ni Wajaluo. Can Kenyans have anything annoying than that? Yeah? Can Kenyans look for anything that can be annoying, more annoying than that, being seen as idiots, being profiled? Wajaluo tu ndio wanapiganga kelele kama iko injustice. And I like the Blue, the way the example you have given. When you hear somebody saying how ni Wajaluo too, si yeye ameanza hivyo, it has been passed on by a few others because of an attitude, a seed that was sown, which this seed was supposed and it was about to be crushed by Raila Odinga when he went for that handshake, that now is being vilified. Watu tunatukanwa, tunaambiwa hiyo handshake was useless. There was no war in the country. People calling it useless. Watu wanasema, those are people who never knew what there was. Those are what we call desk politicians, that there was no problem in Kenya. Au ndio ngiri, wale unasikianga Raila akisema that kuna Wakenya wanasahau haraka kama ngiri. If somebody can say that before the handshake everything was okay in that country called Kenya, and if anybody can say everything is okay right now, the way the the Kenya Kwanza are saying. Mpaka saa hii they are saying kuna hiyo ni mambo tu ya Raila ile ya kawaida ya kupiga kelele. Kenyans, how long do you want to be provoked? And then somebody says, oh, we are inciting Kenyans. How do you incite an already incited population? Mtu amevaa kiatu kinamfinya, unaambua tu unamkumbusha kiatu kile. Yeye ndiye anasikia uchungu. Mkenya saa hii ndiye anataka kukivua hicho kiatu. Na imefika. Anauliza baba, nitakivua lini? Mimi hata nataka baba tu aambie wa Kenya sasa, nyinyi niliwaonyesha njia, endeni. Mutaniita wakati mtanihitaji. Baba abaki pale Karen, sisi tuende kule tunaenda, because we know where we want to go. We know where we want to go. We know the path. We know the reason why we want to go there. We have the power to go there. And we have the will. So, actually, Baba should just tell us, twende. Na watu wataenda. Hakuna njia tunaulizia. We know. Sababu tunayo, nia tunayo, uwezo tunao. So, Kenyans, yes, we will be here. We will keep on talking to you. And for me, I don't care whether somebody says I'm inciting Kenyans, because how can you ignite an already ignited fire? I'm not. Who is Stone PK to incite anybody? Kila mtu anajua mahali kiatu kinamfinya. Na sasa kama watu wanafinywa kiatu, is it Stone PK who were there? I saw women screaming waliingia supermarket akifikiria na nini, akakuta bei za ajabu, which means that a lady was living in another tower, ivory tower, not knowing what is the reality. Aliingia supermarket, nasikia alifaint huko nje. That gives you some examples of Kenyans. Wanafikiria tunapayuka hapa tu. Yeah? Reality is on the ground. Reality is on the ground. Let me stop there and bring in nani anataka nini, public ama ni revolutionary? You want to add something? Ama ni Kenyan?
Wacha niongeze.
Yeah. Okay.
Unajua this thing of church PK, Son PK, it has really frustrated me, and it has really made me feel very bad. Unajua ile unasikia tu vibaya, because if you are a Christian, you cannot be happy with this kind of a regime. You cannot. Ukiona vile watu wanahangaika, watoto wako kwa nyumba, hawajaenda. Ninaona all the time kwa internet, mtu ako na 400 marks, ati sijui amekuwa gardener, ameenda sasa kulima kwa sababu baba yake hawezi mlipia fees. Unaona msichana mwingine na yeye alipata 417. Sasa there are so many such cases. Sasa there is no way unaweza kuwa a Christian na upendezwe na hii government. And Kenyans, please, kuanzia mapastors ama bishops na political leaders, let's stop joking with God. God is not an age mate of anybody. Let's stop this joking with God. Kwa sababu hata hii mambo yenye inaendelea saa hii ya ukame is because of the tunachezea Mungu. Hatuna respect kwa Mungu. Tunachezea Mungu life. Every Sunday. How do you think God is feeling? Kama mimi nasikia venye ninasikia nikiona Mungu anadhihatiwa, you know. And then other religions, they even blaspheme the name of God because of the kind of an example they are seeing from us. Let's stop joking with God. Even if mudenda hiyo maombi ya stadium, first of all, hata Biblia yenyewe, and let's read the Bible, tuachane na mambo ya kuambiwa maneno mingi. Read the Bible. Bible inasemanga nini? Ukitaka kuomba wewe enda ujifungie kwa room yako uombe, Mungu ataona na nafanya nini na kujibu. Hii maombi ya public, it's not in the Bible. Kuna pali yenye uliona Yesu anaomba in public, ati sasa ameita prayer meeting katika. Yesu alikuwa anaamkanga asubuhi, anapanda kwa mlima peke yake, analia huko akiomba while he is alone. Even the time when he was telling his disciples, help me to pray, hakukuwa ameita umati ya watu. So this PR prayers which are here, ati mnaanza mpaka mnatoa machozi. Let's stop joking with God. Unajua Mungu anaweza funga hiyo mbingu tukae without rain. Achana na sasa tumekosa rain for 3 seasons. Tunaweza kosa rain for 3 years like what happened in the Bible time ya Elijah. So let's stop joking with God. God, by the way, God sio rika yetu ama rika ya mtu yote. Endeleeni kumock God, you will see what will happen. Itaisha kiangaza, floods zikuje. Because the kind of what is going on in Kenya right now is judgment from God. Kwa sababu there's nothing bad. Afadhali mkue tu makafiri tu kabisa, makafiri kuliko kwenda kumock jina ya Mungu na kuturn the house of to turn ati unaita watu ati ni church service, ni prayer service, alafu mnakuja mnaifanya political service, a political rally na mahali ya kwenda kuombaomba mabarabara. Guys, let's stop joking with God. Thank you.
Wacha niongeze ka kitu kadogo hapo kwa that lady.
Public participation.
Let me just add something brief kabla ulete mwingine. Kanisa. One thing which we have to agree with the church is that, and especially currently in the Kenyan church, there is proliferation of very many fake churches as well. I'm talking of it honestly. If you look at what is happening in Kenya, we have some pastors and we have some big sanctuaries which have a lot of fakery, and the people who are there, some of them, they are serving their own interest and serving their own initiative. And those are the people who are easily influenced by the government of the day. If you are not truly into the gospel, if you are not truly into the religion, the government will even guide you and they will show you what to do. You not have that audacity to advise them. Because what the church is supposed to do, the church is supposed to be like a moral organ within a society, which is supposed to call out when issues are going bad, to advise and say what they feel. But the church is not supposed to amalgamate themselves with the government of the day and they start behaving in an homogeneous way. No. So the government has to, the church has to draw, because not the government, the church has to draw that distinct line between them and the government. Because the government will not draw that. Because the government knows the church will help them. The church will help them to propagate a propaganda if they have. Because one thing which we have also to be honest about, there is usually a very distinct line between truth and propaganda. And that's why you even hear hata siku hizi hata tumeanzia sasa hata kukua na Yesu wa mahali fulani these days. You're even hearing it in Kenya. I don't want to criticize it. I don't want to say it is true or what. There are people who believe in a specific thing. So Kenyan religion is morphing. Let me use the word. Kenyan religion is not stable. Kenyan religion is diverging and digressing into another way, into another places which are not good. That is why in the modern society, it is even very hard to trust a pastor with a congregation, or even with the people, with the female people. How many times have we had a woman having been assaulted by a pastor? How many times have we had of children having been assaulted by pastors? Leave alone even the bigger thing which is even happening in some other bigger churches, where some priests are even molesting kids and even doing very bad things with them. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that now the modern church has left the principle and the philosophy which guides the moral standard of human beings. The modern world. Sorry, somebody was saying something. Okay. So what I was trying to say is that the current church or the modern church has been unable to connect with the current problems of the society, because I would believe that people like Akina Sapit, the Catholic Church, Assemblies, Baptists, whichever the church they are many, we have them. They should first of all understand the problem. Like in some olden days there, they were functioning very well. They were starting schools, they were starting hospitals, and they were trying to understand the common needs of a society. Right now in Kenya, we have current needs. We have issues with the governance. We have issues with the basics. We have so much issues within our societies. What is the church doing to help the common mwananchi solve some of the basic issues before they even go and amalgamate with the government and they become part of the bigger problem in the society? That is a distinct line which the Kenyan church is supposed to do. Unfortunately, they have been unable to do that. Lastly, you see what is happening currently from the government. When you see the government doing a lot of PR exercise, you see naturally, like during Kibaki time, we had Mutua guy who was the one who was like saying what the government is doing. Since Mr. Ruto government came in, I've not heard the government spokesman talking. Sijamuski hata sijui ni nani. You people, you need to confirm to me who is the government spokesman, because the government spokesman is the guy who talks and briefs us of what is happening in the government. Since this government took regime, wale watu nimekuwa nikisikia wakiongea ni huyu nani Kindiki ndiye anaongea. I'm hearing of mostly Kindiki na Koome, huyu Koome wa polisi. Those are the people who are speaking, but the government spokesman sijamusikia. They are not even telling us of the agenda. They are, I'm confused. I don't know, maybe my analysis could be wrong, but these guys they are at 0 point. They have not even started climbing the ladder. Wako pale chini, and it is 6 months, half a year, zero delivery. Maybe my analysis could be wrong, but how comes the government spokesman is not speaking? I think alikuwa that Mujaluo guy, alikuwa anaitwa, there was a Mujaluo guy during Uhuru time. Right now sijui government spokesman ni nani, because aongei, atuambii agenda ya serikali. He is not even hata hii wakati wa attacks, hizi attacks zinaendelea Turukana hapa, huyo jamaa atokezei atuambie what is happening. Those people are very active during the day, like watu wanauawa daily, these guys are not speaking. There is a problem.
Thank you, Revolutionary. Let me bring in Alex Media, please. It's your chance.
Nawasalimia nyinyi wote, Stone PK my friend, Revolutionary my friend, Public Participation my friend, Kenyan Democracy my friend, Blue Muna Mbali, that I haven't met you before probably. Mine will be just very short. I think for me, I'm viewing it from the flip side. I think it is not the church. The real church still exists in our society. And you can see it from where some of us are worshiping. And there are people who are still going to church because they have shepherds, and they have pastors, and they have padres, and they have priests who they can relate to and who understand the current situation of Kenya. They feel the pain of the economic pain, the psychological pain, the fear that Kenyans are going through for the future. Then again, we have wheeler dealers who masquerade as a church. And now we are not distinguishing them. Ole Sepit is not the church. He has proved not to be a church leader. He has proved not to be a shepherd. He has proved in every way that he is bipartisan or non-partisan or apolitical. He should come out and say that he's a wheeler dealer, because Boni Alwale came out rightly and told him and challenged him about the 6 million he was given to buy a car. And he never came out to say anything. The church still exists. The Church of Christ still exists. There are faithful Muslims who still exist. And let us not condemn the church as a whole as if these people have overtaken and they are becoming the face of the church, yet the faithful are always meek and humble, and they don't come out. In fact, they don't even allow politics in their own churches. So let us condemn these individuals who are masquerading as Christians, but they are criminal enterprises who are dealing with the government. We have never seen something like this before, whereby leaders of the church turns against the church principle itself and start making the podium to be a political instead of it being a pulpit. They have taken the pulpit to become a podium. So the thing is, we have people like Danny Darius who are fathers here. They are the face of the church. We can't condemn them because they come here to support the cause of Kenyans. So I don't believe it is the church. These are rotten individuals who are trying to fascistize the church, and I think we are getting mad at the church. And when I pause for a moment and recognize that church and business are not created equally, we serve different purposes and reach our aim in a different way. So the bottom line is that these people are for profit, like the 8 million they got. But we have people like Danny Darius who are for God, who cite principles, who are for evangelism, discipleship, and others. Money does not matter to them. So we still have, like during the time of Elijah thought he was the only one left, but God said, I still have 70,000 who are faithful to me. So we still have faithful people who still come to Azimio and still support us. So it's not the church in general. We must take our anger, point to the pursuit vastly to the goals of these people and name them by name instead of saying the church. Ole Sapit is a culprit of this. He's the chief priest of corruption and who has tainted the church severely. I don't know where this guy came from. You see, we knew how church leaders grew with hierarchy and how this guy became the face of the church, whichever that is leading. I don't even know how. So he has tainted his church, but within there are people who are in the lower hierarchy who are still very faithful. So I think we must take now the names of such kind of people and castigate them and put them on the face so that we recognize that these are tainted, rotten individuals, but just putting the whole Church of Christ into this kind of quandary, because in the end, we know that we pray a living God, and the Church of God still exists. So these people should not make us think that now the church has been rotten. The church of God and the faithful, the humble and the meek are still there, who are serving people faithfully, who are feeling the pitch, who every Sunday or Saturday come to encourage people from what they are going through, and who through other small means, like Stephen, have put on deacons so that they can see for those who are able to bring money to the church so that people can go to church and get maybe food and relief that they may need. And I've seen a few churches doing that lately, whereby they are feeling the pitch. Now, what they are doing is that they are not going to politicians. They are going now to people who are truly Christians, but they are able, so that they can be able now to help the lesser of us in the society. And these people are doing a great job. They may not be out there in the media because they know the truth of what Christ said, that what the right hand has done, let not the left hand know. So they are doing it in secret, And whatever they are doing is helping now the common people in a manner that we may not see. But the suffering is still continuing. So Ole Sapit's and his contingency and the catalog of rotten apples are the ones now we need to name, to castigate, and tell Kenyans that these are not leaders. These are people who are attending the Church of Christ, but at the same time, we have people who have truly, who feel the pitch of the people, who instead of going to Ruto's rallies, they have said capital N-O. Now what they are doing is they are congregating and telling people that let's respect the pulpit. This is not a podium. This is a pulpit. You see, when we were young, it was difficult. I see nowadays even people allowing even young kids to go to the pulpit, which may be good or bad. But the pulpit was so revered, it was a shrine, whereby if you went up there, you went there with humility, with sense, with honesty, with sincerity. But what you are seeing from Kenya Kwanza, I mean, they lie without blinking their eyes in front of the faithful. And then the faithful clap as if they are in a political rally. That is madness. The true people who have been auctioned by the Holy Spirit cannot go to that level of madness. So these are not shepherds. These are not pastors. These are not bishops. These are wheeler dealers. These are the Judases who have taken the 30 pieces of whatever to betray the cause of Kenya. And very soon it's going to catch on them. And the money they have been given, it's going just to buy their graves. You see, the history of Kenya is very clear. Those people who are electoral commissioners, who blundered, truly Kenyans cried. And you saw from the Kivuitus, the Chechesonis, throughout what happened to them, because Kenyans felt the pitch. Now we have taken now our pain to those wheeler dealers who are evil, like Ole Sapit. And we are naming him, he's the most named person who is just blocking the cause of the people. And God is hearing. The Bible says, our tears have been put in the bottle, and God will never forget. He will remember our tears, and he will repay these people. So it's a matter of time. You see, the good thing or the beauty of God is that he does not come to revenge immediately. He waits for the right time. And when the right time comes, because vengeance belongs to him, that's what he says. So when the right time comes, these people will see hell the same way like people like Manasseh and the rest we saw throughout, we have read in the Bible what happened to them. They were taken into captive and they cried and they had to humble themselves before they were brought back to the fold of God. So the church of God is still intact, but there are rotten apples. And I want us to name these rotten apples instead of castigating the whole church. Because I believe if we do so, castigating the whole church, then I think we are doing a disservice for the humble and the meek who are still helping our people who are poor, who are suffering. And these are the people who are mobilizing for our children, even to get maybe food for lunch or maybe to get school fees. Because now the church in the lower hierarchy is doing more than the upper. The upper have decided to be corrupt. The lower have decided now to follow the word of God, which is honesty, sincerity, and trustworthy. So those were my points that I think we must differentiate the criminal enterprises of Christian leadership and the church itself. Those were my few points.
Thank you, Alex. Media. I don't know whether there is anybody who want to say something. Yes, Blue Monambali.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with Alex on that. because, again, going back to, I want to quarterback your point there with regarding to the church, because and going back to my early example of the grandmother and the mother and the daughter, doing the same thing because they never knew what they were doing, because they learned it from the mother and the mother learned it from the grandmother. So they didn't know the reason why they were cutting that roast. But my point is, it's the same thing with the church or with Christianity, for example. If you ask someone, why did you become a Christian? Because my parents were Christians. Why did they become Christians? Because their parents were Christians. Now, it's the same way. I was a Christian leader in my high school. And if you were to ask me, why did you become a leader? It's because my parents were Christians, and so on and so forth. But I think there's also a very important point that you brought out here. There's a good book by John Maxwell, and it's about the toughest type of leadership. It's either the church leadership or an NGO. Now, the easiest type of leadership is a corporate world. Now, the church type of leadership, the flock or the followers, you cannot fire them because they're coming to bring you, their tithes and gifts, right? So, and in that token, so the flock become, sort of feel a sense of loyalty because they cannot be fired. Conversely, it also happens the same way in the NGO world, because you don't want to lose your givers, but you're also supposed to be responsible with how you shepherd your flock. So I agree with you. It's not the bad church per se, but it's the bad type of leadership. It's a bad type of leadership that ruins the good type of leadership within the church. And then I know Stone PK had asked a question. Why is it that countries in the Western world which don't even go to church, or which don't follow the church per se, like in America, I know a lot of people don't go to church, or here in Canada, for example. And I think, well, first of all, I think it's because there's rule of law. You see, if we were to implement our constitution fully and follow the rule of law, then, such things would not be happening, like bribery. For example, the mayor of Toronto here just resigned because he had a scandal a few weeks ago of, unfaithfulness, infidelity. Now, does he go to church? No. But you see, it's because of the rule of law. But if there is no rule of law in a country, then the obvious thing is to destroy the people. Now, having said that, I also think there is, and this is my theory, I think there are puppet masters, global puppet masters, who don't really see Africa as, as, or we Africans as people of value. And for example, when Ruto came to power, the first thing he said is that he was going to legalize GMO. And one of his ministers said that, if you take GMO, be sure that you're going to die, and connect it with the coronavirus prior. And the mainstream media used to preach of how, they're going to be body bags in Africa. Now, I believe that the love of money is a root of all evil. I would not say is the root, but I would say is a root of all evil. Now, when these evil leaders, they are so money hungry and power hungry, they will corrupt anything, whether it's to do with, how do you call this, population control, I believe that's one of the agendas, the global puppet masters, and they will shove it down to the other leaders. That's why they meet once in a while somewhere in the Swiss Alps, right, to discuss some of these things. But anyway, I don't want to be controversial. That's not the topic for today. But when I look at our people and how they've been subjected to some of these, hardships, like, impoverished through taxation, they're going to be more and more poor. When I think about denying education, like you mentioned there, LX, where you see a child has scored so many points to be able to qualify for AGH, Alliance Girls, and the politicians themselves in the current regime, they are taking a lot of money, for example, for CDF, but they come to learn through social media that there's a girl who had scored 400 and something marks, but it's only through the social media that people come together and do crowdfunding for the girl, and the politician has no remorse, right? But anyway, I think there is a higher power even within the church. Think about it. The Anglican Church comes from the English, and anyway, what do I know? But I think, as you said there, Alex, that not all the churches are bad, but it's bad leadership. Yep.
Let me add something. Okay, my problem is that the good ones.
One minute, public, ngoja kidogo, just a minute. I need to thank. Oh yeah, thank you, Blue. Okay, I see you have unmuted. Okay, I mean you have muted. That's good. Let it remain that way. So thank you. I'll comment about your submission and Alex. They are very good. I also have something to say, but public, you can come in first.
Okay, you see, my problem with the church is this quietness, which, the ones who are good, why are they so quiet? And yet, at the time of Moi, we had people like Alex Muge, we had Bishop Ndoya, we had several church leaders who are standing up against Moi, and that time it was even worse because they were risking their lives. Some of them actually even died. But now this quietness which is there, it's like you are complicit. Yani mko pamoja, ni ile tu. When something bad is happening and as a church you can't talk, what message does that send? That sends the message that mko pamoja. You are behind what is going on. Yeah. So the good church leaders and the good churches, even that Anglican itself of Ole Sapit, they can remove Ole Sapit. Because he didn't put himself there, he can be removed. Because I don't understand even how does a church leader go to take sides politically, and yet in your congregation you have people of all walks of life and different affiliations. Then unakuja unasema, okay, because this guy and the wife, they are afraid that they are pastors or they were CU in campus, so now we have to stand with them because now this is a Christian government, and yet it's not a Christian government. Even the Bible itself says that when the righteous are ruling, the people rejoice. Who is rejoicing now? But evil is a reproach. All these things which are happening, even this drought, is an indictment on this government. Kama hii government kweli ilikuwa ya Mungu, right now would not be having a drought going on 1 year. And I understand the so-called rain you are being told, mwende muombe on Valentine's Day hapa Nyayo Stadium. They are coming in October is when meteorological, and you can't even be sure. It can go on for longer. So church leaders need, the ones who are not behind these people, they need to come out and say, and this quietness has been there for other wrong things. For example, there's a bishop anaitwa Ngari, alichukua pesa ya watu congregation yake, ati wachange pesa, wapeane pesa, watu wadogo sana, mama mboga and the like, watu wa boda, akachukua pesa yao akiwadanganya, they are buying plots, they are building, na akatoroka na hiyo pesa. and you can still see the guy is very well preaching in church, na muonanga hata ako kwa mambo ya politics na hakuna mwingine anaweza toka aseme what Bishop Ngari has done to our people is wrong. Hawa bishop wengine wote wenye wako that area of Thika, why aren't they coming out and saying that huyu mtu aliibia watu yetu pesa? That's my problem with this church of now. Thank you.
Yes, Alex.
In 2021, there was a robust conversation about banning politicians from the pulpit. And if I remember, one of the people who did that, I thought he was honest. Ole Sapit denied Raila and Mudavadi from speaking in Western province, Western Kenya, at that particular time. And we applauded them, thinking that they were genuine. However, Ole Sapit has proved that he was not genuine. He just had a natural hatred for Raila Amolo Odinga. And because Mudavadi proximity was with Raila, he was denied just because of affiliation, criminalization of association. But then there are many leaders who came out. If you go back and Google in 2021 about the pulpit, the church, and politics, they had a meeting whereby they said this has gone too far. However, 11 months to the election, one thing had happened. When our currency was actually changed, the means to change that money so that it could not be seen, and that's when the Supreme Court, somebody, was it Okiki Omtaya, who said that churches should be taxed. It's because now churches were being used as a conduit for money laundering. Now, these people had so much large sum of money that were being blocked so that they may not change that money to real money. So because we were trying to prevent hyperflation, they used the church to convert their money so that they could get it back. And that's how the church got corrupted. Millions and billions of money passed through the churches. And you can imagine somebody who has never, like, pastors are not highly paid in Kenya. And then you find like some local church that is not known has been given like 300 million so that money can pass through it, because in America we call it 501, so that non-taxable. I don't know in Kenya how we call it. So that is how the church was able to be compromised. The money that went through those churches so that later on could go back to Kenya Kwanza was so much, and these people were totally compromised. But the people who are compromised were in the hierarchy up there. They are faithful who are down there, who can be sacked, public participation, who can be sacked anytime because they sign contracts as pastors, remember. So it's not like they are complicit. They are powerless and they are helpless. And that's the funny part of it, that in Kenya you can sack pastors because of affiliation or proximity to some politicians. For instance, now in Anglican Church has vowed, and you can see anywhere, they don't allow Raila to speak easily, though he is an Anglican, but people like Ruto are allowed to. So I don't think like they are complicit of it. It is because also the church structure allows somebody like Ole Sapit to fire those who he does not agree with. That's the funny part of how even the church operates. It operates also as a criminal enterprise, whereby those up in the hierarchy are able to fire others by even giving allegations that are not true. They can say that there's an allegation that it looks like you have a relationship with a young girl. Can you step aside? And those are the things they have been doing behind. Anyone who is against what they are doing, that is what they have been doing. So complicity is not the thing. It is also that they have been threatened and they are helpless and they are powerless, but yet they have still to stay in the faith. So I still blame those who are up in the hierarchy, that they are the ones who have messed the church. That's my opinion, though. So if you have more information, we can share here, because we don't have monopoly, especially when it comes to churches. We all go to different churches, so we don't have monopoly of ideas. We can share of what you have experienced in your church and in the way it has disappointed you. For instance, in my church, you are not allowed to speak politics easily. A mic will be taken out and you will be told and that's why he doesn't visit our church easily. And I'm not saying that our church is better, but it's hard to speak politics, you know. And there was a time even Catholic Church took a hard stand, and I liked it. And they respect their pulpit, especially during the mass. You can't just go there and start playing politics. And as Danny Daria is saying, these private churches that are owned by people are the ones who are doing that. And I think so. And that's why Mama Ida said the other time, and you saw how she was taunted. Mama Ida just gave a very simple advice to Kenyans that these churches are taking advantage of the lowest and the poorest of our society, and we ought to come in, because these are like ile ilikuwa inaitwaje hii pesa ya Kanyari, kanisa ya Kanyari, whereby ulikuwa unalipa pesa ngapi, sijui ni ya mbegu,
Panda mbegu.
Panda mbegu. You see, such kind of nonsense. When Mama Ida comes out and speaks, you saw how much the church leaders were saying. And yet, she was honest from the heart that these private churches are businesses. They are not for discipleship, evangelism, or soul saving. So we must come here and also really distinguish which are truly kuna ile 310 here, distinguish between real churches and businesses. So those who are complicit are businesses. Bishop Wanjiru is one of them. She owns one of the biggest matatu industry in Nairobi. Okay? When his son also came and became a member of parliament, you saw what he did. He became one of the most corrupt members of parliament. So let us distinguish that, and also remember that the Church of Christ must stand, and it will stand to the end. But as we are told, the wheat and the tares will grow together. The only person that will uproot the tares is Christ. We are not able to do that. And that parable is very clear to us. Thank you.
Yes, Kenyan democracy.
Thank you, Stone PK. I think I've been running up and down. I am doing some things, and I'm listening from the back. I'm going to argue this way. When I look at Ruto, Ruto has no history of what he has undergone throughout his life. This is a guy, we have never heard him that he has been sick. He has been admitted in the hospital. He has lost one of his, God forbid, but I'm putting it like I'm arguing with my own self-opinion. It's not somebody who has ever faced a problem of any kind that caused him to remember that he has to pray and ask God for help. He don't look so. When I look at him, he was able, even when he was that small, as we had the history of him stealing things. So he was not missing anything. He could get things easily from other people stealing. As from there, he has gone up and up and up until, I won't narrate from when until now. He has sat on that chair with billions of money. He has never missed money. He has been having money with him. This is my point. When you see somebody who has never faced a problem, I don't think he has the feeling of other people who are going through pain and through poverty. And when I say that, is that I believe Ruto, he is God of himself, with a small g, God of himself. And he has reached a point of feeling that he has got all these also billionaires, those idiots following him, that he has the mandate of being a big man in front of everybody. Who would make him quiet like we poor people if those billionaires following him cannot say any word against what he is doing? Ruto is feeling of himself. He has that feeling that he is big enough for the whole country to listen to him. And he is that foolish that he feels that we cannot raise our voice because he has money and we don't have money. That is my point I'm arguing in my mind. He don't have anything about God in himself. He's rich enough that he can stand for himself. It's not somebody who has ever mourned of his anything close to him. He has never done fundraising of his child to go to school. He has never missed money because we know the history between him and Moi. What else does he need? Nothing. He don't need your help. Despite of him stealing the election, he don't need your help. He has money. And he has shown money is his God. And that's all I can say tonight. And it is very sad when you see somebody adoring money and ignoring lives of other people. And that is what Ruto is. That I'm convinced he has nothing about God in himself. Money is his God. And you wait and see. That's my word tonight. And Ruto must go. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Kenyan democracy. Maybe I should say something. I try to keep off matters church because personally I've found it to be the real opium of confusion. And we continue to be confused. I don't know who Jesus will find here to go with, because I think all have fallen short of that glory that the Bible talks about, because we are all pretenders. We are pretenders. We are told, oh, don't judge, don't. That's another vague statement that we are given. I would want to kind of pause and ask okay, not ask Alex. Alex has complicated the equation again, because now he wants us to separate the church from individuals, which is, to me, it's something that is very difficult. Then who is the church? That's a question I would want to ask. Who is the church? What is the church? If the so-called archbishop, the utmost, and I stopped respecting those kind of titles because they are devils. Somebody comes clad in those robes and all that, then reveres fear unto you people. Woe unto you if you don't bow unto him and all that. A lot of rubbish. And no wonder Christian is falling, people are falling out of that because they are discovering things that we fear to say. Once you question, you are told, no, leave matters the church alone. Because that's where the devil sits. That's where evil is sitting. That's where all the ills are in humanity. They're in the church. And I'm happy Blue umeleta that book. I think I should finish it. I started it kidogo and I had borrowed it. I'll have to read it because it touched on areas, some of the areas that I have some expertise in. It is the church where you can't question. And that's why it's the worst place, the worst place for the mwananchi and the best for thugs and fools and murderers to become leaders. Because you who is going there, unaenda kuombewa. That's another stupid thing that we've been told to do. Unaenda kuombewa. I don't need kuombewa. I have my mind, I have my mouth, I have my thinking. I don't see why I should go to somebody and niombe. That's where we lose it, in my own opinion again. So we lost it there. It is in Kenya where the church went and said in national TVs, hakuna pesa chafu, that we can replay that clip. A whole pastor, these fake pastors in these new churches, church of what, these new things that have mushroomed, building very superfluous buildings and calling themselves churches. People emerging from the slums and wherever calling themselves bishops. You don't know where they went to school for theology and all that. Anybody in Kenya can become a bishop. Those unanua tu kama school uniform unavaa and you become a bishop. So you can expect that morality has deteriorated totally, and you cannot rebuild the church. I still disagree with Alex when he wants us to separate the church and the person. Because now, if we start separating, we have too many. If the leader of Anglican is doing all this, how do we condemn him? That's the church. He represents the church. Okay? When they come and say there's no blood money, he has said with authority. That's the church. So the few who are innocent, who are the church goers, have no say. They can't revert that. Because mkubwa amesema. Churches are commercial ventures. When I went to work in some countries, which I don't want to name, I was shocked. I was from a faith whereby we respected church. We grew up knowing church in Mali. Yani hata ukienda, Alex has alluded to that. Pale mbele, you would not go kiregorego like that. At unaingia church, you are chewing gum and you are going. I mean, you go there to seek God and you go there when there is an authority for you to do that. But I went to this country whereby I found churches are called limited. Inc. INC. Yeah? Stone's Faithful Church Limited. Or Stone's Faithful Church Inc. And people go there. I found people are there. Sunday, you are there. You are muna disco. Yeah. And then you are kwa compound. You are holding your guineas. And then I was told, no, the church has evolved. Now, what do you say to such things? So even in Kenya, it has evolved whereby lazima mchangie pastor gari, na si gari ni V8, ni Prado. There are even conditions what type of a car your pastor should have. Now, they are even anachangiwa suti because he cannot come to administer bila kuvaa masuti. And we are still at the church. So when Ruto comes with 6 million, to give this pastor who has never bought a suit of his own, yeah? He has never had a car of his own. Na amepigwa 10 million. This guy goes crazy. He goes crazy. And he will start singing everything in front of the congregants or congregants who cannot question him. He's their pastor. He's their everything. He's next to God. It is through him that they will see the kingdom of God. Or Jesus or God. So this is what now these people have used. You don't question it. And that's why even here most of the time, hata kwa hii channel, when we try to touch, you are told, no, leave matters God alone. There are those who are experts in it. Who is an expert in matters God? Do I need an expert for my God? Do I really need to go through anybody for me to understand God? Oh, you cannot understand the Bible. It has to be read to you by those who have spirits to be able to interpret to you. Then you ask yourself, why did God then have this so complicated book that you need somebody else to interpret for you? Surely it is us human beings who have screwed up Christianity, the religion. We've complicated the selfishness of these evil leaders in churches. They have made it so difficult for Mwananchi or the common church goer, because you will question them. When they go sleeping with our wives and our girls, you are told, no, forgive them. They are only human. Surely. When they receive Ruto's money and they do all the, just don't worry, they are only human. So if they are only human, then why are we told to leave them? Kwa hivyo ni human, they can be tempted, ni mashetani, hawana nguvu ya kuresist. They cannot say that this leadership is rotten. They will go to pray in State House, they will go doing those rituals. Yeah. Which country does rituals at the State House? I keep on asking that because we need to borrow from other countries. That's why Kenya has deteriorated at the fastest speed. 60 years, we have rewound, we are on ground zero. When this country disintegrates, ikivunjika itakuwa ni kama glass. You will not be able to put those pieces together because one, unatawaliwa na shetani na tumekubali shetani atutawale. The devil is in power in Kenya. How do you fight the devil? Somebody will tell me through prayers. No way. Hakuna. Prayers will not send the shetani away because shetani amekita mizizi. Shetani anatolewa na vita. You pray to have strength to ng'oa this shetani. And you pick those who in the churches that you believe in the real cause of that, whatever. You condemn it outright. Now this is where I borrow Alex theory. Once the moto imewaka sasa, tunafukuza wale mapasta tunafikiria ni wakishenzi. We tell them not to be near us. Hata kama tukitaka kuwaweka kwa mapipa tuwaweke. All right? Because they are the rot that has made this cancer to ipate mizizi. To tell you the truth, to put this country back to the track, you remember Stone PK. I've said this. It will take men of very strong heart. Because where this country is, no country in East Africa has reached there. Not even in the whole of Africa. A country that was moving so fast, then Shaitani akashika, akapindua, we are now moving backwards. And the people are telling us, Kenya is still big economy. Kenya is still this. Ukiongea unaambia, we are better than Tanzania. Ukiongea, we are better than Uganda. Hey, Kenyans, shetani ako hapo. You have a devil worship as a president. And you tell me mutawezana? You will not. And we are being told by the Bible, by the people, oh please, let's pray. It's not to pray. Let's fight, man. This church utajaribu kwenda hiyo church utakosa kwa kwenda. Because shetani amekaa kule. Tell me, look at the face of today's or yesterday's meeting in Nakuru. And I want us to go and replay that with very, very critical mind. You will see shetani akitawala nchi ya Kenya. Kama ungoja shetani amevaa mapembe, ndugu yangu, then umepotea. Hiyo meeting uangalie what happened. And you look at that clip that was going around Nakuru in the slum area and everywhere. If you really are working mind, kama vile Father Darius anasemanga, you analyze what you will see. That is exactly how hell looks like. That is exactly a picture portraying Sodom and Gomorrah, but on the other side. The only thing we didn't see is people being raped and all that and all that. But that semblance of people saying they are worshiping God, it's almost equal to what was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah. What were they doing? What were people doing with buses and all that? And then look at the podium. What is that? What can you describe that as? Prayers for what? What were you praying for? And then the people are seated there as bishops. Who are these bishops? I heard somebody saying, oh, Bishop Mark Karaoke, Excuse me. Those are fake people. We know when they started those churches. It's nonsense. In fact, today if I become the president of Kenya, I would go Kagame way. I would revisit that 100% without caring whether you want to come to the streets. I would want to see who will demonstrate. Look at what the Kenyans did. They refused to go. Those buses brought people who were lured. Watu maskini wakapewa 1,000 na nini na nini. When do you ever do that? You open church, people come willingly to pray, wanatoa sadaka. You don't have to even, you don't have to provide transport. But today is the end of the beginning. Church kuisha Kenya. Whether we want to say kuna individual, those individuals who are good have been overpowered by the devil. And Ruto is not a Christian. Take this to the bank. Those are not acts of a Christian. Sabit. I read the Bible as well. This is the times. These are the end times when you will have the 666 and these other guys. These are the Sabits. Just posing as if they have a aura of whatever. Kumbe ni shetani mkubwa. I'm telling you, this you remember. Me, I call it as it is. I call it as it is. Whether mtu atapenda, atapenda. I would never even go to Sapita niombe. When you separate things, oh, you don't want people to the pulpit, and then all of a sudden you do this. Then you are there in Bomas supporting illegal and illegality, and yet you are the head of one of the biggest church in Kenya, and you expect people to respect you. You expect the 8.1 million to respect you. Even, I'm sure among the 8.1 million, they are Anglican followers. How are they feeling? So for me, honestly, is that Kenyans should really forget. They should not even seek hope in this revolution. Don't seek for the church to help you. It will not, because it's been corrupted. Seek for individuals to help you. You will not find church standing. Which church has talked about what we are fighting for as Azimio today? Which church? Which church has said what Baba or what has been revealed 1, 2, 3, 4, it's XYZ? Which church? Nobody. Only individuals. Why is the church not speaking? They are quiet. Quiet. We ban ourselves. We do whatever we want to do. Okay? It's up to us. So why would you want to go to the church then? Unawaendea wakusaidie na nini? I would like somebody to answer to me. Utaenda kanisani kuomba nini? Siombe kwako nyumbani. Na uombe Mungu Ruto atoke, angatuliwe. Make you a small shrine hapo nyumbani and whatever. Why do you need to even go giving the money there at you are giving God tithe? Which tithe? Enda usaidia hao maskini. Those kids that are not going to school because of evil. Pick one, help if you want to give tithe. You'll be blessed 100 times. Other than feeding these useless pastors, devil's pastors, ndio unamanunulia magari. Go pick a child from the slum. Mwambia I'll pay for you up to the university. Pick 2, pick 3, depending on your capacity. You don't have to go through the church. Forget it. And if I was asked, I would say Kenyans of true cause to abandon those buildings called churches. And we support the cause, we support Azimio, and we go that way. Because this church is what has let us down, is what brought in Ruto. They started saying we don't worship the true God. They condemned us, they insulted us, and every pulpit day they are just condemning and insulting the righteous people who are standing for the truth. Tunaitwa mashetani. Oh, hatutoangi sadaka. You don't have to give sadaka if you don't have. And who says we don't give? We give in our own way. You don't have to go to church and announce you are giving 1 million. Ndio uwe una nini. Somebody like Raila supports in very huge way the church. And he doesn't have to support Anglican church alone. You can support any church, even the mosque. Wherever you give your tithe, you can give in whatever way, in whichever form you want. Then who is this prince coming to tell us that, oh, you are less. You don't know how to worship. Oh, as we know how to pray. Oh, This is the garbage, the most idiotic thing I've heard in our country, Kenya. And we are paying dearly for that. Central, hakujawai kuwa na njaa. Ask yourself why. Sasa wanalia. Central, asking for relief. Guys, don't you think this is the end of the end? Nabado. Because we've mocked God. We mocked that true God who I know is somewhere. Tumefanya mzaha na God. Kimbere tunasemanga nitoe tanga ikavishi. Okay? So we have to go back and revisit. We have. And the revisiting, Brother Blue amesema, we revisit the leadership. Number one, period. Usienda kutafuta ati building inaitwa kanisa. The leadership. The leadership that will now come and impede everything in our constitution. Then the church will be in the constitution. They will have the power. Because when you have proper leadership, that will control the church automatically. Because you can't go, unapunguza wananchi, unawaibia huko ukiwaorganize into circles, and you go escape free at you can't be touched because you're in church. The law should go for you. And you should be hanged if it needs hanging. Should be jailed in committee. So we need a proper leader who will really come and save Mwananchi. And we want a no-nonsense leader. And that's why we need Raila like yesterday. Because we want him before he grows too old. We want him for 5 years only to help us put up the framework so that Kenya can be resuscitated. Actually, it's on the bed dead, sahi. Kenya is with having, zinaitwaje ukiwa ICU, ina breathe ka oxygen kidogo tu. The heartbeat is ting, ting after a very long time. It's at the verge of collapse. So we need to fix that. And that is what will fix kila kitu, our socioeconomics, yote ita work out with the proper leadership hapa juu. Not with a devil who goes bringing all those whom we had accused, the judges and everybody. He has killed the judge. He has killed judiciary. He has killed parliament. He has killed the executive he is controlling. He has killed the church. So it's only Mwananchi who you are left on your own. So take it, Mwananchi. That's why we are here on this channel. We are telling you, you have nobody to hold on as a Kenyan other than you and your brother. Hold hands, walk and march towards that house. There is no, your nyumba si sacred. State House is not sacred. It's just a hut like any other. Don't be cheated. Oh, Ikulu. That's nonsense. It is yours, ni ya Mkenya. We can have an Ikulu anywhere, hata Mathare pale. Can have a president living in Mathare. Bora tu awe na choo na mahali ya kuoga. That one is useless. It's not serving us. I know it's a building, but we should stop. Oh, revered, you cannot march to State House. There is the law. There is no law anymore. And we are not, don't tell us we are inciting people. We are already charged. There's no church that will protect you. There's no katiba that is protecting you. There's no justice that is protecting you. There's no executive that is protecting you. But you have God who is your God as an individual. And you as a Kenyan, if you really want to emancipate yourself from this slavery, no one will come and help you. We can pray 24/7. We can fast 34/7. But until we take it upon ourselves, and that's the word, take it. Kama mbaya, mbaya. But you have to take it. If we wait, we'll wait for 400 years. And it will never be the same. You will cry that you better have done it earlier. Let me welcome Nancy or Kenya. Kenya, if you have something, you can come in and say.
Yeah, hello,
Can I,
Dr. Hi.
Nancy, can you give me
Yes.
just 1 minute, Nancy? Just
Okay.
1 minute, please. Let me say something. And this is what I'm trying to put, like, why I said what I said. Ruto ferried people from one place to bring them to follow him, to listen to him so that he can be seen. I don't know what he is trying to portray, like he wants people to see him being like a believer, a strong believer of what I don't know. I remember one time there is a Muslim who said that when people go to mosque and you come and find people have already converged, they are in there, they are praying. It doesn't matter who you are not allowed to go in front. You sit at the back. When you come and already people are in the mosque, they are praying and whatever, there is no reception. There is no, like a consideration that you are a senior person or you are president. Nothing. You sit at the back. I think that did not sit well with the fake president. I'm going to say this. Ruto, I compare him with a man. In US, there is one guy who ferried people, many people, to the bush. They were going to pray there. And he carried those people, put them there as his leader, as their pastor. They did all the whatever they were doing in the bush, prayed and whatever, but it reached a point of no return. And this guy looked at these people and said, what am I doing with these people? The last minute, what he did, he cooked poison. And he said everybody should pass, getting some from that pot. Everybody with a cup. Everybody was passing there and taking the poison. They didn't know it was poison. And he poisoned all those people. Those people were lying in the area where they had cleared, in that bush where they had made it a sacred place for them, that it is a prayer place. Everybody died. The few people who realized that this is a poison, they decided to run away. And because this guy, the pastor, had guards, they saw these guys running, and they knew that once these guys escape, they will take the news to the people where we came from and will be arrested. So they ran after them. What am I saying? I'm saying this pastor who ferried those people, he killed them because in the long run, he felt he don't need them. It's the same thing this guy is doing. I believe he cannot kill them. He cannot give them poison. I don't know. Because how many wicked things has he done in Kenya? And he has never been caught. He has never been put into a position to answer what he did. He knows how to escape all these crimes that he has committed. So what I'm saying, Ruto can do anything to Kenyan people. He is ferrying people from those corners, people who are leaving others, maybe in the areas that they are coming from. They are dying because of hunger. What has he not committed? So my point is, Ruto can do anything, and Ruto is not a Christian. He does not believe in anything because he don't have that belief of God exists. Thank you, guys, and Ruto must go. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
May I get 30 seconds, please?
Yes, yes.
30 seconds. Okay, thank you so much. Now, this is just food for thought. And I thought the greatest leader in the Holy Book, he overturned tables at the temple, right? He went in there and said, this is my father's house. I don't need this nonsense in here. Well, if you read the Holy Book. And then it did not stop there. It continued in some of the first churches. They were some of the worst churches ever. Now, with respect to Ruto, and I hope he will take this advice if he's listening to me. Now, the wisest person, according to the Holy Book, that ever lived, there's somewhere he says that God has put eternity in the hearts of men. Now, meaning that there's something that we all look for. He was a leader. There's something that we are all looking for. Some of them find it in, robbery. Some of them find it in women. Some of them find it in drinking. Some of them find it in power. But he will never find it. And that's why Solomon, the king, was looking for that thing, but he could not satisfy his heart with. And he ended up dying a fool. So that's just the little nugget or anecdote that I would give Ruto if he was listening to me. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome, Blue.
Okay, Nancy, go ahead now.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stone, PK, Alex, Kenyan Democracy, and Blue, and everyone in the comment section and those watching under the water. Yeah, Kenyan Democracy said that story is very sad. I've watched it and I really researched on it, and it's real. You can go look at it. Yeah, I'm just here to speak about a few things. And things are more serious than you think. If you see Baba serious like that, things are more serious than you think. And I have a true story to tell you. I'll tell you later on. First of all, I'll start with the rally at in Mumia, is it Busia? You know, I'm so happy with that rally, and I'm just happy the way Baba is really thinking of those people who went to State House. They need to go. Umejua, yani imekuwa nyimbo sasa. Kila Jalongo thought it was like jokes, but Baba has made it a song, you know, and I'm so happy with it. And every time we mention it, people have to say Jalango, Jalango, you know, and he's the main target because people are really looking up to him. And he has he can have big influence. That's why Baba is really mad and trying to take him back to the ground, let Ruto pick him up again, you know, and you know, I just like the way Baba ni everywhere. That is the song. Wale walienda State House, hata mtu akumbuke mtu mwingine. Unasikia tu crowd ikisema Jalango, you know, so that it can be a lesson to all these upcoming socialites who come to hang up on Baba's shirt, wakidhani wamepata mwenya alafu wakuja hapa watu whatever. And then kwa church, I don't know if you saw Nani's Rachel Ruto's body language. Yani she was like, now she's praying the loudest. Yani she wants to show the people, yeah, me, I'm talking to God. God is listening. You know, anybody who studied psychology could see her body language. And Ruto's body language is shaken. Gachagua's body language is shaken. You know, you could just see them. Even they never mentioned, I don't know if I didn't listen to the whole thing because I can't, but I just listened to clips. I didn't see any clip where they mentioned Raila directly like they always do. So by now they are shaken. Then if you see this Baba, like the way he's so serious about everything, things are happening on the ground. They have a list and they are revenging on 6GB mission. They are revenging. Like today I was just talking to my sister. My mom is sick, so I was there with them and I was just talking to my sister. We never talk about politics. And I was just like, oh, so how are things? How is the government going on? So she was like, things are tough here. Things are tough. There are taxes everywhere. What, everything, everybody's. So I was just interrogating her. Things, she was just confirming everything that we normally talk on this platform. But the climax was like, oh, so and so is suffering. I don't know if I should mention the name here. So and so is really suffering. I said, suffering, why? They've taken NHIF out of the hospital, you know, because my dad has a partnership with a person. They've rented, that person rented my dad's building and put it like my dad used to run it, but he gave up and gave it to him to run it. But they have like a partnership. I don't know if I should mention him, but some people, I won't mention him unless Stone PK tells me. But people, you know him, he's Indian. You know, by the time the politics were going, He used to be on. Okay. Which one did he run with? Okay, he was in Huru Ruto whatever side, yeah. But when they split, now when he ran again, he went independent because if he goes this side, watamfinya. If he goes this side, watamfinya. So akaamua aende nini independent. But Zakayo did not take it lightly. Well, alipata tu power hivi ni kutoa NHIF. Unajua NHIF is the backbone. Without NHIF huwezi pata clients, you know. So akatoa NHIF na akatoa NHIF kwa polisi na teachers and this person used to get a lot of clients of walimu na askari wote they had very heavy NHIF, you know. Sasa hizo zote zimetolewa na watu wote walikuwa na contract naye. Sijui kama walitoa, sijui kama wametoa kwake pekee ama I don't know, you educate me. Wametoa hizi NHIF, you know. How can you remove NHIF? That means watu wataenda hospitali. Very few people who can afford. How many people can afford without NHIF? Tell me. How many? Sasa yani hospitali nimeanza kuanguka. Hata watu walipwi. Imagine there are so many families who are depending on that place. On that place to feed their families. They can't even feed their families. Unaona? Na hata watu, maybe the employees there, they voted for you too. But because you're just revenging, I'm like, where do you get even the time to revenge instead of working in the first 100 days? That means there is a list. They are working on revenging more than delivery. So I'm telling you, this government is worse than you think. It's worse than you think. Nilikuwa hapa hivi, but now nimepata hasira, and people like Mzalendo, I don't want to hear them here. Because right now it's crucial. He's not, I'm sure this is my sister was just telling me innocently, she doesn't even know I'm in such platforms. She doesn't even know I know what is going on. I was just like, you know. So things are worse than you think. They are revenging everywhere, and soon they will reach to Huru and Yani, if you just leave this government for the next 3 years, you will see. Like someone says, I think it's just a tribal issue, the way Moi was. It's not, but because that time I alienda independent, like, see, Uhuru angemfinya hiyo time, mbona kumfinya? Because independent is just like rebellion. He didn't go for Uhuru, he didn't go for him. He went independent. Mbona Uhuru akumfinya hiyo time? That's what I'm saying, and we are in a bad situation. It might not hit you home directly. Like me, it has hit me home directly because it has affected many things, you know. So, yani it's bad. This person used to pay rent more than $1 million a month. Now hata hizi lipa. Hana pesa na wezi mfanyia, because when una understand, without NHIF wagonjwa wangapi watakuja? So, hey, this thing is more serious than you think. Huyu mtu ni mbaya na mbaya kabisa, ajali. Hiyo NHIF unatolewa hapo hivyo. Kulikuwa na expert doctors, huyo umetoka international expert doctors, fertility hospital enye hakuna Eldoret. Unaona, yani wana international hospital, badala ya kwenda India ama vitu kama hizo unizafanyiwa hapo, watu walikuwa wanarifaiwa hapo na wawezi. So they have to go to India, na hiyo pesa ya kwenda India utatoa wapi? Nyo mtu philanthropic, amesaidia watu wengi nini. Nikisema tu watu wengi wenye wako hapo watamjua. So this person is a very bad person, more than you think. Let me just stop there first, then I'll come back again.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. We most of us are very much in touch with home and Kenyan politics and who is who. So already we know. Tumejijazia hiyo tulikuwa tunaita shule dash dash. Tumejijazia, we know who it is, we know where it is, we know what happened, and yeah, we leave it to our direct consumption. It is true. It is true. I know we've sung this song, and it's becoming like the song of an old record player. But again, what Kenyans make out of it, hawatasema hawakuambiwa. Again, I go back to Christianity and those who preach. They preach. They tell you about God, and we don't force you to believe in Him. Unaelezewa tu. As we grew up, we found our parents doing this, tukakubali. Those who are saved, they say ulikubali kuwa saved, and you are left to practice. Nobody comes to check on you, check at Alex umeslide ama hujaslide. It is upon yourself. So hii gospel yetu, according to the evils done by Ruto, again tumeweka everything kinaga upanga kwa Kenya. Tunawaambia, we told them even before, and before elections we were called tuliitwa nini? Alex knows what we were called. We were being told we were extremists, at CC we are doubtful Thomases. When we saw it coming, and we were telling people, if we don't do this, this will happen. I'm laughing because it is like a child holding a glass. Mtoto wako wa miaka 3. Unajua the way when they are 3, 2 years, the way they run all over the. In fact, those of you who have those kids, when they are that age, kila kitu inatolewangwa inawekwa 4 feet above. Mahali na akiendelea kuwa mrefu unazihamisha. Hakuna vitu nzuri unaweka kwa sijui side show ile. Yote nyumba huwa inaletwa, inakuwa hakuna kitu inaweza vunjika. So that child, imagine ameshikilia glass hivi, amekudoja akashika glass. Then wambia, daddy, don't drop the glass. What do? Wanna drop, pap. When you say don't drop is when they drop it. So Kenyans, we told them, hiyo glass mkiachilia itavunjika. We told them, huyu Ruto is not, ni mwizi. Because most of us know him, we are not very young. We know Ruto's background. Na hata tuliambiwa na wazee, even during those campaigns, Kenyans were told, jameni, mpaka unakumbuka ule mzee alikuwa anasema waligula, huyu akatuambia huyu mtoto hata kutoka primary alikuwa hivi. Now tukasema ni sawa. Wakenya unaona walikubali. So they didn't vote for him, which is true. So Kenyans listened. But then there are those who didn't listen. Hiyo 5.something million tunaambiwa. So which means he still has a following. Good. Akatupiga mwereka tukisema, hey man, hapa kuna kitu inaendelea. Because some of us never slept for all those days. We monitored, we were part of the monitoring team through satellite, through all those technical things. And we saw it happening. Tukaraise alarm, tukasema pana. Hii hapa kuna kitu inapikwa. We mobilized people on the ground. Tukasema no, bombers tuvamie. Me, that was my language. Tumwagike hapo bombers, tuseme kama ni ujinga inaendelea, we stop everything. In my tribe, that's what we do. Tunaitanga kodharia kiodhe. Yani hiyo game tulikuwa tumeanza, tukiona umeanza rough, tuna stop yote. Hakuna mshindi. Until irudiwe tena. That's what we should have done. Tukaambiwa, no. Wacha. Ikafanywa vile ilifanywa. Certificate ilikuja imeandikwa na mkono. Chebukati aliletwa hapo. Sweating, kipara ina sweat. Sijui ni kama alikuwa amewekewa gun kwa kifua ama ni nini. He announced the things he announced. Then si tunasema hapana, we have to tumwagike kwa street. Baba sijui naye alivukishwa nini. Akakuwa too soft, anaambiwa afuate sheria. Please let's mute before I give you time. So akavukishwa hiyo kitu. We are law abiding. Kwanza hiyo word, law abiding citizens. Why should we be reminded? We know we are, and we have always been. There's no one time we have been unruly. I keep on saying this. When people are being shot during our demonstrations, they were shot by the law. There's no NASA person shot the other. Hakuna NASA mwingine anaweza piga mwingine. So let us not be told law abiding and all that. It is the law that killed the mwananchi. So we said it. tukaambiwa tuende Supreme Court. On this channel we said hapana. Some of us, we know them, we know those because they live with us. We've worked with some of them in other capacities. We know those who can be swayed easily. Tukasema hii Supreme Court will not give us justice. People said no, you wait, don't preempt. Mimi ni tunasema hapana, afadhali tuzibe hii crack kabla tujenge ukuta. Prevention is better than cure. Tukaambiwa no, there is the law, there is the rule of law. Sisi tukaabide by the law. Tuliambiwa sisi ni hot air, sisi ni wild goose chaser. All right, we were still abiding by the law. We were given what we were given. Tukatupwa nje. Some of us got depressed. Wengine bado ni wenda azimu. Wengine walijiua. All right? Baba akakuja. Sasa tumembiwa ukweli. Bado kuna wengine wanatuambia hapana, can you prove the 8.1 million? Why is so and so not talking about it? We don't need somebody to talk about it. That's our information. And we have said it. And we have told Kenyans, you voted for Baba. That's the simple language. Mulipigia Baba kura, na this is what the whistleblower has told us. Kiti ni yetu. Unaambiwa uanze kujustify as if you are doing a master's thesis ama PhD. Ati tuanze kumjustify na kujustify the 8.1 au no, mwananchi. You can see what people are doing. Kama unaamini ulishinda, why are you buying MPs? Why are you buying kila mtu? Mbona unamwaga pesa kushika watu? This is indicators. So mwananchi now Kenya again, and I keep on saying, tuna njia moja tu. Only one. And there is no other way. Njia moja tu. Na hatujafanya maandamano, by the way, Alex. Nobody should come telling us hatujaandamana. And we said maandamano ni ya 1990s. That's when we were doing maandamano. This time nobody is coming for maandamano. We are walking to run over stadium. I mean, inaitwaje? State House. We are just going to pick our chair. Na tuwekelee Baba pale. Hakuna maandamano tutafanya. We will just walk. So nobody should tell us, oh, if you demonstrate peacefully. So far, there is no maandamano. We are going for our meetings and dispersing. The day we want to do maandamano is we will bring the entire country into a standstill. 3 days. First day, second day, third day, we take over State House. We only need 3 days. First day, mobilization. We make sure it's countrywide, sit-in, no government office functions, no nothing apart from hospitals. Yeah. And everybody comes. Then the second day, we gather energy. The third day, we take over. Whatever we need to take over from. Peacefully. Because hapa ni rahisi. We are not taking over to form a government. We are taking over to install a government that we already know. We are not forming a government. Our government is already iko hapa. Tuliitangaza wazi. Baba, President, Martha Karua, hii, Kalonzo, hii, Oparanya, hii. It is ni ile tu installing. And sisi turudi makanisani tufanye kazi, walimu tuendelee na kazi, watoto wetu warudi shule wale wamekosa fees, 6,500 ianze, because again Baba alituambia, and we have seen where money is. So there will be no, itakuwa tu ni smooth run. Wale watakuwa wamemiss, if we take a little bit of a month, watoto watakuwa tu wamepoteza almost 1 month ya term. Every child will go to school. Kenyans, what else do you want? Munaambiwa mwende Nakuru kuomba. Thanksgiving. What are you thanking God for? Let me bring Omwana, we need you out of the curtain. A non-script, you are there. Yeah, Omwana, you came before a non-script. Alex, had you lifted your hand? I think, I don't know.
No.
Oh.
Hapana, no.
Okay, please. Aya, tukubalie nani basi? Tukubalie Omwana.
Yeah, Omwana Bonjiri. Okay, habari zenu.
Omwana Bonjiri mbione.
Mbuyande boranga.
Kabisa kuja basi.
So, wacha ni wasalimu wote kwa sababu nimekuja nikakuta nazungumza lugha ya taifa. Isije nikaribu mkondo. Thank you. kuna swali niliuliza hapo, kuna dada nilikuta akiongea hapa kuhusu sijui alikuwa anazungumzia nini, kauliza ile swali sikujibiwa. Sijui mwelekeo hapa ni yupi, but huyo Stone PK nimemkuta akisema ya kwamba ni I think ni politics mnasema kuhusu serikali ya Sakayo na serikali ya tunatarajia, sijui kama itafika lini. Ninachosema ni ya kwamba Wakenya tulipoteza laini mpaka tukaachia Sakaya akachukua serikali. Actually mimi nilikuwa mtu wa Azimio damu hata saisi. So chenye Ruto anatufanyia saisi sio kigeni. I saw it before achaingia kule. So mwenye anashtuka saisi kulikuwa hivi kulienda hivi, sijui yeye alipeleka macho wapi before. So what he is doing now, it is what we saw, na tukaambia watu, tukaambia wazazi wetu nyumbani, tukaambia marafiki wao, wakasema huyu jamani mzuri atatufanyia mazuri. Na hayo mazuri sijayaona ni gani, but ni kuendelea kumisa mwananchi. Kwa hivyo hakuna siku niliona mambo mazuri kwa Ruto, na hata sasa sijaona mambo mazuri. So mwenye alisema ati Ruto alikuwa mzuri sasa amekuwa mbaya zaidi, sijui ni siku gani alikuwa mzuri. So ninachosema ya kwamba serikali tulinyanganywa, na sijui ni lini watafika pale. Stone PK ulisema ya kwamba tutaichukua, sijui ni lini. Inaendelea kuiombea hiyo siku ifike ili tupewe chetu. Unajua Raila akisema ya kwamba Kioni akisema ya kwamba Azimio ilikuwa na milioni 8 sio ndoto. Kuna ukweli. Na huo ukweli ndio unaona huyu Sakaya anakimbia ananunua watu anarusha pesa kwa sababu aone ya kwamba akona popularity. But mimi naamini ya kwamba ukweli utasimama na watu wetu watakuja kuona ya kwamba Azimio ilinyanganywa. Mwenye ako mamlakani saisi sio chake. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia chetu, na sijui siku ni lini, but naomba hiyo siku ifike. Thank you Mr. Stone na wenzangu nao fuatilia huu mjadala. Thank you.
Thank you mwana Bochari, asante sana. Ni kweli wengi wetu tunauliza when do we, manake tayari gari tushagurumisha. We just want to know how soon and when. Ndusi ulikuja mbele ya non script I think, alafu msimamo. Bwana Ndusi, kama uko tayari.
Yes, na kuanga tayari kila wakati Mr. Stone PK. Sisi ni soldiers wa baba. So anytime tunaitwa tunaitika haraka. So let me say hi to everybody who is here. I think a few people are new. I think Mr. Alex Media, we were here yesterday with you. Non-script was there. So the only Kenyan Democracy, I think, yes. So the only people new to me are the Nanzi wa Kenya na Omwana na Msimamo. So greetings to every one of you. I'm just still following your discussions, which is very, very informative. But kuna few kitu nili observe today. I just wanted to just bring it up. Sijui kama everybody saw it. Today, Ruto when he was in Nakuru, he was saying that he cannot believe he is in the State House ya Nakuru. That was a loud statement. You don't belong there. Sijui kama mlisikia alisema, and when I landed nilijiuliza kweli ni mimi. I almost, wanted to tell him, you don't belong there. That's why you are doubting yourself. And one more thing, I think they ferried a lot of people, brought them up there. But I also listened to speech Natembea and George. And Natembea speech was good. But kuna kitu alikuwa anaelezea Ruto, which I think Natembea was part of Baba's, but he kind of told him something that will take him out. If you all listened, aliwaambia, you always get here, wanakuwekea red carpet, you walk here, but you never know what the mwananchi out there is doing. So he was sounding a warning, or maybe what is coming behind that guy. So if kama alisikia, Ruto is being given so many signals. And Baba and his troops and the patriots here, we may not do anything. This guy may just fall by the wayside without much of effort, because there is all kind of forces of nature. And that mockery of God, yenye wanaenda hapo kuomba, for those who read scriptures, there was a king mwenye alienda kaweka a big party, but nobody showed up. So he had to go and gather people and beggars to come, and feast. So Ruto is doing the same thing, because he has to go and grab people and pay them money. The writing is on the wall. And all these things are revelations zinatokea. I'm not spiritual, so msinichukue kama I just, whatever we read, whatever we are taught. But this guy, these are a lot of things happening. And as I said, Baba may not have to do anything. Just be consistent, and he's working with the people who have the mandate to put a president. Ruto doesn't have them. He can, he can use all the buses to bring all the Kenyans. If he had all that power, he can still bring them with their voters card and tell them to vote. Let me tell you, if he decided while he was in the church, and those who support me, we are going to do a secret ballot here, Ruto could have lost it while in the church. All the people he buried up there, maybe they don't know. They were just coming there because right now everybody is hurting. And if he's paying them, 1,000 shillings, there are people who go there, but they don't believe in him. But that's the king trying to go and get all the paupers, all the everybody in the street to come and, feast. And the hypocrisy of prayers, and how they go there and just saying that they are going to churches and they are more holier than thou. I think that thing is going to, it's going to come down, because you can only mock God for some time. Because I wonder, if I can single one person like Gachagua, and I've said that before. His wife is a pastor, but the dude just walks to the mountain to worship, some gods up there in the mountains. And the wife is sitting up there. Don't you believe in the same God? I mean, and the mockery will continue. You could see it on the governors and everybody else there. But as I said, Baba may not have to do it. It'll be from above. And you may just take it effortless. So that's my contribution, but we also need to be persistent. The more, I think Omwan asked what we need to do. There was, if I give you a short story, there was a guy who was incarcerated and he wanted to get out of the jail. And he started using ketchup. Ketchup ni ile ya kuweka kwa fries. on the bars of the cell. So they started oxidizing the bars, they started rusting. Pole pole, can you imagine? He's sitting in jail and rust is eating up the bars of the metal bars of the jail. One day, the rust took care of him. He shook the bars and they were already rusted to a point whereby they were weak to break through. So what does that mean? It may be a little effort. When we are sitting here and talking about it, there is power in words. There is a lot of power. What we talk about it here, one day it will come to pass and this guy will be out. So this is the little we are fighting up here. We're informing people about it because they can feel it. So you may not think, if you are patient, we'll be there. So that's all I'm saying. Mr. Omwana, is it Omwami or Omwana? Tell him that the little contribution is, here, it may go a long way. So thank you so much, Bwana Stone PK. I'm still here. I'm listening. And thank you.
Stone is absent at present.
Okay, go ahead, non-script.
I'm going to give you the script of Stone. Good evening, Alex. Enthusiastic? Is it enthusiastic? Msimamo kama kawa. And Nancy, I'm going to give you a nickname. Nancy, how are you?
I'm good.
Well, Stone, are you awake now? I just wanted to start by appreciating, I think, what I saw at Busia. And I'm happy that slowly by slowly Kenyans are beginning to realize the difference between this imposed government and what they missed. Never mind that all the promises that they have been given by the KK team are not being fulfilled, despite the fact that the presidency that they were looking for somehow ended up with them. Now, when you go for Thanksgiving to thank the voters, like they did, and at the same time, you tell the crowds that Ikitu, like I think is this Sonko and many others there were saying that he ni miujiza tu. What does that mean? Now, how do you thank the voters, and at the same time, you are saying that the winning was miujiza from God? God did some miracle. It wasn't the votes. They know they didn't get the votes. What exactly are they saying? I think one of you will be able to respond later on. But nevertheless, my emphasis is that it's quite clear that they did not win. And if that is the case, and the bishops who are attending those functions are also agreeing with the opinion that hapa hii ilitoka tu kwa Mungu. It was not a win as such. Ni miracle. Stone, hii ilikuwa miracle. There was no win. Now, given that, now you go again thanking the voters. You can see that in a way you are telling them your being there is not because of them. It is because of some miracle somewhere. You listen to the likes of Sonko again was there, and the speech he gave, really, I do not know how the the KK regime took it, but it was hypocrisy of the highest order. It was revealing what was happening behind the scenes, how they tried to convert him 2 weeks to the elections. Well, the truth is that the truth is now getting to be known. Now, if it is true that they didn't win the elections, in my view, I thought that if the bishops were honest, they should be the ones to say, wait a minute. If the vote count is showing otherwise, then what is all this? Are you being fair? Are you being fair before God? You can see that these fellows did not win. Yet you want to say that the elections are over, let's move on. That is what somebody is saying. Elections were over, let's move on. Now, for me, I want to take the issue of the whistleblower very seriously, because it contradicts what the so-called IEBC, which is a public institution, revealed. Now, the bishops should be quite clear in their mind that there was no justice here. And this is the same IEBC which is putting this government into place. They should hesitate and question it. Guys, is this all fairness? Even before God, what you are doing, is it right? Somebody somewhere, if you are honest with yourself, you should be asking. Now, this brings me to the issue of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, in their first findings, they reduced the issues for their determination to 9. The number one was the election system, whether it was within the law and that it was verifiable, predictable, transparent, accountable, accurate. Now, the accuracy of that election is something which is very dear to Kenyans. It's public information. If it is being questioned, it is high time, if our courts were functioning, some Kenyans, or like some of us, should go to court and petition IEBC to tell us the accuracy of those elections, because it is public information. What is in those servers is public information. That they were not accessed, it means somebody is contempt, there is contempt of court. How do you verify the elections without opening the server? It means the elections have not been verified to date. Now, like a colleague of ours, I think in Germany, is here. The truth of the matter is that the Supreme Court owes the 47 of the 50 million Kenyans a duty to have those elections verified. We cannot go on with the life without knowing what is in those servers. I know it costs Kenyans so much, but we cannot be here trying to protect the commercial interests of the suppliers at the expense of the 50 million Kenyans. We must know what is in those servers. I do not know what it will take, but that is as much as I think it can be. I ended up by saying that we have the judiciary, of course, the apex being the Supreme Court. The issue is, if the Supreme Court is rogue, where does that leave Kenyans? Now, I know Stone will say that the Kenyans have the sovereign right over all the other authorities, all the other arms of government. That is the truth. But then the question is, you do realize that most Kenyans do not have the civic education, especially as to exactly what should they do in the event of XYZ. Now, that is the stalemate now that we are having. Imagine the executive is rogue, parliament is rogue, the judiciary is rogue. So where does that leave Kenyans? Where does that leave Kenyans? I'll move on to the issue of cost of living, cost of life. You do realize that this government is trying to raise taxes, call it raise revenue in all manner of ways. Yet, every corner of Kenya, it is known that the biggest problem in Kenya today is corruption and misuse of funds. When these people came, when this regime came to power, our prices for fuel went up straight. There are these subsidies which were in place, which were already in the current budget. If they were all withdrawn, where did the budget go? The budget for the subsidy, where did it go? We all remember this issue regarding the kazi mtaani. It was a budget which is ending 2023, July. Where did that money go? Because there is no more kazi mtaani. There is the issue of fertilizer. Apparently, the fertilizer was procured free. The fertilizer was procured free of charge. The question is, where are the funds for the fertilizer? Because whatever they obtained free was also sold. Then they keep telling us that they have no funds. Cost of life keeps going up. Fuel has been going up every other time. Unga, which they had promised to come down, is not coming down. Basically, Kenyans can't live on anything. People are going back to school. We can't manage. Everybody is literally struggling. So the savings which are made by removing all these, call them subsidies, or these other expenditures, what happened? They said that they had released 50 billion for the so-called ASLA fund. ASLA fund, which was not budgeted by Parliament. The question is, to date, they have spent less than 20 of it. So where is the 30 billion of that so-called ASLA fund? Anyway, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Unscript. Twende kwa nani? Msimamo, alafu Jeremani.
Okay, asante sana ndugu PK, brother Alex, mama yetu Kenyan Democracy, Dosi anon script, dadangu nasi hapo, brother Umana na Jeremani. Nafikiri kaka PK ameeleza vizuri tu mwanzo tulipoanza mpaka tulipoishiria na wapi mambo yaliharibika. But tushukuru Mungu wale ambao tuliweza kustahimili hapa, kuweza kuona kwamba tunapigania haki. I do believe haikuwa rahisi, kwa sababu kulikuwa na upinzani mkubwa wakati mambo alipobadilika, na kwamba tumeweza kunyang'anywa huu ushindi. Basi wengi walijitokeza katika hii panel kutuponda, kutukanyagia, wengine pia wakaondoka. But the true Kenyans tulibaki hapa kuambia na kuwatia matumaini wafuasi wetu kwamba this time around lazima Wakenya wazungumze, na imedhihirika sasa. Ni wazi kwamba kile tunakifanya hapa kitazaa matunda very soon. So kuna kaka hapa ameingia kana wasiwasi, nasema sijui ni lini, but si mbali, kwa sababu kila dalili na ishara inajionyesha. Na niwaeleze tu ndugu zangu wa Kenya, wale wengine ambao pengine bado wana wasiwasi kuona labda pengine tuko hapa tunamponda Ruto na watu wake na hiyo serikali yake ambayo ni ya kujipatia.
dalili zipo, kwa sababu wakati tulipofanya uchaguzi haswa kwenye vyombo vya habari kwa tunafuatilia tu ile map of Kenya the way ilivyo, wape kumeshedi yellow, wape kumeshedi blue. A very big party of Kenya ilikuwa imeshedi blue, lakini matokeo yake baadaye tukaambiwa hapana, huyu jamaa ameshinda, kitu ambacho nilikuwa na maswali. Na hata matokeo yalivyotangazwa, si bado Ruto alikuwa yuko minority, alikuwa na wabunge ambao alikuwa na wasiwasi, si magavana, si ma senators, yale alikuwa na wasiwasi juu watu wake pia walikuwa kidogo, jinsi ya kuipeleka hii serikali yake ingekuwa ngumu. So bahali tulionea kwamba huyu mtu, na tukaanza kuwa na maswali hapa na kutia nguvu mpya ya kuanza kumjadili, ni pale ambapo tuliweza kujadili aliponunua wale wabunge 8 ili kutimiza idadi ya wabunge wanaohitajika. Kwa hivyo akaingia wale watu wa UDM akawachukua wote, tukawa na migogoro, kwa nini wamerudi hapa, kwa nini hawa wameenda hivi. Si kwamba tunashuhudia sasa hivi, ni mwanzo kabisa. So hii serikali ikaanza kufanya hivyo. Kosa la kwanza kabisa ambalo tuliwitness kwamba huyu jamaa hapana, how comes unanunua wabunge wa mwenzako 8 unalegesha kwako? Tuko na maswali. Wakaendelea na propaganda zao na mipango yao kwamba sisi kile ambacho sasa hivi anakitafuta Raila Odinga ni handshake, na sisi hatutafanya na yeye na masuala na handshake. Tunataka ni upinzani wa nguvu, tuangalie, yani vitimbi. Lakini yote ni kwa ajili ya kutaka kutufumba macho wa Kenya, maana wao washazoea kuingia kwa uongozi either kwa uongo ama kwa kuitafuta kura ile ambayo ni ya kuwaonea imani, kwamba Wakenya waone kwamba hawa watu wanaonewa kweli, hawa watu hapana, kwa sababu ndivyo walivyofanya 2013, 2017 na hiyo 2022. Wewe wazungu mnasema sijui sympathize votes. Kwa hiyo akaona hiyo gea hapana, hii haita, Wakenya wanashtuka. So wanajaribu kila mbinu, lakini ukweli umedhihirika jana. Watu wa baba hawakuhitaji shilingi hata 10 kuweza kuujaza uwanja ule. Watu walioenda katika ule mkutano hawakuhitaji kununuliwa hata njugu. Watu walienda kwa sababu ya kuimpress maoni yao na yule mzigo ambao unabebeshwa mwananchi hapa. Na hili tulizungumzia hapo mwanzo awali kwamba hata Moi alikuwa mbaya vipi, lakini hakucheza na tumbo ya mwananchi hata dakika 2. Alikuwa radhi kwenda katika mataifa ya kigeni kuhakikisha kwamba watu wake wamepata kula, kwa sababu aliamini ukicheza na tumbo ya mwananchi hakika hauna mahali unaweza toboa. So the worst thing wa hii government ni pale tu walipoanza kucheza na akili ya mwananchi, hususwa wakati huu wa shida na njaa. So akacheza na tumbo la mwananchi, na ndiposa ule uwanja ulijaa vile kuonyesha ulimwengu na mataifa kwamba Kenya wananchi wanaumia, hata yapangwe nini huko, but still Mkenya anaumia. Sasa turudi tu upande wa pili. Mimi kwa kweli chaka najaribu kuhesabu hizo mabasi zenye ziliweza kuattend katika hilo kanisa kuleta watu from different places. Sikuweza kupata idadi ya hayo mabasi yenye yaliweza kuleta watu pale katika hilo tent la kanisa, kwa sababu ni wakati wa maombi. Jamani, siku zote jamani, chema chajiuza, but kibaya kinajitembeza. Ikifika hali ya kwamba lazima ukifanya mkutano wako uanze kukusanyana na wananchi, na nasikia pia walikuwa mkidunda pale, mwana una tembo na 500, yani una 1500 mfukoni. Ukienda hapo una 1500 mfukoni. So watu wameenda kujazana kwa sababu kuna kula bure na kuna pesa ya kunayo mfukoni, ndio maana walijaza pale, at least angalau ulimwengu uone na Wakenya wengine waone kweli kwamba haswa pia Ruto naye yuko na wafuasi. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba hana sauti ya mwananchi kwa kule Busia.
Walitembea saa ngapi?
Kutembea
Ulisema walikuwa wanatembea shilingi ngapi?
tembo 1,500, yani 1,500. Wewe hebu washa hiyo taa. Kichwa 1,500. Yaani hakuna cha kwamba nini na kula kupo. Sasa tutazame kula ambako hakukulwa hata njugu. Jinsi Wakenya walivyojaza uwanja, walivyojaza umati. Kwa express shida yenye walikuwa nayo Wakenya. So ndugu zangu, ni kwamba Tamata tukiwa hapa tuwe na matumaini. Na
Msimamo network imekuleta, umetembea ukapoteza network kidogo. Haya, wacha tumsubiri msimamo. Jerumani unaweza endelea. Tukiweza kumpata tutakatisha kidogo Jerumani. Jerumani? Jerumani. Pia wewe mitambo inakutatiza? Wow.
Apologies, Bwana PK. I greet you all.
Yes, subiri kidogo
Sorry,
Jerumani.
I was expecting. Okay.
Unknown script. Kuna something you want to pick or something?
Just a question for whoever has the answer.
Mm-hmm.
The transportation that was witnessed there, it's like they were all school buses or what? And I think the buses had the names of the schools that owns those buses or something.
Yes, and
nilisiona sote zilikuwa kama ni za shule. I saw them.
Yeah, was the Alex, was the clip played here? Yes, for those of you who are not here earlier, we have the clip and I'll try and see whether we can play it. It is very clear. Ni basi za shule na nini, I think na kanisa kuna the shule actually, although you know some schools belong to churches, so ni zile za yellow za shule, very clear, you know, and they were hidden all over. Very many buses from all over.
They were all the same color, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yellow. You know the standard color is yellow. So na matatus pia, they had matatus, Nissans, very many of them as well. So it's not any rumor mongering. I'll try to play the clip. I have it, but
nani PK? Kwa nini alifanya hivyo? So what's behind that?
Ndio tutaelezana. Ndio unasikia watu wakielezana. You know, wewe ukifungua chachi yako halafu iwe lazima uende kutafuta watu na uwalipe ndio waje kanisani. It is when the gods have started running against you. Yeah, you know, all the gods now. Miracle ile wanasema ni maombi si nini, they've turned against this guy. Miti yote imeanza kuteleza. You know, you don't pay people to come to your prayer meeting. That's again, hiyo ni record. It's the first time we are seeing this in a country called Kenya. Unaona, it's the first time we are hearing that kind of nonsense that lazima kila county ilete watu and the rest and all that, which is really is a shame. But we are happy. As Azimio, we are very happy. If you juxtapose that with what was in Busia, then you can see what is happening. I mean, it is a fantastic thing. Let me call. Is your question answered, Nani ndugu yangu? Unknown script.
Yes, there was a part B of it, the one I'd asked earlier, but none of our panelists have attempted it. It is to do with when all the narrative in all these prayers is that ni Mungu tu. So then it is quite clear it was not the voters. that put him there. So who is he thanking exactly?
Yeah, he's thanking his God. So the voter, you didn't play any role. You didn't play any role in putting him there. That's why I'm telling you, the gods have conspired. Now they have closed the medulla oblongata that thinks. Is thinking with this other part of the brain. And that's why whatever he pronounces continues to throw him into deep into the trenches. And Kenyans, you are going to be subjected to a lot of that. That's why people are saying, Baba unatuchelewesha. If you look at what happened, is it Trans Nzoia? And really, it's written on the wall. Only that sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. Sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. And I've never known of any leader, these fake leaders, even when people are going for them from their state house, and they are always very brave. They are there. Oh, that's how unaona mama, their wives are now praying and crying and all that. Shetani amekita mizizi Kenya, lakini hata tuweza wale wanaomba Mungu wa ukweli. Na nimewaambia sisi si maombi. We are not going to pray for Ruto to get out. We are praying for us to have energy to kumutimua mbio. And we are going for him, not praying. Anaenda kametamba. Jeremani, come in.
Thank you, Stone. As usual, I'm always happy to be in this forum because there's a lot of education that takes place here. But having said that, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Mise, Alex Media, Kenyan Democracy, Nthusi. I salute you, Unknown Script, Nancy, and Omwana. The name is truncated, but I salute you as well. Now, I've spent a bit of the day today trying to get abreast with some of the information that is live in Kenya. And I saw the buses, I saw the clip as well, and I've seen the discussions. I was quite surprised, or should I say I should not be surprised, because I thought the buses' approach to mobilization was a campaign tool. But if it is going to be a governance tool, I wonder how many more years this is going to be. But ultimately, I want to thank Alex Media because he enlightened me with something yesterday. And I've spent a bit of the day today trying to learn a bit more about it. And this was the book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Now, having read a bit of that Pedagogy of the Oppressed, I also came across a clip by Herman Manyora online discussing how in the recent past he had chance to sit with two MPs. And these two MPs were invited to a forum in Naivasha in 2013. And in 2013, the agitation was how to get a speaker for parliament. The two top contenders were Justin Muturi, and the other one, maybe Marende at the time, 2013. So these two MPs were invited to Naivasha. One was given a pledge of 300,000 shillings. I can't remember how much the other one was pledged, but I think Herman Manyora said he refused to accept whatever was being offered, and he actually walked away. The other one accepted the 300,000 and went to Naivasha. Now, the output here for me was Herman Manyora was saying, once a member of parliament or legislator or politician has given their worth that if you give me 1.5 million, you've solved my problems for now. Your value starts going down because next time you have a problem, you need 600,000, you'll rush to the same people. Next time you need some money, you need 200,000, you'll rush to the same people. And each time they'll throw a little bit at you, and you'll always be coming back because you believe this is the source of the resolution of my problems. And your value diminishes with time. I wish to pause there. Maybe I can see Msimamo is back. I will try and pick up where I left off. I hope the suspense will not be too long, but I think Msimamo was on a very strong point. And I will come back to the pedagogy of the oppressed. Oh, he has left. Now, if Msimamo was left, then allow me to continue.
Yeah, continue. Yeah, he still has issues with his internet.
Okay. So, as I said, and Alex is here, I'm thanking Alex for bringing that pedagogy of the oppressed to my attention. I'd never heard about it, but I continue with my narration. Having read the pedagogy of the oppressed, having heard what Herman Manyora was saying today, I also took a step back to watch what the proceedings were with regard to the many activities on Sunday. One of the things that piqued my interest was George Natembea. So George Natembea spoke about planning operational meetings and then deploying people to go and drop bombs at problem zones. But he also said, he noticed that when they have given the orders or instructions for bombs to be dropped at a certain coordinate, the bombs are dropped away from where they ought to land. And then he discovered that the people he was planning with, seated on the same table, may have been the possible leaks or influenced the wrong coordinates for the dropping of bombs. And I looked at that and I said, this is at a very high level of government. And if this is coming at a time when we are thinking government is coordinated, government is well synced, then George Natembea is trying to tell us something, that there is a problem also at operational level of government. Msimamo, I don't know if your line iko sawa sasa, niondoke kidogo.
I believe so. I believe so.
Aya, jaribu Mzalendo, umepishwa kidogo, ndio nini yako haiko stable sana.
I'm audible, huh?
Yes, go on.
I want to conclude my submission by saying kwamba hii serikali tumeishuhudia na mambo mengi tu, kiasi kwamba kama ni kweli hakika wanasema kwamba koti iliamua na Chebukati aliamua, kwa hivyo let's accept and move on. I don't agree and I won't agree, kwa sababu kama kweli serikali imepita kihalali na uamuzi uliotolewa kotini ni haki, na tunyamaze na tuendelee. Kwa nini waanze kununuaga wabunge kama njugu? Kwa nini? Kwa nini uongo na propaganda mingi? Kwa nini wawe ni wenye maneno si wenye vitendo? Kenyans lazima tuamke. Juu sisi ndio tumefungwa kamba hapa katikati. Keke wanavuta kutumiza na Azimio wanavuta kutunasua. So mimi nikimalizia tu, langu ni moja. Langu ni kuwarai tu Wakenya wote, na nadhani hili Wakenya washanza kulihisi. liwe na mwisho, na mwisho usiwe mbali. Mwisho ni kuhakikisha tunamalizana na masuala na wizi wa kura Kenya hii, ili katika chaguzi zijazo mtu akianguka aanguke kikweli, mtu akipita apite kikweli. Hapa hatutafuti umaarufu, hapa hatutafuti kwamba tunaona ubepari wala vifua wala kuonyeshana vifua kwamba sisi ya nani. Hapana, hapa tunataka kukomesha wizi wa kura. Kura zetu kama Wakenya hatutakubali ziwe hazina sauti debeni kila uchao. So the time, let's accept and move on. This should have to come to an end. Na kumalizana na hii, wa kumaliza hili ni sisi wa Kenya. Na kwa kweli I do believe wa Kenya wamechoshwa na huu mzigo, wamechoshwa na sarakasi za hii serikali ya kujaribu angalau kujipaka mafuta, at least angalau wapate uungwaji mkono na Wakenya wote. But makosa waliyafanya wenyewe kwa kuweza kutubia kura zetu, na mwisho kushindwa kabisa kuweza kudeliver siku kwa cabinet. Maana hiyo cabinet ambayo ni ya hii serikali ya Venezuela, hakuna mtu ambaye tunaweza muona pale amesimama hakika. Hakuna hata mmoja, hao mawaziri wote. Kwa hiyo sauti ya Mkenya ni lazima iheshimike. Tusikubali hawa watu waendelee hapa. Mnyamazeni. Hatuwezi kubali hii serikali ibaki hapa ikite mizizi, na baada ya kunyamaza kidogo na kupotezwa maboya, watu wataingia kwa katiba. Jambo ambalo mimi Chaka nalizungumza peupe nikishamaliza kusubmit kwamba tukishavurugiwa katiba, maana tulimsikia Sonko jana kabisa kwa kauli yake, na ukisikia linanungunikwa kwa KK, jua lipo njiani, halina cha mjadala. Tusiruhusu katiba yetu iguswe hata kidogo, na kabla tufikie pale ni lazima tuhakikishe tumeungana na Ruto must go. Kwa hivyo hizi mikutano ambazo tunajaribu kumobilize Wakenya, tuje kwa fujo, tuwapresi, tuwaonyeshe ulimwengu kwamba tumechoka na huu mzigo na harama ya maisha ilivyo. Tumechoka na hizi sarakasi za wachache ambao wako navyo kufikiria kwamba utawala ni pesa. Ukiwa na pesa unaweza fanya chochote, unaweza nunua lolote, unaweza fanya chochote. Kwa hivyo hatuna haja na mtu ambaye anaona pesa ni thamani yake ya pesa ni bora kuliko ni maisha ya mwananchi. Kwa hiyo mimi, ndugu zangu wa Kenya, ombi langu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tusichoke na ile, hata wakileta mazuri gani nyuma yake kuna ubaya. Tusijisahau, msimamo ubaki ule ule. Tuhakikisha Wakenya tunatoka kwa nguvu katika hizo rallies, na tuhakikisha tunamsukuma baba. Hakika tunataka kuingia State House kutoa hii regime bila haya, bila uoga. Waje na yapi mazuri, hayo yote yatatufumba macho wa Kenya, na mwisho wa siku tutakuja kulilia chooni endapo katiba yetu itaanza kuchakotuliwa kwa manufaa yao, kwa minajili yao. Na wakati tunashuhudia hapa kwamba wabunge wetu hawana sauti sasa hivi, mawaziri wetu mawaziri wenyewe wachaguliwa hawana sauti, kwa sababu sauti ni lazima wapangiwe. Maana ukishanunuliwa hauna sauti, automatically lazima upangiwe. Na ndipo unakuta mawaziri wote wamenyamaza kimya, kwa sababu watazungumza lipi? Sisi kwamba hao mawaziri waliochaguliwa baadhi yao hawezi fanya kazi. Kuna watu wako na track record, na nitapiana tu wa ndugu yangu hapa ambaye ni mtu wa nyumbani kabisa, wa Kwale kabisa, Mbure. What he did wakati ni governor, nilikuwa nategemea amepata hii position at least hawana sauti. Yuko wapi? The last time kumsikia akizungumza sijui lini, na hawezi zungumza kwa sababu yuko under control. Kuna mtu mmoja. So Kenyans, tusiusiwe UDA ambayo ilitengenezwa juzi ianze kuteka Kenya kwa mwaka mmoja. Hicho kitu hakitawezekana. Maana hivyo vyama vyote ambavyo viko upande wa KK hakuna hata kimoja sasa hivi kinajisimamia. Watu wakiimba ni UDA. Huyo Mudavadi aliingia na chama chake kimya. Wetangula, the same thing applies. So hii regime ni mbaya, ni mbaya, ni mbaya, na tuikatae kwenda kwa kauli moja. Baba must do something. Tena mapema tu. Wakenya tumechoka, na haja yetu kubwa ni kuhakikisha hakuna maandamano hapa. Maandamano yafanywe ya siku 2-3, tumefika State House na hawa jamaa tumewatoa. Whether they like it, whether they go to heaven, come on head, but the truth must remain the truth. And we have to demand our justice. Without justice, no elections. So what we need is our victory. Hakuna kingine hapa. So ndugu zangu, nitamalizia pale juu kuna mahali naenda. Lakini Wakenya tusimame na msimamo. Tusihadaiwe kabisa na hii serikali kwamba tuikubali, tuikatae. Haitufai. Haina haja na mwananchi. Ina haja na kutumia pesa kwa njia mbaya. Hata tukiambiwa tutoe ushuru, huu ushuru ambao tunalazimishwa tutoe, ulinzi wake ni nini? Hii pesa imekusanywa tu kidogo kidogo, haijulikani mahali ipo. Pesa nyingi hapa zimetolewa za subsidy, hatuzielewe zimefanywa mipango gani, hatuelezwi. Kile tunashuhudia hapa ni kununuliwa kwa wabunge, which pesa zetu zile ambazo tunazipea zinanunuliwa wabunge, zinatengeza conference, zinakodisha mabasi karibu mabasi 50, sijui hiyo ni pesa yetu, si pesa ya mtu mwingine. So Wakenya tusipo kuzuia Mkenya tutaona, but mimi nitafungia pale ndugu zangu. Tukasirike. Sihadaiwe Wakenya. Hawa watu mmoja amecomplain kwamba hajapokea mshahara. Wabunge wamepokea mshahara, hao mawaziri na rais wamepokea mshahara, wakituambia pesa hakuna Kenya. Huu ni uongo wa pepe na tusuku. Kwa sababu hii pesa inafanya mipango gani ambayo miezi 6 katika uongozi bunga isiweze kushuka, bei ya mafuta, hata mafuta nani ya gesi isiweze kushuka? Ni nini kinazuia hayo? Hii pesa inawekwa wapi? Leo tunaambiwa tutoe ushuru wa nini? Tunashuhudia tu revenge. Wakiambiwa ni wana revenge wanasema hapana. Wakiambiwa hivyo Matiang'i alete CD tuione ushahidi wa polisi walioenda pale. Wakati this was planned. Matiang'i hana akili ndogo aseme nimevamiwa, uwe ni uongo. Wakenya wakisema tumechagua kuna nini tumemchagua Raila, wasione ni uongo. This is the truth. Na lazima tusimame katika ukweli. Kwa mimi nitakwamia pale ndugu zangu, tusiadaiwe na hawa watu watuambia Kenya ina pesa. Kenya ina pesa. Kilichobaki ni sisi wanyonge tunafinywa, mwisho tukimalizwa kwa katiba kwisha. Asanteni.
Asante. Msimamo ni ule ule, kazi ni moja, tunahitaji kumaliza na kazi ni kungatua
na nimsalimie ndugu yangu Mise hapo, ni kakaangu, ni rafiki yangu, na mshukuru. Nimsalimie nisije nikaondoka kabla sijamsalimia Mise hapo. Wacha nielekee Mwangulu nikatafute unga jamani, na kande, hali ngumu, mambo mabaya huko Kenya. Nyewe mko huko ngambo, msione rais tu. But Mise, wacha nikusalimie hapo.
Asante na shukuru na napokea salamu. Asante sana.
Okay, Jeremani, continue.
Thank you. I want to pick up from pedagogy of the oppressed. Ultimately, or the summary of what I've picked so far, the pedagogy of the oppressed speaks about the process of dehumanizing people and also looks at the element of the process of humanizing people. Of course, the writer who passed away is a Brazilian, and he talks about how people are dehumanized so that then they become dependent on the oppressor for their day-to-day humanity. And that's what I would say I wish to start off my second bit of submission on. And my second bit of submission is as follows. In 1894, I'm in the land of France. A gentleman called Alfred Dreyfus was put in front of the square of the military école or the military college. And what was being done to him at that point? He was being stripped of all the honors of the French military. And when he was being stripped of all the honors of the French military, this arose from allegations that Alfred Dreyfus was a spy for Germany. How did these arise? A note had been found from one of the cleaning ladies at the German embassy that had been torn but had been pieced together. And that note seemed to allege that there is someone from the French military passing on military information to the Germans. Certainly, that was a treasonous affair. And Alfred Dreyfus was put on the defense as a possible suspect because he worked in the Chief of Staff's office as a staff member. Why was Alfred Dreyfus the first suspect? It's because he, at that time, not that at that time, but he was a Jew. And Jews were not well respected or well regarded, and especially having risen to such a senior level within the ranks of the French military. He was definitely a suspect. Where am I going with this? It took until about 1906 for Alfred Dreyfus to be formally cleared of the allegations that he was a spy. He had spent time in a prison in Guyana trying to get his name cleared, letters being exchanged, and the book has been written, the Alfred Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair, the scandal that tore the nation, the French nation in two. Where am I going with this? It took several years for justice to prevail in Alfred Dreyfus' case. And I've just come off reading, or not reading, but watching a feature on NTV. This NTV talks about the Uko murder mystery. And in that, I found that there were bold proclamations made about who shot Uko, how he was found dead, and all that. But this is 33 years later, and we're asking, why does justice take 33 years? And even so, it is not a formal judicial proclamation. This is just plain information given by citizens. And the citizens are saying, we know this happened. We could not talk about it. In fact, Raphael Wanjala says it very boldly in that TV series. We could not talk about it because we know who did it. And if we were to ask for witnesses, someone like Wajakoya will refuse to come and testify. People like the special branch officer who was present will refuse to come and testify. And the question then comes, don't we have enough safeguards for the Kenyan citizens to uphold justice? Of course, we talk about whistleblowers, but it appears whistleblowers in Kenya is a long gone, forgone case. No one has faith in the justice system. And here I'm coming back to what Anon Scripts shared. It appears that all our systems are broken. And unless we make determinate moves to ensure that we have systems that work for us, politicians will not get these systems for us. I wish to rest there. Stone PK.
Thank you very much, Jeremani, for your submission. That book sounds very nice. I would also want to read it. Thanks to Alex. It also reminds me of, it demonstrates what this guy in Again, he's still in France, I think. No, Russia, or Soviet Union, if I'm not wrong. What was the name of this king that unplugged a chicken in front of his people? Alex might remind me, or Jeremani, you guys are historians. The one who plucked the chicken, live chicken, until it was blood all over. He let it go,
That was
then
Stalin.
he dropped. Stalin, thank you. So it's the same. It's the dehumanization to humanize you. You know, kind of. He plucked this chicken, let it roll there, squeaking and making all the noise, and he was demonstrating that to his people, his generals, I think. And then what does he do? He says, "Give me some maize." He dropped the maize. The chicken came running to eat it, and that is it. So the left was left. I mean, the rest was left to people's interpretation. So he was trying to show that finya watu kabisa, like the way Ruto is doing. Then he dangles whatever money he's dangling to lead us. He began with the MPs. These guys are devil. Did that to the MPs. The MPs now are singing his tune. And now today, yesterday, what did he do to people? You are collected from all over to go to a prayer meeting. Was that a prayer meeting? Then you are told you get 1,000 shillings or something like that. Just undermining and dehumanizing the poor while he's cutting off all their livelihood.
1,500.
They go back home with 1,000 shillings or whatever it is, praising the same guy that is actually stabbing them and finishing them and killing them. Very sad. But this has to come to an end. In whichever way it comes to an end, I think people don't care. Ndio yoyote ile, because there has to be something. Lazima pawe na njia mbadala. Who was next? Who was next?
I think
Was
it's
it me?
Mise. I think it's Mise. Mise is the one who hasn't spoken.
Okay. But Mise has to be careful what he's going to say, because while you are away, there are very serious resolutions that have been made by Azimio brigades. So just to caution you on the waters, you're trying to how you wade through those waters, utakuwa ni very careful. Mise.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to come and discuss. It's good to see you, Alex. Good to see you, Kenyan Democracy, Nancy, Unknown Scripts, Jeremani, and Mtusi, enthusiastic. You know, Mtusi, your name is like a punishment to where I come from. We can't pronounce enthusiastic. So let me begin by saying, starting to say and inform my brother in Germany that Harmony Manyora and Mutai Nguni are political analysts that were used as puppets against the other party. So we cannot trust their information that they give. And the fact that they are political analysts who rely on handouts in their job, they are untrusted. You remember during the Jubilee time in the previous regime, it is Mutai Nguni who turned against Raila Odinga, whom he was known to support the longest. But that is not what, that tells you that we cannot depend on their loyalty and their information might not be credible. It is because they're inconsistent, and apparently the lie, I mean, whatever that he says appears to be like cheap lies. But let me address myself to the leaders whom we have admired so dearly, one of them being James Orengo. I want to look at Orengo's statements. I have been analyzing them day by day. And I like what Orengo said to the President of the Republic of Kenya. I like what he said. He said that, Mr. President, I ask you in the spirit of togetherness and not the spirit of handshake, that you work hand in hand with your brother Raila Amolo Odinga. And this is encouraging. This is what we want to hear, that our leaders are preaching and are asking us to work as a team for the prosperity of our country. I have been looking at what Orengo said when Orengo was when the President of the Republic of Kenya toured Siaya or went to Siaya. Orengo welcomed.
Stone, allow me to ask Miss something here.
Go ahead. I don't know if Stone is here. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Miss, don't quote quotes which have been overtaken by events. Because what Orengo said was before the dossier was out, before it became clear that Ruto had stolen the votes. Don't take us back there, because it has been overtaken by events.
So
yes, that's why I cautioned Mise. You take us back there, you'll be thrown out of studio. Don't give us those are history.
Well, let me tell you guys, you need to stop.
You remember Mise?
No, there is nothing.
You are telling encouraged the president even to visit Nyanza.
What do you want?
And that was before the dossier was out.
It's freedom of speech.
No, here there isn't.
You see, let me give my submission and my argument. Unless you have a script, I would be happy to read that script. So ideally,
the script. Let me explain. While you are away, the script was that there is $300 to pay. Then you are able to spill all the scripts you have. You'll have a special show that will be financed by UDA, and then you'll be able to spill all what you guys have. You will talk about your Valentine. Let me finish. You'll talk about inviting everyone for Valentine at Nyayo Stadium, because the owners of this TV said they don't want to propagate unimaginable thoughts. How can you insult Kenyans when they are starving, they are dying of hunger? Unawaambia wakuje Nyayo Stadium at Valentine. I mean, really, we said we are not, the owners of the TV said they don't want to be party to that kind of insult. It has been too much. You insulted people in Nakuru. People are starving, and then you are sending people with the buses to come for what you are calling prayer.
I'm not in Nakuru. Why are we talking about Nakuru?
We are talking about UDA supporters.
I'm not
and I'm telling you what was resolved. I'm telling you what was resolved beyond our control. And anybody talking UDA is a representation of UDA. That's what was resolved.
I'm not talking about UDA. I'm just giving my submission. So
yeah, but then no, utakatwa inje tu. You continue on. If you continue on that line, you'll be thrown out.
Why do you feel gibberish when we are talking about issues that are
no, not gibberish. People are tired with those narratives. That's what they told us. They have resolved. Time imepita. There's no time for that.
So
mumeambiwa mungoje, you wait for results. Kama watoto wakingojea mtihani ya CPE. Yeah, that I'm reporting affirmatively. Alex can be my witness. I think he was there during the brief. Tumesema mungoje mtihani. mngojee results
Let me
in
say,
a
go
few
to the
weeks.
next point. Hiyo
Yeah.
ingine
So
has
go
been
to the next
overtaken
point.
by
Yes, wachana na maneno ya huko. I mean maneno ya Orengo.
maneno ya
I think,
Orengo.
listen, a non-script, you are a professor, and I don't think that's what you teach your students. You don't tell
Stop
them
going there.
that you can be gagged by expressing their thoughts and their freedom of expression. But let me say, what I like from Orengo is a very important, a very clever.
You say if you go there, we're going to throw you out. We resolved. We are not gonna go there. We resolved.
So
we said you have to pay the
Orengo-
subscription. No, Mise, let me advise you on this. We resolved. We are in a mission, and nobody is going to derail us. We are not here joking. And when you and Mzalendo come here, a lot of our people decide just to log out. The moment you come like this,
Alex,
about 50 people log out.
Alex, throwing me out is not a problem.
Then why are you insisting on telling us what we don't want?
You act like
you can go to a UDA forum and speak honorably.
I'm talking about Orengo. What is the problem? Why are you gibberish?
Now, see, already 2 people have gotten out.
No,
we are
I'm
not going to
talking
take
about
that.
Orengo because you make a big issue. What do you know that I was talking about Orengo?
Misa, don't
Orengo
mess
is
up
Azimio.
what we have so laboriously built. We've been here for 8 hours.
Alex.
Go to the next point, but not Orengo.
Can you give me the script that you want me to read?
We've said go to the next script, but not Orengo. That was before the whistleblower, and you have been advised about that.
So technically, you know what I'm talking. That's why you're gibberish.
Whether it be technical, whether somebody is a professor, whether somebody is unlearned. The other time you told one of our people here, we are in a mission, and we have resolved that if you want a show with you and Mzalendo, you pay 300, you have a UDA show, and you propagate your propaganda there.
Where do we pay the 300?
There is subscription there.
So that's not a problem. If you want subscription,
and then you get, and then you start a UDA channel.
Alex, don't teach water when you're drinking wine. Don't teach about freedom of expression. And
we are going to stick our feet in the cement, and it's going to dry. We have stuck our feet in the cement, it has dried. You are not going to amputate our feet. We are here in a mission. You are not going to make our people go away because they don't want to listen to you.
You know what I was going to say is true.
Mr. Be a gentleman. Just move to the next.
Mr. Alex Media.
Yes.
I think this guy is in a mission up here to derail us, and he's going to use anything. I mean, we'll waste 10 minutes, and he's accomplished. He got even books behind here, whichever way he can get on these things. So, I mean, just come clean, be a man, and say, I'm here to just bother everybody. Because, sorry, Mr. PK, but we are entertaining this guy to just derail us, and we'll never discuss anything. Miss it. Come on, be a man. Just say you are being sent here, and then we will know your mission. You know, it's just we should not be wasting time with you up here. Just say you are being sent. That's it.
What kind of
go to next
it's okay.
point. Next
I will
point.
leave. I will leave. You don't have to leave. I will leave because you read minds and you thought that you know what I'm saying. I've have not spoken about UDA. I have
You don't have to say anything. We can see it.
Jeremani, go ahead. Oh, Nancy, you are next.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I was finishing that. Some of you, everyone had my story when I was telling you what's happening on the ground. You know, the way Zakayo has taken NHIF out of that hospital that was helping so many people. Very many of my relatives were working in that hospital. Now they can't even be paid very well. That means my family has to chip in. You see, because you are like, okay, we'll help you. Okay, you come and work here, whatever. So these people cannot even take their children to school. They cannot even do anything. And my sister, my sister was telling me, I don't know, I was not the one she was telling me, Ati Nancy, December, by December I have to come there. I'm coming there with all my children. By December, someone that I've been begging for 10 years. You know, in fact, when I came here, they used to laugh at me because by 27, including my dad used to laugh at me, although I'll tell you later when he later appreciated me. By 27, there was post-election violence. Was it 27 or 28? And it was really bad, and I witnessed it firsthand. And I saw then kitu iliniambia tu, this country is not safe. We are here, we are not Kalenjins, we are Kisses. This country is not safe. I have to get out of here. At least one of us has to be out of here just in case of anything, you know. And everybody was against it, including my dad, you know, because I was going to start bottom. Ati kazi yako ni kwenda kuchunga wazee huko. In fact, my dad used to say, hadi unafurahia aje tu kwenda kuchunga wazee huko, na hapa uko na kila kitu. Hiyo ni watu wenye wajatoboa, unaona. By me, I said, I have to go, you know, because I was seeing ahead. Niliona hapana, this country is not secure with this government, post-election violence and all this, you know. Only my dad started appreciating vile alikuwa mzee. Okay, he passed on last year, but then he was like, oh, Raki, unafanya kazi mzuri kuchunga wazee huko. When it hit home to him. Okay, right now I don't chunga wazee, but that's how I started, you know. Right, of course I had to start low because my dad did not want to support me because alikuwa naona nirudi. Anasema utaweza nursing kweli? Hapana, utarudi tu, you know. But I worked my way, worked very hard, 2 jobs hata silali, you know. In fact, some people knew me from you and say, how? Me, I come from family, you come to come do these jobs. I can't. I mean, kwa naona tu mbele. But my sister started telling me, and sikuwa nimemuuliza mambo ya tax nini. So I was like, this, I have to come. This year cannot end. So you can imagine the situation on the ground is that bad. You know, pamoja hapa hakuna country tena. But what about watu hawezi afford ama hawezi kuja? Wata nini? Wataanza, yani, what about them? You know? You're just removing NHIF because you're punishing somebody politically. You're not even thinking of the people who are earning from that place. And those people voted for you. I'm sure Baba has all these complaints. Unaona vile amekuwa mkali. I'm sure all these people wanamwendea, and like I told you, they have a list. Na kuna kazi ingine wanafanya tu kazi ya revenge. So me, I'm for it all the way. Hata tu ikiwa mbaya ikuwe mbaya. Ukiona Baba anasema hivyo, they have information. Aongei tu sababu ya kuongea. Of course, all these people go cry to him. You know? Na ajali. Na kama wao si mkale Eldoret, una bahati kama kina sisi. You know? So we have to stop all this under all costs. Hatuna time hapa ya kucheza.
Nancy, you remember in that prayer rally, the president was advised that he must revenge, especially if you listen to Sonko's speech. he was advising the president that he must revenge. He has no otherwise.
Yeah, Sonko is bad news. In fact, Sonko is the one who's going to hire goons to go to these meetings. Waanzishe vurugu. Sonko will not take nini, will not have his hands. Yani he's going to do anything because amekasirika sana vile ameona nobody is doing those nini stealing. Sasa he's going to hire people to start stealing ndo aanze sasa vita, unaona. But this time, I'm telling you guys, it's bad. The ground is bad. If you're not Kalenjin or you're not in that group of his, he wants to dictate everyone. It's worse than you think. Ukiona baba amesema nikikufa acha nikufe. He has a lot of information that we don't have. You know? Huyu mtu hajakukosea kitu. In fact, after election alikuja aka apologize. So, unajua, lakini hakutaka kumaccommodate. Hiyo ni hasira gani? Si ni wivu tu, anataka achukue hizo vitu sasa. Aendelee kurun up. Amaje. So, we don't have time to relax, guys. Otherwise, we won't have a country. It's going to be worse than Moi. I remember my friend, I had a friend of mine, in fact, she passed away. She told me, that was in 20, even if it was 2005 or 2006, she told me, do you know this Ruto is a very brutal man, 2018. And me, I was still young. Like, no, don't call these people brutal, what. They were neighbors, they were together. I said, do you know he's a very brutal man? I saw, and she was a young girl, she was 20 something. I saw a lot of people with mushale in his compound practicing. This a young girl, and she was just living from nowhere. She's 20 something. Now I remember her same sentiments. They were like sharing friends or something. So, right now ameogopa tu sababu kwa ICC case. That's why we are surviving a bit. But udhani ata amenyamazia tu. So something just needs to be done. I'm sure Baba will handle it. I hope Baba will not just go for handshake and let the evils go on. Because in the next 10 years, you won't believe. And they'll never give power to anyone else apart from who they want. They'll just be switching. Not like the way Uhuru left power to him. Hata kama hakuwa anamtaka. Hawezi kubali hiyo. It's not in their vocabulary. That's all. I'll talk later. That's all I remember right now.
Thank you. Nani mwingine pale? Yes, unknown script.
Thank you, Stone. I just wanted to add that as I started saying earlier, Ruto is pretending that he's so much concerned about revenue collection, these issues around tax and what have you. Now, there is a lot of wastage going on. Now, take the case of this ferrying of the buses, the buses that were ferried from all directions in the country, all heading to the other side. Now, you have these people, one night accommodation, their stay in terms of food, and then, 1,500 to 2,000 plus the CG pocket money. Of course, back and forth, to and fro. Now, you are all aware of the quoted millions that is using to buy support from MPs. Now, if you put all this together and imagine if all this is coming from his security budget. Now, I'm told this security budget is under current policy, is not audited and is not known. Now, these are some of the things for me I call, if you have a rogue executive, you have a rogue parliament, you have a rogue judiciary. What should Kenyans exactly do? Hmm? Alex, are you there? You're a man. Nancy, what should Kenyans actually do? Yes, the bishops, he's using the bishop. The bishops are now permanently on his security budget. You can see these so-called prayers. They are all being marked under presidential function. And that budget, that spending is just going haywire. Who is going to question this? Who is going to put a stop to all this? For how long? And so long as he's still there, the buying of the MPs is still going on. And I don't know whether some of you have gotten a leakage of the motions which have been planning, the reason why he has been buying members of parliament. That's what I wanted to point out.
Maybe you can allow me to add something to the question you posed. I spoke about something very abstract to the Kenyan situation, and this abstractness can be found in my illustration of Captain Alfred Dreyfus in France. Now, having gone through the tribulations that he did, one of the reforms that France passed, having discovered that they have a problem, can be found in the following illustration. During the court case of Captain Alfred Dreyfus, his main accuser, who was a major and working in what they call then the statistical section, but effectively was the intelligence unit of the military of France. His main accuser was known as Henri. And Henri stood in court and pointed at a crucifix, huge crucifix that was in court, and said, "I swear to God that Alfred Dreyfus is a guilty person." But years later, when Alfred Dreyfus was vindicated, one of the first things that France as a nation did was to remove all religious insignia in court premises, because they wanted to make it clear that we must have a distinction between state and religion. And they did that very deliberately, because they said, if Henri can come to the highest court, which was a court martial, and swear upon the name of God using the crucifix, which we hold to be a very sacred religious symbol, why are we entertaining the presence of religious insignia in the state of France? That was number one. The second thing that the French also wanted to do was to ensure that France is a nation for all people equally. So Captain Alfred Dreyfus himself was a Jew, and Jews had gone through a lot of persecutions. And they said, we want to break away with the past. So in that regard, and to answer your question very directly, the French nation decided deliberately, henceforth, arising from the Captain Alfred Dreyfus case, we are going to break away with the element of religion being present within the infrastructure of our judicial or state organs. Probably that's something that Stone PK has been alluding to in the course of the evening, that if there are failings within the religious sector, Should the Kenyan citizen allow these failings to also manifest in government and day-to-day life? I pause there. Thank you.
Stone, you remember in the course of the week, I think we were talking about the bishops, and I did ask you that if the flock feels that they are being misled by the bishops, what can they do? I hope you have internalized the issue, and now maybe you can talk. What you think? If you think that your bishop is going the wrong way, you as the flock, what can you do? What options do you have?
Thank you. Let me applaud Jeremani. Yeah, it's true. That's what we've been discussing on. And a non-script. The answer was found yesterday. What you and me, we had discussed about bishops and all that, reminded me of one time my uncle was giving us a story when he was herding their goats. And then the goats, as they were moving through a bush like this, the goats sensed that there was a leopard up the tree. But my uncle was not aware of what is happening. But he just realized the goats are not following him through the path. The goats were refusing completely. But because he was human, he could not smell what the goats had smelled. So he's just saying, "Wait, 20. And then he sees the goats just want to go into a different direction, which is not home. Okay, they refused completely until, unajua saa ingine mtu unashikangwa na butwa, yani then akajichanua, he said, this has never happened. We always follow this track. And the goats actually zinaendanga hata bila mimi kuziambia. You know the way, those of you who have had it, you know what it means. Zinajuanga home zikitoka malishoni. Sasa kufika hapa zote zimefunga mabreki, mbuzi kagoma kwenda kabisa. Sasa aliposikia something, he just by accident looked up. What did he see? What do we call it?
The leopard was ready to jump, to pounce on him.
The leopard was ready to pounce on one of the goats, or him, one of the two. So that also is demonstrated by today's crusade. I call it crusade in quotes because it's political rally. Ruto trying to show and buy legitimacy. Those people who are there were ferried. Normally, when you have a prayer meeting, you just announce, Reverend Bonke, those of you who know, this man from German, akisema atakuwa Nyayo Stadium, people come for free. Even these very cheap pastors, wale wameanza kupreach juzi, they also have crowd. Akienda tu kwa open ground, aweke zile speakers, and people just start coming and they hang around to listen to them. Okay? You don't have to bribe them. Today, the bishops, and I don't know where you had read this because you are the one who introduced our discussion the other day. I don't know where you had seen that from. Maybe ulinusa kama hizi mbuzi zetu.
I did say that I was missing the guitarists, I was missing the okulus.
Yes, you said that. So, truly speaking, there was a total defiance. And this is now answering some statements that our brother Guru has been telling us here. He comes in the early morning when he told us, saa hii ukiongea kwenda kanisani Kenya, watu wanakuuliza ya Ruto ama gani. It is sad. Ama useme umeokoka, I'm saved, wanakuuliza umesaviwa ile ya Ruto ama uko saved aina gani. You know, Kenyans are very good at being sarcastic and all that. Ati bwana asifiwe ya nani, ya Ruto ama so kuna bwana asifiwe ya Ruto and all that. If you say you are bishop, bishop wa Ruto ama whatever. So the thing is, now the clergy are on their own. Mwananchi, I'm sure, I wish I could commission some survey. I would want to do a survey and sample up to maybe 1,000 churches. And we see, and especially in some of these very, very, very hot areas, and see what has happened in terms of attendance. I would want someone to do that study. I can assure you, most of those churches, ambazo zao tunajua, they must be now administering half of their numbers. Who would want to go and listen to Mark karaoke? I'm just using that as an example.
Stone, what about if they are what about if they are being fed, like in this case?
Oh, every Sunday? Okay, all right. Yeah, I would go to get my 1,500.
The branded Thanksgiving and what have you, like Nyayo and the others, you may well find that your security budget is being used to do all manner of funding of food, transport, everything, basically.
But that is it. And script yours, as me and you know, where is the money coming from? It's coming from that budget, which is never questioned by anybody, not even the Auditor General. If you count those buses, honestly, and I wish we had stationed our people to really do the proper counting, it is unbelievable. You can imagine, even if there were, let's say, 2,000 buses, and each bus you are paying something like, let's say, 50,000, because it was a day's event. Look at that money, just bus alone, because you have to pay. You have to pay to the owners of the school and all that, because those buses they are also commercial. Commercial in the sense that they are always there for hire. The community can hire to go for their weddings, for their funerals, over the weekends, so that at least even the school has a maintenance budget for the bus. So definitely they were there on hire. Nobody can tell us they were for free. And who paid for it? Where did the money come from?
And who fueled?
Yeah, and who fueled? So the security budget is what is being used, and it is so sad. But fortunately, the flock has defied the bishop's unknown script. Yes, in Germany.
Stone, I wanted to request that we do some quick maths. My quick maths is on the buses. So assuming, because I saw an aerial photograph of some buses parked in aisles in a parking field, and of course then there were some buses that were lined up on the streets of Nakuru. Assuming there were 200 buses, so we say 200 buses, and the full tank for a bus 120 liters. So we say 120 liters. How much is
times what? Times 7 times 8? Was it what? No, it is 100 and what?
What is the current?
Diesel is 130 there, I think. 130, 100.
Okay. No, I think it's 140. Times
times
how many liters?
120 liters.
120.
That is 16,000. Call it 17,000 each bus. On each bus,
So
17,000.
Okay. So if you have 17,000 by 200 buses.
340.
Is 3 million, 3.4.
3.4. Now, my assumption is each bus carries at least 64 people.
Before you go to that, Jeremani, driver's allowance. He gets his allowance.
Driver's allowance.
And sleep out.
Yes.
Because you know that they are one night out. All of them have got one night.
Yeah, give them 3,000 shillings total.
So 3,000 added to the 17,000, the bus expenses, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
That was 3.4. That was
So
3.4 million.
So you have for each bus, you have 20,000 actually.
Yeah, so it's 3.4. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how much are we giving drivers?
No, we have included it. It's there. So we have included to the 17. Yeah.
You need to multiply it afresh, because we instead of 17 we made it 20. So times the 200 buses, you
It's
actually have
3.4.
4 million.
So 4 million.
Yeah.
That is bus. Then
4 million.
let us look. Let us look at each bus carrying at least 64 people, and then we multiply that by 1,500.
Well, 1,500 was the minimum. You know, it was ranging between 1,500 to 3,000 based on which location the bus is coming from.
So let's work with the minimum.
Okay, the minimum is 1,500, or we take the average 2,000.
Okay, let's take 2,000. So we have 2,000
times 64.
Times 64. That is one bus times 200.
Yeah, times 200. Eh?
Yes.
You get. You are not serious. You are getting 25 million to 25.6. 25.6 million. That is the expenditure on the passengers or on the occupants.
On the passenger.
Yeah.
Right. So
you add the 4 million.
So give it 30 million.
Add the 4 million, it is 30 million.
Right. So we're saying at least for the mobilization of
the transport. But I do not know where the occupants, where they spent the night, because you know these people, they have one night out. The 1,500, 2,000 was pocket money. Then they go and eat free and sleep free, and then they are back tomorrow.
No, maybe they were being economical. They were picked very early in the morning so that you leave home straight to the venue.
Yeah, but the event ended at what? Gioni. So if you know, if I remember during Matiang'i's time, those school buses are not supposed to commute at night.
If they are carrying students.
Well, I do not know what they are carrying. They are not supposed to commute at night.
Yeah, but they didn't. I don't know whether they allowed people to sleep.
Maybe okay. They can put the law aside, I think. So chances are that they went back.
Yeah. But for the sake of argument, let's assume it was 30 million spent for mobilization. Is that a lower side, or is that an okay number?
But remember, we have not put the food and drinks at the venue.
Okay.
Was there food?
How much?
Was there food? Did they offer food?
Yes. The entire crowd.
People are eating.
Tent, of course.
People are eating.
But this is why a full day interdenominational celebration of Thanksgiving.
Which denominations are these?
Well, that's what they called it.
What?
That is what they are called.
Shetani, eh?
Yes,
continue.
That is what they are called it.
Continue, Jeremani.
So on average, let's just
I think
say
I concluded.
Like,
Why not just try
another 1,500? But you know, now other people went there through other means. You know, we have just done the bus transport. The crowd, part of the crowd maybe did not go there by the buses. So when you want to talk about the food that was available there in wherever, you could. Where do you estimate the crowd? About how much? How many people? Then we put a minimum of 1,500 on every head.
I'm seeing different figures here. I'm told diesel is 163.2.
Yeah, I thought it was higher, but we remember we used 140.
We used 140, right?
Yeah, our 30 million was based on 140, so it means that it is higher.
So
it's higher by 20 something shillings. Wow. 23. So this 4 million of petrol can be almost 5-6 million.
Yeah.
Thereabout, yes.
And then secondly, the entire crowd. You think what it was estimated at what?
Were they 500, 1,000?
500,000? No, that's too
No.
high.
No.
They
I'm saying
could have
they
been 5,000 thereabout.
Okay.
So 5,000 at an average of, in terms of meals and refreshments, water and what have you, it's
times
like
2,000.
they spent something like 8 million on food and drinks. The entire crowd, including the president and Ruto and his whatever. So if our 30 million went up slightly to 35, maybe if you add another 10, it's like 45 million. That is what they spent for that function. Maybe 50, 45
Maybe
to 50
50,
million.
but knowing the corruption of the officials, it could have gone to 100,000.
Yeah.
Because officials also must eat from that.
Yeah. They only spend half of the loot on the whatever is budgeted. The rest they pocket. So chances are that the entire thing could have been in the range of 100 million, with half of it ending up in people's pockets.
Yeah. And including Ruto's pocket. That's how he gets back his money.
Which money? Every time you people keep talking about his money. Which money?
The money he gave you during campaign, the one he was
But
giving
the money
you,
he got during
Munagawana.
campaign, Stone, I told you, he got it from the security. You remember the security, there was a 50-50 share between him and President Uhuru.
Yeah.
And he was his people, the Tangatanga team, the 20 or so who are Tangatangering, they were all living on interest, week in, week out.
Yeah.
Half of which they were using on themselves, half of it they were taking to Karen.
Yeah.
So he never used. That is why Uhuru was telling you that 2 billion is lost every day. That is where Uhuru's 2 billion was coming from. He was alikuwa anajumulisha. So anybody who says that he's recovered, he has nothing to recover. The money was not his in the first place.
But he calls it his.
Well, whatever he was taking to churches, whatever he was giving to his Tangatanga, the Tangatanga team, you remember at one point, he came on TV to say that they have been inspecting government projects during the campaign, you remember?
Yes.
Yes, that is their reason for getting the impressed. All the officers who were going around with him and the aides, they were getting impressed. Which impressed, there was nothing being returned.
Well, okay, let's welcome our one patriot, and member and commentator on our
Wacha atuletee mapya.
Atuletee mapya kutoka kwa ground yakiwa bado ni moto yamechemka. Bwana Guru, karibu. This is my county man. Tunatoka kaunti moja na Guru. Mimi huwa nikichomoka yeye ndiye ananivuta kidogo, ananiambia ngoja. Mimi nataka kuchomoka na mshale na kitu kingine tunaita dhiaka. Ikue, lakini ananikumbusha hapana, usitoke hazijachomoka zote. Sasa wacha tusikie Guru anatuambia nini. Karibu.
Wacha tuletee buses zilikuwaje.
Asante yenu. Asante sana. Habari yenu?
Njema kabisa. Karibu.
Leo nitaongea mambo ya kanisa. Nimesikia tu kidogo ile ulikuwa unaongea. If there is one institution that will be left in a battered state when this government does not perform, it is the churches, and more so the so-called evangelicals, the churches that we call prosperity gospel churches that preach material gains other than anything else. You see, these churches have embedded themselves in this government and made it look that it is their prayers that brought this government to power. If you listened yesterday, the talks that were there in Nakuru, it is that this government was brought in by prayers. Yet the truth of the matter is that there's a person called Jose Camargo who played a great role in what happened in Kenya. Stone PK, I am a Catholic myself. And one of the sermons that ring in my mind every other day is one that was given by the now retired Cardinal John Joy. He said that in Greece, in those medieval times, it reached a point where the light and the darkness became one. You would find a man, one of the men, lit a lamp and went round during the day when the sun was shining, apparently because it was too dark. And people wondered, has this man gone mad? That is the situation in Kenya today. When you rig elections, you steal votes, you place yourself in a position of authority, then go around telling people it is the will of God, that it is God who has brought you to power. You leave people confused because the light and the darkness is not well defined. You cannot steal your neighbor's goat and start milking it and then continue praying that God has been very benevolent to you. There is this don't mind the sounds. We live somewhere near where there is a lot of practice that goes on. so I'm okay. I'm fine.
Is that the goat you are talking about?
I'm okay. Don't ask where, but I live somewhere where people are still practicing. So don't worry. I'm safe. tumezoea. So what I was saying is this: the church has fixed itself. The truth is coming out every day on what happened during our elections in August. Up to yesterday, you heard what Baba said. The results have never been given county per county. And you know the county is actually the unit.
Constituency by constituency.
So sorry, constituency by constituency, because that is what is recognized in the law. It's not county, it is constituency. So you can see a body that is deliberately trying to hide the figures. But what I was trying to execute is this: if the church can affirm that what happened was the will of God, okay, that the results were inspired by the Holy Spirit, that the person holding possession today is their courtesy of God. Not unless we have a different definition of God. That's where we must be very careful. Because we could be defining two different entities. The darkness that was there in Greece, those medieval times, seem to have visited Kenya in a strong way, in the sense that the right and the wrong, the definition is blurred. That line is breached. Kenyans today, some will hear them justify the most heinous crimes under the gush that, after all, everybody else is doing it. Ocio moici niwe turenda. You know? And after all, everybody is doing what he's accused of. And by the way, the people saying that are Christians who attend church faithfully every Sunday. This concept that attending church makes you a Christian, makes you holy, is being misused in Kenya today, because it is actually one of the things that was used heavily, especially in Mount Kenya, in the campaigns. Ucio mutheo na ndathiaga kanitha. You see, the situation we are right now is such that Kenyans do not know the right and the wrong. You go commit evil between Monday and Saturday, and then you troop to church on Sunday. And you know what? It is because it is said that God forgives. So Kenyans have mastered a way of using the church to cleanse themselves and feel good and feel that they are doing the right thing. Okay? And therefore, it is a vicious circle. Vicious circle. You commit crime between Monday and Saturday, you go to church, you feel that you are cleansed, you go on Monday, you start the whole process again, you commit crime, up to Saturday, you go to church, you have yourself cleansed on Sunday, and the process goes on and on and on. Coming back to the electoral process, if we say that it's the will of God that put this government in power, and then indicators are that there was rigging that happened, what God are we talking about here? Because the God that we know is a honest God, is a virtuous God, is God who walks in the right. Not unless Kenyans want a different definition of God. And this is where people must start asking themselves, is it God with the capital G, or is it God with a small g? Especially when they are told that something has been inspired by God. One thing I know, God is very patient. Those who know very well, the people who have joked with the word of God in Kenya, they don't end up well. You remember there was a pastor, I will not go into mentioning a name. He instill children, call couples that don't get children, purport that they have given birth within 3 months, hand them children, play in church every Sunday and so often, that he is doing miracles. Today, the family of that man disintegrated. I don't know where he lives. And so many other things that happened to his children, which are very bad. Some are in jail, some killed each other, and those kind of things. You know, there's taking jokes too far. What we have done right now is to take the joke too far. When you steal elections, and then you tell Kenyans that it is the will of God, it is God ordained, then we do not know which God you are talking about. Is it the God with the capital G, or is it God with a small g? Asante sana, Bwana PK.
Thank you, Bwana Guru. Asante sana. It can't be put any better than that. Kenya, we have to go back. We have to go back to the drawing board. That's why I said we will have to dismantle. We will dismantle to reassemble. Yes, Bwana Germany. And in Germany, in my language, means people, it means German. German. Okay, karibu.
Stone PK, it is exact. My name is exactly that. It is a long story, but I will narrate it someday. But someone was asking Guru a question. How many buses left from his place to the worship center?
Guru, ati unaulizwa basi ngapi zilitoka kwa locality yako?
No, I did not follow that one, although I saw a hilarious clip of some guys discussing that is ni maombi bila amen. Lakini I believe some came from that region, because I saw Kangeta. Kangeta, I think, is somewhere in Meru. Isn't it,
You are
PK?
right. Yeah, the Kangeta is from Meru. There must have been some from Embu as well. Yeah. Okay, Germany. Let me welcome Mr. G. German, did you have something before, or that was it?
Yeah,
Just a quick question.
Maybe
then after that we go to Mr. G.
Maybe one more submission. I still refer back to this NTV documentary or feature that I saw this evening. And one of the things that stuck in my mind is that Robert Ouko was speaking to the Rotary Club of Kisumu, I think on the 10th or 13th of February 1990. It is recorded as his last public appearance. In that meeting, what he said was that when they went to the United States, President Moi had his Bible and he was preaching to the Americans. And they were surprised that this man actually knows the Bible and he's here preaching. It caused some laughter in that Rotary Club meeting. But most tellingly to me was the question, if President Moi was the one holding the Bible, preaching the word at that time, and then it emerges in that feature that Robert Ouko was shot while kneeling before him. What does it say? I will leave it there. I won't go deeper.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremani. You know, to some of us who are of 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 some age when this happened, it pains us a lot. It really pains. It is so painful to know what, you know. We read stories, we watched narratives, description of how Oko was murdered, and it reached a time when most of us hated the country. We hated the country. I know I was very young, but I felt, you know, the way you feel so bad. You wonder why. Because some of us, as young as we were admiring two things. Like for me, from primary school all the way, I had one of the best English teachers in the country then. She was called Mrs. Ouma, and she taught in some of these very elite schools. She was known. She was one of those who were setting English exams for both primary and secondary, so you can understand. So one thing that we admired was the articulation of, you know, the way Robert Ouko spoke. So when we heard he was dead and he was murdered and all that, it was a very sorrowful moment. So when you tell me this, these are the true things we were told. They refresh our minds, and it pains. And this is why when we see where we are headed, when we see what is happening, some of us people think we are just lamenting. No, some of us, at least we cared to read and listen. I know the generation today doesn't want to know. If you ask them to even go and Google what happened to somebody by like the name J.M. Karaoke, how he was murdered, all what transpired, they would think those are some of those fiction movies shot in Hollywood. They cannot believe that it is in our country that it happened, and that it was done and made and, you know, supervised by the so-called leaders of that time. It's unbelievable. Not one, not two, not three, not three. And these are the top creams of the country, the most educated leaders, the best that we could have had by then. Those were the ones that were being picked and massacred and killed like rubbish. So it is dangerous when we are seeing that. It is not anything less than what you saw. Somebody going to surround and try to arrest people like Matiang'i. It tells you that we've not grown up. And it is Kenyans who are supposed now to take charge. We take charge and decide what we want to do with our country. And I'll say like that mechanic of South B, we can dismantle this country and reassemble it. We go back to factory setting because it's not benefiting Wananchi. It's not at all. Mr. G. Then Mr. Blue will come.
Thank you, Stone PK. I can see Jeremiah, Mr. Nguru, and Blue. I greet you guys. Na wale ambao wanatuangalia. I think there's a topic that Mr. Nguru has just raised about the churches. I think that niongea kidogo on the church before we dive into politics. on this issue of churches. You know, like Kaa Kitambo, there was a narrative in the Bible, in the book of Acts chapter 5, where there was a story of Anania and his wife. I know you have heard of the story, the Sapphira. You know, these guys, they sold a parcel of land and they decided to donate part of the sale in the church. But kwa hiyo donation, they were expected to donate the entire sum into the church, but they conspired to lie Apostle Peter na wakapeleka nusu wakifikiria kuwa Peter hajaona. You know, those guys, the apostles, they were being led by the Holy Spirit. Wachana na hii mchezo ambayo inachezwa sasa hivi. When they conspired to lie, they decided kupeleka a small sum and they were supposed to give the entire sum. You know, they were struck dead, all of them, right there, hata hawakuketi. Wakati tu walipeleka hiyo pesa kidogo tu kwa sababu wanadanganya, wanafikiri wamedanganya Peter, kumbe ni Mungu amewaona. They were struck dead, all of them. And that brings a story of, there's a story in the book of Proverbs 29, where inasema kuwa, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. And when the wicked rules, people mourn. When we connect to the story ambayo inaendelea hapa Kenya, you know, above churches, siku hizi imekuwa ni mchezo, mpaka ndio watu wanauziwa maji, mtu anauziwa ufagia, anakuambia atakikuuzia ufagia unaenda kupiga mashetani upone, mtu anakuuzia mafuta atutumie ndio uweze kupona. These vitu zote hizi ni scam watu wanatumia. And that's why unaona sasa tukerelate hii verse ambayo nimesoma sasa on Proverbs, where the righteous are on authority, alafu watu wana rejoice. Look at what is happening right now. The wicked is on the throne, ambao ni Ruto, huyu mwizi. Walibia wa Kenya na wakajiweka kwa kiti. Wameanza kurule. Ona vile watu wanalia kila kona. Things are not working. Things are not moving. Why? Because the leader ambao amekalia kiti sahi is a wicked man. Ambao alichukua kiti ambao si yake. Now ameharibu kila kitu. Sahi wanasema atakuwa kuna mikutano atakuwa nazo kila wakati. Hiyo mikutano yenyewe watu wanaenda pale, si atu wanaenda kuomba. They are going there because kuna handout ambao wanapewa kama 2,000, 3,000. Sasa watu wakienda pale wanaenda expect kwa wanaenda kupewa pesa. Na hizo pesa ndo those billions of money ambao ulisikia jana Yudi inasema kuwa kulikuwa na billions of money walikuwa wanaweka kando for subsidy purpose. Huyu mwizi mkora, a wicked man, amekuja ukalia kiti, ametoa those subsidies. Sasa hiyo pesa ambayo ilikuwa isaidia wananchi wa chini, ndio hizo pesa ambazo anajaribu kubribe au MPs na kupatia watu ambao anaita kuja wajazane kwa kiti kwa mkutano yake. This guy, we should not give him time. Watu wasiwe discouraged. Time imefika ambao we need to speak out. Mambo ya kanisa, people should go back. Almost all of people wame backslide squeezy. Very few ambao wanaongea ukweli, lakini watu wengi wame backslide. People should go back and pray. Waombe Mungu wa ukweli. Si kuomba Mungu akuja kuuzia watu maji, alafu atanunua maji wanadanganywa kwa ukinunua maji unapona. Ukora tupu. Tuende tuombe Mungu wa ukweli. Yule Mungu ambaye alikuwa na strike na nani, anaenda kuja kidanganya kwa amefanya kitu fulani na ni uongo, wana strike right there na wanakufa. Mtu ambaye kuja kusema ati Mungu ndiye ameniambia kuwa hii judgment ni judgment ya ukweli, mtu kama anafaa kuwa struck dead. Watu kama kina Kome tungekuwa hatuwaoni, wakora sana, ametuletea upuzi hapa kwa hii Kenya mpaka ametuharibia. Wanajua kabisa imeibiwa. Look at what Raila told us yesterday. He told us that in counties watu kina Chebukati hawaja share the results of voters ambao walivote. Why? Kwa sababu wanaogopa numbers don't match na zile numbers ambao walipeana Bomas. Alafu sisi tunakuja tunaambiwa kwa ni Mungu ametupatia judgment. Ni Mungu amesema kwa hii uchaguzi Ruto ameshinda. Hakuna Mungu pale ambaye amesema kitu kama hiyo. Ukora tupu na tukukatee. Wacha the rightful person ambaye alikuwa chosen na sisi tulipigia Raila Odinga na Raila Odinga ndiye anafaa kalia hiyo kiti. Watu wasiogope bwana. Twende tutoe huyu mtu #Ruto must go. Aston nitarudi baadaye. Nilikuwa nataka kuongea kuhusu kiti ya chache kidogo, alafu nirudi baadaye tuongee siasa. But Ruto must go. Hakuna njia nyingine.
Asante Mr. George. Yeah, that's the hashtag. Na ni kweli kuna sababu. Bwana Blue unambali?
Yep. Awesome. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Mr. G, Jeremani, and Guru. Now, mine is just a few comments. And Did you want to ask something, Germani? Okay. Oh, hi. Sorry. During the times when we were doing literature, in Kiswahili, it was called Masaibu ya Ndugu Jero. It's a novel play by Wallace Soyinka. It's actually scripted from the English version, The Trials of Brother Jero, and here's a quick synopsis. It's a light satiric comedy that takes aim at religious hypocrisy in the form of a charlatan or a fraud named Brother Jero, who preaches to his followers on bar beaches in Lagos, Nigeria. Jero is a master of manipulation and keeps his followers in subservient position because he understands what they long for: money, social status, and power, and convinces them that they will soon be able to fulfill these materialistic desires. For their part, they are gullible enough to believe him. The vitality of the rogue Jero makes him a popular figure with audiences, and his rambunctious, humorous play is one of the best known and most frequently performed of Soyinka's early works. Yeah, so maybe that's a recommendation for. We did it in Kiswahili, Masaibu ya Ndugu Jero. And what I was remembering is about these rogue pastors and how they have been trying to manipulate their followers. But one thing, that's just besides making a comment about the book, The Trials of Brother Jero by Wallace Soyinka. Now, Stone PK, you asked where you can get statistics about where's Christianity heading to. And I bumped into an article from Standard Media from yesterday, the Standard newspaper, and it actually suggests an interesting phenomena that in central Kenya, it's this growing rebellion against going to church. Now, and I don't know how to put a cause and effect or how to correlate this with now recently they said in central Kenya that there will be one bar per county or something like that, or one bar per town. What was the, yeah. Now, and he's trying to put a correlation between the two because because now if the bars are closed, because there's this phenomena that people in central Kenya, they're getting rebellious from going to churches, and now they're trying to go to entertainment joints, which are eventually going to be closed. So is that a scheme by the evil one to keep them back in church where they're getting manipulated as well? I don't know. I cannot see that correlation yet, but maybe that's a food for thought for you because you raised that question earlier. The author of the article, his name is Boniface Mendo, Standard Media. So, but those were my two basically comments. And the trials of Brother Jero. I think Guru, have you had the book?
Not yet. It's called what?
Masaibu ya Ndugu Jero.
Yeah, the English version is Trials of Brother Jethro. It's a
I've heard of it, but of it, but I've not read. But I'm also interested in what you have just said, that there is rebellion.
Yeah, there's rebellion. If you can pick up a Standard newspaper from yesterday, because I cannot share it here. Yeah,
I think this is what I had predicted some time back, that one of the casualties of this regime will be the churches, and particularly the evangelical churches.
Right. And they might try to, yep. Those are my two short comments.
Oh, thank you, Blue. Yeah, yeah. That book is it's there. It's known. And these are some of the very nice books for people to read because they are so realistic. Those of us who did English literature by then, I think that's why we are who we are. Those who did history at our times, when we say our times, it's of course people of the 80s, 90s there, that's when history was a history. And I think history is the basis of anything, any subject. These people come to realize much later. I know people are saying, sitaki kufanya history. Kumbe history ndio msingi wa kila kitu ambacho ulikuwa unaenda kusoma. Whatever discipline you wanted to go, it's based on history. From my own perception and from my own experience, what I later, as I continued going to school, I came to realize how important history was. Same thing with those who managed to do things like literature. Oh my God, it is, and that's when we had real books. Unfortunately, I know when people say that, everyone, kila mtu ana ujana yake na ana uzee yake. So hata mtu amezaliwa 2021 pia atakwambia hapo zamani kulikuwa. Anyway, it's always debatable, but also it comes out. That's why you see different types of presentations. They're all based on where you went to school, who taught you, and how you are taught how to relate and critique and all that. So it is true, or in terms of churches, Blue, it is true, things are going to be terrible. I know Mr. Guru had addressed this some times back. This channel has been very rich, even before elections. We predicted so many things, and predictions, normally, you don't have to be an Nabi, and you don't have to be a prophet. Personally, I don't think they are prophets. They are just people who are able to think and study trends. Out of experience, you read, you see, you concentrate for some time to study certain trends, and you are able to predict what comes next. I know sometimes I get very controversial. I don't believe in those things that the prophets do. When you think and concentrate, you can even dream at night. You can see things. And if you're able to interpret them and relate and tell people, then it comes to pass.
Isn't that why they say that history repeats itself?
Exactly.
Isn't that
Indeed. History will repeat itself. That is true. That how many of us saw bell bottom? How many of us saw skirts, tights, and all that? That's part of what repeats itself. Of course, that's fashion. But when you read in terms of leadership, in terms of revolutions, in terms of fights and corruption, because corruption ikuanza leo, but you read and study how they dealt with it, you can pick the best and mitigate. That's why countries like Norway, ukitajwa tu, and you are just a minister, uambiwe the clerk or the sweeper in your ministry alifanya kitu fulani, a whole minister resigns. In Kenya we say huyo hayuko karibu na mimi, siwezi kuresign. I mean, these are things. When Singapore said the best and quickest way to deal with corruption, and this is still on Google, the quickest, he said, the quickest and the fastest to deal with corruption, it is to begin with the head. Nyonga kichwa, then miguu itafuata na shingo. Nyonga kichwa, meaning what? If it's the president, nyonga the president. If it's the head of department, kama hawa tunaita IG, and the police is rotten, traffic is rotten and all that, we begin with the IG. Then atajua vile atajua. You hit him hard. Then, of course, you give him 1 month. Because when you hit him hard, you will hit everybody else hard, and it will trickle down. That's how these countries have done it. Akina South Korea. If you are ukitajwa na corruption, whether you are on holiday, unangojewa. Yes, Blue.
And I think that's how they're trying to use technology by looking at history, like big data analytics. There is the descriptive, then which is looking at the past, and then the prescriptive, looking at the details of the past to make models of how it's going to look like in the future. So and they come with all these different kinds of models based on how you have described it. So I would imagine that these advanced countries like Norway, or Canada, or South Korea, that's what they're doing, because they have rich databases of history. But just a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Blue. For me, you are right. I tend to think human beings are crazy. Just before Jeremiah you come in, we are crazy. If you look at and study what human beings do, they are the ones that have complicated matters, life, matters, leadership, matters kila kitu. If you ask yourself, those who call themselves lawyers, why do they complicate the language just to describe something very simple? When somebody has stolen, why don't you say that this money was here and it was stolen? Why do you start sugarcoating and saying it was misappropriated? It was stolen. If it was meant to build a maternity ward in village X, and once it was assigned, nobody built that maternity ward. Then when you are reporting, you start saying, oh, Stone PK was the head of this project, but the 50 million that was allocated for this ward has been misappropriated by Stone PK. We are going to set a commission to investigate the misappropriation.
Now,
what does that mean?
On that note, how lawyers think. Sometimes children are better in their thinking than lawyers, because let's imagine you went to a park, yeah, and there's a sign at the park that says no vehicles in the park. And you might argue, what is a vehicle? A vehicle could be a bicycle, it's a means of transport, right? A vehicle could be a garbage truck, it has to come and pick up the garbage. A vehicle could be a regular motor vehicle. And then you go into details, and this is how kids analyze things, because they get so creative. So lawyers try to be creative with their thinking when they're making arguments, and then you could think an aeroplane passing over is also a vehicle. So it's very ambiguous. But the moment they ask the kids that question, no vehicles in the park, the kids always get the answer. Maybe test it with your own kids.
Maybe this is the time I can jump in. Monambali, Blue Monambali, I wish to thank you for bringing up the Masaibu ya Ndugu Jeru. It's literature worth reading and rereading, because what Wole Soyinka is trying to put across in the messaging there is still very relevant, even in today's context. So thank you very much for bringing that back up. As a person who likes literature, I'm most appreciative of the recount. One of the things that I wanted to add, sorry, I was saying I'm appreciative of what you shared.
Oh, you mean on the comments?
I appreciate the
okay, no
Masaibu
worries,
and
no worries.
Right. One of the things that I wanted to share, in addition, because I've just seen a comment from Proud Lopin, in the comment section about where are the killers now, and I think this is with regard to the Robert Ouko case. The question has inspired another round of comment from my side, but I think Luopian concluded that they are in a 6x6. The comment I wanted to make was this. I observed that the journalist Duncan Haemba reported this bit of, or these new revelations while in his new employment. His new employment is now in NTV. But I remember that Duncan Haemba was previously at KTN. And my question was, why couldn't he achieve the story while he was still at KTN? And as we answer that, we'll likely start going into the questions that was raised before. Is our media independent? Or is there editorial control or ownership control over content? Because I believe Duncan Haemba had the same opportunities to do the same story while at KTN. But I will leave that hanging there. I wish to conclude my submission with the following additional observation. With the media being controlled, with the church or the religious sectors looking like they are leaning one way or other, with parliament not showing independence, with commissions not exercising independence, with constitutional bodies like the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the EACC, the DCI, not showing independence, including the Inspector General, not showing independence. What options are then the Kenyan citizens left with?
Now, with respect to the Robert Oko thing, and thanks for raising it up again, because I was trying to wrap my head around. I had just read that his last bullet shot was at State House Nakuru before he was taken 90 miles away. And that's part of the reason why Jakoya went into exile, because he was investigating when he was working for the intelligence service. And one of the panelists here mentioned that Ruto at the church function said that, oh, I cannot believe I'm at State House Nakuru. And now I am just trying to think, well, eventually the panelist said maybe because he didn't still believe that he's president, but I don't know whether it has a connection, because Biwott was the person apparently who shot. I was reading the biography of Wajakoya, and Biwott was apparently the one who made the shot at State House Nakuru. And then I also remembered during those times, I was in Nakuru, and I remember there was a Jaramogi Senior had created an uprising, or rather, the Ford movement during that time, and he was in Nakuru. Moi was in State House in Nakuru, and because the Section 2A had not been repealed, and so there was a fight for that. And apparently, they said, we are going to sweep State House Nakuru with twigs and, and apparently, actually, it's a true story. So Moi said, open the gates, let them come in with their bikes. And about 100 of them, this is a true story because I witnessed, because I used to pass on that road going home. And Moi apparently said, close the gates. Those are enough. And they got serious thrashing, like serious beating. And I remember because there were trees lining up the road to the State House. It was it was chaotic. But I cannot say more about that because at least I have a little bit of photographic memory from that time. But anyway, it's interesting that you mentioned about Robert Oko. Mm-hmm.
Maybe one additional comment. So the gentlemen you're saying were thoroughly beaten. One of the things that I'm also recounting from that period is that, and this was said in the clip, that Wajakoya was in the music room. So the former special branch officer called Kwatenge describes the music room as the room where people listen to phone calls with the headphones. So he says Wajakoya was actually in the music room. So he listened to the conversation between Moi and Biwott. And Moi was telling Biwott, sasa unaona kile umelifanyia. And that was with regard to Ouko. And Kwatenge says that Wajakoya had recorded that conversation. The only thing I can say is, why can't Wajakoya produce that tape so that we can all listen to what was said? That is number one. But the comment I wanted to make was this. Kwatenge spoke about the Official Secrets Act. And my concern is this, that what makes something secret in government generally, is it keeping secrets from the citizens, or is this secrets that will embarrass the people who are exercising authority and power? And if that is the case, then shouldn't we have a process to review what is being classified as secrets? My own theory is this, that we must revise all these things that people are calling, these are government secrets. Because most times what is called government secrets are not secrets for this particular reason. You may have something that you're calling a secret from the citizens of Kenya, but the Americans already know about it. You may say if this was let out, it will impugn or infringe on national security. But I can guarantee you that Russia may already know what you're hiding from the Kenyan citizens. And if that is the case, then why don't you let the Kenyans know what other national intelligence services already know, so that they do not hold you, the person who has that knowledge, and you're calling it secret, hold you at ransom against the Kenyan citizens? Those are my few remarks on that point. I see Leo has joined. Maybe she's an indicator that we have also overspent time on air.
Actually, good morning and good evening, everyone. You people have not overspent time. We still have time. I can see it is just 9 hours, if I'm not wrong. The people want it to be 24 hours. So as long as the conversation is still going and people are still viewing, as I can see, it can go as long as you still have energy. So you can just proceed. You can see people are glued here. There are some guys I left here. People are not sleeping. People are not resting. I think they are planning to rest in heaven or once people have gotten there. Danny Darius was here yesterday night. He's still there. I can see Nancy Nansweta is still glued here. Brian Richard, karibuni na mzidi kukaribisha wengine. Waambieni show ndio imeanza sasa. Hii ni morning session ya wale wenye wanalia wako Eastern Africa, wametuaccuse eti sisi tuna operate kama wachawi usiku, so at least we can be able to give them something during the day. So Jeremani, you guys can proceed. I don't know where you people left. I was listening to you guys. Some I was even getting when I was asleep. Like I heard Chaka today speak strongly to the hustlers, that he was so serious, and I could feel him, and that is what all Kenyans are feeling. And the same, if you listened to yesterday's rally in Busia, I saw it take a different trajectory, where the hustlers are really, people are really pressed with issues down there, and they are ready to do anything as long as they can reclaim or do something that is going to make change in their lives. Even as Ruto is calling for some prayers, I think these guys have seen prayers for a long time, and they now feel that actions should lead, so prayers should follow after the actions. And I'm also told that there is there's a documentary on the death of Robert Ouko, something that has really triggered some bitterness among few individuals within the country, and I don't know why, because Biwott is also dead. Biwott also died. So I've seen so many people. There is a good friend, Weston. You know, this Weston Wanjohi, who is he's always tribalistic in his comments. He's really disturbed with such revelations, and he's really throwing some negative words and trying to take it as if people are accusing Kalenjins of killing Ouko. So just as Jeremiah, you are saying, this government, I don't know why they have to classify some things as confidential or as secrets. And you'll find that most of these things that are classified as secrets, people have them, they're in the public domain. So why do they always have to conceal them? They just need to reveal them and make everything public. You know, when you even want to initiate the process of reconciliation, there can never be a reconciliation without people knowing what really happened. You cannot just tell us, okay, now let us reconcile and let things go, if you don't tell me what exactly took place. So most of these things they describe as top secrets are in public domain. I do follow some historians. There's this guy called Levis Odhiambo. I think he's in UK. He's a guy from Kisumu. So if you follow him even in social media, he does a lot of history, and he is interested in the African history. So most of these documents, he get them from the foreign libraries. But when you come to our own libraries, like our national archives there, and if you go to the Murumbi Gallery there, some of these documents, you cannot find them there. But if you go to the foreign libraries and their galleries, you will be able to find them. So I think the government need to do away with these things called secrets, and they're not secrets, they're keeping it there. Because for them to have this information is no longer secret. Some of the first-hand producers of this information do give it. We have people like Wajakoya. Wajakoya is still alive, and I know that there's something that he knows about these things. He's been mentioning it, though he doesn't go into detail. So it is time Kenyans are told these things and people forget and don't keep on going on them. The same way we are saying it is time we solve the electoral injustice instead of keeping on postponing them and with the handshakes and enticing other side to join the government and everything. We need to sort it once and for all so that Kenyans can be able to move. Thank you. For now, I'm still following, and I'm in the debate until that time that people will say that sasa tumechoka, wacha tupumzike.
Noted, Leo. And thank you for joining us this morning. One of the other things maybe I'm still on this Robert Ouko mystery, because it is something that has been on the national psyche for some time, and we are not getting to the bottom of it. And even when you are getting to the bottom of it, because in Kenya there are no secrets, it appears that whatever is kept a secret, we already know, because many people have an idea of how Robert Ouko was killed and why. Only that we have not been given, it has not been given to us formally by government. The other thing that I wanted to raise, arising from the Robert Ouko feature that I saw, and this was also concerning to me, or came as a great concern to me, because if we do not get to the bottom of some of these things, then we continue to have a cycle, year in, year out, or decades in, decades out, generations in, generations out, of unanswered questions. And this was said by Gor Sungu, the person who was the chairman of the Parliamentary Select Committee that investigated the Robert Ouko murder. And Gor Sungu said something very telling there, that on one occasion he received a phone call at about 10 going to 11 at night, and he was invited to a residence in Lavington. He was concerned, but he went there anyway. And my question was, why couldn't he tell the people who called, why don't we meet tomorrow in Parliament buildings, where he was assured of security? But he called his brother-in-law, who was his neighbor, and he was a chief, was he a chief inspector or an OCPD or OCS, who provided additional security to him, that drove with him to the location that he had been invited to in Lavington. In Lavington, he met about 6 or 7 people, and he named them as who is who. Duncan Haemba made a good note to try and identify who they were. But he only went as far as saying one of them is a former governor, one of them is a senior national official in the treasury, one of them is a senior politician, one of them was a lawyer, one of them is a senior counsel. And I thought, if they are still afraid of naming names to date, because the output of that conversation was that it's like he was being given a coded message not to proceed with his naming of names in investigations. And my concern here is, if they still fear to date of Gor Sungu naming names, have the people who were involved in the saga been brought to book? And if they have not been brought to book, then are they still perpetuating some of their ill wills and motives that we, the Kenyan citizens, do not know about? That to me is a matter of grave concern. And I wish someone would follow up with either Gor Sungu or other persons in authority to bring some of this matter to light. We should get away from this era of hidden mysteries, because these hidden mysteries are not hidden anymore. People know about them. But for as long as they remain hidden, then some people wield authority or power using those mysteries. Thank you, Leo.
I have a quick question, if you allow me.
All right, proceed, Guru.
Okay.
German.
Go ahead.
German, I must commend you, because I think you are a very observant person. the media, as it were, is never free. Sometimes the content is controlled by the ownership structure of that media. So there is some information that can go through the Daily Nation or the NTV. There is other that can go through KTN. And it is natural because honestly, even if it were you and you own a media house, there is no way you are going to bring content that is adverse towards you. So it can only be carried by another media. You understand that? It happens all over the world.
Guru, I thought media is supposed to be independent. It's called the fourth estate, and it's supposed to be independent of both government and ownership. And if we get into a scenario where media feels controlled or swayed by its ownership, then we have a problem. We should have totally, okay, I know it's difficult to achieve 100% independence, especially media, because there's a commercial interests, then there's a shareholder interests, but still, it is to the benefit of the nation that we have totally independent media. And if they cannot be safeguarded by through ownership structure, then we should have the constitution provide them the necessary safeguards. And if that is not present, then we have a big problem, because that is the only way information can ever get to us. Allow me to add one more thing in terms of observation. I also noted that there is and I'll take it a little bit back, or maybe out of current context. There's a gentleman called James Smart. James Smart had started chronicling the disappearance of a gentleman called Bogonko Bosire. And he did this through a podcast that was available online on the Nation Africa website. It went well until it got towards the closure, where now it was a matter of, now tell us, after your investigations, who is it that knows how Bogonko Bosire disappeared? After that, there was no more podcast. The matter just went off air, suspended. And some of us who are following, because we wanted to know where is Bogonko Bosire, are still to date left with question marks. James Smart was producing the podcast on a weekly basis. But just when he got to the crucial point of answering the question, where is Bogonko Bosire? Who knows where he is? The matter ended. Sorry, I took you off tangent, but I wanted to add a little bit more information.
What I meant is this. Let's assume that what you are investigating touches seriously on a key stakeholder. Okay? So, like you have rightfully said, there is a commercial interest. There are also political interests and other interests. So I don't think it is unique to Kenya, where some media may not carry some content, and your statement that the media should be free, objective, that is the ideal, but the practical is something completely different. But where it gets even worse is a situation like the one right now we are seeing, where a major public outcry, like the one we had in City Park Market, is completely blurred from the media, the mainstream media, that now, crosses another line of media censorship. So it is a debate that has been going on. How free, objective should the media be? It is a debate that has not been really conclusive, because what you said is actually the ideal, but what is the practical? What is the practical part of it? Okay, that even a journalist, by the way, if you find you will be sent to a function where your brother, your sister, or your father will be mentioned, you have a freedom of excusing yourself from that story. You reminded me of one journalist, a photojournalist. During Moi time, there was this demonstration by women, and the women had said that they will strip naked in protest. That photojournalist approached the editor and explained himself out that people of his age, and according to the community he came from, it is an abomination to see the nakedness of a woman of the age of his mother. So he asked to be excused, and that was legitimate. He was excused. Later on, because it's somebody I know, he told me all those photojournalists who took those photos, none, within 5 years, they were all gone. They died one after the other. Not killed by anyone, but just natural death. I don't want to correlate the two and say with the divination that is that was the cause, but that is his way of explaining himself out. So what I'm saying here is that ideally, yes, what you are saying, Germany, is true. Ideally, but practically, no, it doesn't work like that. Thank you.
Blue Monambali.
Yeah, mine is just a comment or a question for any historian with respect to the question of secrecy. And I don't mean to go back to the Robert Ouko case, but at the time, we had the Scotland Yard from Britain come and investigate that issue. I wonder how that ended up, because you mentioned, Guru, you mentioned that there are many considerations to think about, stakeholders, political, business-wise. So I would be curious to know how that investigation went, because they made their conclusions, but that was never been disclosed.
Well, the government seems to have closed up the matter very fast. But I understand there's a book by Ian West on that case. I think they wrote it together with Trun. So I don't know, but in that book, I understand they have summarized all that which happened. But as for their report being taken seriously by the government, that was another matter.
Bon Alex. Oh, Alex is still on the phone. Jeremiah, it seems you are seated in a manner suggesting that you wanted to say something, huh?
Maybe just one comment, maybe to Blue Monambali. So from what I gathered from that feature, John Trun from the Scotland Yard submitted that he discounted the suicide angle. And Hezekiah Oyugi was quick to tell him that, no, that is the version the government wants to go with. John Troon stood his ground and said he either be left to investigate or he will just pack up and go back to the UK. As time went by, Hezekiah Oyugi was then sacked, and shortly thereafter he was thrown into the cells. As it emerged, while in the cells he fell ill, and when he fell ill he was flown out of the country for specialized medication. But he told Kotenge that as where he was already a dead man, because he said he made a mistake, that while he was in the cells he felt thirsty, and then he was given a soda. After he was given the soda, he lost his senses and came round after about 14 days. After 14 days, he discovered he had a scar at the back of his neck. And he was alluding there then that he must have been injected with something, because shortly his nerves started collapsing, and thereafter is what we came to learn later, that he did pass away. But curiously, and this is something that I find extremely curious, we all know that there were several people related to the Ouko murder mystery that just died mysteriously. But it appears that we have accepted that as it was one of those. The national psyche knows something was afoul, but no one wants to take the step to investigate formally and submit on record and say, this Fida Hussein, the judge, who was supposed to give his verdict, but he died before he could present it. This is what happened to him. No one wants to talk about all the other people that also were part of the case that also died mysteriously. And I've always questioned whether the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission achieved its objective. Was truth achieved? Was justice achieved? Was reconciliation achieved? I still have a lot of questions about that, because there are so many things that have happened within the Kenyan society, and a lot of other things happened that seem to cover up what actually happened. And I still, as of today, still question whether the TJRC achieved its goal. What was the goal of that commission? What was the objective when they started doing the work? Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. G. Mr. G, is it G for geography or?
Oh, Mr. G has suggested that you...
Just give me.
Oh, Guru, you are saying so. You want to proceed? Guru, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. G had
Yes.
suggested that he needed more time.
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed with Guru then.
You know, the serialization that was done on Dr. Uko brought fresh information that was not there before. And
I must commend the journalists, because it's such stories that make people understand what happened and the forces that were coming to bear on the subject matter. It's not in dispute anymore what happened. And even if there are a few details that may be remaining, I think now that matter could be coming to closure, in the sense that people know who was involved and how. But it also shows what happens when a political system runs rogue. That there is no limits that it cannot go. This was a man who, by what that he did, he exhibited the royalty. He was articulate, focused. But you see, that does not mean he was acceptable by the regime. Those who saw the interview that he made in America and the kind of strong defense he put for Kenya, because that time Kenya was being accused of human rights abuses, the Kenyan government, but he put up a very strong defense for this government, for that government then. But that did not help matters. He still had to go. But also the most interesting thing is that he had already, he was already aware that his life was in danger. I don't know whether you heard that he had prepared to sneak out of the country, and he thought the people would come for him were to assist him to sneak out, only to turn out to be something else. So therefore, it's now almost very clear what happened, and those responsible. As to what happens from there, we don't know. But the truth now is finally coming out clearly, without any shades of doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Jeremani, maybe you say you are parting short as you leave. I'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Leo. I think I've exhausted my submissions today, and as usual, my parting shot will be as follows. The book that Alex recommended, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, is a book I would say, even if you don't get time to read it, at least get the YouTube videos of people reviewing that book. You will be thoroughly informed. Your consciousness will be awakened and ignited in many, many corners. And it will also help you to view and put some of the things that are happening in Kenya today within that context, in a way that you can appreciate what is happening and also gather some suggestions towards solutions, because the solutions may not be there right now immediately, but at least it will get you out of that moment of anxiety, wondering what will happen after Azimio has finished its consultative meetings. You will at least have a step ahead in terms of thought and what to anticipate going into the next steps. With that, kindly allow me to sign off. I will join later in the day.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We really value the contribution, and indeed is normally an educative one. You know, once you join here, people give their ears because of the historical research and the historical knowledge that you give them. And it also came at a time when Kenyans were reviewing the death of Dr. Ouko, and majority who were not alive by the time these things were happening also shocked. So it's like you might think that Ouko's death happened recently. So I try to imagine how those people who still have fresh memories of death of people like Chris Musando do feel. But we know if the government can be dealing with these things once and forever, I think such things cannot be able to repeat itself, because years later after Ouko died, people still die mysteriously. And some people are still threatened, and they still don't know what is going to happen when they keep on opposing the government. So it was great having you in the show, and inshallah, we are going to have you. You are welcome to join as long as you have time. Thank you, and enjoy your day or good night. Alex, uliingia ukaenda mitini ama ni nini? Oh, yeah. Just back to yesterday's happening. Oh, Wascon, I'll type for you the title of the book, and I think you can also get a soft copy. Yeah? Or maybe you can reach me to send you a soft copy of the same. Philippa Utawala wana you. And the book is written by somebody called Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I will type it there. All right, I'll type it for you there, and maybe you'll get in touch if you need a soft copy. Oh, wacha tusikize Philip before we proceed. Philip. Oh. Yani amekuja tu kutuchungulia alafu anarudi bana. Philip, ensure before you join, ensure you check on your wifi, ama unaweza songa ile soko iko karibu na wewe. Serikali naambiwa iliweka free wifi, so unaweza songa, then you can join seamlessly. Mwanambali.
Yeah, I want to make my final submission as well because it's getting late here.
All right. Okay.
And first of all, it's very, very fortunate to have such an enlightening forum here or platform where you get to learn so much, and I have learned a lot. And so my final submission is in twofold. First is for those who haven't read the book Trials of Brother Jero, read it. I think they have a soft copy on it or an audio copy. And secondly, I have come to appreciate the value of virality, as in something going viral. It can start as something really small, but it can grow really, really fast, whether it's a small idea, but it can move very fast. And I'll tell it with an interesting swift. There is a good book by Malcolm Gladwell. He's a great writer. His book is called The Tipping Point. And in the city of Maryland in the US, they were trying to figure out why there was a pandemic. And in their research, while they were trying to do the research, they ended up pinning down to the original person who began this pandemic, and this was a pimp who used to do his trade. And basically, in the city of Maryland, a lot of people had been infected, and it became almost a national crisis. But that was the kind of the advent of virality. So I would, in my submission, in my humble submission, I would say that our idea may look small, but I think if we as Azimions and we push it, it can be really, really huge and pay off. So, and with that, again, I really appreciate the wealth and breadth of the knowledge in this forum. And let's keep moving on. Let's keep fighting. And with that, I say salute.
Thank you, Monambali. We do value your contribution to the show. And actually, your participation is really welcomed. And for those guys who are following you, they are really, these guys do really appreciate your presence here because you're the people who keep the show moving, your debates, your contributions, and the knowledge and the information that you pass to people. Some of these things not only give them some hope, but it tells them that really they get encouraged that there's something that they can do to change the situation they are in currently. That is why we always encourage you people to be joining this show each and every time from wherever you are so that you can be able to speak to your fellow brothers and sisters. So have a nice day or a good night, and let us meet in the next show. We'll always be here at night, that's Eastern African time. And as we are working on a 24-hour show, whereby at least we'll keep these guys engaged. There are some who are complaining that the show we normally have appears at night in Eastern African time. So some of them are already asleep, so they always have to follow it later. So we'll see if we can be able to have a show that is running concurrently. Maybe some people will be joining at night, some people will be joining during the day, and some who are able will also be joining throughout. That is both night and the day. Asante sana na karibu tena. Wascon, I think I'll have to share those ones who will be interested in reading the soft copy of the book. I'll share it. Maybe I can share it to your WhatsApp or your email. You'll just get in touch, then I'll get you a copy. Sometimes when you read, it enlightens you and it adds some knowledge in what you already know. So it's normally good to know it. Yeah, Brian, Richard, I get your concern. We can have a session on privatization. That is true. We can do that. We can always have discussions on topics that you people propose, because we don't want to be the ones generating or giving you what to discuss, but we can always discuss things that are of interest. So we can also look at the privatization. I think there is a bill that is yet to be tabled in, I think it's supposed to be tabled in Parliament. They were doing some public participation, and the first public participation in the eastern part was rejected because even the legislators there felt that they were not included. They just had planted some chiefs and individuals there to go and stamp it and accept everything that was within that document. But you can believe me, I don't think that document is going to sail through, because nobody will want us to sell our inheritance. We cannot be able to privatize everything within the country, including privatizing schools, because somebody is hell-bent want to buy these public utilities at a throwaway price so that they can be able to make some personal or private profits. I don't think Kenyans are going to allow that one to happen. We'll consider debating that maybe in today's evening debate, or if we will manage to organize one in the course of the day, we'll talk of that. Maybe back to what you people are discussing. I think you've exhausted it, or maybe you've not exhausted it. What happened yesterday, whereby we saw people being ferried to go and attend the service in Nakuru. So I wondered, if we don't have Christians or whatever in Nakuru, that they hate to ferry people all the way from the central parts of the country to go and create a perception that these denominational prayers are more important. They've also called for some prayers. They're going to pray for the price of unga to be reduced on Valentine's Day. These guys want to own even our Valentine. That day, I'll tell Kenyans, go and enjoy yourselves with your loved ones. Somebody cannot be waking up and planning for us. The next day, they'll say that, you see, those people who normally pray on Saturday, all the prayers are going to be done on Sunday, and so on and so forth. We cannot live in a country that is planless, a country that is not organized, where somebody just wakes up early in the morning and what he dreamt becomes agenda of the day. We cannot allow that. Failing to plan is what is making us fail. Because they started by, instead of thinking of irrigation and how they will ensure crops are grown, they started by giving you fertilizers. Mkule fertilizer, unga ikuje ipate kama already fertilizer uko tumbo. What happened? The rains has also failed. So what are they going to tell us now? Yeah. So we need to say no to these things, and we know that is not a prayer, a meeting, because they know they cannot call people to have some discussion. They cannot have some meeting with the people with the way the other side is doing. So they hide behind prayers for them to hold political rallies. Like what happened yesterday in Nakuru was not a church service. That was a political rally. And those people who organized it, those people, the church leaders who organized that thing, should apologize. In fact, they should call Ruto to apologize for having turned that church into a political arena. I think I'll play you one video and you tell me if that is how church services are done. I have one. I'll only play a single one.
Name, come and say hello for a minute.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa wanajeshi wote, Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Deputy President Riggy G, Mama Dorcas, the clergy, governors, senators, wananchi, hamujambo? God is good and all the time. Mimi sitaki kuongea mambo mingi sababu wakati umeenda, ndio tuweze kumsikiza Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais na Mheshimiwa Rais. Mimi nasimama hapa kwanza nikiwa na furaha nyingi sana kwa sababu ya ule ushindi ambao Mwenyezi Mungu alitupatia kuunda serikali na shida. Mimi nakumbuka wiki mbili za mwisho Mheshimiwa Rais aliniita akaniambia, Sonko, utapotea vile Kalonzo wamepotea, njoo tusaidiane tufanye kazi. Na mimi kwa sababu napenda usawa na transparency na ukweli, nilipigia Mheshimiwa Kalonzo nikamwambia, Your Excellency, I have to go kufanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Kalonzo akaniambia, sasa wewe umeisha, kwa sababu Raila akishaapishwa imepangwa Mheshimiwa Rais wetu Ruto na Gachagua na mimi twende kamiti sote. Kwa hivyo ile miujiza ambayo Mwenyezi Mungu ametufanyia ni miujiza mikubwa sana, na pia nashukuru Mheshimiwa First Lady na Second Lady wetu kwa kuweka taifa kwa maombi. Wakati walikuwa wanaomba hapa, mimi sijui kama ni pepo ama ni nini, malaika yangu ilisimama, nikaanza kutetemeka, nikajiona natoa machozi. Kwa hivyo tuendelee na huo moyo wa kuweka Mwenyezi Mungu mbele. Ya mwisho, kwa sababu tumeambiwa tusiongee siasa, lakini Mheshimiwa Rais, naheshimu kanisa sana, lakini mambo mengine yanauma, ni uchungu. Wewe Chebukati alikutangaza kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya rasmi sababu ulishinda uchaguzi. ukapelekwa Supreme Court. Supreme Court ikasema wewe ndio ulishinda, tukaenda pale Kasarani, ukaapishwa kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na rais anayeondoka alikuja Kasarani akakupatia sword na uongozi na serikali. Mimi nashangaa, na mtatukubalia niongee, kuna dharau sisi hatutakubali rais akifanyiwa. Jana nimeona watu wanasema hawatambui rais kama ni rais wa Kenya, na shida yao ni moja, vile mheshimiwa ameongea, wakikaa na wajokoa ndani ya gari wapiga ile sigara yao kubwa, wanaanza kukosea rais wetu heshima. Sisi hatutakubali mambo mengine, mheshimiwa rais, inauma sana. Na mimi naona uko na wabunge wengi hapa, watu wasipokuheshimu, rekebisha katiba, tupa watu ndani. Vile Jacob Zuma alifanywa kule South Africa, alafu baadaye unawasamea unawatoa. Sisi tumetafuta serikali na uchungu sana, na bado rais alienda, alipokupa mamlaka Kasarani, juu wewe ni kiongozi wa kusamea, ulimpatia kazi, yeye ni DRC Peace Envoy. Akiendelea kukudharau, futa yeye kazi. Tumeona mambo mingi ya kutukasirisha, mheshimiwa rais. Wengine wanaenda kanisani kusema ati wewe unataka kuchukua mali yao, na wewe umesema kila Mkenya alipe ushuru. But kwa sababu wao walikufanyia maovu, wakatufanyia sisi wafuasi wako maovu, wakafanyia Wakenya maovu, wanaona wewe utalipisha. Kanisa imetuambia revenge sio mzuri, lakini mheshimiwa rais, saa zingine revenge is a good lesson. Lazima mheshimiwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aheshimiwe. Mambo ya maandamano isiwatishe wa Kenya. Hii si mikutano ya kwanza rallies tunaona, wala maandamano ya kwanza. Wakati ya mheshimiwa Kibaki aliposhinda, bado kitandawili alisema hatambui Kibaki kama rais. Alipopewa handshake, akachotewa chapa kidogo, akasema Kibaki ni rais. Wakati ya mheshimiwa Uhuru pia akasema hatambui Uhuru, akafanya maandamano ya ukora. Baadaye alipoitwa Harambee House handshake, akachotewa, kesho yake akasema Uhuru ni rais. Mimi ningependa kukuambia Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto si rais wa kutishwa-tishwa.
And the sermon was crowned with some numbers. Is it numbers or you call it songs? So that was the church service. And if we tell you that these guys, they are also calling their meetings or their own mandamanos, but the only difference is instead of calling people to organize, they are calling their mandamanos inside church. And they're ferrying people to go and listen to them. If that is what is preached there, I'm telling you, William Ruto will go into books of history as one man who disconnected and made people hate going to church. He is actively doing that each and every day. So if somebody who've never been to church and happen to be watching that, I'm telling you that person will never go to church if that is what happens in church. I like the way the other side, Baba, is doing it. Those guys went to church, they prayed, finished their business there, then went now for their political meetings in a different place. So somebody like Sonko, I don't know which job he's looking for, because as per what I know, Sonko cannot even be employed as an office messenger, cannot even be employed as a driver in any public office. He cannot hold any public office. So the only thing he can do ni akikaribishwa na Ruto aenda akunywe pombe State House na kwenda kupiga kelele na mdomo huko mali anapiga. So such tags, I think, should not have place in any society. They should not have place in any society, and we should not be entertaining such things. People like Sonko going there, I don't know. Then somebody is telling you, even Ruto wants to hold meetings, but he doesn't have followers. He doesn't have people who can follow him. That is why he's now going for people who have already gone to church, who are doing their own business, so that he can go and keep on responding to it, operating the government on the roadside. And that is why people are not even able to afford the basic commodities. And somebody is just telling us that Raila is going nowhere. Raila is going nowhere, and he's the one complaining that the economy is not good on him. GG man, we are not wasting time. If we were wasting time, you will not be here commenting. If we were wasting time, I think you will be using your time generously somewhere. But the fact that you are here commenting simply tells you are idle somewhere. So we are not wasting time. At least we are managing your time. We are keeping you here. We are managing your time, and you should always come here and listen. Stop telling people that we are wasting time. If you think you're wasting time, just we say put your eye. Soon you are going to see the power of the crowd. Mr. Samuel Koske, you are going to see the power of the crowd. This crowd is going to storm that State House. I don't know where Nabi will be on that day. He will be nowhere. You people ensure you just get him the aircraft ready that day. We will not announce which day, but the day is coming when people will not be held back anymore. They'll have to make the move, and they will storm that State House like never done before. So don't be surprised. Those people are saying we are making noise, we are making noise. We cannot have a government that is run on PR each and every time. People are given stories. People don't feed on those stories. Kenyans don't feed on the stories. What happened to your hustler fund? Nobody talks of it nowadays. Ama watu walikopa wakarudisha wakalipa, hadi hiyo story pia zikaisha, the records are not there. Huh? The hustler fund ilienda hivyo. Sasa hiyo wanataka tena kuanza kukula NSSF. They want Kenyans to contribute money. After contributing money, they spend it. Watu sio wajinga bwana. Hiyo pesa mtangoja sana. And soon we will also stop paying taxes.
You know, Leo, there's something.
We are also going to stop paying taxes. Yeah.
Leo, there's something that I still don't understand. Wanasema maovu. Which kind of maovu ilifanywa na Uhuru kwa huyu mtu ambao anataja kila wakati kena mali maovu. You know, there's a narrative that I brought up in the morning when I read a story of Anania in Acts chapter 5, whereby Anania and his wife Sapphira sold a parcel of land and donated part of the sale to the church. You know, these guys, they conspired to mislead the apostle who was Peter. And they donated just some of it. It was supposed to be donated entire sum, but they donated just some small part of it. After doing that, wakifika kwa ndanganya kina Peter, they were struck dead right there. Hata hawakuchukua time. Wote walikufa hapo kwa sababu ya uongo. Maovu gani ambao wanataja kila wakati kwa alifanyiwa kila wakati? wakitaja na yet au wenyewe ndo walienda kwa Supreme Court wakituambia kuwa wamepewa judgment na Mungu, ambao judgment yenyewe mpaka leo, in fact judgment wakipeana, they are the same judges ambao walisema they need reforms in ABC. How can you say hakuna kesi alafu baadaye unakuja unasema we need reforms? Which kind of contradiction wanakuwa wanatupatia? These guys wanafaa tuambie kuwa hawaelewi kitu ambao wanafanya. Okay, I must also repute unajua ile issue ambayo ilifanyika jana kwa church tukiwa pale Mndika church, what nani alipewa mic wakati huyu nani alipewa mic, huyu jamaa wa bangi, alafu in the church anaanza kutaja bangi. No, that thing it was not right. Huyu jamaa pia na angetumia reason kidogo before afanye kitu kama hiyo. It was a very bad picture wakati tunajua church wanakataa mambo ya bangi, alafu anasema kanisa anaanza kutaja bangi. Those are things ambao nilikuwa nasema sometimes kuna watu ambao wasipewe podium mahali fulani. Sasa kama pale kwa church mtu kama huyu Wajakoya alifai kupewa hiyo nini, kwa sababu wakati aliongea hivyo akienda kwa meeting, I think akawa ameambiwa kwa watu said it was wrong. Kwa meeting hakutaja hata hiyo kitu. In fact aliongea tu lafini akasema endeni pale no man's land, hakutaja hiyo kitu, but in the church alitaja ambayo haikuwa right. Hiyo pia naweza kataa. Vitu kama hizo tusifanye tunafanya vitu kama hizo, but the bottom line ni kuwa this government is misleading people. Wakan out wakati wanasema kuwa walikuwa wanapangiwa kushikwa. Ni lini walikuwa wanapangiwa kushika? In case kama kungekuwa na maovu, Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na huyu Ruto, nini ingemzuia kumuua? Because he had everything. Alikuwa na everything ya kuua huyu mtu. Acha kudanganya watu sasa kwa kuna maovu alifanywa. Hakuna maovu alifanywa. In fact alikuwa anatusi Ruto alikuwa anatusi Uhuru kila siku akisimama kwa meeting, anatusi Uhuru mpaka anatusi mama Uhuru. Lakini Uhuru hakuna kitu alimfanyia. So wasijaribu kubemba ufala kwa akili zetu. Yes, Leo.
That is true. These guys are just yapping and speaking things that they cannot substantiate, like telling us Maovu. They are not mentioning it. They are forgetting that William Samoei Ruto was the deputy president who was accessing the government offices, was living in the government house, was earning and driving government cars. So he cannot keep on telling us Maovu. The other day he came out and told you that, you know, Kenyans were being killed per container, but he forgot to tell you that that container he was talking of was next to the office of one called IG Kome. What did he do when he placed that Bible down, which I know hiyo Biblia baada ya kuweka chini, kwa sababu inafaa Wakenya waangalie hiyo Biblia waichukue waweke chini, ni kama haikuwekwa chini. What he did, he appointed the same Kome as the Inspector General. And this is the Kome that he claims his office was used to kill Kenyans. So does it mean that he appointed Kome ndio Wakenya wazidi kuuliwa kwa hiyo container? And now that he is president with powers, he calls himself the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. What have he done? What have he done?
On the same script.
Yeah?
On the same script, he's call himself the president. He has all powers. Na yeye anakuwa anadanganya kuwa bandit ni story ambayo kimewekewa kumchafua. How comes watu mpaka mapolisi wanauliwa na hakuna kitu anaweza fanya mpaka sasa anaanza kulia kwa nimeambia Kindiki aenda aishi kule mpaka watu waishi. Watu gani hao wanakuwa nasema ilikuwa ni propaganda. This guy is full of propaganda kila wakati.
He used to tell us that kuna kitu kama bandits. The bandits have been created by the regime kumwaribia CV, but right now is the regime. So does it mean yeye ndiye ameamua sasa create bandit yake, because the previous bandits were not doing as much as these current bandits are doing? So these bandits are there, and the only thing huyu jamaa wa Soprano naambiwa anaitwa MCA, member Mount Kenya Church Association, is the member of Mount Kenya Church Association. What he does, he keeps on sending the voice note to the bandits. Huyu jamaa Kindiki, he keeps on sending them voice notes. So we are requesting him next time, because these voice notes are getting, they are expiring. Next time ajaribu atume voice note na the emoji, so at least the bandits will take time reading emoji. Was he attack? They're attacking. Even yesterday they attacked. So these guys, the bandits, are enjoying the warnings that are being given by the soprano boy. So does it mean Ruto knows? Because he told us these bandits are created. So he decided to create bandits ili kuumiza Wakenya na askari wetu. This is somebody who is not serious. He is non-presidential in nature. You know, even if for you to become a president, there must be some qualities of a president in you. But this guy is not having any qualities. Even in the selection of the people that he is operating with, the ones he calls the ministers or the cabinet secretaries, he went for the most clueless in the society. He went for the one with the questionable integrity. He went for the ones with the academic qualifications being questioned, people who cannot make a decision. And there's a day I heard somebody even confusing you. You don't know which minister is which, who does what, and at what time and where, because all of them are confused. The minister of ICT is doing kazi ya kugawa mbegu, amekuwa minister of agriculture. The minister of trade is planning to import GMO and whatever. The minister of I don't know foreign affairs anawaambia venye anataka kupeleka chakula Turkey na hapa Turkana watu wanakufa. So we are having a confused group of individuals calling themselves cabinet secretaries and calling themselves a government. This is not a government. It is so disorganized. Even the school prefects are more organized than them. These are the people you want to be given time. I don't think they need to be given time. They should be kicked out as early as yesterday. Msimamo.
Yes baba Nyabaya. Hapa hakuna cha kulaumu kwingi, kwa sababu najua kama kiongozi ama kama kiongozi unafaa huwa unashaurika, lakini tunasema kwamba Ruto si mtu wa kushaurika, ni mtu akipanga amepanga. Sasa hawa jamaa hata kama pengine wako na maono, lakini unajua kumshauri mtu ambaye hashauriki inakuwa kazi na inakuwa ndoto kidogo. So pengine naweza nikasema kutokana na misimamo yake ambaye yeye naona chochote anachokiwaza kwake ni sawia, ni sawa. Na tumemshuhudia kwamba si mtu ambaye anaambilika, si mtu kwamba ambaye unaweza mkalisha kumwambia tufanye hivi. Ushaona? Yeye kile kinakuja kwa akili yake ndicho ambacho yeye anaona kinafaa zaidi. Na pili alikuwa na lengo kutupa hizi puppet hizi wanaita kabla, na hizi ni puppets. Kwamba ni watu wanaweza wapresa kwambia wewe fanya hivi, wewe fanya hivi. Hivyo tu. Kwa sababu lengo la huyu jamani kwa kisha yeye ndio mwenye sauti kila mahali. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ndoto hapa tutakanyabaya au ubaya una huyu mwenyewe haswa wa kutoa ni Ruto. Alafu hao wengine watamfuata nyuma, kwa sababu si mtu wa kushaurika, si mtu wa kukubali ushauri. Na kama kiongozi unafaa ukubali kushaurika na kushauri. Asante kaka.
Asante sana msimamo. Hao watu si watu wa kushaurika, manake mwenye anaweka pale Ruto hataki mtu wa kumshauri. Mara nyingi huwa amependa yeye ndio awe mwerevu au mshupavu kila mahali. Hawezi kubali kutembea au kuhusiana na wale watu wenye taaluma au wenye wanaojua kumliko. Mara nyingi yeye ndiye anataka akuwe star. Sasa yeye ndio wa kutoa maelezo na watu kazi yao ni kufuata. Hizo ndio zile tabia
na nikimalizia ili kuweza kulijengea hoja hili, tumeshuhudia wakati akiwa na Rais Kenyatta kwamba yeye ndio alikuwa anataka awe na sauti dhidi ya rais. Na sasa ugomvi uliingia pale walipokuwa na consider kwamba jamani yeye tuungane na mzee at least tumalize hii utata. Hii Kenya inasambaratika, inagawika mara mbili, but tukaprove kwamba yeye si mtu wa kushauri, ni mtu wa kukaidi, ni mtu wa kupinga, na kila anakipinga baadaye ndio anachokifanyia kazi. Sasa ndio tunashangaa na huyu mtu. Kwa hivyo hawa mawaziri hata wabu baadhi yao wako na maono, but kwa sababu wana mtu ambaye pale juu hawezi kushaurika kwa neno lolote, na tumemshuhudia haya, basi ndio mnakuta hawa jamaa wapo kutengeneza mishahara yao na Wakenya tukipambana na hali zetu na njaa yetu. Hakuna mtu anaweza tuboda. Juu anaamini kwamba pesa ndio kila kitu, naweza fanya chochote. Madamu ni pesa, mimi naweza nunua chochote, naweza fanya lolote lile. So hapa kile tunashuhudia hapa Wakenya kwamba tumebahatika kupata politician, mwanasiasa, hatujapata kiongozi. So hapa ni lazima tuwe tumemtoa, yani kama ulivyozungumzia as from yesterday tu, hakuna hii regime. hapo tulikuwa tumemalizana na utata na tutafute njia gani ya kuweza kulinusuru hili taifa. Asante ndugu yangu Nyambani, niko sokoni hapa nategatega mida hapa kidogo, ndio nakuta naingia nikitoka.
Sawa. Asante. Stone PK, karibu. Naona umerudi.
Yeah, nimerudi la. Thank you for coming in when I really needed somebody to come in because nilikuwa na jambo kalikuwa kamenikaza na nimetatua. Otherwise tumeendelea vizuri. We had a lot of discussion. Kulikuwa na kina Mzalendo pia walikuja wakaanza kuwa unruly. I think wamemea pembe sana. They even think how ndio wanashikilia discussion. So I don't understand, because when people become uncontrollable, they know there is the rule, unapewa time, you talk, and also you are not supposed to be sarcastic, unajua. But I don't understand what the rules are like. I think I was presiding over when nilitoa huyo nani, not Mzalendo, this other guy Mise.
No, that guy is normally like that. Not the first time, you're not the first time kumtoa. Hata Julia, hata Makedi, everybody, he becomes unruly, and sometimes he goes ahead to abuse people. Yeah, he goes personal. There's a day he joined here, and he was so mad, and people are mad. He was abusing people left, right.
Yeah, so if I don't think he's the one who keeps the nini, but it's okay if people want to have him around, no problem. Anyway, that notwithstanding, our motto here is personally I would not come to engage or debate with Mzalendo or Mize. Sijui tutakuwa tuna debate nini, because for me I think there is njia ni moja tu, sisi tunajaribu kurally people tung'oe Ruto. I think sijui kama ni debate inatakiwa tuna debate, manake debate is who is better than the other. Should we or should we not? Maybe if that's the debate, that's okay. Should we remove him? Should we not remove him? Bas hiyo ikishaeleweka ni hivyo, inaweza endelea hivyo, kwa sababu itakuwa hao hawataki atolewe. They will be debating why he should not be removed, na sisi tunasema why he should be removed. Then what is the end result? Draw. You lose track. Manake mimi sidhani tunafanya mzaha, unless I don't know, maybe niko peke yangu. Msimamo mtaniambia na Mr. G. Mimi kama niko peke yangu kusema Ruto must go, I think then I must be following the wrong path. I don't need Mize for me to really convince people that the aim and objective is to get Ruto government out. When Ruto government goes out, we will still have our discussions, very, very serious discussions. We will be criticizing and appraising Baba. We will be bringing issues because the aim is to kukosoa. But sahi hatuwezi kosoa serikali ya Ruto, hatuitambui unless tunaongea na two sides of our mouth. Mara tukue kama wabunge wetu, mara tunasema hala ni serikali tuikosoe, iregeshe nini, ilete sijui nini. The moment we agree we are defeated by Ruto akue rais tu aendelee, bas then we should change the chorus. But if we believe he should go and he must go, then he should go, and once he goes whichever way, then we will have Baba itakuwa sisi ni kumpelekea kilio cha wananchi, harakisha pande hii, harakisha pande hii. And I think that would really grow the television channel, because if the channel becomes truthful na ukweli, kusimamia ukweli wa mambo, si mchezo. Hata ingekuwa ni mpira tunacheza, we still want a team to win and there will be a team to lose. For now I think we need to score that goal. We need to motivate people, and I think majority of people coming here is because they want to hear the song about Raila getting the seat and chasing away the stolen, or rather the thief who stole our election. So I think we are on the right track. Most of those people who are here, most of those who are following this, they really want to see that change coming. I know there are few, 1 or 2 or 3 who are there, you know, kind of standing in for Ruto and all that. Why are they few? Why is it that when you are on the comment side, you only see 2 or 3? The rest are Azimio people. That tells you hawa ni wezi, wanajua wameshikilia ng'ombe ya mwenyewe, wameshikilia kambuzi ka mwenyewe, ndio wameshikilia na nguvu. So they are just praying God, Mungu atusaidie tuendelee kula hii nyama tumalize kabla hatujang'atuliwa. So wako State House wanajaribu kula haraka haraka, watoke na kile watakuwa wameshika. Ni wezi na tushawashika, tumewakamatia chini. Sasa ni kung'oa tu. Unajua mti pia ukishika mti hapa chini vizuri, even those of you who know wrestling, wakati tukifanya wrestling kule mtaani, ilikuwa mtu akikufunga joint hapa kwa kiuno na lock mkono, anakusweep unaanguka chini. Hapo ndio tumekamatia huyu jamaa. Sasa tusikue distracted, alafu atutupie mchanga kwa macho. Hapo ndio mimi nadhani, na ninafikiria tuko karibu. Ukiona yale yametokea Nakuru, utajua kweli mtu ameshikiwa chini. Ikifika wakati unasafirisha watu kuja maombi, bro, unalipa watu, unawasafirisha kuja maombi. Sijawahi kusikia lile. Mara yangu ya kwanza kusikia Kenya hii. Ati basi imetumwa kwako nyumbani, mzalendo pale kwenye Vanga. Stone PK yako na maombi Tononoka, ana maombi ya Kikristo, anasema mzalendo akachukuliwe kule na aletwe, nitampikia chakula ndiye asikie mahubiri yangu. Hilo ni jambo la kustaajabisha sana sana. Na hapo ndio tunajua tunashinda. Hapo ndio dalili za kuonyesha tumeweza. Hivi kusema kwamba kama hangelifanya vile, atangaze tu kuna maombi, wallahi hicho kiwanja kingekuwa na watu 200. I tell you that. Ingekuwa ni kama ile kelele ulisikia siku ile chief akisema, sijui ni commissioner, upuzi gani huu? Nini hiki? Kwa nini viti viko? Leo mngepata hiyo picha hiyo. Leo mngeona picha maombi yakiwa hayana watu, ni mabishop peke yake au mabishop bandia. Hilo ndio walijua haraka. Walishindwa kubadiliza, walishindwa kupostpone, maana ingekuwa aibu sana. Sasa wakafanya decision haraka haraka. Kila mtu akachajiwa, akaambiwa basi ujaze basi 2. Usipofanya vile wewe umefutwa kazi. Hapa hawakulala. Watu walilazimishwa kwenye kuingia ile basi na machifu na nani. Otherwise the stadium, kiwanja kingekuwa patupu pale. And I'm so happy about that. Alafu wakija kuzungumza, shetani ndio huyo amewaingia. Mtu anazungumza anaropokwa, ukimsikiza Sonko utasema yule mtu ni binadamu, ana akili zake kweli timamu. Anazungumza mpaka anazungumzia rais wake pale. Ati na anapewa muda, akazungumza muda mrefu. Kumbe Mungu anaye njia yake nini? Anakufanya akili inapinduka, unaanza kusikiza na kuongea vitu upside down. Hayo yote yako recorded. Iko recorded. Mbinu za kisasa, ukisema jambo linakaa vile vile, huwezi ukalikana. Hapo ndio sasa na watajua hawajui. That is the best of technology. The best with the technology. Upuzi huo, ukisikiza hayo yote uyarudie, utashangaa, utawaonea huruma. You'll feel like shedding a tear for them. Manake si wajinga tu ama wapumbavu, basi nafikiria wameingiliwa na pepo fulani. Okay? Which tells Azimio people, this game is won. Lakini tusianze kusherehekea kama vile tulianza kusherehekea Bomas, tukaanza kupiga mawaini zetu huko Kajiado. Tukapigwa mtelezo moja. Hii mpaka tuone mnyama ameanguka chini na miguu ameacha kupiga. Unapiga tena, unapiga kidogo, unaguza macho, unaona kweli umenyonga kabisa. Unaanza kutanda sasa. Anza kutoa ngozi miguu pande hii nini na hii. Lakini si ati tumemwangusha alafu tuanze kusherehekea kule. Anaweza akavuta pumzi na akaenda tena. Sasa tufinye kabisa na tuhakikishe amekwisha. We should not relent. Tukishikilia hapo na tusukume kabisa gurudumu. Asante kidogo ana Leo.
Asanti. Bwana G, unataka kuongezea kitu?
Ya, kuongezea tu kitu moja ni the guy unasikia ameitisha mkutano ya kwenda kuombea mvua. And these are the guys ambao walikuwa wanatuambia kuwa ni Raila na handshake yake nimezuia mvua hapa Kenya. Sasa hivi wanasema tunaenda kuomba, sasa wanajua kweli kuna shida wanaenda kuomba. You know, these guys hata sijui tuseme nini. Sijaiona, even though tulikuwa na some bad governments before, but sijaiona government imekuwa confused kama hii ambayo iko sahihi. Watu ambao ani hawajielewi kabisa, hawajui watataka kitu gani, watataka kitu. You know, mimi ningekuwa huyu mtu huyu Zakayo, at least the first thing ambayo ningefanya in this 100 and some days, at least ningefanya something ambayo inaweza patia watu ile motisha ya kusema kweli hii government wacha tuipatie time kidogo. At least kuna kitu ambayo amefanya ya ku touch the interest ya mwananchi wa kawaida. But look at what's happening. The guy ni mkora kila kona, mpaka anaiba billions of money ambazo zilikuwa zinasaidia vitu kama subsidy, vitu ambazo zilikuwa zinakuja kusaidia wananchi wa chini, ndio vitu ambazo anaiba. Anaenda kutumia huko akikunywa soda, akigawanisha watu wake, akiwalipa, akiwanunua kwa sababu ya his own interest. This guy failed from the word go. Na Benito Stone PK amesema we should not give up. This is not time to give up ama kuwa discouraged. Sasa ni time watu washaamua twende. That's what hata yesterday na ile mkutano ya Busia walikuwa nasema kama wewe ni muoga rudi kwa tumbo ya mamako. Kama wewe ni muoga rudi kabisa kwa tumbo ya mamako. This is the time ambapo tunaenda. Na hatuachili, no handshake, nothing to negotiate. Sisi tuende kazi yetu. Uzuri Raila washaamua, kina Kalonzo washaamua. You know, always Baba has his own organic supporters. Those are the guys ambao hawezi tingizika na anything. Wakishapenda Baba washampenda na washaamua wanaenda naye. That's wanamwambia Baba wewe kaa nyuma lakini tuende. Hii ni ng'ombe yetu na uzuri pia Baba ashaamua. Baba ashasema kabisa, jana alisema kuwa ng'ombe yetu imechukuliwa. Tufanye nini? Tuende ng'ombe yetu ama tuache ng'ombe yetu? Wakasema twende. Na akasema basi tuende ng'ombe yetu. This is not again time to negotiate. There's no time for handshake. There's no time ya kujoke. Leo everything should be addressed. Tukishamaliza hii ndio tuanze kupanga mambo mengine baadaye. But this government, there's nothing we can expect from it. Ni kuingoa tu.
That's true. Yeah? Walisema na they were so specific. Yeah? Kama unajua wewe ni mwoga, basi hii safari sio yako. Hii safari ni ya wale watu wamejiamini na wameweka uoga kando. But I was happy that when I was seeing people's faces, everybody is ready. They're just waiting for that final whistle. And I can't remember who said it. Somebody else, no, it was Oledina who told them that nataka kwanza mkasirike. Umejua pale huwezi enda kama una furaha. Pale ukienda inafaa unaenda kama umekasirika tayari. So niambia watu wa Busia bwana, sisi tunawapatia time kwanza mkasirike. Ndio tukifika pale umejua ukiwa na hasira ukiambiwa ni left ni left, kama ni right itakuwa ni right, hakuna kubadilisha.
Leo how do you go ukiwa Stone PK ana deni yako ama Mr. G ulinikopesha 1000, nilikuja nikakulilia ukanipa 1000 yako vizuri tu, manake si ni marafiki. Nikakwambia nitakuregeshea baada ya wiki mbili. Wiki mbili zinakwisha because tuna respectiana, unasema Stone PK hawezi kusahau. Wiki mbili zinakuwa wiki tatu inakuwa mwezi moja, na unaona nikizunguka na mambo yangu, si ati sina hela. Unanikuta hata mahali watu wanameza tu vitu, labda ninasema watu wapewe tulivyo, lakini 1000 yako sikumbuki, sikupatii. Sasa utaanza kujiuliza, huyu mtu kweli ni kusahau? Hata ukimuona hapo ukienda unamsalimia vipi bro nini, lakini anajidai. The day you decide to come to my house, even if it's in the morning, will you begin by greeting me? Hakuna mtu anadai deni ukiwa una furaha. You should not. Ati good morning Stone. Alafu nikwambie good morning Leo. Karibu chai, then ukae chini ukaribisha na chai. Nikutengenezee tu mayai hapo. Kidogo nimekupa ka sausage. Utaanza kunidai saa ngapi? Kidogo nikufunulie kafanta. Utadai 1,000 yako? Nothing. We have already, hasira inakuwa hauna. Ukitaka kudai deni unapandisha mori kwanza. Unafika umebeba panga ama mjeledi, unapigisha chini, unasema nimekuja kudai. Hakuna cha good morning, cha good afternoon. Nimekuja kudai 1,000 yangu moja, wekelea hapa kwa mkono. Ukishapewa utadecide whether you go or you own him a little bit. Okay? But there is no friendship. Urafiki wa deni ni kulipa. Deni ukilipa ndio urafiki inarudi. Okay? Na dawa ya deni ni kulipa. Mbuzi wetu ameibiwa na tumeona mwizi na tunajua mahali ipo. We are going to pick it. Na kuenda kupick, tunaenda marching forwards, backwards, never. Watu wanaongea juu ya maandamano. Hatuandamani sisi. We will just be doing what we call what? Inaitwaje kwa Biblia ile movement? That movement. Okay? Ndio tunaenda moving forward en mass towards a direction we know, and then we will be unstoppable until we reach the destination. And the destination ni the little house on the hill. Ule atakuwa mwerevu by the time tunafika Serena, inatakiwa mtu awe ameng'atuka. By the time tunafika Serena, tunashika hiyo barabara, tukipanda, mtu anatakiwa hajue na atoke tu vizuri. Si tufike, tukaange mayai pale, tupige gwaride pale kwa kiwanja, tufurahie. Haya, tuapishe baba, tumwambie sasa kazi ni kwako. Akitaka kutuchinjia ng'ombe hapo, tunaweza chinja ng'ombe na tufanye zile tambiko za Kiafrika, tutoe mashetani ile imewekwa hapo. Tuita wazee hapo, wazee waturudishie nyumba na baraka, ili akili zisiwe zimefungwa na utanda wa yellow, watu waweze kufanya kazi na kazi iendelee, and that will be the best that we can do. Na ni rahisi tu. Oledama amesema ni rahisi tu. We only need 3 days. 3 days. The first day is mobilization countrywide. The second day ni simultaneous sitting countrywide. Kumpatia Ruto notice. Tunamwambia within 12 hours awe ametoka before we go. Ile tu kuwa binadamu, tunakuwa humanitarian. The second day is to drum the drums of war. Tumwambie sasa ng'atuka. Kila county kuwe na watu wamesitting at the best location they want. Okay? Then tuzungumze kwa sauti ya moja, 47 counties. The third day asubuhi ni kuanza the march, ama saa 6 usiku. We start marching. Wale wanatoka mbali wanaweza kuja na mabasi na nini na nini. Those 3 days, no services. Hospitali tu ndio itakuwa inafanya kazi. Okay? Volunteer ambulances na zote zitujoin kwa hiyo nini? Exodus. Then we move. Simple as that. Hakuna maandamano, we will be walking to a destination. Maandamano ni saa zile watu wanaenda wakichant, raising placards. Hapa tuna agenda moja tu. You don't need placards. Ni kibao kimoja tu kinasema RMG, us must go, Ruto must go, period. Sasa tutaenda tukiimba hizo nyimbo huko. Kila mtu anaimba na kikwao. Ili tusichoke. Alafu basi na iwe hivyo, na tutajenga history, na wale watataka tuwapatie hiyo script. Nchi za Afrika zile zitataka tuende tuwaonyeshe namna inafanyika. We will now go and teach all other countries in Africa, and we redeem them, and we give them the formula to defend democracy. Then we shall have democracy improved in Kenya, ama democracy reborn in Kenya, our Kenya version of democracy. And we will say whether our democracy, number one, whether we will need it to have integrity or not. And then number two, the election must be, the votes must count. Those two are enough. The rest, freedom, speech, nini, hizo ni kawaida. Hizi mbili ndio muhimu. integrity and justice in elections. Period. Ukishakubalisha mwananchi achague ule mtu. Ukichagua mbuzi ni sawa. Ikiwa mbuzi ndio imepata kura ni sawa. Mwananchi will own the problem. Si mtu amechagua mbuzi unamletea ngamia. Okay? Let us be allowed. Ukichagua bubu ni sawa. Watu wakisema leo we want a president who is kiziwi ni sawa. Wakitaka yule bora tunataka tusikize mtu agenda yake ni gani. We want to be a country where anybody can become president if you can convince people and if people can read your agenda and trust you and you get the votes, you should be pronounced. Hata tukitaka kusimama watu 200, 100 people want to be president, unawatupa kwa ballot. Not saying that it's expensive, it's this and that. What is expensive? Why are you curtailing people's choice? That justice in the election is what is lacking. And once we do that, we'll be like Norway. Takuta mtu unachaguliwa, mtu kidogo, mtu young, mtu old, mtu wherever. No limitation. And we will be reincarnated again. Back to you, Leo.
Thank you. Hapa mbele lazima tutafika. Hapa mbele lazima tutafika. Gideon, wewe ukitaka kukua pro Ruto, pia wewe umekubaliwa tu kuingia kwa channel na ukue pro Ruto. Secretary General, karibu. Sijawahi kuwa nikikuona mchana hivi.
Unajua vile tunaendelea watu wataonekana mchana. Sababu kama vile umesikia our able member of parliament, our member of this channel, Mr. Stone P. anasema, this is not an ordinary maandamano. This is a real pilgrimage. It's a real pilgrimage. Unajua kuna watu wanauliza kwa nini tunaandamana? What is the reasons? Mr. PK give one reason, electoral justice, but I want to add 10. I want to add 10 more reasons why you should maandamano. Kama unanisikia na unajua ya kwamba president amekuwa akisema tulipe tax kila mtu, hii si shamba la wanyama, na unajua kanisa hailipi tax. Sina mnajua kanisa hailipi tax. Kwani kanisa ni shamba la wanyama? Which our bishop wanapiga mayoe jana. Can we see their tax records? And if we do not see their tax records, now we go andamana. Because my brothers, why is the president giving us stories of how everybody is not equal in this country? We are equal in this country and si shamba la wanyama. Kwani wachungaji ni wanyama kuliko wala wanyama wengine? That is another reason why we should have a demonstration. Because this is a president of double speak. Ama mimi naongea mambo yangu. Kwa hivyo tunataka, na tena kuna marafiki wake. Tunajua ya kwamba wakati president aliingia, huyu president ambaye alichaguliwa na Venezuela, alipoingia president alisamehea watu kama Humphrey Kariuki tax, akasamehea Kiroche tax, akasamehea hawa watu wanaitangwa Meru Wambui tax. Kwa hivyo kwani hawa watu pia ni wanyama kuliko wale wanyama wengine? Hiyo ni reason number 2 why we should have a demonstration, that is until we get the matter solved. Number 3, kuna vijana ambao walikuwa wanafanya kazi Kenya mzima and they were actually being organized by the chief. That's the lowest form of mobilization, ambao walikuwa naitwa kazi kwa vijana ama kazi mtaani. Hiyo kitu ilitolewa, hiyo pesa yote ikatolewa, sijui ikapelekwa wapi, na mimi naona ndio inatumika kwa kanisa, kwa sababu tunaona mambo ambayo hatujawahi ona katika maisha yetu, whereby unaona president akienda kanisa ama aenda kufungua bridge ama aenda kurunch, kwa sababu sidhani kuna project ambayo watu wamefanya, wanafuatwa na ma MP zaidi ya 50 each and every occasion, whether it is to buy toothpicks, whether it's to open a bridge, whether it is to pray. Over 50 MPs are accompanying the president and many ministers, like the days of Moi. We are wasting hundreds and millions of money with useless Thanksgivings. Kwa hivyo, these useless Thanksgivings have taken the money of Kenya kwa vijana, kazi mtaani. Kwa hivyo, hata kama ni kazi ulikuwa unafanya kazi mtaani, that is why you are needed in this maandamano. That is the third reason. The fourth reason why we need maandamano, it is the high cost of living. Siku hizi kama unaishi Nairobi, na unapata shilingi 30,000, wewe you are working poor. Wewe ni maskini ambaye anafanya kazi. You are busy without business. Maandamano ni muhimu kwa sababu in the same country kuna mtu ambaye anatapika kwa sababu ya kushiba. That is why you are needed in the street. My brothers, your sisters, you are needed in the street. Mshahara ya chini ya Nairobi ndio uweze kulipa school fees, ndio uweze kulipa nyumba, ndio uweze kukula chakula kila 3 square meal na ulipe fare ni 100,000. Kama upati hiyo na ukose maandamano, wewe ni mjinga. You are just stupid because you are being a slave of the people. This is a country with money. Yeah. The other reason why you should be in the maandamano ni the rate of unemployment. Kuna watu below 39 years, between 39 and 25 years. Watu ambao wamemaliza shule. Watu ambao wako ready kufanya kazi. Nao watu ndio wapatia numbers, ndio msidhanie mimi sisomi. I'm a very good do research. Watu milioni 8. In fact, among them 4,000 doctors. Very many unskilled laborers. Watu ambao ni artisans. Watu ambao ni professional accountants. Almost 7.9, almost 8 million unemployed people in country. That's a disaster. Na kama vile watu husema, if there's a saying that goes around, and it was in South Africa, if you do not employ your people, the devil will employ them. They will be busy in the street harassing Kenyans. That is why you see there's a lot of harassment and thuggery that has come in. If you're among the 8 million unemployed Kenyans, then this is your maandamano. Kwa nini tukukosa kwa maandamano na hauna job? Hauna job? That is the fifth reason why we should go for the maandamano. The sixth reason why we should be in the maandamano, insecurity. My brothers, sahi hata bandits wametoka kwa Sukul Safari, wameingia kwa rami. They are in the army, they are daring the government. The government hata natembea ameambia president ukweli. Akamwambia, wewe unawekewa carpet, unazungushwa hapo ukisalimiwa na viongozi kama 800, wakikwambia vile wewe uko rais mzuri, wewe ni mtu ya Mungu, serikali yako imebarikiwa na Mungu. Imebarikiwa wapi na watu wanakufa? People are dying every day because of insecurity in the North Rift, in Samburu, Turkana, Pokot. If you have been affected, you cannot even travel to Rodwa. Why are you not in a maandamano? Because mismanagement of security is real. The other thing why we should be, the seventh reason, nimebakisha mbili, why you should be in the maandamano. It is because this country now, it is a corruption area. It is what we call watu wa barabara husema black spot ya accident. Siku hizi Kenya is a black spot of corruption. If you are not corrupt in this country, you are out of fashion. Wewe ni mtu ambaye haupendwi na hii serikali. Hii serikali from the head to the toe, kila mtu sasa ni corruption. Kama sahi ukitembea Nairobi, to make a mistake, usimame kwa roundabout, askari wanakuja 100 wakushike ndio wapate pesa ya kukula. Corruption now is official. Corruption is very official. And therefore, if you know that you want to change the situation of corruption, then why are you not joining the pilgrimage? Kwa nini? You are stupid basi. The other, number 8, reason why you should participate in the pilgrimage of walking to the State House is because now this country, it seems now we are building the super rich. Kama Nigeria vile walitengeneza governor, mwisho ikakuwa sasa the governors are super rich. That kuna watu sasa wanataka tuwe tunawaabudu. Hao ndio A and Z ya nchi. We cannot allow that. If you're among the persons who can see that super, nyumba zinajengwa zingine za kifahari kwa sababu hata pesa ni mingi. Corruption money is too much. My brothers, it is time. Tumeongea mara mingi sana hapa na tumewaambia why reasons you should get out, and that is the reason. The other reason why we should get out, I think that is the 9th, nikitafuta ya 10 I think inakuja, ni stalled projects. Kutoka hii serikali ikuje, mabarabara ya Mau, barabara ya hii Oyakiwe, barabara zote zimesimama, project zote zimesimama, Linda Mama imesimama, wazee sasa wamenyimwa pesa. All the projects that have been proposed have stalled. Unaweza imagine Wayakiwe, the biggest road ambayo inatu connect to other countries. Yeah, the biggest road, inaitwa 104, A104. Haina stage, haina flyover, haina walk path. Accident ni kila siku. Jana niliona ingine moja, Kipuchumba Murkomen, kazi yake ni kutupigia picha ya kuwa kwa helicopter, how Kenya is beautiful. Alafu anaenda Qatar, anapigwa maselfie, ndio huyo ako Kempiski, anakunywa chai ya 300. What is the problem with this country? If you have seen that danger of Wayakiwe, then this is your maandamano. This is your pilgrimage. You know, people tunaongeanga watu wanaona ni mchezo. The final one, it is inapotea investors. Unaona, Kenya is a very important place for investors, and that is why many investors have come to Kenya. Art cafes, all these things have come to Kenya, and they are supposed to provide they are supposed to provide employment. So harassing these investors in the name of looking for taxes, and most of the investors now unable to open more branches, unable to perform because of electricity bills and the taxes. That is what is causing a lot of problems with unemployment, and people are being sacked. In fact, as I'm speaking to you because I know there are notices in media houses, all media houses. Hundreds of them will be sacked in the next few days. Most of the branches, because nafunguliwa na hizi investors, art cafes and stuff, are actually reducing because of the economy and the dollar. So mi naambia watu, this is no longer a joke. We would love, what Ruto talks about is very exciting to hear us. Tulipe tax ndio tujitegemee, warafiki zake walipi, kanisa hailipi. Kwa hivyo ni mtu ambaye ni hypocrite. He's not talking the truth. Kile anasema kizuri, mambo ya mashamba, turudishe, tufanye nini, tutrack mashamba. Mimi hata naweza taka hata ya shamba ya Uhuru ichukuliwe, lakini nani anachukua Uhuru? Ni yule ambaye amechukua shamba ya Bill Christopher. So the person who is talking about these things is actually a victim of it. So brothers and sisters, it is not about jokes and stuff. We are not mad people. This is when Azimio that we are talking these things because we hate Ruto. We don't hate Ruto. We just hate the situation of the country. And this country must be reset. And the only way to reset a country, it is to start from where, and we are planning for the transition. They should plan for transition. Watu wanaona ni kama mambo ya kawaida, but this country will change. Brethren, listen to me. I'm a Kenyan, and we are suffering. It is no longer usual. Things are not happening and they are not helping, and it is time we start. If you have, Baba should give us a timetable now, kama ile ya mpira. Tujue kuanzia kesho, this is what people should do. Watu waache kuenda kazi kuanzia kesho. Kesho kutwa watu waanze kubook magari kuja Nairobi, because we need to do it in the capital city. Tujae CBD for 3 days. Tunaamuka hapo, tunaoga, tunakunywa chai hapo. Next thing ndio sisi hao tumeanza kufuata ile njia ya Kilimani. Asante leo. Hatuwezemanga sisi
Rejoinder from PK. Nimejua hawezi kosa rejoinder. Ndio tuende kwa Mr. G.
Rejoinder yangu you know, Kenya is our country. Na Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu. Nilisema hapo mapema, wale wamekula chumvi kidogo, mnakumbuka katuni ilikuwa inaitwa Juha Kalulu. Na kulikuwa pia hii kipindi ilianza zamani kidogo, hii inaitwa Vitimbi. Hii nchi yetu ni nchi ya vitimbi, ni nchi ya majuha Kalulu, na ni nchi ya watu wanasayansi. Yani Kenya tuko na kila kitu. Sasa kuna watu wanafikiria hizi tunafanya ni vipindire, wanafikiria tu ni drama tunafanya, ni mchezo. Let me say one thing here, and as a Stone PK, if I could get a small wind that what we are doing here will not bear fruits, I would never spend my time here. Nikajua tu by bad luck kwamba Raila is not serious on us going and claiming what is ours, I will never be here. Now, but nikajua Raila is not serious, but the followers are serious, I would remain here until we achieve it. What am I saying? If I get a wind that all this is supposed to play, kucheza tu ni cartoon tunafanya, ukalulu, ujuha, tukinunua, we are buying time for people because of 2027, I would never, ever, ever sit here. In fact, I had said I would never come here because I saw the 2 chances we lost, and we lost them stupidly. People called me a rebel. Watu walisema niko extreme, but had we done my way and other people who are thinking like me, kuzuhia hiyo ujinga hiyo, because pale hakukuwa na haki yoyote. Ati watu wanatuambia tufuate constitution. How do you sasa imagine a game of football, vile tunapenda soka. One team is rough, the other one is so humble. Na referee hakuna firimbi anapiga tukivunjwa miguu, unaambiwa tu iko referee, msijali. Then half of your team iko broken. Okay, kidogo huyu mtu anawapiga hivi, anachukua mpira hata anaingiza kwa goli na mkono, na firimbi inapigwa, unaambiwa umeshindwa. Ama umepiga, umeingiza bao ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, na vile umeumizwa, firimbi ikipigwa unasikia wale watu wamewavunja, wamefanya kila kitu, ndio ati wamepeana. Ilikuwa ni 4-1, inageuzwa, wewe ndio unaambiwa uko na 1 na hao wengine wako na 4. Really? Would you take it? It is that simple. We sat, we watched as we were being raped. Hata saa ingine ninakasirikanga mpaka ninasema I wish somebody could, I mean, mtu ungeweza tu kutoka usahau hii nchi uache ipotelee. But it's so difficult because that's where you're born, that's your country, that's where you have your family, that's where you have relatives. There is no other country like that you can call home. You can get naturalization, New Zealand, wapi dunia mzima. We can get those. But there is no country that you will call home. So do you run away from home, or do you fix the problem? And that's why you say you want to fix the problem. I had better die fixing that problem. And those who come after me live like the way our grandfathers died. In every home, there is somebody who died during the Mau Mau. And this is what has not been told. Mau Mau was all over the country. Before then, there are those who died in First and Second World War. What were we fighting for? Fighting for other countries. Mauma, we fought for ourselves. You know, akina Baimuta massacred during the day by our own regime. Yeah. So here we are. We've lost people. Hii regime iko saa hii, it has done worse even before they became into power. We know those things. And we are seated saying we give them time. Yani, kuna mnyama tunaitanga kienge kwa nini yetu, ni fox in my tribe. Ikiingia kwa nini ya kwa hiyo kitchen nini chicken pen, before you even get there, ikiwa kuku ni 100 itakuwa imenyonga wote. It does it so fast because it knows imeingia boma ya mwenyewe. Same thing with the hyena. Yeah. We have the hyena, we have a hyena in the house. Na ili to trick. Hyena is known, inakuanga ikikuja karibu na boma yako inainama na inaanza kusmile. That's why its teeth is always out to fool the binadamu. So wewe ukisahau hii ni hyena, itakuonyesha mambo ujui. That's what we did. Tulisleki ati mtu ni mtu wa Mungu, sijui nini, ati sheria itafuatwa. Can you imagine how foolish we were? At even allowing Chebukati to be we were all fooled, including Baba. So hiyo hasira inatakiwa itupande. Kama tulikuwa wajinga, basi tuerevuke, ndio huyo nini ajue ako mashakani, huyo ambaye alikuwa ni mwerevu kutuliko, which he was. Alitumia our innocence. You know, it's like a girl. Msichana anakuwa lured into a corner akitrust huyu ni relative. You know, when we are dealing with GBV, gender-based violence, it is so unfortunate that so many, the biggest percentage of those who abuse these girls are relatives. Why? Because these kids, these young girls, they trust the uncles, they trust the brothers, they trust the cousins. And that's why they land into that. They are lured into because of that trust. As we trusted our cousin, our brother called Sharia, we thought that constitution is imetusimamia. We want to impress the international community that we are people who follow the law. Look at following the law, what has given us. We are here lamenting 24 hours because we obeyed the law. We followed the law. Wewe unafuata sheria and the other guy does not fuata sheria. That is very annoying. It's very, very annoying that we are where we are because we played ball. We played well. We obeyed the ref. And we know huyu ref ni mamba. But we obeyed, hoping. Hata si ndio tulifanya ujinga. Tulikuwa tunafikiria maombi itatusaidia. That's why wanatu enjoy. Hao watu wako nini? Hao watu tulifikiria sisi ni innocent, wacha tungojee, Mungu atatusaidia, results zitasomwa vizuri. 2 days, the third day, mitambo ikasimamishwa. We never asked questions. We were there seated. Na hata wale unasikia wakisema ati ilionyeshwa mpaka mwisho. Chebukati alirudia juzi. Kwa hiyo tribunal ya kishenzi inaendelea. Ati wali screen results until the last day. 27 constituencies, not nini, was it 27 or 29? They were not, and the results were not announced. Alisema they were announced. And we are here seated. I think also as much as we are marching towards the State House, we need to have very strong will na very strong inaitwaje militant ya kuita upuzi ni upuzi. Tuache hii kuambiwa ati watu tuombei, sijui tuombei Mungu sijui nini na nini. God has given us energy. He has given us strength. I don't know why people, why does God allow countries to fight each other? From time immemorial, there are wars. I read about wars in the Bible. Country invading the other. Tunaambiwa Israeli ni nchi ya Mungu, imepewa nguvu ya ajabu. Hakuna nchi inaweza ipiga. Why does God empower some and leave some? Sasa Israeli ni nchi ya nguvu sana. Wakae tu pale waseme Mungu alituambia sisi ndio his nation. Wacha tulale, tusijiami. Wacha tulale, tusifanye research ya technology ndio tuwe na weapon zile hatari katika dunia ya kujikinga. Wacha tulale Palestina, watapigwa na Mungu. This is the mistake we have done, and we continue to do the same mistake. The same mistake we are doing is we want to do 47 rallies. For what? Somebody should explain to me. 47 rallies tunafanya za nini? They are not making sense for me. They were making sense for me if we did the major cities, 4 rallies, enough. The rest, right now we should be having our TV. Azimio Diaspora TV. Iko kwa kila kijiji, and radio. Then we have some of us broadcasting to the villagers on the radio. Kuambia, ndio wasianze kuambiwa oh ni ushetani tunafanya, tuambie ni kwa nini, ni haki yetu, kwa nini tulishinda na tukanyang'anywa, so that every mother who is there in the village, wewe umenyimwa hii hela, umeambiwa ukufe kwa sababu wewe ni mzee, ukufe haraka. Umeambiwa wewe ukufe haraka utuondokee. Serikali ya UDA hawataki wazee, they want you to die. Wamama wajue mmeambiwa serikali ya UDA haitaki watoto wazaliwe, they want you people to die. Okay? So basically we need to read from the mistakes we made. Hiyo mistake we made, we should learn from it. Hiyo delay to decide kama ni ukweli tunakwenda State House, tuache circumventing na kuanza kuzunguka tukifanya hii mikutano. Ndio Ruto anatumok. Ukifanya yetu na yeye anafanya prayer meeting. For Ruto is a game. Ukiita Kitale, tunaita Nakuru ya prayer meeting, and we transport people. Haya, ukifanya Mombasa na yeye atafanya huko Taita ama mahali kwingine prayer meeting. Si hata yeye amesema ataenda na prayer meeting mpaka siku ile tutasimamisha mikutano yetu. So it's a game. We are fooling wananchi. Na mwananchi atachoka, lakini mimi naambia mwananchi ukichoka na hii, wewe jiorganize. You don't need a leader. Unahitaji kiongozi. Among you kunaweza tokea msichana na kitambaa cheupe kama ule wa South Sudan. Yeah? Kutatokea Njoroge na kitambaa cheupe. Kutatokea nani hata kama ni kiekundu, whatever. Mtu mmoja atatokea. Among us. Atatokea na tutaanza wimbo wetu, huo wa pilgrimage tukienda. Na itashika. Itashika. Because I'm imagining ikiwa tutamaliza huu mwezi bado tunafanya mikutano, na mwezi huo mwingine tukifanya mikutano, it will reach a time when people will say, na hiyo propaganda imeanza kuenezwa ati kwamba hii mambo ni mambo ya 2027 ndio tunafanya hapa. Hiyo ikishika wananchi, then there will be nothing like marching. And you know why wananchi will get it? Because Ruto propaganda machine yake ni very strong. Taambia watu na ataanza kutoa hapo ma promises za ushenzi hapo. Ataanza kupiga watu. So we need to, you strike the iron when it's hot. Samaki unamkunja akiwa mbichi, usingoje akauke. This thing we have to actualize it, na Raila has to know that. Haya, Raila kama ni ndio kiongozi, si lazima awe pale, wananchi lazima wajue. Sasa hivi wabunge hatuna, so lazima tutengeneze mechanism ya mwananchi. Sasa akina Gaucho na hao wengine wawache nao tamaa ya kusema wangeishi Runda, sijui wangeishi wapi. You don't start kugawanya mnyama na hajaanguka. Huwezi anza kusema sijui wewe ungekuwa Runda, sijui kama wewe ndio unatakiwa uwe unaongea. Revolution is everyone is a leader in a revolution. It doesn't matter. Bora tuko in numbers and we are moving. Stop tuache kuoneana ati hawa wamekuja late. With the revolution hakuna ule alikuja mapema na ule alikuja late. No. Wote bora tumefika wakati. Anytime you arrive in a revolution, that's it. Hakuna ule wa mapema na hakuna ule ule ako late. Kile tunataka ni kung'oa mtu kwa kiti. Naweza kuja leo na nguvu yangu ndio inahitajika. I can join you when you are almost very tired. Nije na chupa mbili za maji nikupatie unyo na tusonge. Kumbe hiyo ndio ilikuwa inahitajika tubomoe hiyo ukuta. So I would like Azimio to know that we need every single energy, na tuache blame game. Mtu akianguka nyuma, amenunuliwa akienda, tuna make sure ameenda kabisa na asirudi, and don't even bother about it. Mwambie nenda, ni sawa, that's where you belong. Yeah. MPs sahi tungekuwa tunawaambia wote waende, all of them should go. Manake hiyo ni majani kwa chai. Tuchunge chai, tubaki na chai nzuri, majani tutupe, hiyo ni waste. Yeah. So MPs, senators who feel like they want to go, Baba alifanya vizuri, waende, wasifeel wana mzigo. Enda mahali roho yako inakutuma. Just go where your heart takes you. It is as simple as that. Tujue kama tutaweza ama tutaweza. Simple as that. Badala ya kudanganyana leo. Sorry, ni Bwana G, Mr. G.
Bwana G, because in a noisy environment.
Okay, just I rejoined Mr. Stone PK. You know, ni jana tu ambao disregard alituambia kuwa the police ambao wako nao sahi, the professional, si kama wale wa last regime. Alafu look at what's happening now. The same police ambao anaita the professional, the police ambao wanauzia mabandi bunduki na marisasi waendelee kufanya uhalifu. If ama police wanauzia mabandi bunduki na marisasi, how many thugs wanabai hizi bunduki hapa kwa hizi miji kama Nairobi? Alafu anakuja anatuambia kuwa they are professional, ni watu ambao wanajielewa, si kama wale wa kitambo. The same person wakati Uhuru umesema kuwa we missed. Now my stand tabaki kuwa I will still blame Uhuru for letting us down. You know, by the time I noticed, kwa sababu alikuwa na all intelligence, by the time aligundua kuwa tumeshinda kura, ange speak out. Lakini alinyamaza. Why? Kwa sababu alikuwa na strong evidence, akijua kuwa ana trust huyu Kome atapeana the right judgment. Alijua kabisa kuwa our evidence is enough. Hata akisema anatubia sahihi kwa court hawatafaulu. But hapo tulimess. Nakubaliana kabisa na watu pekee amesema. But this government, just one point, wasitudanganye kwa wako sawa. Hawa watu ndio wameleta ukora mingi kwa hii Kenya. Kama mapolisi wanauza bunduki, wanauza marisasi, watu wangapi ambao watauliwa sahihi kwa sababu hao wezi wako na pesa na watenda kuwapatia kwa sababu wanauza. Alafu the bad reason ambao wanapatiana ni kuwa wanauza ndio wapewe in exchange of goat, wakule mbuzi. Hawa wanapewa mbuzi wakule, alafu anapeana marisasi hao waende waue watu. Wanaona hiyo reason ambao wanapeana. Na hiki kinafanyika, na najua mpaka hao watu wenyewe wanajua, kina regard wanajua, but they are covering up wakisema kuwa hii government iko sawa, mapolisi wako sawa, hawako kama the last regime. Hakuna mahali tunaenda na hii government.
Yeah, thank you Mr. G. Leo inasemekana Mr. G ati polisi wale wako nao they are more professional, si kama the last regime. Yaani miezi 6 wameweza haki ya Mungu, hii ni ushenzi kabisa. Within 6 months we have a whole new reform in the police. This is nonsense. Polisi ni wale wale. Yes, polisi ni wale wale.
Unajua Stone PK, you know, the most interesting thing is that they think that they have changed the police within 4 months. Ni kama something supernatural happened. Now the police are very professional. But the truth is, polisi hata sahi ndio wamekasirika sana, because did you know that they are really suffering in terms of health cover? I speak to some of my friends, they are telling me that now they have been changed, their health covers due to CIC, due what. So what is happening is that CIC have very few branches. So when they are hurt and when their family is sick, they have to travel very far away. So what we are talking about here is only that the people in the civil service and the police and all those people in their institutions, they are actually supporting it. It's only that they cannot come out very openly, because unlike us who are businessmen, tunauza skuma, They are not capable of being seen. But the truth of the matter is they don't feel this government and they don't like it. They find there was a time, even I think the end of December, January, all the military personnel were deducted money by force. You know, those are things that you do without public participation and without involving the person who you are deducting salary. They deducted about 12,000. This is not propaganda. This is not stories, so that they can give that money for the drought. It is a noble thing, but you don't do it by force. Just like you see many civil servants are disgruntled because, you know, everybody has committed their salaries, but now there comes now a force, you know, agenda to deduct NHIF and NSSF a lot of money, which is a good idea. But you see, a good idea with bad people does not get to a point whereby it can be successful. So what wanauliza, yes, we can give 2,000, but with public participation, with the proper structures laid so that the money does not disappear. So many civil servants ask you questions. So we give 1,000, we give 2,000, we give 4,000. Then what? Will this money find its way to the Kenya Kwanza rallies, or find its way to corrupt leaders? Because we have like a three-quarter cabinet of Kenya cabinet, which is on the red when it comes to corruption. So these are things that actually are pissing off many people, and therefore it's only that we are people who come here because we speak the truth and nothing but the truth. And as you say, PK and the G will either way will die one day. So if it is our time to die now for the right thing, it is okay, because I think it's a high time. We do not have 20. Can you imagine 28 million hectares in Kenya? You know, Leo, you know, sometimes we speak here, sometimes unaona kama ni mchezo. Juzi nimekuwa nikistudy the square kilometers za Kenya. Our land ile Mungu ametupatia. And can I shock you people that Kenya is made up of arable land, semi-arid, arid, and desert. And believe you me, the arable land, the land that can be cultivated where there is rain, yeah, it is 1/3. That includes the forest and includes the waters. And in that arable land, in that cultivatable land, 28 million hectares has been grabbed by very few individuals. In fact, they don't even, and it's unfortunate, they don't even cultivate. Inakaa imefensiwa, nyoka ndio zinalewa huko, and then you think that we are calling for maandamano. It's a joke. 4 Kenyans, my brothers, control about 70% of the economy. And you know, it is unbelievable that we are okay with that as Kenyans. And therefore, what we are saying here, you know, panelists and the people listening to me, there's a difference between, actually, let me define these people: a witch doctor, a traditional healer, and a traditional spiritual leader. I'm a Christian. I love Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I have no problem with Christianity. But I want to tell you one thing. If I bewitch you today, I'm a witch doctor. And when you are bewitched by a witch doctor, he cannot undo the spell he mentioned on you. So that is where you go to a traditional healer. And these are things that are stipulated. You find that a person who has bewitched you cannot cure you. It is somebody else who can do that. And the reason I'm saying this is a sample I'm going to give you, an example that this administration for all over the years, because Ruto is not anybody, is not known by anyone where he worked. He has never worked in any job, or he has never managed even a small company, even for big or anything. So these are people in leadership today, are the people who have bewitched us. Hao ndio wameturoga kwa mashida ambayo tunapitia, and therefore they cannot have the solutions of our problems. They can speak about it. They can speak about tutatoa watu chini tuwafanye matajiri, tutafanya barabara, tutatengeneza dam, tutainua watu na hustler fund, watakuwa millionaires, wataenda na ndege kama sisi, watagrow kuku na silingi, mtu atanunua feathers na siku moja atoe testimony that I began by a feather and then I became a rich poultry farmer. You know, I watched, I started my business with one mandazi and a newspaper which has a picture of a restaurant. Those things cannot work, and they will not work because that person who has bewitched you, my brother, will not be the solution to your problem. We are where we are today because over the years we have taken it easy, accept and move on. Yeah, ni miaka 5 tu, kubarini tutengeneze serikali, but in the process of tengeneza serikali tukikubali, watu wanaiba mashamba, watu wanaiba parastato. Saa hii hata Kenya KPLC hata uwezi estimate pesa ngapi zimeibiwa so far. It is unbelievable. Na mimi naonanga mtu hapa akipigania, mimi napigania Raila na sim Kikuyu. Mtu ananiambia hapa I'm a tribalist. I'm not a tribalist, my friend. I'm fighting for the right of a person who won the elections. You understand? So unaona mtu anapigania ati mkali kwa sababu ni Mkalenjin. But actually today hajui atakula nini, hajui atapata kazi wapi, hajui watoto wake wataenda shule wapi. Those are the questions we are asking. So if you have bewitched me, you cannot be my doctor. I need to look for a doctor somewhere else so that I get out of a spell. And that is what is happening. And therefore, he's spending a lot. And